Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter. Also throughout the story it's Batman and not Bruce or Peter, and I think it's because he's in Peter's body. He doesn't accept he is Peter, and because he isn't Bruce Wayne/body, so it's just Batman this, Batman that. Chapter 1, Crossing Over. Gotham was always raining. Batman merged with the night, standing motionless atop a gargoyle sculpture as he surveyed the rain-swept city below. This surveillance was part of his routine, something he did 360 nights out of every 365 days a year. But tonight, something went wrong. Without warning, the world around him became a kaleidoscope spinning at impossible speed. Scene after scene flashed before Batman's eyes like a carousel of memories. Catwoman, Harley, Zatanna, Wonder Woman, Talia, moments spent with them at different times, different places, spanning hours or entire nights. Corrupt judges taking bribes, psychiatrists bought and paid for, cops looking the other way, officials in bed with organized crime. Joker, Two-Face, Penguin, Scarecrow, criminals locked in an endless cycle of crime, arrest, and escape. The rapidly shifting images made his head spin, but Batman remained perfectly still, quietly raising his guard. The scene shifted again. In a cramped, aging apartment, an unfamiliar elderly man spoke to Batman in stern tones. If you have the ability to help others, then you have a moral responsibility to help others. This isn't a choice. It's a responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. But in the blink of an eye, a gunshot rang out. The serious old man collapsed in a pool of blood, weakly grasping Batman's hand. Peter. Peter. A shout pulled Batman back to reality. Though the name wasn't his, he instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat, slightly overweight, was staring at Batman with concern and worry in his eyes. "Peter Parker, are you all right? Peter Parker?" Batman quickly sized up the middle-aged man. His keen vision caught the name on the lab coat's badge. Otto Gunther Octavius. Who was he? Question after question rose in Batman's mind. Looking down at himself, he found he wasn't wearing his Kevlar and titanium armor. Instead, he wore an ordinary plaid shirt. This wasn't rain-soaked outdoors either, but a brightly lit laboratory. Scarecrow's fear toxin. Or Mad Hatter's mind control. Batman didn't panic at finding himself in unfamiliar surroundings. He rapidly assessed everything around him. A clean, bright laboratory. The walls displayed portraits of famous scientists, including the men before him, Otto Gunther Octavius. Batman recognized some of the scientists, like Einstein and Newton, but others he'd never heard of, Bruce Banner, Hank Pym, and more. Various experimental equipment lined both sides of the laboratory. At the front stood a large device resembling an inverted octopus, with a whiteboard beside it covered in calculations. Otto, the world-renowned nuclear physics expert. That device is a tokamak reactor. Batman ignored Dr. Octavius, rapidly processing his analysis. His gaze landed on the formulas covering the whiteboard. Wayne Enterprises had once attempted to develop fusion energy to benefit Gotham. Unlike Dr. Octavius's small tokamak device, Wayne Enterprises had used magnetic confinement fusion technology. The scientific formulas for the two approaches were completely different. After shutting down the fusion project, Batman had studied it independently for some time. He understood tokamak-based fusion quite well, and spotted only one inconspicuous parameter error on the whiteboard. Everything else was flawless. Though the parameter error skewed the final calculation, the existence of the formula itself allowed Batman to rule out the possibility of being trapped in an illusion. Neither Scarecrow nor Mad Hatter possessed the ability to create illusions containing knowledge they themselves didn't have. "Peter, you don't seem quite right. I suggest you go home and get a good night's rest. Come back another day." Dr. Octavius frowned when the young man continued ignoring him. He was starting to think this guy might be unreliable. If not for the personal recommendation of Harry Osborn, heir to Oscorp, Dr. Octavius would have already kicked him out of the lab. Before Batman could respond, a sharp jolt stabbed the back of his neck. Like being pricked with an ice-cold needle, the chill instantly exploded, racing down his spine throughout his entire body. The surrounding world seemed to freeze and stretch. Every tiny sound amplified, fabric rustling, equipment shifting slightly, even his own heartbeat. Each sound suddenly magnified and distorted in his ears. The cold sensation in his chest pointed toward the tokamak device, as if it were the source. An alarm suddenly blared through the laboratory. The white light switched to flashing red warning lights. Dr. Octavius quickly turned to the control panel beside the tokamak device, working the controls. Within 2 minutes, the laboratory lights returned to normal and the alarm ceased. As you can see, my fusion experiment isn't quite successful yet. I need to review the experimental procedure to see what went wrong. Dr. Octavius smiled at Batman, showing no sign of frustration over the failure. What experiment succeeded on the first try? Each failure gave him valuable experience. Dr. Octavius wasn't discouraged. That sensation seemed like an instinctive response to approaching danger. Batman looked at Dr. Octavius. Doctor, I'd like to borrow your computer. He didn't explain his purpose. Dr. Octavius didn't particularly care either. He was busy checking through what had caused the experiment to fail, and readily agreed after hearing Batman's request. No problem. With Dr. Octavius's permission, Batman immediately sat down at an idle computer. His hands flew across the keyboard. Whether he was trapped in an illusion or something else had happened, gathering information on his current identity was the first priority. Batman immediately hacked into the local police system, searching for information on Peter Parker. This included identity records, housing information, and school records. So this is my identity. A junior at Empire State University in New York. An orphan raised by his Uncle Ben's family since childhood. Batman exited the webpage expressionlessly, erasing all traces of his activity. He stood and bid Dr. Octavius farewell. Based on the housing information in the New York police database, Batman walked for nearly an hour before reaching the apartment. He locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat cross-legged in the living room with his eyes closed. During the hour-long walk, the crowds and buildings had given Batman 99% certainty this wasn't an illusion. But he needed to make one final attempt: meditation. He'd learned meditation from Zatanna to resist mental attacks. It also had some effect against hallucinations. 3 full hours passed. Night had fallen. In the dark apartment, Batman's eyes suddenly opened. Not an illusion. But I can't rule out that Barry did something with the timeline, causing a chain reaction. I need to find out why my consciousness ended up in this unfamiliar young man's body. And I need to find a way back to Gotham. Chapter 2, Chapter 2, A Completely Unfamiliar World. The fastest method is to find this world's Bruce Wayne, assuming he exists here. Knowing myself as I do, he would never believe that Peter's body contains another Bruce Wayne's consciousness. So my best option is to knock him out directly, imprison him, and keep him contained until I can develop a method to return to my original world. Batman turned his attention to what appeared to be Peter's cobbled-together, self-assembled computer, its case replaced by a shoebox. It looked like junk, but fortunately it ran smoothly enough. Batman quickly opened a browser and searched a series of keywords. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, Batman's expression grew increasingly serious. Finally, he simply stood and walked to the window, watching the traffic flowing through the streets below. This world had no Gotham, no Metropolis, no Central City. Similarly, there was no billionaire Bruce Wayne. This wasn't a parallel universe. This was a completely unfamiliar world. There was no Kryptonian who arrived by spaceship in a Kansas farm field, no demigoddess princess from Themyscira. Instead, there was some guy in red and blue spandex calling himself Spiderman, starting from zero. The timeline to get back has been stretched indefinitely. But this won't stop me. Because, I'm Batman. I need money, a base of operations, equipment, gear, and complete mastery of this body. Batman clenched his fist hard. He clearly remembered the sudden chill that appeared in Dr. Octavius's lab earlier today, just before the alarm sounded. He wouldn't tolerate any ability within himself that wasn't under his control. Since coming to this world required building from nothing, he needed to formulate a comprehensive plan and bring everything under his command. As he tightened his fist, Batman discovered something else: this body possessed tremendous strength, far exceeding the human limits he'd once achieved. Though nowhere near the power level of his Hellbat armor, he conservatively estimated around 20 tons of force. This strength didn't make Batman grateful for lucking into a powerful body. Instead, it made him deeply anxious. Precognitive danger sense, strength far beyond normal humans, mysteriously transmigrating into this body, the whereabouts of Peter's soul, none of these things were under Batman's control. Taking a deep breath, Batman immediately began searching Peter's rented apartment. Online information about Peter showed only an ordinary college student. Batman needed to find more information about Peter from his apartment. Soon, a red and blue costume covered in web patterns, 2 wrist-mounted devices, a journal, and several canisters of chemical compounds were laid out on Peter's somewhat messy computer desk. The costume looked identical to the Spider-Man suit he'd seen on the computer. Those 2 small devices were the tools Spider-Man used to shoot webbing. The journal was chaotic. The first few pages appeared to have been used as scratch paper by Peter Parker, covered in chemical formulas. Batman carefully examined them and discovered these were the formulas for the web fluid used in the web shooters. Those canisters of chemicals were semi-finished products, needing only to be mixed in certain proportions to create the final solution. The following pages contained Peter's hand-drawn sketches, showing the Spider-Man costume design. All evidence pointed to one conclusion: Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Night fell. Batman had no intention of sleeping. He quickly located an abandoned shipyard not far away on the map, changed into a set of Peter's black clothes, and left the apartment. I need to fully understand this body's speed, strength, reflexes, and senses. But for now, all I can test are strength and speed. The abandoned shipyard looked somewhat eerie in the darkness. When wind blew through, creaking sounds echoed everywhere. Exposed pipes leaking foul water and piles of industrial waste made this a place even beggars wouldn't frequent. Batman's luck held. He found a rusted gantry crane here, with over a dozen counterweight blocks scattered on the ground nearby. Through testing, his strength under normal conditions reached 25 tons. In terms of speed, with superhuman strength augmentation, he could sprint at 190 kilometers per hour. Batman also discovered that regardless of obstacles or terrain complexity, his reaction speed handled everything with ease. Possessing this series of physical capabilities, Batman couldn't help glancing at the two web shooters he'd brought along. Recalling the videos of Peter swinging through the air with various flamboyant moves, Batman's mouth twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he strapped the web shooters onto his hands. 2 minutes later, looking thoroughly uncomfortable, Batman removed the web shooters. Even though he'd once used a similar grappling gun, he couldn't adapt to Peter's overly ostentatious web-swinging style. If I use special force application techniques, both strength and speed could improve another level. Batman silently recorded all data about this body in his mind while formulating a complete training regimen. He wouldn't abandon training just because Peter's body was so powerful. In his mind, this strength didn't belong to him at all. Muscle memory, conditioned reflexes, combat techniques, Batman needed to retrain every single aspect. Over the next 3 days, aside from the necessary 1 or 2 hours of sleep, Batman spent his days navigating New York streets and alleys to learn everything about this world. At night, wearing black clothes, he continuously trained his body at the abandoned shipyard. Using his identity as an Empire State University student, Batman secretly analyzed his blood composition using the school's laboratory equipment and conducted tests on every aspect of this body, including healing ability and sensory acuity. From the traces Peter left behind, Batman had thoroughly investigated the source of all this body's abilities, a genetically mutated spider. Even that invisible, intangible danger sense, Batman found in Peter's notes that it had been named Spider Sense. From a scientific perspective, this ability represents the brain's extraordinarily rapid, subconscious-level processing of microenvironmental changes, ultimately projected into consciousness as a warning signal. In that case, I can conduct targeted training. In the deepest section of the abandoned shipyard, Batman had cleared out a warehouse. A large map of New York City hung on the wall. More than 50 colored pins of various hues were stuck into the map. Around the map's perimeter were character files clipped from different newspapers or handwritten notes. These represented currently active major gang organizations in New York. Batman stood before the map with arms crossed, as if he designated all of New York as his hunting ground. Experiments and building instruments capable of precisely locating my original world will require massive funding and space. I need to build from nothing, establish a commercial empire in New York comparable to Wayne Enterprises to provide sufficient support. Dr. Octavius's fusion energy presents a good business opportunity. But I need startup capital to enter the game. My first fortune starts with these gangs. Chapter 3, Chapter 3, Plan B. Back in Gotham, Batman had been willing to shut down the fusion energy project, abandoning hundreds of millions in invested funds rather than let it fall into Bane's hands. But at that time, he hadn't been well versed in nuclear physics. After teaching himself and conducting research, Batman had overturned his previous assessment. Whether magnetic confinement fusion or tokamak devices, their final volume would inevitably be enormous. Trying to convert a fusion reactor into a weapon would require turning it into nuclear fission, which was completely impossible. Even if criminals did steal the device, Batman would only need to destroy it. Bombs, firearms. It could be demolished quite easily without triggering a fusion reaction. Controlled fusion was an exceptionally safe, clean energy source. So over these 3 days, Batman hadn't stopped Otto from continuing his research. Instead, he'd incorporated it into his own plans. It's currently 2006. By investing capital to help Otto perfect fusion energy, I estimate I can complete capital accumulation within 2 years and build the instruments to locate my original world. But before that, I need a plan B. Batman's gaze moved from the New York map to the small computer in the warehouse, rebuilt from Peter's assembled machine. He intended to hack into this nation's core classified files to determine whether supernatural forces existed in this world. This computer couldn't satisfy Batman's operational requirements. In other words, Batman desperately needed money. The abandoned shipyard was located in the eastern section of Lower Manhattan. The area wasn't particularly large, but due to various abandoned industrial equipment and derelict vessels, the terrain was extremely complex. No homeless person would shelter here because they couldn't move the industrial refuse weighing several tons to clear a windbreak, and they had to constantly watch for rusty objects that could injure them. For those without homes or money, tetanus infection was essentially a death sentence. But the abandoned shipyard wasn't always unvisited. Various people came here for various purposes. Like Batman. Like two gangs needing to conduct a transaction. Caw. As the last burning cloud of twilight disappeared, ink-black night completely shrouded the abandoned shipyard. A crow perched on the massive gantry crane cawed twice before flapping away, completely unaware that at its landing spot, Batman, dressed in black tactical clothing with all presence concealed, was hiding nearby. Aside from a ship's keel rising high, this was virtually the highest point in the shipyard, allowing Batman to observe the entire site without obstruction. Screech. 3 box trucks stopped consecutively outside the shipyard's perimeter wall. 7 or 8 men dressed plainly, mostly in black, exited one after another. Their hands were empty, but their waists bulged noticeably. Weapons, without question. Compared to their unpretentious appearance, their leader's outfit was quite eye-catching. A woman in a black deep V leather outfit, her full curves nearly bursting the leather's constraints. Her exposed skin was so pale it seemed to glow. The white fur collar and equally snow-white hair gave her a wild appearance. As she moved, her prominent curves trembled slightly. In Gotham, anyone wearing bizarre costumes was usually talented. Batman concentrated nearly all his attention on her. Search this place thoroughly. I want you to give me good news. Nobody set any traps here, she said. Understood, Miss Black Cat. Her subordinates responded quietly, then silently, and quickly searched the areas of the abandoned shipyard they could access. Batman wasn't worried they'd discover the warehouse he'd cleared and used as a temporary operations site. He'd camouflaged it. Unless someone physically entered, nobody would notice anything unusual. His 3 days of training traces had likewise been handled. With Batman's professional methods, nobody would discover those multi-ton counterweights had been lifted. Miss Black Cat, everything here is normal. A well-muscled, short-haired man in a black suit quickly consolidated everyone's reports, then approached Black Cat and lowered his head. Black Cat nodded lightly, quite satisfied with her subordinate's report. Batman crouched on the gantry crane, taking in everything. He knew exactly what would happen tonight. During the day while collecting intelligence about this world on New York streets and alleys, he'd learned that 2 gangs would conduct an arms deal here tonight. The time was now. One group had already arrived. Where was the other? Almost the moment Batman formed this thought, an ice cream truck slowly stopped outside the shipyard's perimeter wall. Ding-dong. Accompanied by the ice cream truck's cheerful melody, 5 or 6 fierce-looking thugs exited instead. Compared to Black Cat's silent, orderly subordinates, these thugs better matched ordinary people's impression of gangsters. You're quite punctual, Mr. Joseph. Black Cat smiled as she approached the lead thug wearing a baseball cap. Of course. I'm always on time. On the other hand, Miss Black Cat arrived before us. In a date, that would touch any man's heart. The thug named Joseph slightly lifted his baseball cap's brim, revealing a square face with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'd never date a man like you. Black Cat's lips curved as she threw a flirtatious look at Joseph and the thugs behind him. Joseph ignored Black Cat's flirtation, but his subordinates couldn't help swallowing, their eyes locked firmly on Black Cat. Their expressions brought a flash of disgust to Black Cat's eyes. Just a reminder, we're not on a date, Miss Black Cat. Joseph looked around. Where's my merchandise? Black Cat waved to her silent subordinates. They quickly moved, unloading wooden crates from the box trucks one after another. Judging by how they carried them, these crates weren't light. The merchandise is here. Where's the money? Black Cat leaped lightly onto a crate, looking down at Joseph. Joseph said something quietly to his people. Soon a briefcase was delivered to his hand. Watching Joseph open the briefcase from a distance to display neatly stacked bills inside, Black Cat smiled sweetly. Joseph, you know what? These goods aren't light. So even if we wanted to take the money and run, we couldn't carry this merchandise away. Besides, you should trust Kingpin's reputation, so give me the money first. Joseph maintained his insincere smile. Don't play tricks, Black Cat. Kingpin's name doesn't scare me. With that, he swung his hand hard and tossed the briefcase. Black Cat caught it steadily. The ink fragrance of cash made Black Cat's smile widen as she verified the bills. She looked at Joseph. You're quite trustworthy. But I have one last question. You only drove one vehicle here. How do you plan to transport this merchandise? While speaking, Black Cat drew a pistol and aimed it at Joseph. I'm guessing you plan to eliminate us, then conveniently drive away in our trucks. Right. Chapter 4, Chapter 4, Double Cross Triple Cross. Crash. The moment Black Cat finished speaking, her silent subordinates uniformly drew pistols and aimed them at Joseph and his thugs. At the same instant they drew their weapons, Batman's figure slowly descended from the gantry crane. He simply couldn't swing on webbing with all those twisting contortions like Peter did. Not because he lacked the skill, but because it was too ostentatious and awkward for him. But without a grappling gun, the web shooters could still substitute for most functions, and they worked quite well. Using the web shooters, Batman approached both gang groups without alerting anyone. You misunderstand, Black Cat. Joseph had 7 or 8 pistols pointed at him, but he didn't look panicked. Look, we came empty-handed without carrying any weapons. Doesn't that demonstrate my sincerity? He spread his hands, letting Black Cat clearly see he wasn't holding a gun. Your sincerity is certainly sufficient. But you kept calling me Miss Black Cat before, and now it's changed to just Black Cat. I'm very unhappy. Will you let me fire a shot? Black Cat's sweet smile vanished instantly. She disengaged the safety and prepared to pull the trigger. I'll use your name to offend all of New York's underground forces, Kingpin. This is the first step of my revenge, Black Cat murmured in a voice only she could hear. A breeze blew past. The air had somehow become filled with a fishy stench. Black Cat's subordinates looked around, unsure where this strange odor came from. Joseph's people obviously smelled the intense fishy odor too. But compared to Black Cat's confusion, Joseph looked confident. Black Cat, want to play double-cross like in the movies? Good thing I specifically hired an adjudicator for tonight's transaction. Squidman. As his words fell, the ground beside them suddenly ruptured. A jet of sewage water sprayed out, as if an underground pipe had burst, hitting Joseph square in the face. Damn it. Joseph called out in annoyance. Black Cat took a deep breath, watching helplessly as a squid tentacle emerged from the sewage-soaked earth. Tentacle after tentacle emerged. Soon a squid with a greenish-blue body roughly the size of an adult human burst from the ground, slowly standing upright supported by 2 tentacles. 4 tentacles mimicked limbs while the remaining 4 waved menacingly behind. This terrifying humanoid squid appeared before everyone's eyes. Bang. Black Cat fired a bullet, but it deflected off Squidman's body without causing any real damage, only stopping his advancing steps. Aim for this thing's eyes. No one behind her responded, while Joseph's thugs showed signs of fear. Black Cat knew her subordinates' expressions couldn't be much better facing a Squidman beyond normal human comprehension. She turned her face to reissue the order. Her peripheral vision swept behind her. Black Cat couldn't help feeling a chill down her spine, her hair standing on end. Not a single person stood behind her. The subordinates who'd been silently aiming at Joseph just seconds ago had collectively vanished. The pitch-black abandoned shipyard seemed like an abyss that had silently swallowed them completely. No, that's not right. Squidman was clearly hired by Joseph, yet their expressions just now showed fear. What were they afraid of? Black Cat recalled the confused yet terrified expressions on those thugs' faces, knowing events had exceeded her expectations. No time to think further. A black shadow was already rushing toward her from a distance. At the critical moment, Black Cat pulled the trigger, firing several shots. Bang. Bang. Unfortunately, no sound of bullets hitting. Black Cat stopped wasting ammunition, quickly turning her gun toward Joseph and firing once. She knew she couldn't escape, but before dying, she needed to take someone down with her. Joseph, the recently notorious New York assassin famous for his brutal methods, often using a hammer to literally smash enemies' heads to pieces. Whether from disgust for this psychotic killer or using Kingpin's name to offend New York's underground forces, Black Cat felt no psychological pressure firing this shot. With Black Cat's bullet precisely striking his forehead, he collapsed quite neatly to the ground, without any time to feel psychological pressure. Headshot. Just as Black Cat searched for that invisible, intangible eerie shadow, tremendous force struck her wrist. The pistol fell. Black Cat was tightly bound by the black shadow and launched into the air, the snow-white peaks threatening to burst from her deep V-leather outfit compressed into 2 thick snow cakes. In panic she tried to grab the black shadow, but her hands were firmly locked. She could only use her elastic, slender legs to cross and wrap around whoever had brought her into the air. Hiss. An extremely subtle sound. Then Black Cat discovered herself tightly bound and suspended in midair, the briefcase full of cash snatched from her hands. That black shadow had already disappeared. Joseph had been hit by the bullet and collapsed. His subordinates immediately panicked. One stepped forward to check, then shouted. "Boss is still breathing. He can be saved." Several thugs swarmed forward, hoisted Joseph up, and fled without a trace, not even bothering with the guns in the wooden crates they'd intended to purchase. Squidmen, hired by Joseph to double-cross and eliminate Black Cat's group, stood frozen in place. The situation had changed too quickly. He had no idea what had actually happened. But Squidman had clearly witnessed Black Cat's subordinates mysteriously disappearing one after another. Now he raised his eyes to look around. The shipyard's massive industrial equipment had all transformed into shadows, as if something even more terrifying than himself might emerge at any moment. As a monster in ordinary people's eyes, Squidman wasn't afraid of other potentially existing monsters. But this unknown presence still made his heart race with anxiety. Especially when Squidman tried to move his feet only to discover that somehow, invisible chains seemed to have firmly bound him. Fortunately, Squidman lived up to his name. He possessed virtually all squid characteristics, including a slippery body. So he struggled to lift his feet to break free from that invisible restraint, and succeeded thanks to his slick body. Joseph had only hired him as muscle. Now that Thug's own life was in danger. Between fighting and fleeing, Squidman chose the latter without hesitation. I need to get back to the sewers. No, something's charging at me. Just as he was about to dive into the sewage pipe, his peripheral vision caught a black shadow diving toward him from above. At the critical moment, bodily instinct replaced thought. Squidman tilted his neck back to expose the funnel beneath the organ squids used to spray ink. Splat. A large mass of thick black ink sprayed out. Squidman didn't even look back, breaking into a run that didn't stop until he reached the outside of the abandoned shipyard, as if slowing down even slightly meant death. Holy shit. What the hell is that? A couple fucking while taking selfies with their phone on the street corner couldn't help exclaiming loudly at the sight of Squidman. Squidman glanced at them, quickly rushing toward the couple, or rather, toward the sewer cover beside them. He yanked it up forcefully and dove in, leaving the clueless couple standing there. Did you get that on camera? The woman stammered to her boyfriend. Got it, but who's going to believe we actually saw a humanoid squid? Idiot. Sell the photo to the Daily Bugle, we might make a fortune. The man and woman pulled up their pants and left jubilantly, completely failing to notice that from the shadows of the abandoned shipyard, Batman was staring intently at the sewer cover Squidman had entered. He chose not to continue pursuit. The webbing from the web shooters could only briefly restrain the target. Squidman's slippery body could escape quite easily. He needed to make some preparations beforehand. But before that, Batman had to deal with the gang members he'd bound with webbing and suspended in various locations throughout the abandoned shipyard. Chapter 5, Chapter 5, I Am Batman. Black Cat hung inverted from the gantry crane. Her flawless face flushed crimson. The shadow had bound her so tightly she couldn't break free. She tried to shout, but her mouth was sealed by white, sticky webbing, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. Black Cat still had no idea what person, or what monster, she'd fallen into the hands of. A trace of sorrow welled up in her heart. This was my first mission since joining Kingpin's organization, and I've completely botched it. Her sorrow wasn't about failing the mission, but that her revenge plan had been aborted just as it was getting started. Who is Kingpin? Why are you seeking revenge? The low voice appearing without warning beside her ear startled Black Cat. She steadied herself, her eyes rolling wildly, hoping to find the speaker's figure within her limited field of vision. Unfortunately, she failed. Everything within sight was pitch-black abandoned factory. She couldn't see who was speaking. MMPH. Black Cat whimpered twice. Her mouth was still sealed. She couldn't speak at all. The next moment Black Cat's body lightened. After a disorienting spin, Batman set her steadily on the ground. Then the webbing on her mouth and body was torn away. She regained her freedom. Pretending to casually stretch her limbs, Black Cat simultaneously surveyed her surroundings discreetly. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see who had rescued her from Squidman. She could only ask the empty air before her. You just untie me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Answer my question, who is Kingpin? Why are you seeking revenge? The low voice whispered like a devil from a nightmare. You don't know who Kingpin is, which means you're not a New York local. At least not involved in organized crime. Black Cat couldn't quite figure out this mysterious character's intentions. She could only feign composure. But tonight you got involved in gang activity. What exactly do you want? Boom. Black Cat's repeated evasion seemed to displease this mysterious person. She watched helplessly as an I-beam weighing at least 5 tons was lifted upright and driven deep into the earth. Black Cat was stunned. Everything tonight had exceeded her imagination. Only now did she realize she seemed to be conversing with a non-human existence of extreme power. Her face appropriately showed a terrified expression, though her mind was quietly becoming active. I can't possibly deal with Kingpin alone. I need help. My previous plan was to offend as many New York gangs as possible, but now it seems I've found a better ally. This is a warning. Answer my question. Batman's voice interrupted Black Cat's thoughts. He still hadn't appeared in Black Cat's line of sight, maintaining his mystery. Kingpin is the leader of my gang. A year ago he began massively expanding his influence in New York. He says he wants to become emperor of the world's underworld, so he calls himself Kingpin. Black Cat seemed frightened. She hurriedly spilled everything she knew. Unfortunately, New York alone has over 50 major gangs, and quite a few historic families, like the Corleone family of the Mafia. Like the Falcone family in Gotham. Batman silently added in his mind. So Kingpin's expansion hasn't gone smoothly. Black Cat finished sharing everything she knew about Kingpin. Why revenge? Batman asked. Hearing the word revenge, the half-genuine fear on Black Cat's face quietly disappeared, replaced by barely concealed hatred. Or rather, she wasn't planning to hide anything from Batman. Kingpin killed my father. My father was the famous Black Cat burglar. 6 months ago, Kingpin approached him, demanding father steal something for him. Father refused. The next day, he was found dead in an alley. I investigated for a full month before discovering Kingpin had sent people to kill him. Black Cat finished speaking and waited, but received no response from Batman. Just when she thought he'd left, the low voice spoke again. You're not lying. Kingpin is also on my list. Interested in cooperating. As Batman, if 3 days of continuous intelligence gathering hadn't revealed who Kingpin was, that would be humiliating. In the temporary operations center at the deepest part of the abandoned shipyard, Kingpin's portrait had already been pinned in the most prominent position. To return to Gotham, Batman needed to build his commercial empire from zero. He'd inevitably confront these criminal forces. Similarly, for Kingpin to establish his underground kingdom, he'd inevitably use legitimate businesses to cover his crimes. Even if Batman didn't seek him out, he'd eventually come for Batman. Asking Black Cat about Kingpin was just a pretense. The moment Black Cat whispered about revenge, Batman had already planned everything. Her whisper might fool subordinates close by, but couldn't fool Batman's superhuman hearing. When Black Cat heard this mysterious person say Kingpin was also his target, her lips were already curving upward. She'd said all this precisely for this result. As for why this mysterious person wanted to deal with Kingpin, what did that have to do with Black Cat? Cooperation. Of course, no problem. What do you want me to do? Black Cat crossed her arms before her chest, creating an enticing valley. Take a vacation. When it's over, our cooperation can officially begin. Black Cat was bewildered. Vacation where? New York Police Department. Black Cat completely failed to understand why cooperating against Kingpin required sending herself to the police station. She called out. No, wait, at least tell me whether you're human or what. The low voice suddenly sounded beside Black Cat's ear. I am Batman. Then she passed out. When Black Cat groggily awakened, she found herself and her subordinates bound and dumped at one of the NYPD's Manhattan precincts. Dawn was just breaking. This time she was bound with rope and chains. These 2 items couldn't contain Black Cat, who'd trained with her father the cat since childhood. She escaped quite easily, disappearing around a street corner before sunrise. As for those subordinates, Black Cat wasn't planning to help her enemy Kingpin. She wished all Kingpin's subordinates could be tied up at police stations like this. Batman. She silently repeated the name. Batman. A few hours later, Kingpin, whose neck was even thicker than his head, tapped his polished floor with his cane and stood. He looked like a wall. He disrupted my plan. In an office in a Hell's Kitchen building, Black Cat nodded with apparent fear. Yes. According to plan, we were selling Joseph a batch of defective guns. He would turn around and sell them to some small Manhattan gangs, and we'd swallow them all tonight. But after I shot Joseph in the head, Squidman fled. He apparently didn't intend to continue working for his deceased employer. Black Cat knew Kingpin's cunning well. If she lied, Kingpin's mind would certainly catch it. So everything she said was true, only hiding her cooperation with Batman. Even if she didn't say anything, Kingpin would find ways to get the information he wanted from others, like Joseph's people. First Spiderman, then Squidman, now Batman. When did New York become a zoo? Kingpin smiled as he spoke. Ignoring his appearance, his voice alone might make one think of a kindly uncle. Kingpin casually picked up today's Daily Bugle from the desk, pointing at the photo of Squidman on the front page. This is the Squidman you mentioned, correct? Tell him I'm offering $5 million for Batman's head. At the same time, in the deepest part of the abandoned shipyard, Batman also held this morning's edition of the Daily Bugle, deep in thought. Chapter 6, Chapter 6, Upgrading the Web Shooters. Batman dumping Black Cat and those 7 or 8 gang members at the Manhattan police station wasn't meaningless. If Black Cat doesn't escape and gets held at the station, with no criminal record, she'll naturally be released. Same for those members. If by chance she's truly wicked with an extensive record, then she was never suitable for cooperating with me in the first place. And if she can break free from the restraints without ever entering the station, I'll proceed to the next step of the plan. Batman set down the Daily Bugle. The front page photo of Squidman was, unsurprisingly, taken by that young couple last night. From her micro-expressions during our communication last night, she hasn't completely placed her hopes for revenge on me. So assuming Black Cat broke free, she must meet with Kingpin to tell him what happened last night. Only this way can she earn his trust. And Squidman, last night after Joseph was shot, he showed no desire to fight whatsoever. He never engaged with me in combat, so neither Black Cat nor Kingpin have any direct sense of my capabilities. But Kingpin will see me as an obstacle and try to eliminate me. Since I demonstrated lifting a 5-ton steel beam into the ground in front of Black Cat, Kingpin won't send gang members to fight me. Instead, he'll hire Squidman to kill me. That suits me perfectly. Batman neatly placed the newspaper aside, then opened a wooden crate at his feet and extracted a revolver. Placing the revolver on the table, Batman removed the web shooters from his wrists. I need to combine the grappling gun I used before with these web shooters. While thinking, Batman rapidly disassembled the revolver. Within seconds, a perfectly good revolver became components. After dumping Black Cat's group at the police station last night, he'd returned to inventory his spoils of war. 5 wooden crates of firearms total, from revolvers to submachine guns, 5 or 6 types, 42 weapons in all. Besides the firearms was that briefcase of cash. $15,000. The web shooter's firing speed needed acceleration. This could reference the air compression principle of grappling guns. The high-strength rope originally used in grappling guns could be replaced with web fluid. The webbing's adhesion needs significant improvement to achieve the effect of sticking firmly to any surface. Batman wasn't rigidly stubborn. Web shooters were simply tools to him. Not using available tools was wasted effort. The redesigned combination of grappling gun and web shooters would remain compact, wearable directly on both wrists, using compressed inert gas to launch at higher speeds. However, this was just design. Batman lacked the capability to hand-build one in a single morning. After all, virtually all equipment in the abandoned shipyard had rusted and corroded beyond use. The optimal inert gas is nitrogen. The previous grappling gun didn't need to consider compressed volume, so there's one technology one never applied to it. But combining with web shooters, pursuing small volume and high kinetic energy, this technology is an excellent choice. The technology is called nitrogen gas springs. Batman immediately set out, planning to head near the Williamsburg Bridge between Manhattan and Brooklyn. There was an illegal factory there. Bullets for many New York gangs were produced there. Batman intended to process and manufacture the nitrogen gas springs he needed there. However, on the route to the Williamsburg Bridge, Batman took a detour, stopping by Peter's rented apartment in Lower Manhattan. Batman had seen videos of Peter swinging on webs in broad daylight across New York City. In his view, this flamboyance rivaled Superman running around the world in a red cape. Although each time Peter stopped his Spider-Man roleplay and reverted to that plaid shirt-wearing, honest, wooden engineering student, he tried choosing corners where no one would notice. But Batman still wasn't reassured. He worried someone with intention might track Spider-Man's movements and eventually lock onto Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He needed to hack into the local New York police system and delete all videos that might expose Spider-Man's movements, voice, or body type, preserving only portions where features couldn't be distinguished. But before that, Batman had to do something else, pack up and hide all evidence related to Spider-Man in the apartment. Nothing else mattered, but at minimum the red and blue Spider-Man suit and that notebook filled with everything from costume design to web shooters to spider sense. Both items would expose Batman, the former Peter's identity. Closing the door tight and drawing the curtains, Batman rapidly packed everything into Peter's backpack. After finishing, he stood before the mirror. High nose bridge, thick lips, prominent cheekbones on both cheeks with obvious shadows, distinct sideburns near both ears, brown-black hair swept back, typical white American features. Vaguely, Batman discovered Peter actually resembled himself somewhat, just shorter. Only 5 feet 10 inches, 1 meter 78. A full head shorter than Batman's human form Bruce Wayne at 6 feet 2 inches, 1 meter 88. Different body. Using combat techniques from memory will produce subtle variations. I must adapt quickly. Batman grabbed the backpack to leave, planning to process the nitrogen gas springs at the illegal factory before returning to the abandoned shipyard to continue training. Urgent knocking interrupted Batman's plan. Peter. Peter. Who is it? Me, Harry. Harry Osborn. According to Peter's records at Empire State University, he and Peter were practically inseparable, best friends among best friends. He was also the Oscorp heir. Oscorp, a multinational biotech enterprise founded and operated by his father Norman Osborn. Someone lacking neither money nor technology, Batman instinctively didn't want contact with him. He hadn't inherited any of Peter's memories. Before a once inseparable partner like Harry, exposure would come very easily. Batman had considered this when searching for Peter's information at Otto's lab. His coping method was simple: feign illness. Fortunately, after playing the playboy for over a decade without anyone detecting he was Batman, he possessed sufficiently superb acting skills. So when Harry opened the door and before he could speak, Batman had already spread his arms and hugged him tightly. Then Batman said nothing, waiting with a face full of melancholy and sorrow for Harry to speak first. Harry had come to call him out. His friend Peter hadn't attended school for 3 days, leaving Harry without anyone to talk to. But seeing his friend's distressed face now, the rebuke on Harry's lips wouldn't come out. He could only gently pat his back, offering comfort. "It's all right, Peter. Whatever's happened, I'll always stand firmly by your side." Chapter 7, Chapter 7, Otto's Inspiration. In Otto's laboratory, the world-renowned nuclear physics expert stared intently at the Squidman photo in the Daily Bugle. From school through his career, Otto had always been the sharpest, most brilliant person around. So brilliant that he'd developed intolerance for stupidity, unable to accept working with clumsy people. Even though those who could become his assistants were already 1 in 100, Otto still held them in considerable contempt. When he focused on conquering clean fusion energy, not a single person remained in his laboratory. The only things that could help him daily were several mechanical arms mounted on wheeled bases with pulleys, similar to those commonly used in factory workshops. But these mechanical arms barely satisfied Otto's needs, far from achieving finger-like precision. On the Daily Bugle's front page, the photo of Squidman was like a pillow arriving during a nap, showing Otto exactly what he should do next. "If I also had 4 mechanical arms mounted on my body, driven by my neural impulses, my experiments wouldn't need forced pauses when alarms sound. Instead, I'd have the capacity to rapidly troubleshoot experimental malfunctions." Otto's eyes grew brighter. He quickly grabbed paper and pen to design mechanical arm blueprints. Soon, behind a stick figure representing himself, 4 retractable, radiation-resistant, multifunctional mechanical arms appeared on paper. Calling them mechanical arms wasn't quite appropriate. These 4 resembled octopus tentacles more. To solve the problem of the arm's weight and operational loads potentially overwhelming the body, Otto also designed a simple but reliable support system on the stick figure's back, waist, and legs. This was just a draft with many things needing refinement, but looking at the blueprint, Otto couldn't help laughing aloud. His smile had barely lasted a few seconds when knocking interrupted him. Harry pushed the door open, with a young man Otto found somewhat familiar behind him. "I remember you. Peter Parker, correct?" Otto quickly recalled who this plaid shirt-wearing young man was, offering him a friendly smile. As long as someone didn't disrupt his experiments, Otto wasn't difficult to get along with. "Yes, Peter. My best buddy." Harry forcefully squeezed the shoulder of the person beside him. "I can't abandon Peter Parker's identity. I need this identity to do many things Batman cannot accomplish, just like the Bruce Wayne identity. So I can't completely discard Peter's former relationships. I even need to actively maintain them, like here with Otto. This way, when I later improve the fusion formula as Peter and profit from it, it won't seem abrupt." With this thought, Batman's face showed a somewhat forced smile as he greeted Otto. Otto returned the same kind smile and nodded. "You're both not here for the first time. As long as you don't disturb my experiments, do whatever you like." Then he found an opportunity to call Harry aside, asking quietly. "Peter's mood seems off. 3 days ago in my laboratory, he suddenly seemed like he'd lost his soul. Seems he still hasn't recovered." Harry also spoke quietly. "A month ago, Peter lost one of the people who loved him most in the world. A month ago was when Ben Parker was killed." Harry thought it over, only this event could cause such a change in Peter. Otto was somewhat surprised by this answer. He understood why that young man's smile seemed so forced. As his friend, "Harry, you need to comfort him properly. Peter's a good kid. He needs to collect himself and move forward. That's why I brought him here again, hoping to redirect his energy elsewhere," Harry said. Otto had no complaints about this. As a child, he and his mother were frequently beaten by his father, but his mother always shielded him with her body. When Otto's mother died, his mental state had been even worse than Peter's now. So his gaze toward Peter held additional tenderness. Seems Peter is quite interested in nuclear physics. Batman was now standing before an experimental instrument, looking seriously at the various data displayed. While Harry and Otto talked, Batman suddenly spoke as if discovering something. "Dr. Otto, I found the error that triggered the laboratory alarm last time." This statement immediately attracted Otto and Harry's attention. They quickly walked to Batman's side. Last time's laboratory alarm had even triggered the spider sense. Batman could use today's opportunity to resolve it, laying groundwork for correcting the formula later. "I told you Peter's a genius." Harry and Otto exchanged a smile. Without lingering long in Otto's laboratory, Harry and Batman left together. "Peter, I know you miss Uncle Ben very much." Standing at the street corner, Harry said. "I miss him too. But you can't keep going like this. You still have Aunt May, you have me. You need to live well with Uncle Ben's hopes." "I will," Batman said. Harry said no more, getting into a Cadillac with an understated design that Batman immediately recognized as extremely expensive, and drove away. "Now to the illegal factory to manufacture nitrogen gas springs and create my first piece of equipment." Batman watched the Cadillac disappear around the corner, then turned and strode toward the Williamsburg Bridge. Near the Williamsburg Bridge, beneath an unremarkable old building. Several basement rooms here had been connected and converted into a small factory. The distinctive smell of metal shavings mixed with machine oil and sweat made Batman from the moment he stepped inside. "Hey! Who are you? Get out." A black man wearing black clothing bared his snow-white teeth and grabbed a crowbar to drive Batman out. Before he could finish speaking, Batman's fist had already added a red mark to his face. "Motherfucker, we got a crazy!" the black man shouted. With a clatter, several other factory workers surrounded them, holding crudely made but absolutely lethal firearms. $5,000 for 1 hour of factory time. Before these people could say anything, Batman directly tossed out a stack of bills to shut their mouths. Unlike ordinary cylindrical nitrogen gas springs, Batman needed to create something flat with a certain curve, similar to a military canteen. An hour later, Batman quietly left with 3 completed nitrogen gas springs. After filling them with high-pressure nitrogen at another factory, he returned to the abandoned shipyard. Next, he only needed to assemble the web shooters with the nitrogen gas springs. His first piece of equipment would be complete. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Hacking the CIA. Nitrogen gas springs possessed numerous advantages: small volume, strong elasticity, long lifespan. They weren't suitable for firearms, and even his former grappling gun couldn't use them. But combining them with web shooters was nearly perfect, especially the flat, military canteen-shaped ones Batman had manufactured at the illegal factory, which could conform perfectly to the arm. After Batman's redesign, the web shooters were almost unrecognizable from their original form, resembling wrist-mounted crossbows. Batman's wearing method placed them on the outer forearm, controlled by muscle contractions to trigger firing. The web shooter's original air cannon-like firing principle meant the liquid webbing's launch speed wasn't slow, already exceeding typical bullet velocities. But Batman's former grappling gun relied on gunpowder or high-pressure air for launching, with a modified body that gave the grapple far greater speed than ordinary bullets. Combining the two gave Batman a new tool possessing the advantages of both grappling gun and web shooters. Black Cat wasn't detained at the police station. "I can't determine if she has a record of arson, murder, or robbery." Batman mounted the 2 completed new tools on his arms. A muscle twitch, an extremely subtle ejection sound, and liquid webbing shot out at tremendous speed, solidifying in the air within a blink and flying into the distance. Peter's computer can only satisfy ordinary people's daily needs. I need a higher-spec computer, similar to those in Otto's laboratory, to meet my frequent need to hack various systems. Batman had tried with Peter's computer. Even after upgrades, it couldn't run a virtual machine at all. While recording the new tool's various parameters, Batman began mentally constructing subsequent plans. His goals were crystal clear: strike New York's gangs to accumulate funds, then double that capital by correcting the formula and entering Otto's fusion research. Next would be establishing his own commercial empire to provide financial backing for subsequent massive investments in researching dimensional travel equipment. Simultaneously during this process, Batman planned to pursue other methods in parallel while continuously fighting crime. Fighting crime had become imprinted in his very soul. Even after crossing into this completely unfamiliar world, Batman had no intention of giving himself a vacation. While naming the new tool the Batclaw, Batman also completed improvements to the web fluid formula. The new formula allowed fired webbing to stick firmly to anything. Even facing someone like Squidman with slime on his body, the webbing could entangle him rather than being easily escaped like last night. Not only that, Batman had completely changed the webbing's color to black. Most of his operations occurred at night. White webbing would reflect light and expose his movements. It was still early. Batman wasn't rushing to find Squidman for confrontation. Before taking action, he had one important matter: spending money and disposing of firearms. Last night's $15,000 in cash from Joseph was enough for Batman to purchase the components he wanted on the market and assemble a computer temporarily satisfying his needs. As for the firearms Black Cat brought from a munitions factory called Stark, Batman discovered after individual inspection that all had been sabotaged. The saboteur was highly skilled with deep understanding of firearms, but Batman still immediately spotted the problem. These guns would jam halfway through the magazine due to internal structural issues. Without high-precision tools for correction, these guns were completely useless scrap metal. Taking scrap metal guns to a gang war was no different from bringing water pistols. After digging a hole and burying the firearms, Batman spent the remaining time going out as Peter to buy computer components and other tools. After assembling the computer, Batman didn't immediately hack the NYPD system. Instead, he drew a sketch and uploaded it to the computer. The sketch depicted Black Cat. Batman had perfectly recreated her appearance on paper from memory. This was the next step of his plan after tying Black Cat at the police station without caring whether she could escape, directly hack the NYPD system and query all information about her. Black Cat. Real name Felicia Hardy, 20 years old, Empire State University student, father is a salesman. Batman read word by word the information about Black Cat displayed on the computer screen. Most of this was true, except her father's identity wasn't publicly shown as the master thief the Cat, but as a salesman. The NYPD system showed Black Cat had a record, but not for arson, murder, or robbery. Rather, during her first year of college, she'd kicked and ruptured the testicles of a classmate who tried to grope her. Statement indicates Black Cat studied various martial arts and combat techniques since childhood. She's a suitable cooperation partner. Batman stopped browsing information and began what he'd actually come to do after hacking the police system. First task. He deleted all videos that might expose Spider-Man's movements, voice, or body type, preserving only portions where features couldn't be distinguished. This way, with Batman's superior counter-surveillance awareness, virtually no one could trace him as the former Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Second task. Batman didn't continue hacking the NYPD system. Instead, he turned his attention to another famous organization, the Central Intelligence Agency. The reason Batman prioritized a high-spec computer as his second piece of equipment after the Bat-Claws was precisely for hacking the CIA. He needed to understand whether supernatural forces existed in this world and determine if they could help him return to Gotham. Squidman. Real name Don Callahan, homegrown New York City thug, transformed into Squidman after accepting Oscorp's super soldier serum modification program, hired by various New York gangs as an assassin, has killed 7 people. Supernatural powers definitely existed. The first entry was Squidman, whom Batman planned to confront in the sewers tonight. Possesses strength and speed far exceeding humans, nearly immune to bullets, can breathe underwater, can climb vertically on glass walls, therefore extremely difficult to capture. Batman memorized everything from the CIA files about Squidman, then looked at the second entry. The Hulk. Real name Bruce Banner. This was shockingly the scientist Batman had seen in Otto's laboratory, hanging on the wall alongside Einstein and others. After a major battle with the military in 2003, hasn't appeared since. The CIA currently only recorded these 2 beings with supernatural powers, plus 1 confirmed missing, the world's first super soldier serum recipient, Captain America, Steve Rogers. As for non-biological supernatural forces, the CIA only recorded 1 thing, named the Tesseract. Before he could view specific information about the Tesseract, Batman detected that the CIA had discovered this intruder and was already tracing back to locate him. Without hesitation, he immediately stopped the intrusion, erased all traces, then turned to making final preparations for tonight's operation against Squidman. Chapter 9, Chapter 9, A Web of Traps. Committing all data obtained from hacking the CIA to memory, Batman's hands moved continuously, beginning to manufacture tools. Tools both for dealing with Squidman and his frequently used gel explosives from Gotham. This was a liquid formed by mixing multiple chemical substances. Normally quite stable, once exposed to air it would rapidly solidify and become highly explosive. Manufacturing gel explosives wasn't difficult. The only challenge was the formula composition, but for Batman this wasn't a problem. Paired with the gel explosives were 5 or 6 detonation systems combining miniature signal receivers and ignition devices. Signal receivers would be positioned before spraying the gel explosives. Their task was continuously monitoring specific wireless signals. When receiving the correct command, they would activate the next component, the ignition device. Then the ignition device would generate a tiny electrical current, completely detonating the gel explosive. Due to Batman's extensive experience in Gotham, manufacturing the gel explosives now flowed smoothly without encountering any difficulties. Hiss. Batman attached a detonation system composed of signal receiver and ignition device to a steel beam, then sprayed gel explosive onto it. The remote detonator was modified from a car key. Batman retreated over 20 meters, hiding in a safe location before pressing the button. With a boom, the gel explosive detonated successfully. Since the sprayed gel wasn't abundant, the explosion's power wasn't strong, but for Batman it was sufficient. If he needed greater power, he could increase the amount of gel sprayed. Following the Bat-Claws and high-spec computer, the third piece of equipment was complete. As for the fourth, strictly speaking it wasn't quite finished. This was a discharge device modified from an electric baton, capable of releasing current sufficient to instantly paralyze an ordinary person. Squidman's physical capabilities exceeded normal humans. Batman had specifically increased the current's discharge power, but the cost was that the device became single-use. Everything ready, darkness fell again. Batman still didn't head to the sewers. Instead, he began setting up the abandoned shipyard. Hiss, hiss. Subtle sounds occasionally echoed in various corners of the abandoned shipyard. Batman used the Batclaw's high mobility to rapidly deploy gel explosives while stringing up webbing he'd changed to black. The webbing was already extremely fine. Black made it completely invisible in the night. This was his plan B, to avoid Squidman showing up uninvited while he was unprepared. Currently no rumors existed about Batman externally. If Squidman accepted Kingpin's employment, the best method to find Batman would inevitably be coming to the shipyard. The abandoned shipyard's sewage pipes have 4 main lines and over 20 branches. Based on Squidman's size, he'll most likely appear in one of the 4 thickest sewage pipes. Batman looked toward one location, where Squidman had burst from the ground last night. One of the 4 main sewage lines. He'd given this area special attention. Gel explosives and webbing were generously woven into a large net. If Squidman hasn't appeared by 9 o'clock tonight, he's more likely hiding in the sewers rather than coming here. Without delay, Batman finally entered the sewers, continuing to set up gel explosives and web traps. The sewer system was vast and complex. Batman only laid traps at sewer intersections within a 100-meter radius of the abandoned shipyard. After completing everything, Batman stood at the shipyard's highest point, a ship's keel that had been hoisted high. From now on, waiting for his prey. Time passed minute by minute. Since the area outside the abandoned shipyard wasn't a commercial street, aside from dim streetlights there were no other light sources. The shipyard had long since fallen into pitch darkness. Shadows of ships and industrial equipment resembled ferocious beasts in the night, ready to devour all sinners at any moment. A breeze blew past, carrying a faint fishy stench. Batman remained motionless. He knew Squidman had arrived. The target was the abandoned shipyard. Now the tactical suit, Batclaws, and gel explosives were all worn on Batman's body. The discharge device was also positioned at a location in the shipyard. He prepared for this, locking his gaze firmly on the sewage pipe Squidman had broken through yesterday. Silently, a blue-green tentacle with suction cups quietly emerged from the pipe's rupture. Then the second, the third, the eighth. Unlike the humanoid squid seen yesterday, today Squidman appeared in thoroughly squid form. This detail wasn't recorded in CIA intelligence at all. But I anticipated this. Batman thought. When Squidman crept out of the sewage pipe and cautiously explored in one direction, Batman pressed the gel explosive remote button in his hand. The controller he designed could precisely detonate gel explosives at different locations, avoiding the situation where pressing the button would trigger explosions throughout the entire abandoned shipyard. The current explosion location was in the opposite direction from where Squidman had emerged from the sewage pipe. With a boom, the instant the gel explosive detonated, Squidman reflexively sprinted forward at full speed, successfully entering the route Batman had preplanned for him, a decaying fishing boat. 5 meters, 10 meters. Squidman's speed was extremely fast. This also meant his speed falling into the trap was fast. When he reacted and sensed something wrong, black webbing had already tightly entangled his body. Squidman panicked. He instinctively tried breaking free from the webbing on his body. His slippery body let him succeed at this. One tentacle extended with the help of slime, pulling Squidman's body toward the decaying hull ahead. The instant he climbed onto the hull, another explosion. The gel explosive Batman had pre-sprayed on the ship blew apart the already dilapidated hull. Squidman's body began free-falling, landing into a web trap. The trap couldn't hold Squidman. Given enough time, relying on his slippery body he'd eventually break free. If only I had something sharp to cut through this webbing. Squidman's eyes rolled wildly. He spotted a metal framework originally installed in the hull. If he could tear it off, the metal's sharp edge would let Squidman escape the webbing faster. But this was also Batman's trap. The instant Squidman's tentacle wrapped around the metal framework, powerful current surged into his body. He was instantly electrocuted, 8 limbs convulsing, unable to move. From beginning to end, Squidman hadn't even seen Batman's figure. His every step had fallen within Batman's advanced planning. Fear, and physical pain he hadn't felt in a long time, made Squidman completely panic. What made him break down further was an oppressive, devil-like voice appearing without warning beside his ear. Tell me about the human experiments you underwent at Oscorp. I want to know everything. Chapter 10, Chapter 10, Oscorp and Stark Industries. Defeating Squidman wasn't Batman's goal. Antagonizing his employer Kingpin and extracting information about Oscorp's human experiments on Squidman, that was Batman's purpose. Hey, you're Batman, right? You work so hard making these traps just to ask this. Come closer, I'll tell you everything. Squidman's internal organs began contracting, preparing to spray ink the moment Batman showed his face. He was also buying time. The intense electric current had nearly paralyzed his body. He needed to recover, regain strength to break free from the webbing binding him. Footsteps sounded behind Squidman, followed by an extremely subtle hiss. Before Squidman could understand, one of his tentacles was firmly gripped. His tentacles had been grabbed by more than one woman. Squidman knew very clearly what palm contact should feel like. He somewhat doubted this so-called Batman was even human, because the hand gripping his tentacle felt like some kind of reptilian claw. The next second, tremendous force from that hand hurled Squidman through the air. Squidman's heart leaped with joy. He quickly twisted his body mid-air, trying to completely escape the web net, waiting only for the instant he landed to flee. This guy definitely isn't human. Maybe like me, he underwent some experiment at Oscorp and turned into a lizard or something. Squidman's mind raced while his 8 tentacles rapidly cleared webbing from his body. But he quickly fell into despair. While airborne from being thrown, webbing with tremendous friction kept shooting from all directions, sticking to his body and binding together. That wasn't all. Where Squidman was about to land, a broken concrete slab lay with steel rebar protruding menacingly, seemingly ready to impale his body the next moment. Squidman didn't fear webbing. Even bound, he could slowly break free with time. But once that rebar penetrated his body, even if he didn't die, Squidman wouldn't have a good time. Devil, you're a devil. Squidman's voice screamed with a crying tone. Batman remained unmoved. Only when Squidman was mere inches from the rebar, when he'd squeezed his eyes shut waiting for death, did Batman finally shoot a strand of webbing to catch him. Speak. Batman's voice was low. He simultaneously tore away the webbing he'd wrapped around his hands as friction gloves to firmly grip Squidman. Squidman seemed to have his courage completely broken. His eyes stared blankly at the ground, mouth foaming white without producing anything else. Batman. He'd used intimidation tactics on Squidman to extract the intelligence he wanted. He never imagined actually scaring him like this. Batman hadn't even gotten to use his other interrogation methods. Batman. Batman. Squidman unconsciously muttered. No matter how Batman struck him, he couldn't answer any questions. This made Batman somewhat unaccustomed. In Gotham, those supervillains wouldn't cooperate without a full suite of violent interrogation methods. Even when they cooperated then, afterward they'd swagger around. Of course, this also related to Gotham's exceptionally corrupt police system, rotten from top to bottom, and the legal system lacking capital punishment. But New York was different. Capital punishment existed here. Most New York police were on the side of lawful justice, just somewhat overwhelmed by the extremely numerous gangs. One police chief known for integrity and fairness had impressed Batman, George Stacy. George Stacy had just been promoted from police captain to Manhattan precinct chief. This period was his busiest time. Even at 11 p.m., George was still buried in various case files. Rubbing his tired eyes, just as he was about to end the day's work, suddenly with a bang, some heavy object fell from outside his window, crashing heavily onto the ground below. He quickly opened the window to look out, only vaguely catching a black shadow flashing between distant buildings. On the ground, a giant squid was tightly bound in black webbing. George hurried downstairs, gun drawn, cautiously approaching the squid that kept muttering, "Batman, Batman," discovering a paper beneath it. The paper listed a string of charges, each sufficient to sentence Squidman to death. The chief held the paper, his gaze alternating between it and Squidman, finally pulling out his phone to make a call. Notify major crimes. Overtime tonight. Though the paper's charges and evidence were irrefutable, as Chief George still needed to verify them. Proper procedures still had to be followed. Batman stood in a high-rise shadow, watching Chief Stacy and his team lock Squidman in an iron cage, then immediately turned to leave. He had too much to do. First clearing the gel explosives and webbing prepositioned but unused in the sewers and abandoned shipyard, Batman re-excavated the firearms he'd buried. When disposing of them last night, he'd had no concept of Stark Industries on the crates. But today after hacking the CIA, though Batman hadn't seen all the Tesseract information, he'd remembered several keywords. One keyword was Howard Stark. Clatter clatter. In the deepest part of the abandoned shipyard, in the temporary operations center, Batman's 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. Webpage after webpage opened. Information about Howard Stark appeared one after another. Howard Stark, American inventor, scientist, engineer, and industrialist. Founder and CEO of Stark Industries. Only son Tony Stark, current CEO and chairman of Stark Industries, world's richest man. As usual before shutting down the computer, Batman erased all traces of his presence on the internet, then immediately left the abandoned shipyard heading toward Manhattan's Upper East Side. He was going to visit Tony Stark, see if he could learn something about the Tesseract from him. However, Batman's current direction wasn't toward Stark Industries, but its complete opposite, the company owned by Harry's father that had invested in Otto's fusion experiment, Oscorp. Without learning more about Oscorp's human experiments from the CIA and Squidman, Batman decided to go personally. Human experiments, serum, super soldiers. Batman silently repeated these words as he infiltrated Oscorp's headquarters tower. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Test Subject Codename, Spiderman. In Oscorp's underground Level 2 laboratory, faint screams and groans added a sinister atmosphere to the bright, sterile lab. The moment Batman entered Oscorp, he'd found a computer and hacked the system to locate the laboratory. Patrolling security and secure doors were nothing to Batman. He now hid in a surveillance blind spot, observing the scene before him. Before him stood a transparent containment tank holding a man in tattered clothes, covered in filth. His body displayed grotesque skeletal deformations, ribs protruding forward forming a pigeon chest. The laboratory contained over 50 such transparent tanks. Each held a human being. Most were already dead. The few still alive were barely breathing, delirious, as if they'd endured extreme torture. They could only survive via equipment inside the tanks maintaining their vital signs. Even if Batman wanted to rescue them, he couldn't. Beyond varying degrees of deformity, these people shared one characteristic, disheveled and filthy, no different from alley beggars. Or perhaps they were beggars, simply captured by Oscorp for forced human experimentation. Theoretically, I should expose this directly to police, let the NYPD investigate and terminate Oscorp's human experiments. But does this have government or military backing? Perhaps exposing it directly to media is the optimal choice. Batman wore only tactical clothing without any of his former Batsuit's functions. He had to find this laboratory's corresponding surveillance room and send the footage to the Daily Bugle's email. After sending, Batman didn't rush to leave. He rapidly reviewed various laboratory materials. Test Subject 5 showed enhanced physical abilities. Testing revealed strength 8 times that of ordinary humans. Side effects included growing 8 squid tentacles and acquiring all squid characteristics. The only successful experiment to date. Experiment provides new direction for super soldier serum, but Subject 5 escaped and remains uncaptured. The records clearly referred to Squidman. Other test subject records were uniformly marked as failures. Batman's original purpose was collecting evidence of Oscorp's crimes, but unexpectedly at the bottom of numerous files was an unnumbered record. Unnamed test subject, suspected to be a more perfect and successful existence than Subject 5. Codename, Spiderman, specific subject identity unknown. Theory, outsider stole serum, consumed it, and gained powers. Theorized abilities, super strength, super speed, super reflexes, healing factor, web generation, danger precognition. This information struck Batman like a hammer blow. Peter Parker is Oscorp's test subject. At the cost of dozens of lives. Batman suddenly felt as if 2 mountains pressed on his back, suffocating him. No. This isn't right. His iron will brought Batman back. He clearly remembered Peter's journal explicitly recording how he gained abilities. During a visit to Oscorp's biotech facility, he was bitten by a genetically mutated spider. This completely contradicted Oscorp's records. Spiderman was an accidental product, not a test subject. Perhaps it's just Oscorp's wishful thinking. They happened to be researching super soldier serum while Peter operated as Spider-Man in New York. But I must personally visit Oscorp's biotech facility to verify. Oscorp's biotech facility occupied the 20th floor and above in Oscorp Tower. As the company's claim to fame, Oscorp kept it in plain sight. Unlike the human experiments hidden on underground level 2. Taking a deep breath, Batman stopped reviewing paper files. After opening a laboratory computer, he hacked into Oscorp's core secrets. Core secrets were mostly biotech content, the foundation of Oscorp's success as a multinational corporation. Besides human experiments, most of this company's business and experiments were legal. Beep beep beep. Oscorp's security system detected the intrusion. Alarms immediately sounded. Batman was about to quickly leave when a file named Spider Slayer stopped him. The subject codenamed Spiderman very likely holds the key to super soldier serum success. Compared to Squidman, Spider-Man who's active daily in New York is easier to capture. Spider Slayer plan, using powered armor provided to the military and glider technology as foundation, modified specifically to target Spider-Man. Crash. After rapid footsteps, the security door Batman had opened but not locked was violently kicked open. The sound of weapons cocking followed. Based on what he heard, 51 people total. System shows an intruder here. Fuck, Norman didn't tell me he was conducting these kinds of cruel human experiments. This is what I've been protecting day and night. A melodious yet sharp female voice reached Batman's ears from his hiding place. From his position, he could only see a figure in silver-white combat gear with silver-gray short hair. A slender but powerful waist and full hips traced a striking curve. Ah. Silver Sable, that's because Norman only required us to guard outside the laboratory. With the security doors, we couldn't get in here, someone said quietly. Silver Sable was momentarily speechless. Norman had indeed instructed her exactly that way. So. Miss Sable, what should we do? Someone asked hesitantly. Silver Sable answered without hesitation. Catch the intruder. First earn Norman's commission, then send Norman to prison to get preached at by gay inmates. Remember, no shooting. Some of these poor people seem to still be alive. You guys work. I'm taking photos to expose this place. Batman silently produced gel explosive and sprayed a tiny amount on the ground. This group bursting in after hearing alarms had completely disrupted his plan. But it didn't matter. The more people who knew about Oscorp's human experiments, the better. From what this woman, Silver Sable, said, they only had an employment relationship with Oscorp and deeply abhorred the human experiments. I can't let them capture me. I have too much left to do. Batman thought silently, stealthily moving far enough from the gel explosive. With a click, he detonated it. The sprayed gel was pitifully small. Batman didn't intend it as an attack. He only wanted to attract Silver Sable's group's attention. 1 versus 50. The advantage was his. Batman actively burst from his hiding place. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Silver Sable and Black Cat. If he went all out, Batman could throw all 50 security personnel within seconds. But he wouldn't do that. Batman relied on these days of training to firmly control the force of every punch and kick, keeping it at roughly his former level as Batman. Even so, the security personnel were still no match for Batman. One after another, they were thrown and knocked unconscious using various combat techniques. Until Silver Sable looked at Batman with interest, appearing eager to try. Who are you? You can take down 7 or 8 of my people barehanded. Interested in sparring with me? No interest. Batman coldly spat out 2 words, jumping outside the laboratory security door. He raised his hand, shot webbing, and left without looking back. Silver Sable stood in place. The multifunctional belt at her waist tightly bound her slender waist, making her figure even more striking. Holding back everywhere. Doesn't seem like a bad person. Did he learn about Oscorp's human experiments through some channel and specifically came to collect evidence? She didn't stop Batman, letting him leave. She turned back, continuing to photograph those test subjects with her phone for evidence. Once daylight came, Silver Sable would deliver all these photos to the NYPD biotech facility. Batman left the underground Level 2 laboratory. He didn't leave Oscorp Tower. Instead, he climbed the exterior wall upward, using webbing and wall-crawling ability to reach the 20th floor. According to Peter's journal entries, he'd been on the 21st floor when bitten by the artificially cultivated, genetically mutated spider. Biotech companies inevitably give each organism a unique identification number. I only need to find information about that specific spider, see when it went missing. As long as it matches Peter's journal content, it proves the ability source was genetic mutation, not experimental acquisition. Whether genetic mutation or experiment, from Batman's perspective he didn't want either. But if forced to choose, Batman would rather it came from genetic mutation than human experiments costing dozens of lives. 1 hour, 2 hours. Batman searched continuously for 3 full hours, from the 20th floor all the way to the 30th, still finding no news about that spider. Night was ending. The horizon showed pale light. Batman, seemingly tireless, continued toward the 31st floor. Nothing, still nothing. Batman tossed aside another stack of materials about genetically mutated spiders, his brows furrowed. Continuing this search would likely prove futile. He needed another method. Just as Batman planned to go to the 32nd floor, the building directory beside the stairwell made Batman's eyes brighten. Floors 1 through 10 were publicly accessible areas. 10 through 20 were various laboratories. 20 and above were core biotech areas, all the way to 53. From that floor to the 60th were the private domain of Oscorp's founder and chairman, Norman Osborn. Norman's chairman office was at the very top, the 60th floor, occupying over half that floor's area. That genetically mutated spider's disappearance would inevitably be reported upward by base-level employees or research personnel. I only need to search Norman's office or the office of the executive responsible for genetically mutated spiders. Understanding this, Batman stopped wasting time, climbing the tower's exterior wall upward. Click. Top floor, 60th level. Batman looked around, confirming no one was present before lightly dropping from a ventilation shaft. But before he could act, his movement froze. Besides him, another person existed here, someone he never expected, Black Cat. This woman with snow-white long hair wearing a bodysuit was kneeling on one knee before a cabinet in Norman's office, constantly searching for something. The form-fitting black leather outfit exposed her waist-to-hip ratio unmistakably, round as a ripe peach. Due to angle issues and lacking the Batsuit's detective mode, Batman hadn't discovered she was here before landing. Peter's spider sense can rapidly analyze microscopic environmental information elements for danger warnings, but provides no help for presences without hostility. Batman silently noted this. He watched Black Cat rummaging through everything, seemingly also planning to find something in Norman's office like himself. "You look quite busy." Batman waited a moment. When Black Cat started sticking her rear up searching the cabinet's bottom layer, he spoke. A voice suddenly emerging in the dead of night startled Black Cat, making her bounce up from the floor like a thief caught red-handed, which was indeed the case. "Who are you?" Black Cat assumed an attacking stance with hands like claws. "Who are you?" Batman stood motionless in shadow. "I'm Kingpin, New York's underground emperor. I suggest you leave immediately." Black Cat used the most menacing tone possible. Batman looked at this cooperation partner he'd previously thought decent, momentarily unsure what to say. Perhaps because he stood in shadow, or Batman's low speaking voice reminded Black Cat of something, she slowly relaxed her guard while looking at him, surprised and delighted. "Batman. What are you doing here?" Seeing Black Cat had recognized him, Batman finally stepped from shadow, letting Black Cat fully relax her guard. "Kingpin hired Squidman to kill you. Did you know that? Also, I always thought you were some kind of monster. Turns out you're just human like me." Black Cat looked at Batman, entirely shrouded in black tactical clothing with even his face completely covered, like a ninja. "Not the same." Batman shook his head slightly. "What are you doing here?" His soul came from another world, a place completely different from here. "I heard Kingpin is one of Oscorp's shareholders. Wanted to see if I could find related information." Black Cat resumed rummaging. "I don't want to see Kingpin's gang growing stronger." "What about you?" "I'm searching for materials related to Oscorp's biotech." Batman said. "Biotech? Genetic modification and such?" "I remember there's one right there." Black Cat casually pointed at materials she'd carelessly discarded on the floor nearby. Batman quickly stepped forward and picked up the materials. They recorded exactly what he'd been searching for, the spider that gave Peter his abilities. The dates recorded for the spider's disappearance and when its corpse was found were precisely the day Peter visited Oscorp. Without reason, Batman breathed a heavy sigh of relief. But immediately after, his nerves tensed again. Kingpin had invested in a major multinational enterprise like Oscorp. This meant the New York crime boss held massive capital, and a gang possessing massive capital was an extremely terrifying thing. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Kingpin's Money Laundering Method. Within minutes of Batman finding the genetically mutated spider materials, Black Cat let out a surprised whisper. "I found it too." A copy of Oscorp's shareholder agreement, with black ink on white paper clearly stating that Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, owned 10% of shares. The document's ink smell was still strong. From the date, Kingpin had invested just days ago. Black Cat's excited expression was completely undisguised. Rapid deep breaths nearly burst the zipper of her deep V leather outfit. "What do you plan to do?" Batman asked quietly. Black Cat's expression immediately froze awkwardly. Confusion replaced excitement. "Don't know. Go back and check Google." No. Batman wasn't just Batman, he'd once been head of Wayne Enterprises. "First answer me, how did Kingpin obtain a large sum of money to invest in Oscorp? Swallowing other gangs, drug trafficking, arms dealing?" Black Cat wasn't stupid. Her eyes quickly brightened. "Correct. These are all dirty money. What Kingpin's doing now is turning dirty money clean through investment." Batman said. "Find a lawyer to sue Kingpin. It's enough to invalidate his investment, even send him directly to prison. That simple." Black Cat found it hard to believe. By her thinking, overthrowing Kingpin's gang rule and avenging her father would take a long time. But with Batman's hint, everything suddenly seemed simple. A sweet smile returned to her face. She wanted to turn and give Batman a hug. But Norman's office held no one besides her. Batman had already left at some unknown time. In the sewers, Batman was rapidly traversing via webbing, searching for various traces left by Squidman. Squidman's distinctive fishy stench was quite obvious even in the sewers. Batman didn't waste much time finding his hiding place. 7 or 8 briefcases of various sizes were here, all filled with payment from New York gangs hiring Squidman. The largest amount totaled $5 million. Combined, over $7,600,000. The Batsuit requires bulk ordering various components to avoid drawing attention. This money isn't nearly enough. In the abandoned shipyard's deepest section, Batman secretly frowned at the piles of cash he'd gathered together. Creating a batsuit identical to his previous model required at least $10 million, not because a single suit was expensive, but because theoretically the suit was consumable. Plus small orders would inevitably attract supplier attention. Someone with intention might trace back to him. Under these two preconditions, Batman needed to order large quantities of components at once. Batman didn't plan to keep all $7,600,000 for himself. Strictly speaking, this money was blood money for souls killed by Squidman. If the deceased were already blood-stained gang members, Batman didn't mind using the money to arm himself. But he couldn't guarantee no innocents were among them. I need to follow Chief Stacy's evidence collection on Squidman's crimes. This will definitely include identity data on those killed. Then I'll decide how to use this money. The sun gradually rose. A new day. Batman briefly rested less than an hour, removed his disguise, changed into a plaid shirt, reverted his identity to Peter Parker, went out to buy a Daily Bugle, and returned to Peter's rented apartment. The newspaper contained no reports about Oscorp's human experiments. Only a photo of Spider-Man wandering New York City, with the headline "Fleeing Guilt or Reformed." Spider-Man missing 4 days. Batman ignored it. Excluding Spider-Man content, the front page concentrated on one story: the military would visit Oscorp today. Oscorp would close to the public for 1 day. Military. Batman suspected the video evidence he'd sent to the Daily Bugle's inbox last night wasn't reported precisely because of military connections. Knock knock knock. After the knocking came a young female voice. "Peter, your phone." "My phone." Batman opened the door. Standing there was an unfamiliar young woman, not particularly pretty, wearing pigtails, slender build. "Who are you?" Batman asked. "I'm the landlord's daughter. Don't you remember? I'm Ursula." Ursula smiled somewhat shyly, handing Batman the phone. Watching Ursula return to her own room across the hall, Batman finally picked up the receiver. "This is Peter." "Peter. It's May." On the other end was a kindly old woman. "Today's Saturday. You need to come back." Batman remained silent. He knew exactly who the old woman was. Precisely because he knew, Batman had delayed contacting her since crossing over. May Parker, Peter's aunt. After her husband Ben Parker's death, she and Peter were left to depend on each other. "Peter. Are you still there?" Aunt May's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "I know college life is busy, but today's an important day. You must come back." "Okay." Batman finally produced one word after a long pause. Hearing Peter, whom she regarded as her own son, agree, Aunt May seemed very happy, chattering away on the phone. Batman could only mechanically repeat, "Okay," and "no problem." He could feel Aunt May's concern for him through the phone. In Gotham, only the old butler Alfred would act this way, but Alfred wouldn't talk this much. Aunt May's concern nearly overwhelmed Batman. Fortunately, she finally hung up. "Peter, want to try my freshly baked pizza?" Ursula, hearing Batman finish his call, quickly opened her door and poked her head out. "No, thank you." Batman declined. He couldn't adjust to this inexplicable kindness. But Ursula seemed to take Batman's refusal as agreement. She happily pulled open the door, holding a plate of pizza, looking expectantly at Batman. 3 hours later, 10 a.m. Check the surveillance. Find out who ran into my laboratory last night and triggered the alarm. Tell the finance department to pay Silver Sable Security more. We absolutely cannot let them leak any experimental secrets. In Oscorp Tower, Norman angrily issued a series of orders and entered his 60th floor penthouse office. The undisguised rummaging traces and scattered documents everywhere made Norman completely lose it. But before his fury could vent, a company employee burst in. "Mr. Norman, the military has arrived downstairs." Taking a deep breath, Norman didn't even glance at the employee. Forcibly suppressing his rage, he hurriedly took the elevator downstairs to greet them. He was quite grateful now that last night's intruder hadn't damaged any experimental equipment. Otherwise today's military visit would definitely fall through. Without military investment, and with Dr. Otto's fusion energy research showing no progress despite high hopes, Norman would inevitably face the risk of being voted out by the board. Good thing I recruited Kingpin as a shareholder in advance, minimizing my risk. My stockholder position is still secure. Norman took deep breaths to regulate his emotions. Behind him, Batman's gaze swept over the document-strewn office. Wearing clothes just stripped from an Oscorp researcher, he followed along. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Osborn's Super Soldier Program. General Ross. Batman wore a white lab coat, following behind Norman like a real Oscorp employee, listening as the multinational company's CEO greeted the visitor. Beside Batman were several other white-coated researchers. He stood among them without raising suspicion. Everyone's attention was focused on General Ross. "Welcome, we're honored by your visit." Norman's face beamed with enthusiasm as he shook hands with Ross. But the gray-haired general didn't seem interested in pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "I want to see how far the super soldier program has progressed." Norman smiled broadly as he led Ross and the military group, but not to the underground Level 2 human experimentation lab. Instead, to another location. This space was open. 7 or 8 athletic young men wobbled through the air on demonic wing-like flight devices. Researchers surrounded them, constantly recording data. "That's the glider mentioned in the Spider Slayer plan." Batman silently followed behind everyone. Yesterday in the lab, Batman hadn't finished reading the Spider Slayer plan. His understanding of this device was limited to it being used against Spider-Man. "We've solved the problems of parallel gliding and gravity balance. We've produced the first-generation prototype." Norman introduced it to Ross. Ross showed no expression. "I already saw the glider last time. I'm not here for it." With that, he took the lead. Without needing Norman to guide him, he walked straight toward the underground Level 2 laboratory. The military clearly followed Ross's lead. Others hurried to catch up. Norman's expression flickered uncertainly, but he quickly stepped forward to walk alongside Ross. Everyone stopped before a transparent containment tank. The person inside was long dead. But neither Ross's group nor Norman's researchers showed any surprise. As if they'd long known what experiments were being conducted here. "What's the progress?" Ross asked. "Experiments are ongoing. Progress is very fast." Norman dodged, showing no intention of answering directly. But among the 50 transparent tanks, the uniformly deformed human bodies already demonstrated the experiment's failure. Ross stopped, staring expressionlessly at Norman for several seconds. "A serum successfully created 60 years ago. 60 years later with higher technology and better infrastructure, yet you still cannot replicate it. Mr. Norman, I'm giving you 2 more weeks. If the super soldier serum still cannot be successfully developed, I'll have to withdraw military funding from your company on behalf of the military." Withdrawal. That single word struck Norman's heart like a sledgehammer. Ever since Ross invested on behalf of the military and promised a long-term business relationship if the super soldier serum was replicated, Oscorp had invested most of its capital into super soldier serum research. Later military funding made Norman go all in, despite drawing other shareholders' dissatisfaction. But with the super soldier serum plan in one hand and Otto's fusion energy plan in the other. A two-pronged approach. Norman had never worried about success or failure. But now with the super soldier serum not yet developed and Ross proposing withdrawal, plus Otto's experiments stuck at a critical point with no progress. "General Ross, I don't know why you, as an Air Force Lieutenant General, are obsessed with the super soldier program rather than the glider and combat suit that could obviously completely upgrade Air Force combat methods." Faced with withdrawal, Norman gritted his teeth and questioned him. Norman's attitude change couldn't escape Ross's notice. Seeing Norman's red eyes glaring at him, his emotions also turned volatile. "You want to know why? Do you want to know what kind of failure I've experienced? 3 years ago I deployed a division's worth of forces, over 20 tanks and 7 aircraft, just to surround one monster. Do you know the result of that operation? Failure. Complete failure. Do you know how many wives and children waited at home, only to receive a corpse? Those were living people. Those were my soldiers." Ross's blood rushed, his entire face and neck turning red as he sprayed spittle at Norman. "If I had a super soldier army, none of this would have happened. Now do you understand why I'm not interested in gliders?" Norman's face was covered in foul-smelling spittle. He lowered his eyelids without a word, silently enduring the pressure Ross imposed. Behind him, several researchers even showed expressions of sympathy. 2003, the Hulk and the military fought a major battle. After that, the Hulk's whereabouts became unknown. The instant Batman heard Ross mention surrounding a monster, he recalled the CIA records. Today someone sent emails about human experiments to the Daily Bugle. 1 surveillance footage, 1 recorded video. Ross stared at Norman. "If your company still cannot successfully replicate the super soldier serum in 2 weeks, the military will no longer cover up any exposure and will withdraw funding from your company." With that, he waved his hand broadly and led the military representatives out of Oscorp Tower, leaving Norman standing in place with an uncertain expression. "Mr. Norman." Someone called quietly. Norman ignored everyone, returning alone to his 60th floor penthouse office. Looking at the documents scattered everywhere from being rummaged through, he didn't care. He had no mood to worry about such trivialities. After a long moment, he called his secretary. "Stop all research funded by Oscorp. Put all the money into the super soldier serum. Release the Spider Slayer. I want to see Spider-Man before sunset tonight." The secretary was a mature woman in her 30s. Brown hair pinned back, looking extremely capable. She looked somewhat hesitantly at Norman slumped in his chair. "Mr. Norman, are you certain? This will cause the other shareholders to collectively vote you out." "I have backup. Among the shareholders I have allies." "Do as I say," Norman said impatiently. "Then, should Dr. Otto's fusion research also be stopped?" the secretary asked carefully. "Stop it. Stop everything." Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Luring the Enemy. At a Manhattan street corner, a little girl sat on the ground crying loudly. It was early August. The weather wasn't too hot, but the little girl's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Sweat and tears made her small face dirty. Screech. A passing black sedan stopped beside the little girl. As the man in the back seat exited, the entire vehicle rose 5 centimeters. Mid-cry, the girl noticed a shadow falling over her. She instinctively stopped crying and looked up. Standing before her was a tall, fat, bald man in an oversized white suit. "Little girl, what happened to make you cry so sadly?" he asked in a gentle voice completely inconsistent with his physique. "I got separated from my father." The little girl looked somewhat fearfully at this frighteningly fat man in a suit. "My name is Wilson Fisk. You can call me Wilson." "What's your name?" Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, continued speaking gently, pulling a handkerchief from his suit pocket and offering it to the girl. "My name is Maddie, Mr. Wilson." The little girl accepted the handkerchief. "Thank you. You got separated from your father. Do you remember his phone number?" Kingpin crouched down to look at Maddie. Maddie's face showed embarrassment. "We don't have a phone at home. Your father must also be anxiously searching everywhere for you." Kingpin extended his large hand to Maddie. "Someone of my size is conspicuous enough in a crowd. Sit on my shoulder so your father can spot you from far away." "But..." Maddie hesitated. This man's physique was too frightening, like a monster. "Don't be afraid, child," Kingpin said. People on the street suddenly cried out in surprise. He looked up, pointing at a red and blue figure swinging between high-rises. "Look, New York has Spider-Man. No one will hurt you." Whether it was Spider-Man's appearance or Kingpin's consistently gentle manner that made Maddie lower her guard, she carefully climbed onto Kingpin's shoulders. Kingpin slowly stood, one hand supporting Maddie so she wouldn't fall, the other pulling out his phone to make a call. "Mr. Norman, time to watch the news. Spider-Man is heading towards Central Park." Without waiting for Norman on the other end to say anything, Kingpin hung up. He spotted a disheveled, thin man with red eyes frantically searching for something. Little Maddie on his shoulders obviously saw him too, waving and shouting. "Daddy! Daddy!" The thin man looked blankly at Kingpin. Seeing his daughter sitting on the shoulders of a man whose arms were nearly as thick as his torso startled him, but he still approached. Sir, could you put my daughter down?" Kingpin held little Maddie with both hands and set her on the ground. Maddie cheered and threw herself into her father's arms. Although New York has the righteous Spider-Man protecting it, losing your daughter doesn't make you a qualified father. Kingpin's gentle voice carried a trace of sternness. The thin man quickly apologized. "Thank you, kind sir. I was distracted earlier. When I came to, I'd lost my daughter. If it weren't for you, I can't forgive myself." Kingpin patted the thin man's shoulder. "My name is Wilson Fisk. If you need a well-paying job, you can find me in Hell's Kitchen." With that, he opened the car door and got into the black sedan. The vehicle immediately sank considerably. "Daddy, I just saw Spider-Man." Little Maddie looked up at her father. Her father rubbed Maddie's head without responding, instead watching Kingpin's vehicle disappear at the end of the street. Above Manhattan, Batman forcibly endured his psychological discomfort while performing a series of complex aerial maneuvers. In Gotham, wearing the batsuit and using the grappling gun to traverse the city, he pursued efficiency, never making any unnecessary movements that would increase air resistance. But now he was imitating Nightwing's acrobatic moves, making himself look as much like a real Spider-Man as possible. He wasn't wearing tactical clothing either, but Peter's hidden red and blue suit, making himself as conspicuous as possible to attract people's attention. Batman wasn't showing off. He needed to be visible right now. He was luring Norman Spider Slayer. Rather than let the Spider Slayer wreak havoc on the city at an uncertain time, forcing him to hastily don Spider-Man's suit for battle, Batman chose to take the initiative. Batman also chose the battle location deep in Central Park. This would avoid harming innocent bystanders during combat. As for today being Saturday when many tourists would enter Central Park, Batman had hacked the municipal system this morning to forge an announcement. Central Park closed to the public for one day. Though the government quickly debunked the announcement, it still had some effect, leaving Central Park with even fewer visitors than a weekday. Whoosh! White webbing specifically retained for daytime combat shot out. Batman pulled hard on the web, and his body flew along with it. Spider-Man. At Central Park's entrance, a crowd of passers-by excitedly raised phones and desperately gave chase. Boom. A miniature missile suddenly appeared from the distance, whistling toward Batman and exploding before him. The red and blue figure immediately fell from the air. Then the Spider Slayer, wearing silver-gray armor and riding a glider, descended from the sky and began bombarding where Spider-Man had disappeared. The armor's sharp, menacing lines made the Spider Slayer look nothing like a human, more like a frightening strange insect. Most people's fear of insects was innate, especially when insects could fly. Those New York citizens who'd been excited seeing Spider-Man scattered in panic. In Central Park, Batman wearing Spider-Man's suit was now staggering toward the park's depths, the Spider Slayer on the glider in relentless pursuit behind him. As another missile launched, smoke filled the air. Large chunks of earth were thrown up. Spider-Man's body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground motionless. A trap. The Spider Slayer looked at Spider-Man with half his body buried in dirt. According to Oscorp's analysis of Spider-Man, this guy's physical capabilities, strength, and agility all far exceeded normal humans. He couldn't possibly die from simply taking a few miniature missiles. Mr. Norman wants him alive. Whatever he's playing at, I need to be careful. But with this armor specifically built to counter Spider-Man, even in close combat I might not lose. The Spider Slayer pondered, pressing a button on the armor. Two pairs of thin claws slightly shorter than arms immediately popped out from both armpits, their tips replaced by sharp daggers. Long arm blades extended from the outer sides of his own arms. He cautiously approached Spider-Man in the dirt. Behind him, Batman, having already removed the Spider-Man suit and filled it with gel explosives, silently pressed the button in his hand. Due to knowing too little about the Spider Slayer, Batman had formulated 6 complete plans to handle various situations. This was Plan C. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, not Spider, but Bat. Norman wanted Spider-Man alive, but not necessarily intact. The Spider Slayer didn't continue bombarding with miniature missiles. He planned to use the arm blades extended from his forearms to directly slice Spider-Man into a human stick. As for the 4 sharp claws under both armpits, those were for guarding against sneak attacks. One slash down, and the Spider Slayer knew he'd been tricked. The sensation of the cut felt completely wrong. Before he could retreat, Spider-Man exploded thunderously, throwing the Spider Slayer's form backward. Hiss. The moment the Spider Slayer landed, a hand reached from behind and firmly pressed his shoulder, while a discharge device silently pressed against his back. The previous discharge device used against Squidman had broken. Batman had made a new one. For enemies completely encased in armor, Batman knew too well how to subdue them: shock force, electric current, irritating gas. He couldn't count them all on 2 hands. Though gel explosives might not directly injure whoever was under the armor, the shock force from the explosion definitely wouldn't let them off easy. The discharge device used immediately after made the entire suit crackle. The internal electrical systems had malfunctioned to some degree. Plan C succeeded. Batman didn't linger. Before the Spider Slayer recovered, he fired his back claw and flew into a tree. His caution proved correct. The instant he left the Spider Slayer, blue-purple current flowed across the silver-gray armor. Oscorp's super soldier serum hasn't been developed yet. Inside the armor is just an ordinary person. But that document was quite confident about the Spider Slayer, believing this specially built armor could perfectly counter Spider-Man. That electric current just now was presumably one of the methods targeting Spider-Man. Batman watched his prey like an experienced hunter, silently moving from one tree to behind another. They know Spider-Man has healing ability, so the weapons equipped are almost all lethal, possibly even poisoned. I absolutely cannot let those blades touch me. I can sacrifice dodging punches for this. Without the Batsuit's protection, I should avoid close combat as much as possible, unless a situation arises where I can execute Plan A. Thoughts racing, Batman's hands didn't stop either. A device resembling an expander was fitted onto a canister of liquid gel explosive, which he tossed toward the Spider Slayer. The Spider Slayer was slowly climbing from the ground. The gel explosive shock and discharge device hadn't seemed to hurt him. The instant he steadied himself, the canister Batman threw had already reached above his head. Then the expander device burst the canister open. The liquid gel explosive inside splattered all over the Spider Slayer, rapidly expanding and solidifying upon contact with air. This gel explosive's formula differed from what had filled the Spider-Man suit. It no longer possessed explosive properties, but became exceptionally hard after solidification. Like body filler mechanics commonly use, except it dried much faster, completing solidification almost the instant it contacted air. That document mentioned the armor is powered. The specially formulated gel explosive should only buy me 3 seconds. This is Plan A. First second, Batman put on Spider-Man's goggles, throwing a prepared canister of lime and water toward the Spider Slayer. With a boom, quicklime meeting water immediately boiled. Large amounts of white irritating gas enveloped the Spider Slayer. Second and third seconds, Batman held his breath. His fists fell like hail from 10,000 meters, heavily pounding various parts of the Spider Slayer's armor. He didn't use full strength, precisely controlling his force to transmit through to inside the armor while not being too weak to pose a threat. Bang bang bang. Batman employed various fighting techniques learned traveling the world. His heavy, powerful fists bombarded the Spider Slayer almost without pause. On one hand, using the fist's impact force to further eliminate the person inside's ability to resist. On the other, rapidly determining this armor's key connection points. Just as the Batsuit's weakness wasn't the exposed chin but the waist, the Spider Slayer's suit wasn't flawless either. Batman quickly discovered the weak point. His lower back. During this, to avoid the Spider Slayer's possibly poisoned blades, Batman unavoidably took several punches, one even striking his eye. Batman remained unmoved, as if the face punch hadn't been his. His attacks like a violent storm nearly left the Spider Slayer breathless. Hiss. Another pre-hidden discharge device was retrieved by Batman using webbing. Seizing the opportunity, he discharged it against the Spider Slayer's lower back. 1 minute later, facing Batman who'd prepared the battlefield and made thorough preparations, the Spider Slayer completely lost ability to resist, his body going limp. The sun gradually moved west. Evening time. The Spider Slayer, now with his armor stripped and glider gone, calling him by his real name Spencer Smythe was more appropriate. Spider-Man. Spencer's face twisted, grinding his teeth. He was a robotics expert working at Oscorp. Because of Ross's super soldier program, his development direction no longer limited itself to robots, instead developing powered armor and gliders. After Norman established the Spider Slayer project, confident in his own product, Spencer chose to personally suit up in the Spider Slayer armor. But he never imagined his first battle would end in such complete defeat. Not only was he helpless against Spider-Man, now even his armor had been stripped away. No, not Spider-Man. Spencer looked around, seeing the red and blue Spider-Man suit blown to tatters by gel explosives. He saw more clearly what he held in his hand, a throwing star shaped like. Damn bat. His attack methods exceeded Spider-Man's. He struck more mercilessly. Just the lower back alone had been pounded over 10 times. What humiliated Spencer was not knowing who his opponent was or what they looked like. Could discharge electricity, could vanish and appear instantly, could release pungent gas, possessed tremendous strength. Spencer seriously suspected this guy was some kind of vampire. I failed. Mr. Norman will fire me. Damn bat. Spencer felt both angry and afraid. Then a spotlight shone down from overhead. NYPD officers surrounded him from all directions. Don't move. We received a report of someone attempting to damage Central Park. Cuff him. Simultaneously, in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens, a townhouse door was knocked. Batman didn't know why Aunt May had been so serious on the phone, so urgently demanding he must return tonight. But to maintain Peter's identity, Batman complied. He knocked on the door. Soon it opened. A short, wrinkled, white-haired old woman came out, spreading thin arms to embrace him tightly. Peter. My child, you finally came home. Today is your birthday. I bet you forgot, but I wouldn't forget. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, The First Batsuit. The instant Aunt May embraced him, Batman's pupils dilated, his body stiffened. Shock and fear nearly consumed him entirely. For several seconds Batman even wanted to flee in panic. He felt deep within, 8-year-old Bruce Wayne screaming wildly trying to grasp this moment of warmth, only to be viciously suppressed by Batman. Everything he'd done in this world ultimately served one purpose, returning to Gotham. Peter's identity was only maintained to achieve that goal. Peter. God, you're injured. Seeing her nephew Peter standing motionless, Aunt May looked up and immediately covered her mouth. She forcibly pulled him inside, pressing him into a chair. During his battle with the Spider Slayer, Batman had taken several punches pursuing efficiency. He himself didn't care, but seeing his swollen eye, Aunt May couldn't help shedding tears. The old woman sobbed while hurrying to the freezer for an ice pack to press against his eye. Heartache and guilt nearly drained all her strength. I am Batman. I must play Peter's role well. I will protect Aunt May, Peter. Until I return to Gotham. Batman's hands trembled slightly. He stood up, supporting Aunt May, embracing her. Aunt May, I'm fine. I just took a fall. Batman didn't know how Peter's birthday proceeded. Hurriedly bidding Aunt May farewell, he returned to the lightless, seemingly isolated abandoned shipyard. He didn't rest. Overnight, he completely disassembled the powered armor and glider strip from the Spider Slayer, thoroughly modifying them according to his needs. As night deepened, this suit gradually took form. 2 a.m. Hell's Kitchen. A small alley behind an orphanage. Boss Joseph, you're sure we should start with this orphanage? A thug looked with admiration at the broad back ahead. That's right. This is Kingpin's territory. I heard he often volunteers at this orphanage. Burn it down. This is a warning to Kingpin, showing him who can truly become New York's underground king. The figure turned around. The dim yellow streetlight illuminated him, revealing a familiar square face. Also, Joseph is a thing of the past. From now on, use my new name. Hammerhead. The thug swallowed. If previously he'd followed Joseph from desperation, now he followed Hammerhead because of his ambition. And that nearly indestructible head. Shot in the forehead by Black Cat at the abandoned shipyard, Joseph hadn't died but miraculously survived, though his fractured skull required replacement with a metal skull. A blessing in disguise. With his metal skull, Joseph no longer feared bullets. His ambition no longer limited itself to a small gang of 7 or 8 thugs. Instead, he targeted Kingpin, the crime boss, massively expanding territory. Have the brothers stand watch. Paul, go start the fire. Hammerhead instructed. The thug called Paul nodded. Waving to subordinates, soon the newly formed Hammerhead gang members scattered in 2s and 3s. Paul himself pulled out bottles of alcohol just robbed from a convenience store to make Molotov cocktails. Halfway through, Paul suddenly remembered something. Boss Hammerhead, that guy shouldn't come again, right? Last time's arms deal at the abandoned shipyard was Joseph's first attempt transforming a small gang into a large one. With those firearms, through resale and intimidation, a 7 or 8 person gang could become a large 50-plus gang. Joseph had even specially hired Squidman to ensure the operation's success. The operation ultimately failed. A suddenly appearing black shadow completely disrupted their plans. Joseph took a bullet to the forehead. Squidman fled on the spot. Last time was Manhattan. This time Hell's Kitchen. Hammerhead shook his head disdainfully. New York's so big, even Spiderman can't appear everywhere simultaneously. Don't worry. After the fire wheel. Before Hammerhead finished speaking, the dim yellow streetlight overhead began flickering. He heard a crisp crack, followed by pained, suppressed whimpering. Paul's Molotov-making movements froze. His mind instinctively thought of that black shadow. Who? Come out. Hammerhead angrily whispered, simultaneously touching his head. The metal skull gave him sufficient courage. Bang. No one answered. Only another sound of heavy impact against human body echoed through the alley. Hammerhead's face twitched. He looked toward the alley's dark section but saw nothing. Bang. Continuous sounds rang out around them. Hammerhead tried calling all his gang members to his side. Receiving no response, he gripped his pistol, disengaged the safety, and carefully walked step by step toward the alley's depths. Paul also followed with raised gun, slowly advancing. He and Hammerhead simultaneously saw a black shadow hanging in the air. The shadow swayed, arms and legs flailing. It looked nothing like a human. More like a monster about to pounce the next second. Boss. Paul called quietly. His legs had gone weak. Retreat tempted him. Hammerhead glanced back at Paul, his eyes sharp. Follow. Paul swallowed, his heart pounding wildly. But he still mustered courage to follow Hammerhead's slow advance. They completely left the dim yellow streetlight, entering darkness. Finally seeing the black shadow clearly. It was a gang member participating in tonight's orphanage arson. Both arms and legs broken, neck twisted grotesquely, foaming at the mouth, swaying in midair. Aside from faint breathing remaining, this guy was no different from dead. Paul and Hammerhead nearly breathed sighs of relief. At least this wasn't a monster. But immediately after, their hearts leapt to their throats. What kind of person could silently accomplish this under their noses? They'd just been under the streetlight, at most 20 meters from other gang members. Retreat first, Rhett. Hammerhead's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He felt he'd provoked something he shouldn't have. Hearing the boss say retreat, Paul immediately turned, wishing he had 2 more legs to run faster. But the moment he turned, a huge thud sounded behind him, followed by almost simultaneous cracking of breaking bones. Paul froze in place. Wanted to run, but weak legs couldn't move. Wanted to turn back, but inner fear told him never to do that. Finally he still mechanically twisted his neck, gaze turning bit by bit backward. He saw a pair of sharply pointed ears, and eyes cold and inhuman. Chapter 18, Chapter. Holy shit guys. Like 3 other people are already translating this FIC. Crazy. LOL but don't worry, seems like I'm ahead of them. Drop power stones. Chapter 18, New York's Urban Legend. You mean there's a vampire in the city? Like in the movies, active at night, drinks human blood, that kind. George Stacy looked at the prisoner in the interrogation room. Following the day before yesterday's gang members and yesterday's squidmen, this morning another group of bound criminals had been discovered at the police station entrance. These people were all injured. The lighter cases had broken arms, legs, or ribs. The severe cases had fractured spines, broken necks. Whoever struck them seemed extremely knowledgeable about human anatomy. They'd completely eliminated these gang members' combat ability while leaving them barely breathing. Yes, a vampire. I saw it with my own eyes. In the interrogation room, Paul shouted desperately with handcuffed hands. But no matter how he explained, no one in the police station believed this so-called vampire truly existed. He might be delirious from the beating that unknown vigilante gave him. Have a doctor give him a sedative. George Stacy shook his head, no longer paying attention to this small-time thug named Paul. He called his assistant Augie over. Have we investigated the identities of all victims killed by squidmen? Courts tomorrow. With complete evidence, only the death penalty awaits him. Also coordinate with other precincts to strengthen night patrols. Augie nodded, hurrying back to his desk, only to discover the victim list he'd spent a day and night investigating had vanished. With clues provided by the mysterious person who caught squidmen, the police station had saved considerable effort investigating this case. If the list was lost, they'd have to work hard all over again. Who took my list? He shouted at his colleagues. Everyone shook their heads. Damn it, I remember clearly, I put it on the desk. Augie looked thoroughly puzzled, bending down to search everywhere without finding it. Unwilling to give up, he looked at his desk again. That list lay perfectly on the desktop. He instinctively looked toward the police station entrance, only catching sight of someone in black clothes and a hat quickly walking out. Hey! Stop! Augie shouted, hastily giving chase. Other officers didn't understand but grabbed their sidearms and followed. Augie! What are you doing? Chief Stacy also chased out, seeing Augie having lost his target. Just now someone stole my investigation report. Well, not exactly stole, he put it back on the desk. Augie looked thoroughly confused. It's all victim data. What does he want? Whatever he wants, arrange personnel to protect those victims these next few days. George Stacy patted his assistant's shoulder. Turning 3 street corners, Batman casually tossed the black clothes and hat into a trash can, walking Manhattan streets in plaid shirt and casual pants. Hired by gangs, squidmen received payment for 8 murder contracts total. 7 were members of various New York gangs. Batman recalled the victim list he'd seen at the police station, momentarily unsure what to say. The only non-gang member was Batman himself. Buying a Daily Bugle at a corner newsstand, Batman didn't rush to read the content. Instead, he first returned to the abandoned shipyard. While using the abandoned industrial equipment and various counterweights to train his body, he simultaneously contemplated his next plan. According to his original goal, he'd use all $7,600,000 obtained from Squidman's hideout to arm himself and continue striking gangs, especially Kingpin, to obtain more capital. But currently the suit problem had been solved via the Spider Slayer. Batman felt this matter could be postponed. That left striking gangs, continuing to save money, and meanwhile checking whether market opportunities existed to double this money. In Gotham while being Batman, he'd always simultaneously played wealthy businessman Bruce Wayne. He couldn't be more familiar with capital operations. When this money becomes sufficient, I can establish a company and invest in Dr. Otto's fusion energy. With a dull thud, Batman dropped several stacked counterweights totaling 25 tons, Peter's maximum strength, onto the ground. His training wasn't solely to continue familiarizing himself with this body, but also to avoid potential problems with Peter's genetically mutated physique someday losing all strength. Even if this was an extremely low probability event, Batman had to take it seriously. Through training, even if this situation truly occurred, Batman would possess controllable strength. Combined with specially manufactured suits, he'd still display formidable capability. Though such a suit would require tens of millions in funding per unit, impossible to realize without his own commercial empire. Oscorp announces major breakthrough in scientific research project, Fusion Clean Energy, led by Dr. Otto, officially seeking outside investment. After finishing training, Batman picked up the Daily Bugle. The front page headline made him instinctively stroke his chin. This is fake news. Yesterday Norman just stopped all experiments including Otto's research, focusing on developing super soldier serum. Is this some kind of signal misleading the outside world? Using fusion energy as a gimmick to attract outside investment, then diverting invested funds elsewhere. Nobody's a fool. Norman is merely attempting to struggle. Batman stacked the newspaper neatly with previous purchases. As usual, he first showed his face at Peter's rented apartment, then headed straight for Otto's laboratory. Though the Bugle's headline was a smokescreen, Otto's fusion clean energy was genuinely part of Batman's plans. Hope nothing's wrong at Otto's. Otto's laboratory was located in Brooklyn, about an hour's walk from Peter's apartment. If I wore Spider-Man's suit to disguise my identity, swinging on webs would get me there quickly. Batman immediately expelled this thought from his mind, going to the street to hail a taxi. Peter. In Otto's laboratory, this middle-aged man who'd been high-spirited days ago now looked haggard. Seeing Batman, he only greeted him listlessly. Laboratory instruments had all been shut down. Otto slumped in his chair, staring blankly at everything in the lab. He'd already discovered the problem with his fusion experiment. Given time to systematically troubleshoot, he could complete this research. But yesterday, Oscorp, which had been funding his experiments, suddenly cut research funding. This made all Otto's efforts come to an abrupt halt. "Doctor, what are your plans?" Batman sat down beside Otto. "I intended to seek sponsorship, but look at this." Otto handed Batman today's Daily Bugle. "Oscorp has already cut off my path to seeking private sponsorship." The Daily Bugle contained precisely that fake news. Batman accepted the newspaper, pretending to read carefully for a moment. His gaze wasn't on the newspaper at all, but on a completely new device in the laboratory that hadn't been their last visit, four metal tentacles, very similar to the tentacles behind Squidman whom Batman had personally delivered to the police station. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Dr. Octopus. "Doctor, how much funding do you need to continue your experiment?" Batman set down the Daily Bugle and asked. "That's precisely the problem." Otto looked miserable. "My research is now in its final stages. I only need to maintain equipment upkeep costs and electricity bills, practically negligible compared to the hundreds of millions invested initially. But now this supposedly negligible portion has become an insurmountable problem. 30 million. I only need 30 million more in research funding, and my fusion research will produce results." Batman's entire net worth was currently 7,600,000, not even half of Otto's needs. Otto hadn't placed his hopes on this young man before him. He voiced these complaints only out of dissatisfaction with Oscorp's abrupt withdrawal of funding. $30 million. Batman silently calculated. In Gotham, this amount wouldn't even cover one Batmobile. But now in New York, Batman couldn't produce this much money himself. "Give me 3 days. I'm confident I can turn 7 million into 30 million. And with Oscorp withdrawing Otto's research funding, this might be my optimal opportunity to enter." Batman thought to himself while looking at Otto. "Doctor, I have an idea. Could you show me the contract you signed with Oscorp before the project was established? You want me to use legal means?" "It's useless." Otto shook his head but still stood to hand Batman the paper contract. "According to the contract, even if Oscorp breaches, I'd only gain 5 years usage rights to this equipment." Batman didn't respond, accepting the contract for careful reading. As Otto said, even if Oscorp withdrew investment for subjective reasons, the entire fusion laboratory wouldn't become Otto's private property. He had usage rights but not disposal rights. He even had to maintain the equipment at his own expense. Otherwise, if Oscorp resumed research funding and equipment problems arose, Otto would still be responsible. Batman didn't waste time scrutinizing contract details. He returned it to Otto. "Doctor, perhaps you should hire a lawyer to analyze this contract from a professional angle. Ideally, someone who could help your laboratory become completely independent from Oscorp." "I don't even have money to hire a lawyer." Otto smiled bitterly. "Compared to that, I'd rather figure out how to get some money." Batman also put on a troubled expression, seemingly casually approaching the four metal tentacles. "What's this?" "A device to assist experiments. But now that experiments can't proceed, this thing's just scrap metal." Otto glanced at the tentacles. Without lingering long in the laboratory, on Brooklyn's streets, Batman hailed a taxi. Lower Manhattan. He planned to personally find a lawyer for Otto to file suit. Black Cat also needed a lawyer to target Kingpin's money laundering. Perhaps both matters could be handled together. Batman couldn't meet Black Cat as Peter. He needed to first go to Manhattan to put on the Batsuit, then proceed to Hell's Kitchen. After Batman left, in Otto's laboratory. $30 million. I only need $30 million to complete my experiment. But where can I get this money? Otto still frowned deeply, unable to think of any solution. Robbery. No, I can't do that. Unless robbing a bank, otherwise who carries large amounts of cash on the street, conveniently for me to rob? Besides, stolen money can't be spent. Otto quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. Wait, maybe there's a way. If I don't consider equipment maintenance costs, I currently only need high electricity bills for experiments. Maybe I could secretly tap into underground cables to power the equipment. No, I can't do that. Otto struggled internally. Images flashed before his eyes, scenes of his childhood father beating him. His father had been a power plant worker. The work was exhausting and dangerous. His father practically teetered on the edge of death, but the money earned was pitiful, barely enough for the family to survive. Worse, his father was an alcoholic. This made the family situation even more dire. His father often viewed his mother and Otto as burdens, beating them at the slightest provocation. From that time, he'd vowed never to become like his father. He would become a physicist specializing in nuclear physics. He would free the world from energy troubles. Never again would power plant workers take out their work frustrations on wives and children. I'm benefiting all human society. In my current situation, besides tapping underground cables, I have no choice. Once tapping underground cables, police would inevitably come knocking. He needed to relocate all equipment to a safer location. Otto made his decision. His gaze wandered the laboratory, finally settling on those 4 metal tentacles. His eyes no longer wavered. His expression no longer showed defeat. Aside from hair disheveled from anxiety, Otto had regained his spirited appearance. He stood before the 4 metal tentacles, feeling the neural system connected portions inch by inch into his spine. Otto's metal tentacles drew inspiration from Squidman. I need to visit him frequently these next few days, but absolutely cannot provoke him. In the abandoned shipyard's deepest section, Batman donned the Batsuit modified from the Spider Slayer armor. Compared to his most commonly used suit in Gotham, this suit had sharper angles. Primarily gray-black with obvious seams and battle damage traces. The bat symbol on his chest was formed from the 4 Spider Slayer underarm claws, usable as weapons when necessary. The Spider Slayer's arm blades were removed, replaced with 3 freely controllable pop-out blades. Simultaneously, the bracers integrated the bat claws combining web shooters and grappling gun. No cape. Batman completely disassembled the Spider Slayer's glider, installing part of the armor and thrusters on the suit's back. Normally folded up like a carapace. When gliding was needed, they could open. However, they could only glide, not achieve true flight. Given time, Batman could make the glider's new configuration fly perfectly. But for him, this wasn't a necessary function. The boots were ordinary combat boots. The belt just an ordinary black tactical belt purchased from a second-hand military surplus store on New York streets. The entire suit seemed shabby compared to Batman's dozens of suits in Gotham's Batcave. But this was only temporary. Chapter 20, Chapter. By the way, here's the raw. Chapter 20, Finding a Lawyer. I thought you were nocturnal, never appearing during daylight. In an empty low-rise building in Hell's Kitchen, Black Cat sat in a chair wearing a crop top and hot pants, addressing the fully armored Batman. Also, dressed like that in broad daylight, are you planning to fight someone? Just so we're clear, I'm not getting in bed with you. Batman's mouth twitched. He admitted Black Cat was indeed beautiful. The white crop top couldn't hide abs carved like a knife, while the upward extending curves traced a strikingly soft arc. 2 slender, powerful legs crossed casually. Round, carved like feet swayed idly in the air. Black Cat wore open-toed white heels. I came to discuss the lawyer situation with you. Batman's face beneath the mask showed no expression. I'm getting a headache over exactly that. Black Cat sighed at his words. Initially things went smoothly, but once those lawyers heard my target was Kingpin, every single one fled. A bunch of cowards. We need a lawyer with sufficient courage and capability. Batman said. Obviously I know that. Black Cat rolled her eyes. You're very concerned about this. No. I also need a lawyer. Batman said. I need to help a scientist sue Oscorp. Seems Oscorp must have deeply offended you. Black Cat smiled. I'm curious who's under that suit. You're not really New York's newly popular vampire legend, are you? She stood and approached the empty building's window, bending to watch hurried pedestrians below. Every day we delay finding a lawyer, Kingpin gets one day closer to successfully laundering that money. Once he completely whitewashes it and transforms into an entrepreneur, toppling him becomes much harder. Her words fell. Behind her, no response came. Black Cat turned toward where Batman had been standing, only to discover he'd left at some unknown time. I shouldn't be ugly. Why does this guy always refuse to stay with me longer? She felt thoroughly bored, opening the window and flipping out. NYPD Manhattan Precinct. George Stacy was supervising officers loading Squidman into a transport vehicle. The transport had been specially modified. The compartment's 4 walls carried high-voltage current. The vehicle body was reinforced to effectively prevent Squidman from escaping during transport. Thanks to clues provided by that mysterious person and Augie's recovered victim list, Squidman's case had progressed extremely rapidly. After today's routine hearing, barring surprises, the death penalty inevitably awaited Squidman. George Stacy slammed the compartment shut with a bang, waving at the escort convoy. The convoy immediately drove majestically toward the courthouse. "Dad, is that squid so dangerous it requires armed escort?" Beside George, a girl in a pale yellow top and plaid skirt asked curiously. The girl possessed pale golden long hair. Her face was porcelain white. Several strands blown by wind across her forehead made her delicate features even more striking, like someone stepping from a painting. "Gwen, didn't I say not to come to the station while I'm working?" George frowned slightly. "I'm just curious. Also asking if you're coming home for dinner tonight." Gwen's mouth formed an unhappy pout. "Of course. Because that mysterious guy keeps dumping criminals at the station entrance, I haven't left early for several days." George couldn't help smiling at his daughter's sour expression. "Really?" The curve of Gwen's mouth immediately transformed into secret delight. "But what's the deal with this mysterious guy?" Seeing his daughter's persistence, George could only briefly describe recent events. "Seems that guy, like Spider-Man, is a helpful good citizen," Gwen said thoughtfully after hearing her father's account. She'd spoken casually, but George's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking earnestly at Gwen. "He and Spider-Man are both not helpful good citizens. Spider-Man thinks wearing a mask lets him arbitrarily enforce law. Often police receive a call and rush over, only to see shattered glass everywhere and criminals webbed up in the air. Sure, good deeds, but he operates alone. Headlines are all about him." During his active period, resignation rates at all New York precincts remained high, because officers felt useless, that New York only needed Spider-Man, that police were just cleanup workers. If this continues, New York will eventually become a crime haven. How many criminals can Spider-Man handle simultaneously? Gwen was intimidated by her father's serious expression. She shrank her neck, saying quietly. "Then, what about that mysterious guy? He's simply a terrorist using crime fighting as an excuse to unleash violence," George said. Assistant Augie happened to pass Chief Stacy, quickly asking. "Should we issue a warrant targeting that mysterious guy?" George shook his head repeatedly. "Don't know his name, don't know his appearance, don't even know if he's fucking human. According to yesterday's criminal's description, possibly even a vampire. Though you and I know that's unlikely, issuing a warrant would instead cause unnecessary public panic." Watching the armed vehicles transporting Squidman disappear at the street's end, George finally entered the station. At that moment atop a high-rise, Batman stood at the rooftop's edge watching the convoy below. Only after Squidman was carried into the courthouse in his cage without incident did Batman quietly leave. Returning to the abandoned shipyard, Batman didn't remove his suit. He directly opened his computer to search for Silver Sable information. Black Cat's lawyer search remained stalled. This matter couldn't drag on. As Black Cat said, once Kingpin's funds were completely laundered, opportunities to topple him would diminish. And Silver Sable, as security company personnel, inevitably had connections to underground forces. She might know lawyers daring enough to take on both Kingpin and Oscorp cases. He didn't know Silver Sable's real name. This time he again used hand drawing followed by computer recognition for searching. Silver Sable. Real name Silver Sablinova. Father was leader of government-established Wild Pack. After father's death, the pack became private mercenaries. Silver Sable subsequently established Silver Sable Security Company, serving as chairman and CEO. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Silver Sable's Method. A bank card was pinched between Silver Sable's two fingers and flicked out, bouncing off the wall before returning steadily to her fingertips. Inside was $3 million, the information confidentiality fee Norman had paid after Silver Sable discovered Oscorp's underground Level 2 human experiments. Sitting in Silver Sable Security Company's CEO office, Silver Sable casually tossed the card toward the open window. Based on her technique and force, she clearly had no intention of keeping the card, or the $3 million inside. Snap. Just as the bank card flew out the window, two fingers shot out lightning fast to catch it, flicking it back before Silver Sable. Someone outside the window wasn't surprising, except Silver Sable Security was on the 20th floor. An intruder. That was Silver Sable's immediate thought. She pressed both hands on her desk, vaulting over it. Without looking to see who was outside, her single leg hooked up in a kick. As CEO and chairman of a security company, Silver Sable had faced attacks from competitors and other enemies plenty of times. But someone brazenly breaking in through the window in broad daylight was a first. Silver Sable's kick solidly struck the intruder, but she didn't relax. Instead, her heart sank. That kick felt like hitting a steel plate. The opponent didn't budge. Instead, Silver Sable's own foot ached from the impact. Without continuing her attack, Silver Sable used the kick's momentum to roll on the ground before standing. Her fists crossed before her, ready for combat. Now she finally saw the intruder's appearance, entirely hidden beneath gray-black armor-covered tactical gear. Every line of the suit was sharp and aggressive. Atop the head were a pair of ears as sharp as short blades. Though the exposed chin suggested human, the Daily Bugle had published about Squidmen, such a peculiar species. Plus the opponent's steel plate hard body. Silver Sable seriously doubted whether that exposed chin was meant to deceive others. Who hired you? I'll pay double. The moment Silver Sable saw this person, she decided to avoid antagonizing him if possible. Her kick just now could break an ordinary person's ribs, yet the opponent stood perfectly fine by the window, as if that kick had no effect whatsoever. The visitor was Batman. He deliberately lowered his voice. I'm not here to make enemies with you, Silver Sable. You are. Silver Sable tucked her silver-gray short hair behind her ears, convenient for preventing obstruction if fighting actually broke out, while asking as calmly as possible. Norman's underground Level 2 laboratory. Seeing Silver Sable hadn't recognized him, Batman offered a hint. This reminder transformed Silver Sable's expression from confusion and puzzlement to sudden realization. You're that man in black from that night. That night in Oscorp's underground laboratory, Batman had only worn ordinary tactical clothing. Now he wore armor-covered gear. No wonder Silver Sable hadn't recognized him earlier. It's me. Batman said. What can I do for you? Silver Sable lowered her raised fists, leisurely returning to sit behind her desk. I hope you can introduce me to a lawyer. Batman remained motionless by the window. Silver Sable sat in her chair looking exceptionally relaxed. A lawyer. I thought you came to discuss how to expose Norman's crimes publicly. That night I sent the video I filmed to the Daily Bugle, but the next day there was no reaction. Do you know what happened? The military covered it up. Batman said. Norman actually has military backing. That makes things difficult. Silver Sable said. Even posting evidence on social networks would definitely get erased. Batman fell silent for a moment. So what do you plan to do? He'd only come hoping Silver Sable could recommend a lawyer with courage and capability. He hadn't expected Silver Sable also planned to move against Oscorp. Do you know Norman's military backing, specifically which general? Silver Sable asked back. General Ross. U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General. Batman said. Silver Sable jumped in surprise, clicking her tongue. Lieutenant General. My God, Silver Sable Security has only just over 200 people. He can casually command several divisions. Wait, say his name again. Silver Sable seemed to suddenly think of something. She stood abruptly, pressing both hands on the desk, staring intently at Batman. General Ross. Batman said. I have a way to make Norman lose military protection. Silver Sable's face showed a mischievous smile. From what I understand, General Ross has made capturing the Hulk his life's mission. If I can find the Hulk, Ross will inevitably deploy forces. Then he won't have time to keep covering for Norman. Silver Sable grew more excited, pacing around the office. Ross acts as Norman's umbrella, presumably to develop something against the Hulk, tolerating even human experiments for this. I'll prepare. In a few days, I'll set out to find the Hulk. She finished speaking and looked at Batman. This person remained motionless by the window like a statue. By the way, what's this about finding a lawyer? New York has over 300 law firms, yet you come to my security company. Because my target is also Oscorp. Batman said. Sorry, Silver Sable Security doesn't have a regular partner lawyer. Otherwise I could introduce you. Before Silver Sable finished speaking, she felt the office lighting brighten. She turned toward the window to find Batman had vanished. Knock knock. The office door was knocked. Several Silver Sable Security personnel entered. Jason, investigate whether Norman's backing is as that person just said. Silver Sable instructed her subordinate. Miss Sable, you don't trust him. Jason looked toward the window. I thought he came specifically to deliver intelligence. Silver Sable shook her head, laughing lightly. I don't even know him. How could I trust him? Batman knew finding a lawyer with sufficient courage and capability was difficult, but he hadn't expected such difficulty. He could only set this matter aside temporarily, first arranging the funding Otto's experiment needed. Atop a street building. Hiss. With an extremely subtle sound, the nitrogen spring ejected webbing at tremendous speed. Batman pulled hard. Using tremendous force, his form immediately shot out. Silver Sable's security company was located at Hell's Kitchen's edge. Batman needed to quickly return to the abandoned shipyard to remove his suit and continue activities as Peter. But a short stick flew from behind, aimed directly at Batman's skull. Just before impact, Batman released the webbing, raising his hand to knock the stick aside. The stick rolled on the ground, stopping at the feet of a man in dark red tactical gear with two small horns on his forehead. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Batman vs. Daredevil. Even when facing those Hammerhead gang members who wanted to burn down the orphanage, Batman hadn't used Peter's full 25 tons of strength. That would have turned them into ground meat, which wasn't his objective. He needed them alive to spread fear, so he'd simply broken most of the bones in their bodies. Now in Hell's Kitchen, the afternoon sun glared harsh enough to blind anyone, yet in the shadows atop a rooftop, two figures, one black, one red, clashed with sudden violence, seemingly unaffected. Crack! Crack! Fists and feet collided several times each second, punctuated by grunts when blows connected. Batman's suit was covered in rigid armor, but his opponent's twin batons cut shadowy arcs through the air. Within moments they'd exchanged dozens of moves, neither able to gain the upper hand. As his forearm guard collided with a baton, both figures retreated several steps. The fight looked intense, but both combatants were probing constantly, neither committing full force. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Batman asked, voice lowered. "You can call me Daredevil." The man in the dark red suit tilted his head slightly. "Last night you came to Hell's Kitchen and shattered several people's bones. I'd like to know why." Batman studied Daredevil closely. During their fight, he'd noticed the mask covered the eye area completely. This guy didn't need his eyes at all to precisely block every punch. "They robbed a convenience store," Batman said. "If that's all it was, maybe you didn't need to hit them quite so hard. Several of them are permanently paralyzed." Daredevil gripped his batons, slowly lowering his center of gravity into an attack stance again. "They used alcohol stolen from that store to make Molotov cocktails. They were planning to burn down an orphanage." Batman watched him. "Still want to keep fighting?" He'd been holding back his strength the entire time. His suit was nowhere near the quality of any version from the Batcave back in Gotham, and he hadn't used any gadgets or equipment yet. But even so, Batman wouldn't mind another round to see who truly had superior skills. After he finished speaking, Daredevil laughed. "Ha, all right. You ruined my plan, but anyone would have stepped in to stop something like that. We'll have to spar another time. I need to get back to work." He slid both batons into holsters on his outer thighs and turned to leave. Every time a fight ends, Barry Allen says something like that. Batman thought. Watching Daredevil's retreating form, Batman pulled a batarang from his utility belt, one he'd machined at the black market factory, and hurled it. The batarang flew silently, reaching Daredevil's back in an instant. Just before it would have struck flesh, Daredevil shifted slightly, dodging while simultaneously catching the batarang between his fingers. "Just as I suspected. You have some ability to sense your surroundings without relying on your eyes." Batman moved closer, slowly clenching his hands into fists. "You just said burning the orphanage ruined your plan. You need to explain that clearly." Ting. Daredevil opened his fingers, dropping the batarang. It clattered against the ground as he turned to face Batman again. "I guided them to do it. I needed to spark a gang war and draw out their leaders." Batman's mind immediately went to Kingpin, but he didn't voice the name. Instead he pressed the current issue. "So you were planning to use those orphans as sacrificial pawns in your plan?" Daredevil gave a short laugh. "That orphanage moved out last week. If I did something like that to fight crime, God wouldn't forgive me." Batman's expression didn't change. He'd already known what Daredevil claimed, but he had to be certain. He needed to hear Daredevil himself confirm the orphanage was already empty. He couldn't tolerate this self-proclaimed Daredevil using innocent lives as collateral damage to fight crime without gathering proper intelligence first. Without another word, Batman turned and jumped from the roof. The gliding apparatus, modified from a hang glider, deployed from his back, carrying him swiftly into New York's densely packed skyline. He's blind but possesses world-class combat skills. He's trying to manipulate gang warfare in Hell's Kitchen. No facial details, voice disguised like mine, can't determine his real identity. He seems to rely on senses other than sight to observe his surroundings. Similar to the spider sense, but completely different from a danger-triggered reflex. Sonic weapons should be enough to incapacitate him. Back at the abandoned shipyard, Batman changed into his flannel shirt. Can't determine Daredevil's motivation for wearing that suit yet. Personal vendetta against the gangs, or fighting crime like me. Batman shook his head slowly. He couldn't keep delaying. After arranging Dr. Octavius's research funding, he needed to prioritize manufacturing a full suite of equipment, sonar systems, detective mode, taser guns, listening devices, everything. Including the Batmobile, the Batwing, and a Batcave to serve as his operations center. Once he had those tools, no one would be able to hide their identity from him. For now though, he needed to register a company. New York's economy was bustling, with countless people applying to register companies. Normally it might take anywhere from days to months. Fortunately, there was an expedited process available. With money greasing the wheels, Batman obtained all the necessary documents within a few hours. It was a shell company established under the pretense of AI technology research and development. Batman had no intention of actually developing AI tech himself that would take too long to generate revenue. He couldn't afford to wait. Stark Tower, he told the taxi driver after flagging down a cab. He planned to use portions of his previous AI technology to attract corporate partnerships in exchange for capital. This didn't include the Alfred AI or Brother Eye, just the civilian applicable technology he'd once used for the Batmobile, like intelligent obstacle recognition systems. Countless New York companies might invest in such technology, but Batman ignored them all, selecting only Stark Industries. Batman remembered clearly that Howard Stark's name had appeared in the CIA records regarding the Cosmic Cube. This was a perfect opportunity to rapidly acquire funding while establishing contact with Stark Industries, potentially gaining access to information about the Cosmic Cube. At a law office in Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock, having just shed his dark red suit for a business suit, adjusted a pair of dark red glasses and asked his colleague, Foggy, "Did anyone come by with a case while I was gone?" Foggy Nelson, Matt's classmate, colleague, and partner, spread his hands. "Come on, Matt, we've only taken one case since we opened this office. You were gone for like 10 minutes, how could we possibly have gotten another case? But seriously, if we don't get more cases soon, we won't be able to keep this office running." Matt smiled faintly without responding, settling into his chair to contemplate the opponent he'd just faced, easily the most difficult, nearly untouchable adversary since he'd become Daredevil. His heartbeat and breathing stayed perfectly stable, even during intense combat. His fighting style incorporated every martial art I know, plus techniques I've never encountered before. Is he a friend or an enemy? Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Batman's exclusive technology. Sorry, sir. Do you have an appointment? Stark Tower was also located in Manhattan. Batman, dressed in his flannel shirt as Peter Parker, was stopped by security in the ground floor lobby. No appointment. But if you're willing to bring me to Mr. Stark, I guarantee that starting today, you'll be more than just a security captain. Because I've brought technology that could double Stark Industries' market value. Batman addressed the security captain standing before him, Happy Hogan. Happy opened his mouth, momentarily uncertain how to handle this guy who looked like a college student but spoke with a tone and bearing completely mismatched to his apparent age. Still, professional instinct made him glance down at the case Batman carried. Can I check what's inside? Of course. It's just a computer. Batman opened the case. Not a weapon. This is the technology one mentioned. All right, whatever my boss thinks, you've convinced me. After a few seconds of hesitation, Happy led Batman to the elevator and pressed the button. Good luck. The elevator rose smoothly and swiftly from the ground floor directly to the penthouse that Tony Stark used as both residence and office. A private party was in progress. The star of the party was unmistakably Tony Stark. Similar to the image in the materials Batman had researched beforehand, Tony looked every bit the trust fund playboy coasting through life. Champagne in one hand, a model in his arm, wearing a bathrobe. Though his build was reasonably fit, the dark circles under his eyes and the softness of his muscles told Batman immediately that this guy's body was already wrecked. I remember telling everyone not to disturb me, work hours or not. Who are you? Tony called out. Tony Stark. Despite being the world's richest man as CEO and chairman of Stark Industries, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions. Batman stared expressionlessly at Tony, who was feeding alcohol mouth-to-mouth to the model in his arms. From what I understand, you don't actually control the empire your father left you. The board keeps you on the outside. They could kick you out of Stark Industries anytime. In other words, you're just a puppet being used. Stark set down his champagne and picked up a nearby phone. Happy. Come up to the penthouse. Throw this lunatic standing in front of me out. Happy. Batman found himself a seat and sat down. From the moment I stepped off that elevator, the security protocols for this entire floor were already compromised. You can't contact the outside world, and the outside world can't contact you. That statement made Tony freeze. He released the model and moved to his workstation, fingers flying across the keyboard. After confirming Batman's claim, he clapped his hands and called to the models, "Ladies, you're off the clock. You've got 1 minute to leave." Once no one remained on the entire floor except the two of them, Tony fixed his gaze on Batman. Who are you? What do you want? If you're here to extort me, there's a stack of bank cards in the cabinet behind you. Take one or take them all, the pins are written on them. I'm Peter Parker. I came to show you this. Batman opened the briefcase he'd been carrying. Inside was the computer hardware he'd assembled himself, now serving as an encrypted container for certain data. Tony pointed at the television in the hall, indicating the computer could be connected to the large screen. This is some kind of digital model? Tony asked, looking at the series of data on screen with confusion. An AI model, Batman said. I know you can't sleep at night, Stark. Your mind moves too fast, and the world is too slow. It's a common affliction among intelligent people. This AI is the only thing that can keep up with the speed of your thinking. It won't tell you no, it'll only tell you there's another solution. The current year was 2006. AI and artificial intelligence were still just concepts, no company had an actual product yet. Batman trusted that Tony could see the value in his AI model. The model was just a basic version modified from the Batmobile's intelligent obstacle avoidance system, but its function went far beyond avoiding obstacles. Its real purpose was enabling AI to clearly distinguish human commands and execute them precisely. Your timing's perfect. 2 months later and I wouldn't need this technology, Tony said, somehow holding a glass of whiskey again. I happen to be developing an AI program myself. Maybe your model could save me some time. Tony was also developing AI. Batman frowned. This was information he hadn't uncovered before arriving, but he had complete confidence in his model. Jarvis. Tony called out to the air. How may I help you, sir? The AI called Jarvis responded through speakers in the hall. Pour our guest a whiskey, Tony said. I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that yet, Jarvis replied. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence I designed myself. Right now he's more like a talking Wikipedia. Ask him to pour me coffee and he spills it everywhere. Tony poured a glass for Batman himself. Batman accepted it but didn't drink, setting it back on the table. What's your plan? Sell me this technology outright, or partner with me under some company name? Tony asked. I'm not selling it. But I can leave this computer here. If you can crack the source code and replicate the core algorithm within a day, it's yours. Batman's words caught Tony off guard. This playboy with dark circles like a panda suddenly looked interested. And if I can't crack it? You'll need to hire my company as a technical consultant and pay a consultation fee, Batman said. You're confident. Tony drained his whiskey in one gulp. So am I. Batman's purpose at Stark Tower was accomplished. He wasn't planning to mention Tony's father or the Cosmic Cube on their first meeting. That couldn't be rushed. Whether Tony cracks it or not, it feeds into my second phase of planning. Sitting in the back of a taxi after leaving Stark Industries, Batman thought, but I can't pin all my funding hopes on him alone. Returning to the abandoned shipyard, Batman used the industrial equipment there to train his body until the sun disappeared below the horizon. As night fell, Batman donned his suit and headed straight for Oscorp. There'd been no activity from Oscorp yesterday. Batman had staked it out for most of the night without any signs of movement, which was clearly abnormal. With military protection, conventional exposure methods wouldn't work at all. Batman needed a more direct, brutal approach to bring their human experimentation into the public eye. Chapter 24, Guys, the other guy is catching up. He's at Chapter 16, that's too close for comfort, so I'll try to drop a chap every 2 hours, but I need your support. Drop a review please. Chapter 24, Birth of the Green Goblin. Atop the Empire State Building, one of New York's most iconic landmarks, Batman stood at the edge of the cylindrical tower. Over 400 meters above street level, wind howled around him. He gripped the tower with one hand, his body motionless against the gale, eyes behind his mask fixed on the flowing traffic far below. Unlike most buildings ablaze with light, Oscorp Tower in the distance sat in complete darkness. Batman's arm tensed slightly and his body tilted forward, plunging from the Empire State Building's peak. Using his grappling hook, he quickly reached Oscorp's roof. After securing webbing firmly to the top, he descended along the exterior wall, floor by floor. Yesterday Batman had gone straight to the underground lab on sublevel 2, but found it empty. Later on the 25th floor, he'd discovered only a group of scientists running computer simulations. Norman Osborn wasn't there. Today Batman learned from that mistake. Instead of heading underground immediately, he started from the top, the 60th floor. Again it was the 25th floor. Again those same scientists, now engaged in heated discussion. Batman watched silently for a moment before continuing his search through the lower floors for Norman. Finding nothing, he finally left, heading toward Hell's Kitchen. He had listening devices ready, but 2 consecutive days without spotting Norman meant the bugs couldn't be deployed yet. Half an hour after Batman departed, Norman finally drove to Oscorp Tower and took the elevator to the 25th floor, where the scientists were still arguing. Stop bickering. Prepare for human trials, Norman said. All the test subjects are dead, Mr. Osborn. Have you captured more homeless people? A bald researcher asked. The others turned to look at Norman. No. To prevent General Ross from using human experimentation as leverage against me. I've decided to do it myself. Norman's voice held no hesitation, his decision clearly made. But Mr. Osborn, there's no need for you to take such a risk. We still have plenty of time before General Ross's deadline, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and glasses asked. I know. But with Spider Slayer arrested by police and Spider-Man's whereabouts unknown, I must rely on myself. Norman impatiently urged the research team forward. Quickly now. If anyone has questions, ask them. Don't delay my experiment. Seeing Norman's insistence, the researchers reluctantly followed him into the elevator. Mr. Osborn, I've never understood why you're so interested in General Ross's super soldier program. Is it just because of the business partnership he promised? This came from someone wearing a surgical mask. Norman showed no anger at his employees' questioning. These were the most dedicated members of his research team since the company's founding. He tried to explain patiently. Do you remember Oscorp's slogan as a biotech-based company? Human evolution through science. That's not just the company motto, it's been my greatest ambition since founding this company. Previously, Oscorp focused on genetic engineering. We've developed various genetically modified foods and mutated organisms, but achieving human evolution remained impossibly distant. The elevator reached the ground floor but didn't stop, continuing downward to sublevel 3. Sublevel 1 housed research and testing for the powered armor and glider. Sublevel 2 contained human experimentation research facilities. Sublevel 3 was where Oscorp actually conducted human trials. The space wasn't large. A transparent octagonal chamber about 10 square meters occupied most of the area, containing a metal frame designed to restrain a person completely. 4 canisters connected to the chamber surrounded it, with a control console positioned directly in front. Norman removed his shirt and entered the transparent chamber while the other researchers moved to the console, pressing buttons. Not until General Ross approached me did I realize I'd taken the wrong path. That redneck's vision is too narrow, his super soldier program only aims to create a superhuman army. Norman locked himself into the metal frame. The cold metal against his skin made him suck in a sharp breath. Imagine if Oscorp successfully develops this. Even if the results aren't enough to turn ordinary people into super soldiers, they could cure any disease in the world. Oscorp would achieve unprecedented success, and disease would be eliminated globally. Isn't this win-win outcome worth my complete investment? Trading the insignificant lives of homeless people for the lives of countless millions suffering from illness worldwide, even God would forgive me. Unfortunately, someone exposed my plan. Continuing to use homeless people creates unnecessary trouble and gives General Ross more leverage. I have no choice but to do this myself. A tongue depressor was placed in Norman's mouth to help manage the pain. Biting down on it, he gave a muffled order. Begin. At Norman's command, the transparent chamber sealed completely. The metal frame slowly tightened around him, and green mist began flooding the interior. The vapor grew denser until Norman's figure disappeared completely, only agonized screams emerging. The researchers anxiously monitored data on the console. A white-haired, hunched old man pressed himself against the chamber's exterior, shouting loudly. Norman. Are you all right? Hearing only screaming from inside, he frantically waved at the others. Stop it. He can't take any more. The others hesitated, about to terminate the experiment when Norman's weak voice emerged from the green fog. Keep going. I can, hold on. Norman, the hunched old man cried out desperately. I said keep going. Norman's voice suddenly grew much louder. The researchers exchanged glances but could only let the experiment continue until the green mist gradually dissipated and Norman's voice fell silent. Quick. Check his vital signs, someone shouted. Fortunately, the console instruments showed Norman still had a heartbeat, he'd apparently just lost consciousness. Did it work? Maybe. Thank God Norman didn't end up like the other test subjects. Is it just me, or does Norman look much more muscular? The researchers breathed collective sighs of relief, talking among themselves as they worked together to open the chamber and lift Norman out. Suddenly, Norman's eyes snapped open, completely green. He raised one arm and violently tore apart the metal restraints binding him. Norman, you. The hunched old man froze, starting to speak. Before he could finish, Norman's hand lashed out in a vicious slap. The old man's head separated from his neck instantly, flying away. Screams and blood filled sublevel 3. Minutes later, only a floor covered in corpses remained, with no one left standing. Norman was nowhere to be found. Chapter 25, Chapter. Come on guys, I need reviews, _. Chapter 25, Violent Interrogation. Join us, or we'll enjoy your beautiful wife and daughter first, then throw you in the Hudson River. Every member of your Zagan gang has already joined Kingpin. Why are you still resisting? Hell's Kitchen was a district in Manhattan near the Hudson River. Now at the Riverside docks, a gang member pressed a gun to the temple of another gang's lieutenant, a man named Zagan. Zagan knelt on the ground, hands bound behind his back. The cold barrel against his temple made it throb. He forced an ugly smile onto his face. Once night falls, New York small gangs always lose a few members mysteriously. Meanwhile, a certain gang collects their resources and grows stronger. You work for Kingpin, don't you, Anthony? Correct, Anthony said, licking his lips. Hurry up and refuse so I can have some fun with your wife. Around them, 7 or 8 of Kingpin's armed men along with a dozen newly recruited former Zagan gang members burst into laughter. Go ahead and shoot, Zagan said, grinning. I got drunk last night and killed them both by accident. I'm sober now, but I'm not planning to keep living anyway. Anthony's face showed a trace of regret. The boss specifically instructed us to avoid killing when possible. He wants to absorb other gangs, not just eliminate them. But you're an exception. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Zagan instinctively closed his eyes. He thought he was dead, but his pounding heart told him he was still alive. How do you miss with the gun pressed against someone's head? That absurd thought flashed through Zagan's mind. Then he heard the repeated sounds of fists striking flesh, followed by an almost continuous chorus of breaking bones and screams. The sounds told Zagan someone had come to save him. Zagan opened his eyes and saw only a figure with sharp-pointed ears appearing and disappearing in the darkness. Each time it emerged, several of Kingpin's gang members collapsed, clutching their stomachs or broken limbs, wailing. Crack, crack. The gunfire lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by the sound of fists hammering bodies. A few breaths later, even the screams at the dock disappeared. Bodies lay twisted on the ground, impossible to tell if they were dead or alive. What happened? Zagan couldn't remember knowing anyone capable of taking down over a dozen armed men in seconds. While he was still confused, a gun extended from behind him, once again pressed against his temple. Who's there? Come out. Come out now or I'll shoot. Though the voice trembled and the hand holding the gun shook constantly, Zagan clearly recognized Anthony's voice. You took my gun, but you didn't think I had a second one, did you? Come out now. Anthony shouted. He'd suddenly taken a heavy blow and blacked out earlier, but the intense pain had jolted him awake. His first instinct was to use Zagan as a hostage. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Zagan, just pulled back from the brink of death only to find a gun at his head again, felt his survival instinct override his death wish. He cried out for help. Puffed. On the pitch-black dock, an extremely faint sound emerged. A strand of black webbing adhered tightly to Zagan's leg. Then Zagan lost his balance. An enormous force dragged him forward, sending him flying into the pointed-eared figure's fist. He felt nearly cut in half and immediately passed out. 1 second Anthony had a hostage, the next second the hostage flew away. His brain couldn't process the supernatural scene and froze momentarily. Before Anthony could react, the black shadow vanished into the night, then reappeared directly in front of him. Still no time to shoot. Anthony felt like he'd been hit by a speeding truck, sent flying. While airborne, something grabbed him and violently yanked him back. Ah! The scream barely left Anthony's vocal cords before a hand seized his throat. A low voice like a demon spoke. Tell me. Where is Kingpin? Ah! Anthony was losing his mind. He frantically prayed to God, but the only response was a heavy punch to his face that dislocated his jaw on impact. The intense pain restored a sliver of Anthony's rationality before drowning him in waves of agony again. Crack! Batman gripped Anthony's face and applied slight pressure, popping the dislocated jaw back into place. He asked again. Tell me. Where is Kingpin? Kingpin had invested in Oscorp. Batman wasn't pinning all his hopes of forcing Kingpin to divest on Black Cat alone. He was also using his own methods to find Kingpin. I don't know. With his jaw restored and pain greatly reduced, Anthony answered reflexively. Snap. This time it wasn't his jaw, one of Anthony's fingers broke. Batman stared at him expressionlessly. Speak. I really don't know, please, Anthony couldn't help sobbing. I only know the gang boss is Kingpin. His orders come through different people every day. I've never even seen him. Who delivers the orders? Batman watched the large gang enforcer cry like a child, unmoved. I don't know. Seeing this demon raise his fist again, Anthony racked his brain. Don't hit me. They all have one thing in common. What? Batman lowered his fist. They all wear suits. Anthony's answer earned him a heavy chop to the back of his head. Batman searched Anthony's pockets, found a phone, and called the police before vanishing without a trace. Over 10 minutes later, Manhattan precinct vehicles arrived with sirens blaring. Captain Stacy, looks like just another gang shootout, his assistant Augie said, looking at the gang members sprawled everywhere. George Stacy said nothing, using his flashlight to carefully search every corner. Finally, he found black webbing on Anthony's chest and Zagan's leg. Same as the other incidents. The perpetrator is still that guy whose name and face we don't know. George frowned. We can't let him keep operating with impunity. Pull surveillance footage from the area when we get back. I want to find out who's doing this. Having left Hell's Kitchen, Batman slipped into a random office building. I need to check all surveillance cameras along my route and delete any footage that might have captured me. After dawn, I need to assemble a new computer, then visit Dr. Octavius. Hopefully Otto's emotional state is still stable. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The True Culprit. The sun rose. Harry Osborn lay in bed and turned on the massive television mounted on his bedroom wall. Oscorp has suffered a major tragedy. Multiple research personnel perished during the night. Police are working to apprehend the perpetrator, but based on the degree of damage to walls and equipment, some claim the killer couldn't have been human. What? Harry stared at the television screen showing 7 or 8 sheet-covered bodies being carried from Oscorp Tower. The news reporter continued speaking to the camera, but Harry had no interest in hearing more. He scrambled out of bed and rushed from his bedroom, about to run to his father Norman's room when his steps suddenly halted. Norman wasn't in his bedroom at all. He lay shirtless in the hallway, sleeping soundly. "Father, are you all right?" Harry hurried over and shook Norman several times. I don't know. What happened?" Norman woke groggily from his son's jostling. "I just got up and found you lying in the hallway, Father." "You must be overworked," Harry said. "Something happened at the company." "What? What happened?" Hearing the keyword, Norman immediately climbed up from the hallway floor, asking anxiously. Harry opened his mouth but found this situation difficult to describe with words. He simply pulled his father to his bedroom and pointed at the news still playing on the giant screen. It happened last night. On screen, the reporter was naming the deceased one by one. Without exception, all were technical personnel who'd worked at Oscorp for over 10 years. The company's development was inseparable from their research, they were core members among the core. Additionally, the bodies of those 50 homeless people from Sublevel 2 were also exposed simultaneously due to the presence of police and media. General Ross's military influence could no longer suppress it. Whoosh! Norman's breathing suddenly became rapid. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his face incredulous. Who did this? Who? In an instant, the faces of executives from competing companies flashed through Norman's mind, but he ruled them out one by one. No, they wouldn't use such bloody methods to compete. They don't have the guts. Was it Spider-Man? I sent Spider-Slayer to kill him, is this his revenge? Norman's face contorted. He gripped his son's arm tightly. Harry, get dressed and come with me to the police station. Father. Harry looked at his father with confusion. I need to see Spencer Smythe, Norman said. I think I already know who the killer is. At the abandoned shipyard, Batman continued pushing Peter's body to its limits. He could feel this body growing stronger with constant training. Since Peter's height was simply too short, relative to Bruce Wayne, Batman had even created a specialized diet to gradually transform his physique closer to Bruce's. The abandoned shipyard had no television, but Batman had purchased a radio as a substitute. Currently it was broadcasting news about the bloody murder case at Oscorp last night. Who's the killer? Batman kept both body and mind running. Last night he'd searched Oscorp from top to bottom again without finding Norman anywhere. Those researchers hadn't been conducting human trials either, they'd been engaged in heated discussion. I can only confirm the incident occurred after I left Oscorp. But I need to personally visit the scene to investigate the specific details. News reports say the destruction at the scene was massive, unlike anything human. Can't rule out another monster like Squidman emerging from Oscorp's human experiments. Thud. Batman dropped the 25-ton weight on the ground with a dull impact. He changed into his flannel shirt and stopped by Peter's rented apartment briefly. The landlord's daughter Ursula was waiting at his door again. Hi, Peter. Harry Osborn called earlier, said he can't come to school for a while. I knocked, but you didn't seem to hear. Batman nodded. He hadn't forgotten his surface identity was still the engineering student Peter Parker. Ursula, I was sleeping too deeply. What happened? Ursula handed him today's edition of the Daily Bugle, which featured the Oscorp tragedy from last night. Batman's masterful acting successfully fooled Ursula, making this simple, genuine girl think he'd just learned the news. She quickly consoled him. I know Harry's your friend. I hope this doesn't affect his studies. Let's hope not, Batman said. Today was Monday, Peter should attend school, but Batman had no time. Oscorp was currently sealed off by police. Peter's identity wasn't suitable for investigating the scene, and going as Batman risked being treated as the suspect. Batman would need to go tonight. For now, he needed to visit Dr. Octavius's lab first. With Oscorp, his experiment sponsor, experiencing a murder case, Otto will inevitably assume his experiment will be delayed indefinitely. Thinking of those Gotham scientists who'd gone to extremes for various reasons, Mr. Freeze, Scarecrow, Professor PYG, Man-Bat. No matter how small the possibility, Batman didn't want Gotham's tragedies replayed in New York. Brooklyn, Batman told the cab driver, then closed his eyes to rest briefly during the ride. Contact Brooklyn Precinct. Don't spook him. At Manhattan Precinct, George Stacy issued orders with unusual composure. Last night's violent gang assault case had no leads yet, and this morning Oscorp employees arriving for work discovered the Sublevel 3 massacre due to the heavy smell of blood. Simultaneously exposed was the human experimentation on Sublevel 2, leading to Oscorp being completely sealed off. According to interviews with Oscorp employees, the company halted almost all sponsored experimental research projects, pouring most funding into developing this so-called Super Soldier program. Could there be some connection to the Sublevel 3 murders? While George Stacy juggled non-stop phone calls about this series of cases, barely able to keep up, the New York Power Authority also called. Abnormal electricity usage detected underground in Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Brooklyn police received a report that Dr. Octavius's lab had experienced massive noise yesterday. When police went to investigate, they found Otto and his experimental equipment had vanished without a trace, leaving only inhuman giant claw marks at the scene. Dr. Octavius's fusion experiment sponsor was Oscorp, also among the halted projects. The destruction on Sublevel 3 and the claw marks in Otto's lab. Last night's murders and Otto's mysterious disappearance. Halted experimental projects and missing equipment with abnormal power usage. George Stacy tentatively identified Dr. Octavius as the murder suspect and coordinated simultaneous action with Brooklyn Precinct. Woo-woo. A string of police cars filled with fully armed officers roared toward Brooklyn. Chapter 27, Chapter. Leave and Review PLSSSSSSSS. Chapter 27, Reverse Operation. George Stacy had barely left when Norman Osborn arrived at the police station. As chairman of Oscorp, Norman didn't need much effort to reach the holding cell containing Spider Slayer, Spencer Smythe. He coughed twice through the iron bars. Norman. Hearing the sound, the handcuffed Spencer scrambled to the cell door on hands and knees, gripping the bars, nearly trying to squeeze his head through the gaps. It's not a spider, it's a bat. Bat. Norman frowned. Describe that day in detail. Spencer didn't delay. He recounted discovering Spiderman heading toward Central Park, pursuing him only to realize the one fighting him wasn't Spiderman at all, but someone who used a bat as his symbol. When finished, he asked anxiously. Norman, I still have a chance, right? Get me out of here, I can still create value. My kid needs a father. I can't stay locked up forever. Though Spencer's current charge was destruction of protected flora and fauna, the law still meant 3 to 5 years in prison. You said his fighting style was more ruthless, more violent. Norman asked thoughtfully. Spencer nodded repeatedly. He couldn't forget having countless techniques at his disposal, yet being defeated by lime powder, electric shocks, explosions, and other dirty tricks. Norman, I guarantee I can capture him alive next time, just get me out. Whoosh. Norman's hand shot through the bars like lightning, seizing Spencer's throat in an iron grip. His expression gradually twisted. Next time. No. You've already failed once. I can't keep wasting money on you. Though Norman was over 50, approaching old age, his single hand gripped like an eagle's talon, effortlessly lifting Spencer from inside the cell. As a core member of Oscorp, you know too many secrets. I need you to commit suicide before midnight tonight. Otherwise your child, your family, your friends, they'll die one by one because of you. Thud. Norman released his grip, letting Spencer fall hard on his rear. The twisted expression vanished from his face the instant he turned away, replaced by the worried look of someone troubled by Oscorp's murder case. Father. Harry had remained in the car rather than following Norman into the station. Seeing Norman emerge looking distressed, Harry quickly got out, opened the passenger door for him, then returned to the driver's seat. Did you find out who the killer was? What did Spencer say? Norman shook his head dejectedly. No. He doesn't even know what the killer looks like. He was convicted of deliberately destroying protected plants and animals because of some bat. Won't be out for years. Harry pressed the gas pedal. The car immediately merged into New York's congested traffic. I remember Spencer has a paralyzed son around my age. Norman's face remained troubled. That's right, Harry. Tomorrow, visit Spencer's home. Leave them enough money to live on, compensation from Oscorp. Harry nodded, then honked impatiently at the traffic ahead. Strange. Why are so many cars from Brooklyn heading to Manhattan? Is today some kind of holiday? Captain Stacy, I'm Captain Fike from Brooklyn Precinct, specially assigned to coordinate with you. All residents near Dr. Octavius's suspected location have been evacuated to surrounding areas. We're ready to move. At a Brooklyn intersection, Captain George Stacy shook hands with Brooklyn Special Operations Captain Fike. According to information from the New York Power Authority and Brooklyn Police, the abnormal electricity usage began immediately after Otto's disappearance yesterday. There had to be a connection. The area experiencing power anomalies was right beneath this intersection, within about a kilometer radius. Thank you, Fike. George exchanged pleasantries briefly before issuing orders. Teams 1, 2, and 3, enter the sewers from 3 directions and search for any suspicious traces. Captain Fike, led your team in from another direction. Fike saluted and immediately began coordinating his officers with the Manhattan Precinct personnel for simultaneous action. Meanwhile, Batman bypassed the police and reached Otto's lab. This space had once held over a dozen experimental devices of various sizes. Now it sat completely empty, only 3-pronged claw prints the size of motorcycle helmets left on the floor and walls. Those 4 metal tentacles. Otto got the inspiration from Squidman, designed to assist his fusion experiment. He attached them to his back and moved all the equipment. Batman sighed silently. Peter was too poor. Even pulling out $10,000 might arouse suspicion, so Batman hadn't told Otto he was working to solve his funding problem. He'd planned to resolve the $30 million issue within 3 days, even expediting a company registration to sponsor Otto. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. Otto's desperation for clean fusion energy success exceeded Batman's expectations. I can't enter the sewers now. Without my suit, whether I confront police or search for Otto, I'll be completely exposed. Even wearing the suit, I haven't established cooperation with NYPD yet. They'll just shoot and arrest me rather than let me handle Otto. Batman understood the current situation perfectly. He didn't linger in Otto's lab, instead returning to Manhattan. He needed to continue searching for lawyers. With Oscorp simultaneously exploding with human experimentation and murder scandals, the company's stock price would inevitably plummet. Previously it was to prevent Kingpin from successfully laundering money. Now it was to prevent Kingpin from withdrawing unscathed without losses. Either way, Batman needed to quickly find a reliable lawyer to sanction Kingpin, unless he found Kingpin himself first. If he located Kingpin and obtained criminal evidence first, Batman could send him straight to prison without the elaborate lawyer search. Simultaneously, in a Manhattan mansion, Oscorp shareholder Valentine stood with trembling legs. The acrid smell of urine made those nearby hold their breath. You see, Oscorp will struggle for months, even years, because of your human experiments and underground massacre. Yet I'm still willing to pay premium prices for your shares. I believe no businessman is more generous than me. Sign this agreement and you become my friend. Otherwise. Valentine kept his head down, vision limited to gleaming leather shoes and crisp white dress pants. He didn't dare look up. Sharp scissors pressed against his ear, the slightest pressure would pierce through. I voluntarily transfer my 15% stake to you, respected Mr. Wilson Fisk, Valentine said carefully. Standing before him, rather than selling shares during Oscorp's crisis, forcibly acquiring them instead, this was none other than Kingpin himself, Wilson Fisk. Chapter 28, Chapter. Got in review. Wahahaha, we're getting somewhere. Chapter 28, Electric Shock Anesthesia. From this morning until now, I've visited over 30 law firms. Not a single person is willing to take a case against Kingpin. Even those willing to accept were persuaded by their colleagues to give up. For the first time, Batman felt truly stumped by something. Whether it was the Justice League being infected by Joker's virus, or having his spine broken by Bane and thrown into the Demon's Pit, Batman had never found anything as difficult as simply finding a lawyer. Because lawyers frequently dealt with various forces, they understood better than ordinary people about Kingpin, this underground gang emperor who'd begun massively expanding his influence in New York a year ago and now practically controlled all of Hell's Kitchen. Precisely because they understood, no lawyer was willing to take this business. You might try those rookie lawyers. Maybe they don't know Kingpin's power and would dare team up with you. Of course, more likely you and that rookie lawyer will both be found in a dumpster some morning. By then, you'll both be in countless pieces. This was advice from the bald, broad-shouldered lawyer at the 24th firm Batman visited. Batman responded with a heavy punch to the guy. This big man, 2 heads taller than Batman, showed extreme weakness. After taking the punch, he covered his face without a sound, not daring to say another harsh word. The search for lawyers returned empty-handed. Perhaps I should try Plan B. Batman continuously considered a series of problems in his mind: Dr. Otto, Kingpin, cooperation with Stark, the Tesseract, the Osborn murder case. Meanwhile, his feet never stopped as he shuttled through various New York locations purchasing a large pile of components. These included parts for making night vision goggles, thermal imagers, sonar devices, gas masks, miniature wireless receivers, ice skate blades, bugs. Virtually everything whose components could be purchased on the market. It could be said that aside from the cape, Batmobile, Batwing, and their accompanying equipment like electromagnetic launchers and missiles, Batman armed himself to the teeth as much as possible. Too many items. Batman rented a pickup truck for transport, wearing different clothes, hairstyles, and accents when meeting different sellers each time. Batman even occasionally wore elevated shoes or deliberately slouched to make his appearance varied. Though this seemed overly cautious, to successfully achieve returning to Gotham, Batman didn't mind perfecting all these details. Screech. Driving the rented pickup, Batman stopped the vehicle in an empty alley 20 miles from the abandoned shipyard, then wrapped all purchased components in waterproof bags and threw them into the sewers. He'd already explored New York's sewer system in advance. From here, he could follow the sewers to within 2 kilometers of the abandoned shipyard. Batman spent the next several hours busy with this task, until he ensured all components were complete and dry in the sewers. Once darkness fell, Batman could bring these components one by one to his temporary operations center. Wonder how Dr. Otto is now. If he really murdered those researchers on Oscorp's 3rd floor, I can't continue cooperating with him. New York sewers weren't as clean and tidy as rumors suggested. Foul stench remained the main theme here. Even someone as iron-willed as Batman had no intention of suffering unnecessarily. After finishing his work and returning the rented pickup, he returned to Peter's apartment for a thorough shower. Tonight I need to visit Oscorp to investigate whether it was really Dr. Otto. Batman thought. Target confirmed as Dr. Otto. He has 4 metal tentacles behind him, just like an octopus. Chief, please give the order. In Brooklyn's sewers, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Over 50 fully armed SWAT officers from Manhattan and Brooklyn precincts held rifles or submachine guns, slowly forming an encirclement around the temporarily constructed laboratory in the sewers. Close enough now, the officers could clearly see that among the various experimental equipment at different heights, the disheveled, overweight Dr. Otto was busily conducting experiments. Behind Dr. Otto, 4 mechanical tentacles about 3 meters long cooperated, allowing him to operate 4 or 5 different instruments almost simultaneously. These instruments connected to wires pulled from the sewer walls, occasionally sparking. The officers all hid around sewer corners, temporarily undiscovered by Dr. Otto absorbed in his experiments. Send one person to disarm and negotiate with Dr. Otto. Avoid stimulating him as much as possible. Prioritize appeasement. We don't yet know what special abilities Dr. Otto's octopus tentacles have. Currently known, extremely strong. Don't rule out other functions. Dr. Otto is a world-class nuclear physics expert. Unless necessary, don't shoot. Prioritize electric shock guns for anesthesia. Above ground, George Stacy sat in a police car giving instructions. Yes, sir. The officer reporting from the sewers responded. Soon Brooklyn's Special Operations Team Captain Kisk removed all firearms except a pistol at his lower back, raised both hands, advanced a few steps around a corner, and emerged from hiding. Dr. Otto, my daughter has loved physics since childhood and idolizes you. Never expected to meet you here. Who? Dr. Otto whipped around, staring at Kisk with raised hands. Almost simultaneously, his 4 metal tentacles abruptly left their respective experimental instruments, all pointing their tips at Kisk. Like the claw marks left in the now empty laboratory above ground, Dr. Otto's metal tentacles also had 3-pronged ends at their tips, opening and closing. Gulp. Even though Kisk was an experienced SWAT officer, simultaneously facing a scientist who'd seemingly gone mad plus 4 tentacles swaying slightly like pythons made him somewhat nervous. I'm Kisk, Doctor. Kisk forced himself to stay calm. Conducting experiments underground must be hard, right? We've prepared a new laboratory for you above ground. Would you come see it with me? Dr. Otto shook his head. He glanced at his fusion device. No, not going. My experiment is almost complete. I've discovered the problem. Success isn't far. Changing locations would waste too much time. Doctor, believe me, the new laboratory won't waste your time. Instead, it'll provide a more comfortable environment, shortening your experiment time. Kisk worked hard to persuade him. No, Kisk, I ask you to trust me instead. Give me some time. My fusion will definitely change the world. Dr. Otto still refused. He couldn't wait to see his experiment succeed. He didn't want more delays. Fusion is dangerous, you. Hearing fusion, Kisk seemed to immediately grasp the key point, pointing at the constantly sparking exposed wires. But before he could finish, Dr. Otto angrily interrupted. His tentacles waved menacingly. One extended, almost touching Kisk. You don't understand at all. No energy is safer than nuclear fusion. I won't blow up all of Brooklyn like in movies. I'll only usher the world into a new era, no longer troubled by energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Dr. Otto explained fusion energy, whether due to his emotions or his tentacles making police perceive him as a threat, dark gun barrels immediately aimed at Dr. Otto. Don't shoot. My tentacles pose no threat. Dr. Otto raised his hands. Behind me is a chip firmly protecting my brain. I'm not some out-of-control Terminator, just a scientist wanting to change the world. Seeing words couldn't make Dr. Otto voluntarily leave the sewers, Kisk could only change tactics. His lips moved slightly, speaking quietly into the communication system. The target's tentacles can connect instruments to power. They likely have insulation functions. We need to anesthetize Dr. Otto and destroy the chip behind him. Shooters 1 through 4, prepare. Fire electric shock guns. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, the first 100 million. What's your name? Happy Hogan, Mr. Stark. On the top floor of Stark Tower, there was a landing pad extending from the main structure. Security Chief Happy Hogan stood somewhat awkwardly while Tony Stark poured drinks at the indoor bar. Happy, I don't want another incident of strangers crashing my parties. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Happy bowed his head apologetically. He had a feeling he was about to be fired, yet sensed it wouldn't be that simple. Tony Stark was always high and mighty, he'd never personally handled dismissing a security chief. But I have to admit, that guy you let up yesterday. Let me put it this way, I'd pay $200 million for the various ideas in his head. The AI model he gave me is half finished, but already a product ahead of its time. Very mature technology. I strongly suspect he has many more similar ideas. Tony Stark brought 2 glasses of brown liquor Happy had never heard of to the landing pad, handing one to Happy. Happy accepted the glass somewhat awkwardly, looking at his boss in confusion. In a daze, Happy recalled what Peter Parker had said yesterday when he'd let him through. I guarantee that starting today, you'll be more than just a security chief, because I've brought technology sufficient to double Stark Industries' market value. Happy felt a hint of anticipation. He heard Tony Stark suddenly change topics. Happy, what did you do before? Professional boxer, sir. Can you drive? Yes, sir. Tony Stark raised his glass, clinked it with Happy's, and drained it. Meeting him is half your credit, so. Congratulations, Happy. Starting today, you're my bodyguard and driver. Of course, if you don't want to, see that cabinet. Drawers have bank cards. Take a few if you like. Passwords are on the back. Happy Hogan didn't need much time choosing between a definitely high-paying job and bank cards of unknown amounts. Bodyguard and driver, of course. When do I start, Mr. Stark? This second. Happy laughed heartily, brought his glass to his lips and drained it, immediately feeling dizzy. Everything from yesterday until now seemed somewhat unreal. Yesterday he should have stopped Peter, but the man's confidence and words successfully convinced Happy. Though afterward Happy couldn't help regretting it, afraid of being fired. But facts proved the other party's words were true. Happy's fate had completely changed from this small act of letting him through. Jarvis. Tony Stark patted Happy's shoulder and returned inside. You know what to do. Happy was confused for a moment. He didn't know becoming a bodyguard meant changing his name. But the voice that responded in the room quickly made Happy understand Tony Stark hadn't been talking to him. Yes, sir. I've updated Happy Hogan's file to your personal bodyguard and driver, and provided Mr. Hogan with a Harlem residence valued at $3.195 million and a vehicle matching his status. Reminder, sir, you have a guest to receive this afternoon. Should I order a sumptuous dinner for you both? Snap. Tony Stark snapped his fingers. No problem. Happy didn't understand but was greatly shocked. He hadn't listened to anything about guests or dinner, wasn't surprised by how intelligent this Jarvis was. His mind only heard, residence valued at $3.195 million and a vehicle matching his status. Happy knew very well he as a non-professional bodyguard absolutely wasn't worth this price. What was valuable was the technology Peter Parker brought. Walking from the landing pad indoors, Happy surveyed this private area belonging exclusively to Tony Stark, feeling very wise about yesterday's correct decision. Passing the cabinet, he couldn't help asking. Mr. Stark, how much money is in there? Afraid of Tony misunderstanding, Happy quickly added. Just curious. Over 60 cards from different banks inside. Combined, about $40 million. Tony Stark sat at his workstation, answering casually without looking up. You missed the opportunity to get $40 million, Happy. Happy shook his head with a cheerful laugh. He could tell his boss was teasing him. I guess it's too late to regret now. Of course. Tony Stark said. So, what technology did Peter bring yesterday? Happy couldn't help asking curiously. Technology capable of doubling Stark Industries' market value. Stark said. All right, Happy, go downstairs to prepare to receive Peter. I'm guessing he should arrive soon. On Stark Tower's first floor, Batman in his plaid shirt ran right into Happy Hogan exiting the elevator. Congratulations. Batman's first words left Happy shocked again. You already know. I haven't said anything. Batman entered the elevator, pointing at the mirror-bright elevator walls. Happy didn't understand. He looked in the elevator wall like a mirror and discovered his mouth corners were raised high at some point, impossible to suppress. He suddenly understood. Is it that obvious? No, as Mr. Stark's bodyguard and driver, I need to learn expression management. Ignoring Happy, who'd already internalized his new role and was self-absorbed, Batman stepped out when the elevator reached the top floor. How long did it take? Batman asked directly. Jarvis. Tony Stark stood from his workstation. 27 hours and 1 minute, sir. Jarvis said. Tony spread his hands. You won. Though I spent 3 pleasant hours with Vogue's latest cover girl in between. How much consulting fee do I need to pay? That depends on how far you think this technology can be applied. Batman responded with a question. He kept having the illusion that Tony Stark was a version of Bruce Wayne. Equally handsome and dashing, equally intelligent, equally wealthy, equally surrounded by various women. $50 million. I'm willing to pay $50 million for the half-finished AI model you provided. Tony said. I can tell your technology is very mature, far ahead of this era. Yesterday you deliberately gave me a half-finished product. The model itself is useless to me. What's truly valuable is the thinking behind it. I've already extrapolated and created the perfected artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Stark Industries will become a company with a lead over world standards. Batman interrupted Tony's praise. 100 million. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Comprehensive Upgrade. Batman's AI technology was worthless to ordinary people. But Tony Stark was a smart man. In a smart man's eyes, the technology Batman brought could be applied to weaponry, aerospace, automobiles, medicine, industry. Virtually every field Stark Industries touched. Facing this guy who was clearly an Empire State University undergraduate yet possessed such technology, Tony Stark chose to pay for knowledge. Sir, congratulations on formally meeting a remarkably talented young man. After Batman left, Jarvis said to Tony Stark. Young. He only looks young. Talking to him felt like my father resurrected and possessed his body. Tony Stark showed no mercy criticizing himself. Sir, that comparison may not be quite appropriate, but you seem in a good mood. Jarvis said. Unlike the relaxed, pleasant atmosphere atop Stark Tower, Brooklyn was quite tense right now. Special Operations Team Captain Kisk worried one electric shock gun couldn't anesthetize and stun Dr. Otto. He specifically arranged 4 shooters to fire simultaneously from different angles. The shooters were good shooters. Their weapons were specifically configured for dealing with terrorists. The electric shock bullets truly hit Dr. Otto, making his entire body convulse from current sufficient to stun but not kill. Snap. A spark exploded behind Dr. Otto. Kisk's goal of destroying the chip controlling the mechanical tentacles was also achieved. All actions proceeded smoothly as planned, but the final result left Kisk completely baffled. One of Dr. Otto's tentacles showed no mercy, piercing Kisk's chest with extreme speed and tremendous force. We already used current to destroy his control chip, why? This was Kisk's last thought before death. Fire. Someone shouted. Gunfire immediately echoed through the sewers. Bullets mercilessly flew toward Dr. Otto and his experimental equipment. Sparks flew everywhere, some from bullets hitting tentacles, others from equipment electrical leakage. The moment before police opened fire, Dr. Otto used 2 tentacles to tear down an entire brick wall section from the sewer, holding it before him. He glanced at the experimental instruments hit by bullets. One was already crackling. Boom. The 2 idle tentacles grabbed that already ruined instrument and hurled it out. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire didn't stop. The instrument exploded into flames while still airborne. Remaining bullets continued shooting toward Dr. Otto hiding behind the wall. The sewer brick wall Dr. Otto held before him didn't last long. After 10+ seconds, it shattered into a pile of bricks. Smoke obscured the police's view of Dr. Otto's condition. Stop. With Kisk dead, someone immediately replaced him to command. Police cautiously advanced with raised guns toward Dr. Otto. From the hazy shadow, Dr. Otto had already fallen to the ground. The tentacles behind him no longer moved. Since experimental equipment couldn't be placed in water, Dr. Otto's location was a small platform in the sewers. Approaching this platform required crossing a waiting area. Just as officers one by one stepped through knee-high water gradually nearing Dr. Otto, the 4 tentacles suddenly moved. 2 grabbed the sewer ceiling, pulling Dr. Otto's body tightly against the top. The other 2 tentacles each grabbed thick cables. Hiss. Without hesitation, Dr. Otto directly inserted the cables into the sewer water. With a hum, all officers fell stiffly. Watching expressionlessly these police who died at his hands, Dr. Otto slowly descended onto the platform, taking protective goggles from remaining experimental equipment and putting them on. Then without another glance, his 4 tentacles took turns grasping, carrying him away like a giant octopus. Kisk, report situation. Above ground, George Stacy held his radio. No response from the communication system. Can anyone hear? Report what's happening below. George's heart sank. Things probably weren't going well. Billy, go down to investigate. Report what you see. Chief Stacy called over an officer. Before he finished giving instructions, the road surface nearby exploded with a boom. With help from 4 mechanical tentacles behind him, Dr. Otto escaped the sewers, returning to ground level. Medical team. Need rescue below. Everyone else, stop him. George Stacy couldn't bother with the radio anymore, shouting at the top of his lungs. Not only did police hear, Dr. Otto nearby also heard. His tentacles grabbed a roadside vehicle and threw it over. Bang bang bang. Over 10 vehicles large and small were thrown by Dr. Otto. The street instantly transformed into a place of interweaving black smoke and flames. By the time the armed helicopter George Stacy called and police cars taking detours arrived, Dr. Otto had long vanished. Abandoned shipyard. Dinner remained Batman's custom-tailored meal plan. These days of continuous training made him discover his height had shown subtle changes. With the Batsuit's augmentation, his height had broken through 1.8 meters. Currently, it seemed continued training still had room for progress. However, Batman wasn't continuing training now. Wearing protective goggles, he was making sweeping modifications to the Batsuit. First was the Bat helmet. Batman disassembled and reassembled the various components purchased during the day, modifying them to meet his requirements in size and shape, then installing them inside the helmet. These included night vision goggles, thermal imager, sonar device, gas mask, miniature wireless receiver, plus necessary buffer layer modifications to the helmet's interior for adding this equipment. With this equipment, Batman's nighttime combat capability could dramatically improve. Those ordinary combat boots were discarded. Batman recombined the armor previously worn on the Spider Slayer with new combat boots, installing bat trackers and pop-out ice skate blades at the shoe bottoms. The ice skate blades could serve both as tools for rapid movement on smooth surfaces and as weapons for emergencies. The pop-out blades on the bat bracers and gloves were replaced with sharper, tougher materials, while equipped with electrostatic adhesion and discharge devices. Though Peter himself could already climb on vertical or smooth surfaces, Batman had to prepare for these abilities to fail at any time. Additionally, bat-shaped throwing stars, gel explosives, wire saws, painkillers, sedatives, adrenaline, noise tools, hemostatic spray. Tools for various scenarios were methodically assembled by Batman one by one. The Bat utility belt was also replaced. The purchased second-hand tactical belt couldn't satisfy Batman's need to carry so many items. Instead, he switched to a brand new, latest US military tactical belt. Aside from equipment like the Bat cape requiring special memory fiber, and various vehicles requiring special construction at extremely high cost, Batman arranged virtually every armable component. Even on the Bat bracer's inner side, Batman additionally equipped a miniature computer for hacking various systems and software anytime, anywhere as needed. After triple confirming these tools were as reliable as before, the time also reached 10 p.m. Without a moment's rest, Batman immediately armed himself, then used the Bat claws, combining web shooters and grappling gun, to fly toward Oscorp. While swinging, Batman listened through the miniature wireless receiver integrated into the Bat helmet about the afternoon's events in Brooklyn. Dr. Otto killed over 30 officers in the sewers before escaping. Chapter 31, Chapter. More reviews please. Chapter 31, Black Cat and Bat. Dr. Otto went on a killing spree in Brooklyn's sewers. Currently, the NYPD is fully pursuing this once respected world-class nuclear physics expert. Though there's currently no direct proof Dr. Otto is the murderer in Oscorp's underground third-floor case, he's already become a more terrifying threat than that killer. We were fortunate to interview several officers present when Dr. Otto escaped. Let's hear what they say. The miniature wireless receiver integrated into the Bat helmet was listening to the broadcast. Batman silently and swiftly leaped between towering buildings toward Oscorp Tower. Dr. Otto was like a movie monster, suddenly bursting from underground. Those 4 tentacles effortlessly grabbed and threw multi-ton vehicles. I suspect he could destroy a building. Rather than calling him Dr. Otto, I'd say Dr. Squid fits better. But we just arrested a squidman recently. Perhaps calling Otto Dr. Octopus would be more appropriate. Standing atop a high-rise opposite Oscorp, Batman used his newly equipped night vision and thermal imaging to clearly see the distribution of police officers standing guard around the tower. Main entrance, side entrance, underground garage, trash chute, virtually every entry point had officers stationed. This was within Batman's expectations, but some things remained beyond his control. Hiding around Oscorp Tower wasn't just Batman. Another person crouched quietly atop a nearby building, observing the situation. The other party, like Batman, apparently wanted to infiltrate Oscorp. The Bat helmet temporarily lacks zoom, photography, and facial recognition functions. I can't confirm their identity. Batman remained motionless watching the figure. The other party began moving, shifting positions around buildings surrounding Oscorp, seemingly observing the tower from different angles and directions. Based on movement and physique analysis, the subject is female, possibly professionally trained. But she hasn't discovered me, even though she's now reached the rooftop of my building. Batman didn't continue hiding. When he saw the woman use rope to reach his rooftop, he decisively chose to take initiative. Hiss. With an extremely subtle nitrogen spring sound, pitch-black webbing merged with night shot out, firmly sticking to the woman's waist. Batman swung his arm back sharply. Her body balance was immediately broken, stumbling backward toward him. Uncertain who she was or whether she was an ordinary person, Batman didn't let her crash onto hard flooring. Instead, he extended his hand to catch her. Thud. The seemingly unbalanced flying figure stretched her body midair. Her toes lightly touched Batman's hand. Her body flipped and landed steadily. The instant her heels steadied, Batman vanished from before her, somehow circling behind her, his arm firmly locked around her throat. I'm done for. Her heart panicked. She tried breaking free from restraints behind her, but the arm across her neck was hard as cast iron. No time to think. One hand quickly raised toward the eyes of whoever was behind her, but was also firmly caught by a bat-gloved hand. Black Cat. Just as she momentarily felt at a loss, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Then the arm choking her throat and the hand gripping hers both released. Black Cat Felicia turned around, seeing her exceptionally mysterious partner. Familiar black, familiar pointed ears, familiar voice made Black Cat relax. Batman. You nearly scared me to death just now. She patted her deeply leather-clad chest, making those breasts tremble. Batman scanned Black Cat up and down. She still wore the black deeply leather outfit with white fur collar. The trembling breasts didn't stir a ripple in Batman's voice. What are you doing here? I want to go inside there. Black Cat pointed remotely at the police-blockaded Oscorp Tower. I suspect last night's murder case might be related to Kingpin. Related to Kingpin? Batman's eyebrows beneath the mask furrowed slightly. He didn't know why Black Cat would make such a judgment. Basis for judgment. According to intelligence I obtained, Kingpin very likely conducted a stock transaction during the day. Black Cat said. Seeing Batman remain motionless, even his exposed mouth showing no emotional fluctuation, Black Cat felt greatly disappointed. Kingpin conducted a stock transaction. Aren't you disappointed? Black Cat asked curiously. We lost the opportunity to sue him using a lawyer. Batman remained cold as stone, as if beneath the suit wasn't an emotionally rich human, but aside from the chin, a body entirely composed of machinery. I have Plan B. Oh, that's unfortunate. Your Plan B is about to fail, because Kingpin not only didn't divest his shares and launder money, he instead threatened a shareholder named Valentine into a stock acquisition. Black Cat said. Acquisition. Not divestment. Now Batman's face showed a trace of confusion. But in just an instant, he returned to being a cold machine. I understand. Understand what? Black Cat didn't understand. Batman walked toward the building rooftop's edge, his voice low. As you said, Kingpin is investing. He wants to seize this opportunity to become Oscorp's largest shareholder in one stroke, transforming his identity from underground emperor to legitimate businessman. Black Cat stepped forward, standing beside Batman. We must grasp his criminal evidence as quickly as possible. After speaking, she looked at Batman, then lightly jumped, clinging to Batman like an octopus. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs tightly clamped Batman's waist. You've definitely found a way to enter Oscorp, right? Batman said nothing, leaping from the building's top. With help from the Batclaws and glider device, even carrying a person, Batman didn't waste much effort reaching Oscorp Tower's rooftop terrace. Officers were also on duty here. Entering through the stairwell clearly wasn't realistic. Black Cat lightly jumped down from Batman, pointing at the on-duty officers and whispering. Should I knock them out? Batman shook his head, bending to reach the combat boot's base and press a button. So, then what? Black Cat watched Batman stand motionless in hiding, puzzled. Wait. Batman glanced at Black Cat squeezed beside him. Wait for what? This time Batman didn't answer again, silently counting. 1, 2. Half a minute later, a series of fluttering sounds suddenly rang out on Oscorp's terrace. A large swarm of bats gathered, flying wildly across the terrace. Is this guy even human? Black Cat looked at the bats flying overhead and the officers whose attention they'd attracted. Her gaze moved away for only 2 seconds. Batman before her had already vanished. Black Cat only caught sight of his pointed ears disappearing into a ventilation duct. No time to think. Black Cat quickly leaped lightly after him, following Batman through the ventilation duct into Oscorp Tower. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Detective Mode. Bang. Fist and face collided heavily. The struck face immediately twisted, tears, snot, and blood gushing together like opening floodgates. The fist then loosened, flexing fingers. The dark red nylon tactical suit had long been soaked in blood. Hell's Kitchen, in a small casino hidden beneath a dilapidated building, Daredevil was taking down Kingpin's gang members one after another. Hiss. A spray of blood splattered onto a light bulb. White smoke rose as the bulb exploded with a pop. This was the casino's last tungsten filament lamp. After it went out, only the dim yet colorful LED strips remained. This is just a small casino. Only regular customers come here. I don't know how I offended you. The casino owner was short but fat. Daredevil, having crossed the long corridor, pressed a short stick against his throat. Behind Daredevil's corridor already lay a floor full of casino members and gang personnel, dead or alive unknown. Now with his own throat pressed by the short staff, the casino owner swallowed with difficulty. You want to rob money, or what? I don't have sex trade here, but if you need I can introduce you to one. Bang. Daredevil punched the wall beside the casino owner's head. When did you join Kingpin's gang? About 2 weeks ago. Tell me all of Kingpin's locations you know. Daredevil withdrew his short stick, both hands grabbing the collar to lift the casino owner and press him against the wall. Just that sex trade place. The casino owner's legs kicked wildly as he hurriedly called out. Give me the address. Daredevil said after several seconds of silence. The casino owner quickly gave the location, then took a heavy punch to the abdomen, curling up on the ground, watching helplessly as the guy who'd wrecked his casino left. 10+ minutes later, in a Hell's Kitchen hotel, an old man in the midst of vigorous thrusting looked in terror at the dark red figure breaking through the window. The thick smell of blood on him made him go soft as pasta. Bang. Dull thuds of fist meeting flesh and screams rose and fell in the hotel's purple-red hazy lighting. Oscorp Underground Level 3. The moment Batman and Black Cat entered, they divided tasks. Black Cat pulled out a small flashlight, observing the destruction traces here bit by bit, very meticulously. Batman came before the damaged workstation. He raised his arm. The armor covering his outer forearm silently moved aside. A miniature computer Batman had assembled himself popped out. He needed to check whether Level 3's instruments had been used last night. Not destruction caused by Kingpin. Several minutes later, Black Cat came to Batman's side. What did you find? Her words fell. Batman retracted the computer on his forearm back under the armor. Last night, these instruments were opened and used. Oscorp is conducting human experiments. After speaking, both their gazes almost simultaneously fell into that roughly 10 square meter transparent octagonal cage. Without a large server for support, the computer I'm currently equipped with simply can't analyze scene traces. This suit lacked detective mode, unable to help Batman collect clues. But he himself was a detective. Batman actively entered the transparent octagonal cage, using himself to simulate last night's human experiment subject. Black Cat, shine your light on that corner. Batman pointed forward left. Black Cat carefully avoided floor debris and fragments, shining the flashlight where Batman requested. The subject's physique matched an ordinary person. Gender most likely male. No extra limbs or attack weapons. The killer isn't Dr. Otto. From all destruction traces, the researchers took no countermeasures. Batman simulated in his mind the experiment subject's every move, from breaking free of metal frame restraints to breaking open the transparent octagonal cage, then killing those researchers one by one. His footsteps followed the mental simulation's movements. Black Cat held the small flashlight following step by step. Finally, they stopped in a corner. The experiment subject killed the last person here. Based on traces, the last living researcher had crawled some distance and knelt begging for mercy, ultimately still having his throat torn out. Batman looked at blood traces splattered on the nearby wall. I need to investigate surveillance information for the entire building. Hope it hasn't been tampered with. Batman looked at Black Cat. What are your plans next? Black Cat didn't speak now. Instead, her gaze fixed on the sharp metal fracture of the destroyed workstation. A strand barely noticeable was there, currently swaying gently from the breeze their movements created. Black Cat was about to reach out when Batman suddenly stopped her. Don't move. After speaking, Batman began simulating the killer's movements in his mind again. Following researchers into level 3, removing his shirt, entering the octagonal cage. As the experiment progressed, the subject broke the cage, killed everyone present, and retrieved his removed shirt from beneath the destroyed workstation. This strand's material is silk, generally used to make high-end suits. The experiment subject wasn't a vagrant, but some male wearing a silk material suit. Batman didn't take the silk strand. Instead, he pulled Black Cat away from level 3, opening a computer on level 2. I'm hacking into the tower's internal surveillance system. Stand watch for me. Batman told Black Cat. Black Cat obediently nodded. Though she didn't know whether this cold-ass stone guy with high-tech products who could summon bats was even human. But from entering level 3, the professionalism Batman demonstrated had made Black Cat choose to obediently comply. Start querying from floor 25 surveillance. Elevator surveillance, stairwell surveillance, underground garage surveillance. Batman rapidly queried surveillance information. He discovered all yesterday's surveillance had been completely deleted, not a trace left. Wearing a high-end suit, conscious of Oscorp's internal surveillance existence and deleted it, not present during my observation, after leaving most likely entered the tower via underground garage. Not many people met these conditions. Among those Batman knew, there were only two. Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn. I need to find time to visit Harry and find an opportunity to hack surveillance footage near his home. Batman made a mental note of this, then prepared to do tonight's second task, find Dr. Otto. Compared to the killer who'd murdered 7 researchers, Dr. Otto who'd battled police in Brooklyn's sewers during the day and killed over 30 officers posed comparable danger. All the tools Batman purchased and assembled during the day were prepared for tonight's tracking of Dr. Otto. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Batman vs. Dr. Octopus. In the Manhattan Police Station detention room, Spider Slayer, Spencer sat on a cold bench with a furrowed brow. Hidden in his sleeve was a spoon he'd stolen during dinner. He wanted to live, but Norman wanted him dead before midnight tonight. Oscorp had already used over 50 homeless people's lives for experiments. Judging from Norman's twisted face during the day, Spencer was convinced Norman wouldn't mind adding his family's lives to the tally. After struggling internally for a long time, Spencer aimed the spoon handle at his own eye, then slammed his head against the wall. Norman, you must spare my child. That final thought passed through his mind. Spencer lay motionless on the detention room floor. I hope father can be released soon. In a Queens apartment, Alastair Smythe lay in bed unable to sleep, staring blankly at the wheelchair beside his bed. The apartment's soundproofing was poor. He could clearly hear his mother tossing and turning next door, occasionally hearing a sigh. The news says father destroyed many protected plants in Central Park. He might face about 5 years in prison. But father is a scientist. Mr. Norman from Oscorp will definitely bail him out. Once daybreak comes, I'll use this explanation to comfort mother. I hope she'll feel better. A whistling sound came from outside the window, not like a car, more like the jetpack sounds from movies. Alastair paid no attention. Perhaps some car, or a neighbor's kid playing with a remote-controlled aircraft. But the next second, crash. Alastair heard his mother's window next door shatter. Hollow yet sharp laughter rang out. His mother screamed. Then, splurt. No more sounds from next door. Alastair's mind went blank. He instinctively reached for his phone to call police, but soon his room door was kicked open. A head was thrown into Alastair's hands. Mother. After seeing what he held, Alastair, whose legs were paralyzed, felt power surge into his lower limbs. He wanted to escape, to call police. Just before he could create a medical miracle, the menacing laughter rang out again in his room. Alastair saw the person who killed his mother approach his bed. With just one claw strike, Alastair's heart was torn from his chest and crushed. Before dying, he saw the killer's form clearly, a devil entirely green, with only yellow light flashing at the eyes. The next moment Alastair lost consciousness. A pumpkin bomb dropped to the floor beeping. The Green Goblin rode his glider through the roof into the sky. Boom. The pumpkin bomb exploded thunderously. Flames and smoke completely engulfed the apartment. Shrill laughter gradually vanished into the sky. Drip, drip. Water droplets echoed in the quiet sewers. Batman moved silently through Brooklyn's sewers, continuously approaching where Dr. Otto had battled police during the day. Only one corner remained from the combat site. Batman's ears began hearing clanging sounds, someone hammering something. He quietly peeked out. Dr. Otto was working with his back turned, 4 mechanical tentacles working simultaneously, repairing experimental equipment damaged in today's battle. Click. Armor on his outer arm moved aside. Batman opened his microcomputer, attempting to hack Dr. Otto's tentacles. Yesterday in the laboratory, Batman had seen clearly, though those 4 tentacles connected to nerves, a chip was still responsible for converting neural signals to electronic signals for actual tentacle control. If he could hack the mechanical tentacles, dealing with an overweight middle-aged scientist would be much simpler. But failed. Cannot read tentacle electronic signals. Batman looked at Dr. Otto from around the corner. This time his gaze focused on observing where the tentacle roots connected to the body, seeing the destroyed chip. Chip destroyed, but Dr. Otto can still control tentacles, meaning these tentacles are no longer driven by electronic signals, but directly connected to the doctor's nervous system. Did this transformation turn Dr. Otto from a seemingly cold yet world-carrying nuclear physicist into the murderous Dr. Octopus? Within moments Batman had made his deduction. Then he stepped from around the corner. Deductions were still just deductions. Batman needed to verify them, then target measures to restore Dr. Otto to normal. Whoosh. Almost the instant Batman stepped out, though Dr. Otto still faced away, his 4 tentacles lifted almost simultaneously. The 3-claw structure opened and closed like a viper's tongue. The mechanical tentacles' reaction made Dr. Otto also turn around, watching Batman approach step by step through the sewers. Hiding your face, skulking around. You want to stop me? Batman stopped, maintaining a 10-meter gap from Dr. Otto. No. I came to help you. He didn't plan to immediately battle Dr. Otto now. Above ground here was a busy district. Fighting could easily damage surroundings. Dressed like that, I don't think you're sincerely here to help. Dr. Octopus grinned. 2 mechanical tentacles behind him pressed the ground then pushed hard. His body immediately charged at Batman. While airborne, the other 2 tentacles crossed Dr. Octopus's shoulders and stabbed viciously at Batman. One aimed at the chest, another at the head. Dr. Octopus not only gave Batman no room for explanation, his opening move aimed to take his life. Acting style completely different from before. Cannot confirm if influenced by mechanical tentacles or if Otto's hidden evil was amplified. Chill exploded inch by inch from his spine. The danger sense Batman had specially trained seemed to slow time slightly. Batman advanced instead of retreating. Tentacle tips scraped past his shoulder armor, raising a spray of sparks. Simultaneously his right hand swept out. 2 bat-shaped throwing stars slightly thicker than ordinary projectiles shot silently toward Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles. Are you joking? Using throwing stars against my tentacles? Ting. The throwing stars were unsurprisingly blocked by lightning-fast tentacles. Dr. Otto mocked. Batman said nothing. His left hand swept past his belt. A canister of gel explosive was thrown. Dr. Otto caught it with a tentacle, glanced at it, casually tossing it at his feet. If your entire ability is just throwing odd things, then stop wasting my time. Dr. Otto looked coldly at Batman. His 4 tentacle tips extended spikes. Chip damaged, tentacles directly controlled by nervous system. Batman calmly thought, taking from his belt one of the newly made tools, noise device. The next moment, a high-frequency noise virtually inaudible to humans but extremely destructive to precision mechanical sensors and direct neural feedback systems directly poured into the mechanical tentacles control system, transmitting through the neural network straight to Dr. Octopus's brain. Ah! Dr. Octopus let out a shrill scream, as if countless needles pierced his brain. His tentacles convulsed and spasmed violently, like out-of-control pythons wildly striking the sewer walls and floor. The noise tool, or sonic tool, Batman had prepared after his battle with Daredevil. But used on Dr. Octopus now, the effect was equally stunning. Whoosh whoosh. 2 bat-shaped throwing stars were flung out. That canister Dr. Octopus had casually discarded immediately ruptured. Special chemical liquid rapidly expanded and hardened, covering and fixing Dr. Octopus's feet. Huff. Huff. Dr. Octopus gasped heavily. Batman's series of attacks accelerated his heartbeat, chest heaving. 1 tentacle barely lifted toward Batman. But now the tentacle's speed and strength were far worse than before. Batman easily dodged. Just as Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, preparing to forcibly overcome the sonic tool and gel explosives interference, he suddenly noticed faint white smoke rising from those 2 slightly thicker bat-shaped stars blocked earlier. Throughout the battle, Batman had never approached Dr. Octopus. Therefore Dr. Octopus's heavy breathing had inhaled a large portion of that gas. Sedative gas? Dr. Octopus asked. As he spoke, his heart already held the answer. Batman said nothing. Another specialized throwing star flew toward the now unresisting, completely zen Dr. Octopus. This time, an anesthetic dart. Like dealing with the Spider Slayer, Batman had similarly prepared multiple combat plans for tracking Dr. Octopus, including plans to create special bombs based on tentacle characteristics after failure, and plans attempting to tear off tentacles. But none were needed. Dr. Octopus was completely defeated by the thoroughly prepared, comprehensively planned Batman. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, The Batcave Plan. Dense layers upon layers of black webbing had nearly bound Dr. Octopus into a sphere. Batman didn't dump the anesthetized Dr. Octopus at the police station entrance. Instead, he brought him back to the abandoned shipyard. He needed to repair Dr. Octopus's damaged chip overnight to prevent Dr. Otto from going on another killing spree after entering the police station. The device wasn't difficult. Batman removed the broken chip and had it thoroughly understood within half an hour, then spent another hour completely repairing it. Mainly the abandoned shipyard lacked proper tools. Batman was completely making do with whatever was available. Plus he needed to add a failsafe layer to this chip to prevent Dr. Otto from losing control again if it was damaged. "Let me go, you." The anesthetic effect gradually faded. Dr. Octopus looked furiously at Batman's pointed ears. "You vampire." Batman glanced at Dr. Octopus, then continued working, taking time to reply. "You should be grateful I don't have an operating table here." "Operating table? What are you planning?" Dr. Octopus asked amid his anger. "Remove your tentacles." Hearing about removing the tentacles, Dr. Octopus's emotions immediately intensified. "These tentacles are part of me. When I break free of this black silk, you'd better pray I don't tear you to pieces." Black and sticky, the webbing with Batman's improved formula was wrapped 10 centimeters thick, leaving Dr. Otto with desire but no ability, only able to twist his body futilely. Repair complete. Moments later, Batman held the chip, walked toward Dr. Otto, pressed his head down, completely exposing the back of his neck. "Don't touch me. When I get free, I swear." Before Dr. Otto could finish, the repaired chip had already connected to where the tentacles joined the spine. His head drooped. Electronic signals once again replaced neural signals, taking over control of the tentacles from Dr. Otto. "Ha!" Dr. Otto took a deep breath. His face changed from the twisted expression when controlled by tentacles to that spirited scientist he once was. He instinctively reached back to touch the chip, his face showing both fear and relief. "I was controlled by the tentacles. My mind was constantly filled with mechanical noise, but now they've quieted down." Dr. Otto looked at this man who defeated his out-of-control self and rescued him from being a puppet controlled by tentacles. "Who are you? How should I thank you?" "I am Batman." Batman spoke, then as a smile appeared on Dr. Otto's face, he stepped forward and slapped the back of his head. He very much wanted the restored Dr. Otto to continue his fusion energy research, but Batman knew he couldn't make decisions for those 30-plus dead officers. Batman still dumped Dr. Otto at the police station entrance, leaving a note describing Dr. Otto's tentacle condition. This time Batman didn't rush to leave. Instead, he remained in the shadows watching. After dawn, a large crowd gathered at the police station entrance. They kept photographing the tightly wrapped Dr. Otto, but were soon dispersed by George Stacy, who'd arrived after receiving news. Only after personally witnessing George Stacy discover the note and carefully escort Dr. Otto to the detention room did Batman leave. Squidman sentenced to death. Dr. Otto. Returning to the abandoned shipyard, Batman removed his suit and began daily mandatory training. Not just strength and agility, but also muscle memory, conditioned reflexes, danger sensing, comprehensive training. Dr. Otto killed over 30 officers, but that occurred while he was controlled by mechanical tentacles. Batman didn't plan to interfere with the law's judgment of Dr. Otto. He'd never represented the law. But viewing objective facts, Dr. Otto would very likely only receive a fixed term or life sentence, and very likely even if imprisoned, the government would provide him experimental equipment and funding. After all, regardless, Dr. Otto remained one of today's world's top nuclear physicists. Only this way, Batman's plan to invest in Dr. Otto's fusion energy fell through, unless he could find another equally top nuclear physicist. Such as Bruce Banner. Batman's heart stirred. Silver Sable Security Company set out to find the Hulk to make General Ross's military stop protecting Oscorp. But currently Oscorp's matters are completely exposed. Finding the Hulk isn't very meaningful. Plus I don't plan to steal Dr. Otto's labor achievements. I need to choose other methods to obtain capital. Training finished. Batman as usual showed his face at Peter's apartment and bought a Daily Bugle. According to information Batman previously obtained hacking the NYPD system, this apartment had less than half a month remaining. Batman didn't plan to continue renting. Now with Dr. Otto facing imprisonment, he temporarily had no better investment opportunities. Batman prepared to allocate funds to build his own Batcave. However, currently the urgent matter wasn't the Batcave, but visiting the Osborns. Batman hadn't forgotten the information he and Black Cat investigated on Oscorp's underground level 3 last night. Currently the prime suspects were the Osborn father and son. Queens, Osborn Estate. Hailing a taxi, Batman leaned back against the seat, taking advantage of this rare opportunity for brief rest. Seems the Batmobile can also be scheduled. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Batman immediately entered sleep. He was too tired. Meanwhile on New York streets, a black-haired man in a suit was giving a street speech. At emotional moments, he couldn't help pulling out a handkerchief to wipe tears. I am Martin Lee. Before becoming a successful businessman, I too wandered the streets. Every kind person I met helped me, giving me everything I have today. Friends, we were all once discarded like trash, but now someone is experimenting on our lives. Those white-coated devils think nobody notices when homeless people die. Today I say, enough. After Oscorp's underground level 2's 50 homeless corpses were exposed, I made a resolution. I will provide food, temporary shelter, emergency aid, and job training for the homeless and unemployed, so you'll no longer be society's outcasts. Here there are no experiments, only hot soup and clean beds. No deception, only family helping each other. We'll build shelters with our own hands, letting every homeless person remember, your life is more precious than all experiments in the world. I declare feast, the food, emergency aid, shelter, and training center, established today. Thunderous applause. Martin Lee looked at the surrounding homeless and beggars desperately clapping and cheering, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Clues. In a massive dressing room within Osborn Manor, Harry Osborn carefully selected a suit that was neither overly ostentatious nor failed to show sufficient importance. He hadn't forgotten yesterday's instructions from his father Norman after leaving the police station. He needed to visit Spencer's family. Hope Spencer's son and wife won't be too grief-stricken. I'm not very good at consoling people. Fully dressed, Harry crossed the manor's first-floor hall straight to the garage, deciding to drive a more low-key vehicle. Harry, where are you going? Norman Osborn was curled on the first-floor sofa wrapped in a blanket. Hearing Harry's footsteps, he looked up. Father, why aren't you resting in the bedroom again? Only then did Harry notice Norman huddled on the sofa. He quickly approached his father. I don't know. I've been having nightmares these past days, dreaming of demons laughing madly in my ears. I tried sleeping pills, but they don't seem to help much. Norman gripped the blanket tightly. Father, the company situation is putting too much pressure on you. Harry poured a glass of hot water and placed it on the coffee table. I'm going to Spencer's house. I'll be back soon. Osborn Manor's garage was on the manor's west side. Harry's gaze swept across various sports cars, finally settling on the relatively understated Cadillac his father often drove. Casually turning on the car radio, Harry carefully recalled Spencer Smythe's apartment address. Following Oscorp's tragedy and the disaster of Dr. Otto becoming Dr. Octopus, New York has experienced another violent incident. News played on the radio. Harry shook his head. He didn't want to hear more of this. Just as he was about to change stations, the radio voice made his movements completely freeze. Last night at dawn, a mother and son in a Queens apartment had their hearts brutally removed. The killer attempted arson afterward to cover the crime. According to investigation, the deceased were the son and wife of Oscorp robotics expert Spencer Smythe. Harry's mind went blank. His finger already on the car radio button had lost even the strength to press down. 1 second ago he'd planned to visit Spencer's home. The next second he heard news of their brutal deaths. Harry could almost imagine Spencer's despair learning this news in the detention room. The car radio voice paused several seconds before the host spoke again, this time with barely suppressed panic. Apologies, breaking news. Also last midnight, renowned robotics expert Spencer Smythe committed suicide in his detention cell. These successive tragedies all connected to Oscorp raises questions whether this multinational corporation will completely collapse. What cruel killer created this series of murders? Snap. Harry stumbled from the car, slamming the door heavily, staggering all the way to the garden before the manor entrance, as if only sunlight could provide some sense of security. Today was bright and sunny, yet Harry inexplicably felt cold, as if everything around might transform into evil spirits that would tear his heart from his chest alive. Since his memories began, those researchers including Spencer had worked at Oscorp. But now these people were dying one after another. Harry almost couldn't help imagining someday he'd be brutally murdered like them. Simultaneously Harry understood why his father Norman had been having frequent nightmares. Harry. Just as Harry shivered under the sun, Batman arrived as Peter. Peter. Harry hurried before Batman, as if having this close friend nearby could provide some security. Batman held no memories of Peter, no emotional connection to this best friend, Harry Osborn. But he needed this identity to complete his return to Gotham, so he could only maximize his acting to maintain the persona. Saying sorry in his heart, Batman's face showed concern, patting Harry's shoulder. The murders are intricately connected to Osborn. I know as Oscorp's heir you bear tremendous pressure. You have two choices now: let pressure crush you, let doubt consume you, or use it as fuel. Cooperate with police to uncover the truth, not for stock prices, but for those who can no longer speak. After speaking, Batman held his breath. The hand patting Harry's shoulder produced a batarang, releasing a small amount of sedative gas before flicking his wrist to throw it far away. Words couldn't match sedative gas effectiveness. Soon Harry's emotions stabilized. Peter, you should have called ahead. I'd have had the butler arrange a car to pick you up. With this series of events happening, how could I continue troubling you? Batman shook his head. Harry led Batman from the garden toward the manor. Approaching the door, his steps paused. He looked puzzled at Batman. But, Peter, I haven't told you anything. How do you know what made me emotional? Batman also stopped, looking at Harry in silence for 2 seconds. Right now newspapers, the entire city is full of Oscorp-related information. Yet Peter still came to visit. Harry, many years from now when you're old, you must never forget you once had this friend who shared hardships with you. Norman pushed open the manor door. He looked much better than when huddled on the sofa earlier. Father. Harry called out. In his eyes, Peter's arrival and Norman's improved mental state were both causes for happiness, except the sedative gas temporarily prevented joy. Peter, by rights you should be at school today. What brings you to Harry? Norman looked at Batman. Recent news made me worry about Harry. Plus he didn't come to school. I had to check on him. Batman found himself a nearly perfect reason. Norman nodded, grinning at Batman. You haven't visited Osborn Manor in quite some time. Have Harry show you around. I need to go out for media interviews and cooperate with police. Batman didn't speak. Instead, he stared at Norman for several seconds. Just as Harry sensed the atmosphere seemed off, Batman finally spoke. Mr. Norman, your hair needs fixing. Really? Norman touched his hair, discovering his usually meticulously combed black and white hair was indeed flattened down, like someone who'd just removed a hat. Thanks for the reminder. I should pay attention to appearance. With that, he hurriedly left through the door, leaving Harry standing confused. Thanks for the reminder. According to abnormal electricity usage time points provided by New York's Power Bureau, the time of the Osborn Underground Level 3 tragedy doesn't match Dr. Otto's timeline. He was in the sewers connecting experimental equipment to power then. Equipment operation time was uninterrupted, manual operation records every few minutes. Dr. Otto remained in the sewers without leaving. At Manhattan Police Station, George Stacy looked at data his assistant Augie submitted from the Power Bureau. We arrested Dr. Otto suspecting he caused the Level 3 tragedy. But currently this appears completely mistaken. The killer is someone else. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, The Tesseract. Norman Osborn's hair shows signs of being flattened, but in all his public appearances, he's never had a habit of wearing hats. Batman followed Harry into Osborn Manor, taking in the first floor's grand reception hall at a glance. Before opening the manor door, he wore a work white shirt rather than home pajamas. Based on the shirt's wrinkles, he'd been curled in a fetal position on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. This posture couldn't flatten Norman's hair in the pattern created by wearing a hat or helmet. Batman often operated in his suit. For proper fit, the helmet portion had to conform tightly to his head shape. Therefore, after removing the suit, he needed to fix his hairstyle. He absolutely couldn't let anyone discover Bruce is Batman, so he was exceptionally cautious about details. Norman clearly hadn't noticed this. His hair was even pressed tightly against his scalp. To ordinary people, this might just seem like Norman under tremendous pressure, neglecting details. But to Batman's eyes, this was tantamount to Norman dancing naked while shouting, "I have problems." However, this at most added weight to Batman's suspicions. It couldn't prove Norman was the killer who murdered those Level 3 researchers. Walking with Harry through the manor's corridors, Batman used covert methods to place adhesive listening devices in various corners. The sedative gas's effective duration wasn't long, but even after wearing off, Harry's emotions remained relatively stable. This had something to do with Peter Parker being nearby. Batman didn't brush Harry off either. He listened carefully as Harry told him things Harry himself probably didn't know what he was saying, occasionally offering comfort. Thanks, Peter. Before leaving, Harry walked Batman to the manor entrance. I'm much better now. You should go to school, or Aunt May will definitely worry. I will. Batman spoke, declining Harry's offer to personally escort him before turning to leave. Listening devices have formed a surveillance network in Osborn Manor. Harry is currently in his study. Walking some distance away, Batman pulled out a miniature earpiece from his pocket, making judgments based on intercepted sounds. He didn't continue leaving Osborn Manor. Instead, he circled back, found the batarang that had released the sedative gas, then truly departed. School isn't necessary, but for exams or assessments I must go to avoid. Batman paused internally. Avoid Aunt May's worry. She's a key figure maintaining Peter's identity. I can't let her develop any suspicions. Hailing a taxi, Batman leaned back and closed his eyes. Brooklyn, Stark Tower. Tony had purchased Batman's half-finished AI model for $100 million. Over half was paying for the model itself. It's ahead of its time thinking and knowledge. Besides the $100 million payment, Tony Stark still hired Batman and his newly established shell company as technical consultant, as per their verbal wager. Until Batman's commercial empire was truly established, Peter Parker's identity needed a convincing income source. Stark Industries' technical consultant position was temporarily reliable. Peter. Just stepping from the elevator, Batman heard Tony Stark's greeting. Thanks to your AI model, Jarvis's learning capability is stunning. I'm now willing to admit you're slightly more genius than me. Just a tiny bit. Tony. Batman looked at Tony Stark, who seemed perpetually holding a drink. Want one? Tony raised his glass. Batman declined. I don't drink. Tony drained his glass, then poured another. Then you're missing much fun. Though perhaps precisely because you stay constantly sober, you developed this era-spanning AI before me. War is often the cradle of technological progress. But clearly there's no war now. How did you, leap ahead of the world technologically? Batman looked at Tony's noticeably heavier dark circles than before. I studied some World War II-era technology. Many techniques provided certain inspiration. Including some inventions by your father, Howard Stark. From a purely technical angle, some of his design concepts were incredibly ahead of their time. Especially some pioneering work in energy fields. Tony shrugged indifferently. He didn't want discussing his father with outsiders, but Batman mentioning energy struck a chord. You're interested in energy fields? Batman didn't speak, tacit acknowledgement. Now Tony seemed somewhat excited. Having been outmatched by Batman in artificial intelligence, he somewhat impatiently pulled Batman to Stark Tower's underground level. Here stood a massive, horizontally placed ring device composed of enormous electromagnetic coils and a complex energy core, currently emitting bright blue-white light. This cold fusion reactor is called the Arc. I improved and built it based on blueprints my father left. It can provide nearly unlimited electricity for the entire tower with zero pollution. Tony told Batman with somewhat boastful tone. Stable, but easily destroyed. Batman evaluated the Arc reactor. I'd rather develop a small, portable energy source. Like what newspapers once mentioned, that square object Howard salvaged from the Arctic. Unfortunately, only that one record exists. I've barely seen that blue cube in any subsequent documentation. Speaking here, Batman revealed his intent. From entering Stark Tower, nearly every word Tony said was within Batman's plan. Batman had successfully steered the topic toward the Tesseract, part of his plan to return to Gotham. Short-term, Batman didn't plan hacking the CIA again. Instead, he'd try learning about the Tesseract from Tony. You mean the Tesseract? My father's materials describe that thing. It was researched by an organization my father helped establish, called, what was it? Tony pinched his brow, thinking hard. Seems like Strategic Homeland Defense Enforcement, something bureau. Anyway, a multinationally supervised yet independently operating organization. I'm an agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm Phil Coulson. In Manhattan Police Station's detention room, a gray-suited man stood before Dr. Otto. Otto Gunther Octavius. Can we talk? Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Optimal Batcave Location. Kill me, give me the death penalty. In the police station detention room, Dr. Otto's tentacles were fixed to the wall corner. His head hung down, tears streaming as regret and remorse filled his emotions. After being knocked unconscious by Batman, Dr. Otto woke to find himself already in the detention room. After brief confusion, before Dr. Otto could feel joy at returning to normal, memories from his period of lost control flooded his brain like a tide. Tentacles, laboratory, sewers, police, cables, Batman. Dr. Otto will arrange New York's best surgeon to perform tentacle removal surgery. Before that, I think you need to understand what you did. Officer Augie stood outside the detention room, looking at the awakened Dr. Otto. Unauthorized removal of experimental equipment worth hundreds of millions from the laboratory, unauthorized tapping into New York's underground cables, and using electricity to kill a total of 31 officers. Over half the dead officers were colleagues from Augie's major crimes unit. The other portion was Brooklyn's special operations team that coordinated the operation. Augie's emotions were relatively stable, but mentioning 31 officers dying in the operation to arrest Dr. Otto, his voice still couldn't help trembling. With a buzz, Dr. Otto's mind went blank. He instinctively looked down at his hands, these hands that had personally taken 31 lives, stained with blood. Augie watched the silent Dr. Otto, only feeling this world-class nuclear physicist was now just a pitiable yet hateful ordinary person. You can request a lawyer to defend you. You also have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become court evidence. No, Dr. Otto's lowered head slowly lifted. He looked at Officer Augie. I refuse any form of defense. Direct death penalty. Let me pay with my life for those who died at my hands. That probably can't be as you wish. Augie shook his head, turning to leave the detention room, instead summoning 2 other officers. Watch him. Don't let him commit suicide. Dr. Otto's tears streamed down. He couldn't accept that he, who devoted himself to developing fusion energy to change the world, to free the world from energy troubles, to prevent workers doing dangerous work for meager pay from abusing their wives and children. He couldn't accept that he with such a beautiful vision had personally taken 31 lives before realizing his dream. If I hadn't been so impatient with experiments, if I'd listened to Peter, if I'd properly protected the tentacle chip. Dr. Otto's heart felt like being cut by knives. Meanwhile, in an office several rooms from Dr. Otto's detention cell, George Stacy was receiving an official with a lengthy, awkward prefix. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Why have I never heard of it? Wait a moment. I need to make a call to verify. Here's a document personally issued by the Secretary of Defense. Agent Phil Coulson seemed to have anticipated this chief's reaction, passing over a document. George Stacy suspiciously accepted the document, carefully reading it through. After confirming it wasn't forged, he looked at Phil Coulson. So, Agent Phil, what can I do for you? Phil Coulson stared into Chief Stacy's eyes. According to materials I hold, Dr. Otto didn't subjectively intend to kill, but lost control because the chip controlling his tentacles was destroyed. And the reason his chip was destroyed was precisely the electric shock anesthetic bullets the police station used on him. George Stacy stared back at Agent Phil unflinchingly. You mean the organization you represent wants to release Otto without charges? No. I mean compared to life imprisonment or death penalty, will provide him a better opportunity to use his abilities, to save far more lives than he killed. Agent Phil said. Chief Stacy said nothing. SHIELD will properly settle victims' families. Dr. Otto won't appear in public view again. We'll try to accommodate everyone's feelings. Agent Phil added. You really should change your name. George Stacy didn't continue discussing Dr. Otto, instead changing topics. We'll consider it. Agent Phil's face showed a trace of smile. He walked from the office toward Dr. Otto's detention room. The Tesseract is in the hands of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, this secretly established multinational organization. On Manhattan streets, Batman no longer took taxis. Instead, he walked unhurriedly, stopping occasionally. Tony Stark didn't know much about the Tesseract. He only knew it was discovered by the eliminated terrorist organization Hydra and salvaged from the Arctic by Howard Stark after World War II ended. I must quickly establish a commercial empire, then establish a science team to participate in this organization's research on the Tesseract. Batman didn't plan stealing or robbing. That would do him more harm than good. For the long-term goal of returning to Gotham, Batman had to think long-term. And the Batcave, a private area combining surveillance network, forensic analysis station, equipment workshop, armory, Batmobile bay, Batwing platform, medical station, training area, a series of functions, became a necessity. Batman wasn't taking a taxi now precisely to conduct ground-level inspection of one of his chosen sites, City Hall Station, located in Brooklyn's central area. This subway station, completed and preserved since 1904, had long ceased operations. Even compared to many current subway stations, the abandoned City Hall Station could be called luxuriously nostalgic. Brass chandeliers, cut amethyst glass skylights, and bronze plaques made it resemble a small museum. But Batman's gaze didn't linger on various gorgeous decorations. He cared more whether this place was sufficiently secret, with sufficient modification space. The subway station has only one level. I need to expand downward or laterally for sufficient space for the Batmobile, Batwing, and future large servers and generators placed here. I need to purchase surrounding land to ensure this place is sufficiently safe and secret, and construction noise won't raise anyone's suspicions. Batman, deeply researched in engineering and having personally designed and built over 50 Batcaves of various sizes in Gotham, spent little time determining this abandoned City Hall station would be among the optimal Batcave choices. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, an offer Silver Sable can't refuse. Recently, New York's legal community has been quietly circulating a rumor. They say a group of people, over 30 individuals, have visited nearly half the law firms in New York, searching for a lawyer brave enough to prosecute Kingpin. I'm guessing you're one of them. Holden Bradley, whose hair had receded to just a tuft at his forehead, slicked back with gel in a futile attempt to simulate a full, sparse head of hair, asked with a smile. Having left the abandoned subway station to continue his lawyer search, Batman nodded. His mouth stretched into a grin, his voice slightly high-pitched. Do you have any lawyer recommendations? He currently wore a green shirt and purple suit, topped with a green wig. His back was slightly hunched, his gait unsteady, his face a sickly pallor matching his posture. Batman wouldn't be foolish enough to visit New York's law firms as Peter. Just like when purchasing various tools, he'd prepared over 30 outfits in different styles, each with matching hairstyles, postures, mannerisms, and accents. Since the ultra-thin biomimetic masks he'd used in Gotham required materials unavailable in ordinary markets, Batman opted for facial muscle control and colored contact lenses to alter his appearance. This entire package created the impression among lawyers that some gang of over 30 members with a grudge against Kingpin was asking around for attorneys. If you'd come one day earlier, I might have said no one. The sparse-haired Holden smiled. But as luck would have it, a law firm that struggled to land clients since opening seems interested in this case. He wants you at this address. Holden handed Batman a slip of paper with 2 lines, Nelson and Murdoch Law Offices, on top, with a detailed Hell's Kitchen address below. Batman performed an exaggerated knightly bow to the balding Holden, then hurried away with his unsteady gait. Well, if life didn't force people, would anyone willingly take a case against Kingpin? That's the crime emperor who controls all of Hell's Kitchen's underworld. Holden watched the green-haired, purple-suited figure depart, sighing involuntarily. Precisely because no one dares take it, we should accept it proactively. Once we win this case, Nelson and Murdoch Law Offices will definitely make a name in New York. Matt Murdoch, wearing dark red glasses, leisurely sipped tea while addressing his colleague and partner Foggy Nelson, who'd been complaining all morning. Listen to yourself, making it sound so simple. Foggy gesticulated frantically, almost ready to kneel and kowtow to his partner. We're in Hell's Kitchen. Don't you understand what the name Kingpin represents? Bloodshed, brutality, gangs, gunfire, which of those labels sounds easy to deal with? Compared to the agitated Foggy, Matt remained completely calm, even making another pot of tea. His blindness didn't prevent him from accurately placing the tea bag in the cup. As long as this person obsessed with prosecuting Kingpin has enough criminal evidence against him, I believe the law will ultimately stand on our side. Foggy grimaced, unable to change his colleague and partner's mind after a morning of dissuasion. Thinking of their safety, he decided to try another approach, maybe drag Matt to a bar tonight and get him blackout drunk. Better the law office stay closed than have gangs show up late one night, turning them into meat scraps for stray dogs to carry around by morning. Leaving Holden's office, Batman removed his disguise in a deserted alley. The green wig, purple suit, and green shirt were all burned cleanly. He wiped the pale makeup from his face with prepared tissues. Batman resumed Peter's identity and headed straight for the abandoned shipyard, then donned the dark gray batsuit and traversed between high-rises, arriving moments later at the 20th floor where Silver Sable Security was located. He hadn't forgotten that in both Black Cat's and Silver Sable's eyes, he was Batman in the black suit, not Peter Parker. Similarly, gathering criminal evidence against Kingpin and filing charges to force his divestment from Oscorp couldn't involve Batman directly. He needed an appropriate person to do this for him. Among people connected to both Kingpin and Osborn, Batman knew few. Besides Black Cat, only Silver Sable was suitable as a plaintiff. Batman didn't plan to have Black Cat openly accuse Kingpin. He needed her to continue infiltrating Kingpin's organization as a backup plan if the prosecution failed. After various considerations, Batman once again entered Silver Sable's office through the window. "Look, could you knock next time?" Silver Sable had halted her search for the Hulk due to Oscorp's human experimentation exposure. She currently sat with her legs propped on her desk, upper body reclined in her chair, humming. Batman's sudden appearance startled her. She reflexively sprang up into combat stance, then relaxed upon recognizing him, complaining despite herself. Batman glanced down at his angular, sharp-edged suit without speaking. Silver Sable shrugged and spread her hands, watching Batman in silence. After several seconds of awkward silence, Silver Sable broke first. "Last time you came looking for a lawyer. What brings you this time?" When Batman last visited, he provided information about General Ross being the military force behind Oscorp. Silver Sable's subsequent investigation confirmed Batman hadn't deceived her. This significantly reduced her wariness toward Batman. Her tone was less guarded than last time. "I want you to be my partner, to prosecute Kingpin in court." Batman's voice was low. "Why should I?" That was Silver Sable's first thought. She didn't hide it, speaking bluntly. "Why should I?" As president of Silver Sable Security in New York, she naturally knew Kingpin's reputation as the underworld emperor, understood his constantly expanding territory and influence. But what did that have to do with her? Lowering her guard didn't mean working for him. Even if Batman paid, her security company didn't provide that kind of service. "You don't think that because I disapproved of Oscorp's human experimentation and proposed finding the Hulk, you can treat me like some naive, warm-hearted girl, do you?" Silver Sable reclined in her chair again, heavily propping her legs on the desk. Thud. Her combat boots collided with the desktop with a dull impact. She fell silent, waiting for Batman to offer some convincing reason. Silver Sable doubted that was possible. Batman seemed oblivious to her posture, his gaze showing no emotional fluctuation. Yet his opening words exceeded her expectations. I have reasons you can't refuse. More than one. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, I'm rich. What reasons? Silver Sable's interest was immediately piqued. Even putting herself in his position, she couldn't imagine what could motivate her to undertake the thankless task of prosecuting Kingpin. Batman stood by the window, sunlight streaming from behind him, making his face difficult for Silver Sable to discern. Oscorp suffered a series of setbacks. Stock prices plummeted repeatedly. Not only didn't Kingpin sell his shares, he began aggressively acquiring stakes from other shareholders. If we let him continue unchecked, he'll transform from gang lord to legitimate businessman. He'll simultaneously control all of Hell's Kitchen's underworld forces and a massive multinational corporation like Oscorp. Do you think Kingpin would abandon his criminal empire? Silver Sable shook her head. Though she was president of Silver Sable Security, she knew nothing about business competition or money laundering. Her expertise lay in leading her private mercenaries, now her security company, to solve problems with fists. Exactly. Even if Kingpin becomes a legitimate businessman, he won't abandon his criminal network. So he'll need to establish a security company. A company that will grow as Kingpin's control of Oscorp increases, until it leaves Silver Sable Security with nowhere to stand. Silver Sable's heart sank. She could almost visualize the scenario Batman described. Once Kingpin's gang successfully went legitimate along with him, they could rapidly expand using Oscorp's subsidiaries scattered across America and worldwide. Under such massive market pressure, her security company would be like a canoe in a tsunami, capsizing at any moment. Even if she deliberately avoided Kingpin then, he would come for her. She'd face not just Hell's Kitchen gang members, but criminal organizations worldwide. No other reason was needed. This alone sufficed to convince Silver Sable to willingly help Batman prosecute Kingpin. She was about to nod in agreement when Batman spoke again. That's the downside. Now for the upside. Silver Sable was completely stunned. In her mind, preventing Kingpin's rapid expansion was already a huge benefit for her company. What upside? She lowered her feet from the desk, placing them properly on the floor. Her voice lost its edge, tinged instead with anticipation. Transforming Silver Sable Security into Silver Sable International. Batman's emotionless voice struck like a thunderbolt. Silver Sable couldn't help standing up. That requires substantial funding and advanced technology. You're certain? Silver Sable stared at Batman intently, not daring to look away for a moment. If the previous reason merely made Silver Sable passively willing to prosecute Kingpin, the upside Batman just mentioned made her heart race, eager to act immediately. Batman said nothing more. Action spoke louder than words now. He opened his armor, extracting a portable microcomputer and working it briefly. Ding. 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 Alert. Unknown virus intrusion, security firewall compromised. The computer screen on Silver Sable's desk suddenly lit up, a massive red exclamation point flashing frantically. As a security company, employee files and weapons data were highly classified. Silver Sable had complete confidence in her network firewall. Yet Batman had successfully hacked the system in mere seconds, right before her eyes. How did you do that? Silver Sable was completely convinced. Batman maintained his emotionless demeanor. I'm rich. Thump. Silver Sable collapsed back into her chair. Now she didn't need Batman to convince her further, she was the one pressuring him. When do we file charges? Whoosh. A communication device about the size of a cigarette pack, but flatter and heavier, flew from Batman's hand toward Silver Sable. She caught it smoothly. Wait for my signal. Silver Sable examined the bat symbol on the device. She was about to say something more, but Batman had already vanished from the window. Does this guy's dictionary not include the word goodbye? Silver Sable vaulted onto the windowsill with one hand on the desk, looking outside. Bright sunlight greeted her, no sign of Batman anywhere, as if his appearance had been merely an illusion. Dr. Octavius, your crimes are grave, but your talent is invaluable. We all know your fusion energy research is one step from success. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division's resources can immediately realize your vision on a massive scale. In Manhattan Precinct's holding cell, Agent Coulson worked to convince Otto. We'll provide you with the world's finest laboratory, unlimited research budget, and apply your work globally. We can eliminate your sentence, provided you offer support for certain special operations when needed. Otto's hair was even more disheveled now, his eyelids red and swollen, eyes bloodshot. But his rationality remained intact. No. I refuse to join you. I'd rather spend the rest of my life in prison. The mechanical tentacle's loss of control had filled Otto with dread for this thing now fused to his body. He only wanted to remove and destroy it, not use it for special operations support. Coulson sighed. Fortunately, the director hadn't issued absolute orders to recruit Otto, or he'd have no way to report back. Leaving Otto's cell, he returned to Captain George Stacy's office. The Manhattan precinct captain looked troubled, not even looking up when Coulson re-entered. Unfortunately, I failed to convince Dr. Octavius to join. Now I just need you to arrange surgery as soon as possible to remove the mechanical arms. I need to take them. Coulson knocked on George's door, drawing his attention. And then? George looked irritable, asking impatiently. Then you can release him. Even without joining us, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division's directive remains valid. Coulson said. Understood, sir. George returned his attention to materials about the Oscorp Sublevel 3 massacre and the Smythe family deaths. Otto had been arrested, but he wasn't the killer in either case. The real culprit remained at large. The cases had no progress. Smack. After 10+ minutes, George slammed the materials onto his desk. About to call his assistant Augie, he looked up to see Coulson still hadn't left. Sir, we don't serve dinner here, George said with a frown, subtly ordering him out. I'm not planning to dine. Actually, I came for another matter, about the recent New York rumors of Batman. Coulson smiled. He's the real target I came to contact. Captain George Stacy shook his head repeatedly. Batman. No offense, sir, from whatever the hell multinational organization. Currently, we know nothing except the name, and even that only came from Dr. Octavius's testimony. Rumors say he can fly, turn invisible, transform into a bat, teleport, like a vampire. Coulson didn't mind George's profanity, continuing to smile. Prepare a searchlight, some garlic, crosses, and silver items for me. I'll figure something out. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, The Bat Signal in the Night Sky. The cape is an essential part of the batsuit. It makes my combat and movement options far more versatile. The sun set, night fell, and thick clouds completely obscured the moon. Batman didn't go to Hell's Kitchen tonight. Instead, he came to Roosevelt Island, floating on the East River between Manhattan and Queens. His daytime walks through New York streets weren't just about scouting locations for a Batcave, he was simultaneously gathering intelligence. Tonight at South Point Park, on Roosevelt Island's southern tip, a drug deal was scheduled. The sellers were Hell's Kitchen gang members. The transaction time hadn't arrived yet. Batman didn't let his mind rest, instead enriching and perfecting another plan. Batman hadn't placed all his hopes for building a business empire on Otto alone. He was simultaneously implementing 3 plans. The first was Otto's fusion experiment. Unfortunately, this world-class nuclear physicist was currently in a police holding cell due to the tentacle control problem. The second was establishing a company under the guise of AI technology, partnering with Stark Industries to provide technical support. This plan had already been completed successfully. After deducting money spent purchasing various components and assembly tools, Batman now possessed over $106 million, ready to execute the third plan at any time. Using the shell company to acquire suitable factories, then mass-produce memory fibers and nanocomposite materials. Batman didn't plan to commercialize the actual technology used for his cape, but process modifications could yield secondary-grade materials. Secondary compared to the real Batcape, but for the current global market, this bulletproof, impact-resistant, high-temperature flame-retardant, lightweight yet high-strength material could be applied in countless fields. Body armor, firefighting gear, racing suits, aerospace, medical, laboratories. Batman didn't focus much energy on business, but as former head of Wayne Enterprises, he didn't lack market insight. Taking the real first step toward a business empire while manufacturing the Batcape, 2 birds with 1 stone. Only this way could Batman obtain sufficient funding support. Compared to the third plan, the $100 million from providing AI technology was merely pocket change, not even enough to design and build a Batwing, lift platform, and electromagnetic launcher. Tonight I need to visit Manhattan Precinct. Otto is being held there. I need to understand Otto's case progress and files. While the Cape plan gradually took shape in his mind, Batman hadn't abandoned Otto. But there was no time for detailed planning now. As a tiny spark flickered in the pitch-black South Point Park, the buyers in the drug deal had arrived. Batman remained motionless, standing like a statue. This should be safe enough. No need to worry about the sellers having ideas. Dean took a deep drag from his cigarette, enjoying the sensation of burning tobacco entering his lungs. The glowing ember flickered in the darkness like stars. As long as we're not in Hell's Kitchen. I heard that place has been weird lately, not only some spandex pervert breaking into the Bowery Hotel causing chaos, but also a vampire appearing and disappearing. Beside Dean, a gaunt woman with long hair and a nose ring hugged herself, as if this could provide some security. Ellie, don't worry. Dean exhaled thick white smoke, dropping his cigarette butt on the ground. This place isn't exactly remote, but it's safe enough. Even if there really is a vampire, unless his neck connects straight to his stomach, he couldn't drain 5 or 6 of us. One person dies at most. A man behind Dean said. The others murmured agreement, as if being able to buy drugs was worth 1 death out of 5. But Ellie looked around, about to say more when approaching footsteps interrupted her. The sellers arrived, 4 people, led by Black Cat. Looks like you're eager. Been waiting here long. Black Cat approached the buyers, sizing up Dean's group. Skip the small talk. Did you bring the goods? Dean lit another cigarette and began puffing, urging impatiently. Don't rush. Black Cat soothed. You all know Kingpin is expanding territory. He's got huge quantities of drugs and plans to completely clear inventory within a month, so. Black Cat, we're just following orders for this transaction. Seems unnecessary to tell them all this. A large man behind Black Cat interrupted. Black Cat sighed quietly, stepping back to let the large man pull out a bag of drugs from his coat. Meanwhile, a camera with flash disabled quietly appeared in her hand. Guys. The gaunt, nose-ringed Ellie spoke up again. What? Dean turned to look at her. Ellie raised her arm trembling, pointing at a corner of South Point Park, her voice tinged with tears. Do any of you know when the park got a new statue? What statue? Dean turned skeptically to look. He saw an entirely black figure with 2 pointed ears standing silently not far from them. Vam. The large man who'd interrupted Black Cat stammered, unable to form complete words. He watched the statue move, like a demon melting into the night. The thought of escape barely formed when a smoke grenade dropped between buyers and sellers. Boom. A low sound, the smoke grenade exploded instantly. Darkness and white smoke completely disoriented the group, spinning like headless flies. Batman carefully controlled his striking force to avoid turning them into pulp. Even so, wearing the batsuit in darkness, Batman was like a tiger among sheep. Thud, thud. The dull impact of fists on flesh continued. The large man who'd interrupted Black Cat swallowed involuntarily, then reached into his coat for a handgun. Before disengaging the safety, the gun flew from his grip. Simultaneously, Batman's uppercut launched the large man's body airborne. Compared to the gang at the docks, this group had fewer people and weapons. Black Cat's vision blurred, Batman had already knocked everyone to the ground. Scrape, scrape. The sound of a body dragging across ground emerged. Black Cat looked toward the source. Batman had already dragged the launched man to the East River's edge, gripping one foot with one hand, plunging the man's entire body underwater. Glug glug glug. The large man's other 3 limbs thrashed desperately in the water, his nose and mouth flooding with icy river water, his mind filled with despair. Splash, Batman pulled him up, voice low. Tell me everything you know about Kingpin's organization. The large man coughed twice, about to speak defiantly, but the next moment he splashed back into the water. Only when his limbs gradually weakened was he lifted again. Now you can speak. Black Cat started to say something. Her camera and the recorder hidden in her sleeve had captured the entire drug transaction, but before opening her mouth, she saw a searchlight illuminate Manhattan city center. The light beam converged, shooting skyward, projecting onto a cloud to form a circle of light. In the circle's center was unmistakably a massive bat symbol. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. On the top floor of a 16-story building in Hell's Kitchen, outwardly dilapidated but internally luxuriously decorated, Kingpin stood motionless by the window, leaning on his cane. Boss. Behind Kingpin, a short man with brown hair and abnormally developed muscles called out. Kingpin had been standing at the window for over 10 minutes, his gaze piercing through Hell's Kitchen, staring at the sky above Manhattan Center. There, a searchlight beam shot skyward, projecting a bat-shaped symbol. Walker, find Maddie's father. I need him to do something for me. Kingpin's broad shoulders turned as he addressed the short but muscular man. Maddie. The little girl you saw separated from her father on the street a few days ago. Walker asked, confused. Kingpin's voice was deep and gentle, his face bearing the warmth of a loving father. Tell him that if he doesn't want to lose his daughter again, he'll climb the Statue of Liberty tomorrow night and demand Batman appear and reveal his true face. I'll pay him handsomely. I want to see if this guy is the demon from the rumors or just an ordinary person playing tricks. Don't expose me. Walker lowered his head in acknowledgement and hurried away. First there was the spandex-wearing guy calling himself Daredevil, causing trouble throughout Hell's Kitchen, collecting criminal evidence on Kingpin's gang members and asking after Kingpin's whereabouts. Then there was Batman dropping by Hell's Kitchen every few days to deliver Kingpin's people to the police station. Walker knew perfectly well that Kingpin had been suppressing his fury, but to successfully gain absolute controlling interest in Oscorp, he wouldn't let anyone catch him at this critical moment. 3 more days. At most 3 days and I'll have most of Oscorp's shares. Then whether it's Daredevil or Batman, they'll just be clowns. Kingpin watched his subordinate Walker leave. His hand gripping the cane couldn't help tightening as his gaze continued studying the bat signal over Manhattan. Meanwhile, on Roosevelt Island in the East River between Manhattan and Queens. Very few people have actually seen Kingpin's true face. Only a handful within his entire organization earn his trust. All of Kingpin's external expansion orders and dirty money business instructions go through those few people, who then imitate Kingpin in passing orders down the chain. Finding Kingpin is extremely difficult. I've now gained preliminary trust from Kingpin, but if everyone else gets injured this time while I'm completely unscathed, that initial trust will shatter quickly. Black Cat looked at the large man who'd passed out after Batman's violent interrogation. She crouched down, picking up the handgun the man had pulled from his coat, a trace of ruthlessness crossing her face. Bang. Pointing the gun at her own thigh, Black Cat pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet didn't connect. Batman's timely grappling hook adhered to the gun, making the bullet graze past her the instant she pulled the trigger. You don't need to do that. Batman tossed the gun into the East River, walking before Black Cat with a low voice. But I can't let Kingpin suspect me. Black Cat looked at Batman blankly, unable to think of a better way to fool Kingpin. I already thought ahead to this step. Batman turned toward one of the transaction buyers, the nose-ringed woman named Ellie. She'd been the first to spot Batman standing like a statue in the darkness, even warning the others, though she now lay on the ground. Black Cat approached Ellie suspiciously and examined her carefully, discovering she'd merely fainted and wasn't injured. Batman had only knocked her unconscious without breaking half her bones like the others. So you'd already planned this? Black Cat asked in astonishment. She'd just stood up when the back of her head received a controlled chop from Batman's hand. Her body went limp immediately, collapsing into Batman's arms. I plan everything, Batman said, looking at the unconscious Black Cat. Then one hand extended, pulling her recorder and camera from her sleeve and pocket. These contained the criminal evidence Black Cat had deliberately mentioned about Kingpin selling drugs. Batman didn't completely trust Black Cat, even with her father's murder as motivation. Currently, he only fully trusted himself. Evidence only felt secure in his own hands. Not only that, Batman also took a microtransmitter from his belt and hid it in the white fur collar of Black Cat's deep V leather outfit. Collecting evidence and finding Kingpin, Batman had been pursuing both simultaneously. Only after completing all this did Batman use black webbing to bind the entire group, dumping them at the Queen's precinct entrance. New York's weather tonight wasn't great. Dense clouds covered the sky, completely obscuring the moon. The pitch-black night made the illuminated bat signal even more conspicuous. Even with willpower as firm as Batman's, seeing the bat signal gave him a momentary disorientation, as if transported back to Gotham. But quickly, Batman's gaze refocused. He raised his hand, a strand of black webbing shot out, firmly adhering to a high-rise wall. Without his cape, temporarily using Spider Slayer's salvaged glider as replacement, Batman rapidly headed toward Manhattan Precinct. The bat signal source was Manhattan Precinct, also where Batman planned to visit tonight. He needed to review Dr. Octavius's case files and understand every development in Otto's case. So Agent Coulson waited bitterly on the precinct rooftop while Batman never appeared, instead infiltrating the station. Otto's case had just occurred, related materials wouldn't be in the file room yet. After hacking the precinct's internal surveillance to disable it, Batman headed straight for Captain George Stacy's office. Sure enough, on George's desk, Batman found materials related to Otto's case. Peter's vision let Batman easily read the records in the pitch darkness. They matched his own judgment. Otto's tentacles were controlled by chips, and the chips were destroyed precisely because the precinct used electric stun bullets on him. But one thing exceeded Batman's expectations. Besides the precinct's case materials, George's desk prominently displayed a file from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. The materials showed all victims' families had been properly settled. Otto was exempt from punishment for crimes committed without subjective intent, with 2 potential costs. 1. Join the organization and serve it. 2. Decline, but accept monitoring, equivalent to losing personal freedom. This organization's authority exceeded Batman's imagination. They could compress legal procedures that normally took months or years into a single day's results. A multinational organization with enormous authority, possessing research rights to the Cosmic Cube. A flash of understanding crossed Batman's mind. He understood why his previous CIA hack had yielded so little supernatural data. Most of it was in this Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division's hands. Perhaps I should hack this mysterious organization to obtain more unknown information about this world, Batman thought. 3 floors above Batman, on the rooftop, Agent Coulson continued his bitter wait. A head of garlic was clutched tightly in Coulson's palm, his hands already covered with garlic's distinctive pungent odor. Crackle. Batman didn't come, but Coulson's earpiece activated first. Coulson, give up. Why? I'm still waiting to meet Batman personally. Coulson asked quietly, confused. While you've been on the rooftop, that guy already hacked into our Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division systems. We couldn't even stop him, the voice in his earpiece said. What? Coulson's eyes widened. Director, are you certain it was him? The director's voice was quite helpless. Yes. He reviewed all our internal data right in front of over a dozen senior network technicians, like we were naked prostitutes. He even left a blank file with a bat symbol to tell us who he was. The technicians couldn't locate him. Coulson dropped the garlic, pacing the rooftop anxiously. He didn't hide his location at all. He's beneath your feet in the precinct, Agent Coulson, the director said. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Target Locked. Batman's goal was to establish his own business empire, then cooperate directly with this mysterious organization possessing the Cosmic Cube, thereby gaining access to it. Before that, a mere agent wasn't worth Batman's time. Infiltrating the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Batman focused on searching their internal systems for information about potential supernatural forces and possible space-time travel. He was currently using a computer inside Manhattan Precinct, so Batman didn't bother disguising his IP address. Even if they counterattacked and traced this computer, it didn't matter. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Searching for information within the division's internal system, Batman silently counted seconds. He was fully aware the guy who'd turned on the bat signal on the precinct rooftop was an agent from this organization. He'd even obtained the man's complete file. Not until Batman estimated that the agent named Phil Coulson had likely received word and was about to return inside the precinct did he open a window and slip away soundlessly. Ensuring no one followed, Batman used his grappling hook's high mobility to traverse between high-rises, heading straight for Queens. The listening network I planted at Osborne Manor this morning detected movement, the sound of mechanisms operating in Norman Osborn's study. There's a hidden room in his quarters. It's late at night now, what is Norman doing entering a secret chamber? Without a Batmobile, Batman could only continuously swing between buildings. Passing Queen's precinct, Batman glanced down. Among the group he'd bound and dumped at the entrance, Black Cat had already vanished. Earlier on Roosevelt Island, Batman had deliberately not struck the woman named Ellie hard, not out of mercy, but because he needed her to establish the alternate fact that Black Cat is a woman, so she wasn't injured by Batman. He'd use this to confuse Kingpin's judgment of Batman and ensure Black Cat's trust with Kingpin didn't diminish. Whoosh! A batarang flew through the air toward the bound drug dealers, embedding firmly in the ground beside them. Batman's figure had already disappeared. At Osborne Manor, Batman activated his suit's integrated night vision and sonar. Combined with information he'd memorized about various areas while walking the grounds with Harry earlier, Batman located Norman's room without much difficulty. He concealed himself outside Norman's window, back against the wall, hands pressed to it. The magnetic adhesion function of his gloves combined with Peter's natural adhesion ability kept Batman's form exceptionally stable. The listening network picked up no sound. Sonar showed the room empty. Batman wasted no more time. He extracted lockpicks from his belt, opened the window from outside, and flipped in. Little Bat, Little Bat. While Batman infiltrated Osborne Manor, Norman had already donned his suit to become the Green Goblin, riding his glider through the sky, muttering constantly. You killed Spencer, you ruined Otto's experiment, you turned on the bat signal at night. I'm coming for you, Little Bat. The Goblin's face twisted as his glider carved an arc through the air toward Manhattan Precinct. The bat signal's beam projected diagonally upward. The bat symbol in the clouds was exceptionally conspicuous in the pitch-black night. The Goblin flew into the light column, heading toward the source like a moth to flame. Ha 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 ha. So it's the police station. Little Bat is a cop. The Goblin reached Manhattan Precinct's rooftop, circling the empty space. Finding no trace of Batman, he threw caution aside with shrill laughter, casually dropping 2 pumpkin bombs. Beep, beep, beep. The pumpkin bombs rolled several times across the rooftop. Accompanying beeping sounds, green light suddenly bloomed, followed by orange-red flames and searing shockwaves erupting. Boom. On the rooftop, police antennas and radio equipment twisted and shredded like toys under the pumpkin bomb's explosion. Scattered debris accompanied by billowing smoke woke people living near the precinct. As lights turned on in nearby apartments, the Goblin's mad laughter echoed above the precinct, carrying farther and farther. Screech. Agent Coulson rushed into the precinct, discovered Batman had long departed, and could only helplessly leave. But the violent explosion and dazzling firelight behind him made him slam the brakes. Director. Coulson stared intently at the exploding Manhattan precinct, anger flashing in his eyes. Someone's attacking the station. Can't confirm if it's Batman yet. Rescuing detained prisoners inside takes priority, the director's voice came through his earpiece. Yes, Director. Coulson jerked the steering wheel while pressing the gas, making the car U-turn and charge back toward Manhattan precinct. Beep. Identity verification passed. Inside Osborn Manor, Batman used the microcomputer on his forearm to crack an encrypted system in Norman's study. With a beep, the bookshelf filled with business management and financial books slowly shifted aside, revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Having infiltrated from Norman's bedroom and confirmed the man wasn't home, Batman stepped into the void without hesitation, passing through a dim corridor into a secret chamber. Eerie green lighting made the place look sinister, but Batman had seen far more terrifying scenes. Expressionless, he surveyed the chamber. Orange pumpkin bombs, green blades, the glider he'd seen at Oscorp, plus various throwing knives, bullets, and micro-missiles. This was unmistakably a small armory. Batman's gaze didn't linger on the weapons but searched for evidence directly linking Norman to the Sub-Level 3 massacre. Inch by inch, Batman missed no corner. Finally, in a dim recess, he found a suit with a torn hem. Thanks to Gotham billionaire Bruce Wayne's discerning eye and knowledge, Batman recognized the suit's material almost instantly upon picking it up, high-grade silk. When investigating Oscorp Sub-Level 3 with Black Cat, we found a silk thread at the damaged workstation. The assessment then was that the killer wore an expensive suit and was quite familiar with Oscorp. The killer can now essentially be identified as Norman Osborn. Batman gripped the suit, suddenly realizing something was wrong. The Smythe family deaths occurred late at night. If the killer is Norman, is he out tonight to kill again? Batman was about to leave when the listening network throughout Osborn Manor suddenly picked up approaching footsteps, heading closer and closer to the study. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Late Night, Secret Chamber. Woo-wah. Police sirens pierced Manhattan's night sky as two fire trucks raced through the streets toward Manhattan Precinct. George Stacy and firefighters repeatedly charged into the flame and smoke-shrouded station, rescuing detained prisoners along with important documents one by one. But one area remained unreachable despite all efforts. That section at the precinct's deepest point, several holding cells, had walls and floors collapse from the explosion, burying everything firmly beneath rubble. Without construction vehicles like excavators or cranes, human strength alone couldn't budge it, let alone approach through the roaring flames and billowing smoke. But in the dead of night, where could they find such equipment? Even if available, it couldn't reach the scene in time. The arriving firefighters were at a loss. They could only use water cannons to suppress the blaze, seeking a sliver of hope for those trapped inside. Augie, how many people are still unaccounted for? Captain Stacy's face bore traces of smoke and fire, but he disregarded his appearance to ask his assistant. 3 people haven't been rescued. They were all held in those deepest cells. One of them is Dr. Octavius. Assistant Augie checked the list of rescued prisoners. No matter what, saving lives takes priority. Captain Stacy's brows twisted together. Contact the nearest construction site. Get me an excavator or CRA. Boom. George Stacy's words had barely left his mouth when the already high-risk collapsed area suffered another cave-in. Ash and dust billowed up, scattering in the wind. Captain Stacy and Augie had to retreat several steps, covering their mouths and noses. Fire Captain Becker, his clothes and face blackened by smoke, approached Captain Stacy. Captain, this situation requires contacting the Urban Search and Rescue Team. Without professional structural engineers on site, we don't dare attempt rescue rashly, it could kill people who might otherwise survive due to unprofessional operations. We can't accept that risk, nor can we let you privately deploy construction vehicles for rescue. George Stacy sighed heavily. As captain, how could he not know this? He simply wanted to rescue everyone as quickly as possible. Agent Coulson. Captain Stacy looked toward the ever-silent Phil Coulson. Before he could finish, Coulson shook his head, indicating he shouldn't speak yet, instead staring intently at the collapsed area where firefighters were powerless. Captain Stacy watched Coulson. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he vaguely detected a trace of anticipation in the agent's eyes. But with the fire department at a loss and 3 people still trapped in the collapse, what was he anticipating? Just as Captain Stacy puzzled over this. Screech. The teeth-grinding sound of bending steel suddenly erupted, followed by a series of mechanical and metal collisions. Everyone from the fire department and precinct focused their attention. In that collapsed area at the holding cell's deepest point, several tons of reinforced concrete suddenly shifted, then was flung aside with a crash. Then a mechanical tentacle extended out, like a cobra rearing up, its 3-pronged claw opening before heavily striking the rubble nearby. Crack. A crisp sound, this first tentacle firmly anchored itself, then a second, third, 3 tentacles emerged from the rubble. Through the swirling dust, a figure in prison garb slowly rose. Dr. Octavius, supported by tentacles, hung high above the wreckage. Whoosh! Everyone participating in firefighting couldn't help retreating several steps. Manhattan precinct officers even backed behind vehicles and other cover, drawing handguns aimed at Otto. Agent Coulson stood his ground. He conversed with Otto and understood the truth behind Otto killing police in the sewers. Otto simply lacked funding, couldn't afford the expensive electricity his experiment required, so entered the sewers. His strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division could resolve this. George Stacy likewise didn't retreat, his eyes flashing the same anticipation as Coulson's, gaze locked on Otto's fourth tentacle, still not yet raised. Clang. 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 As Otto's mechanical tentacles alternately lifted and fell, his figure gradually emerged from the rubble. That last extending tentacle also became visible to everyone. The fourth tentacle was curled, firmly binding the two people trapped with Otto. Whoosh. Captain Stacy exhaled in relief, exchanging glances with Coulson. Both men simultaneously approached Otto. Clap, clap. Someone hesitantly applauded several times celebrating the successful rescue, but was quickly stopped by nearby companions. Otto's solo defeat of 31 police officers in the sewers still dominated the Daily Bugle headlines. Even though he'd now rescued two other trapped individuals, most people's fear of Otto still outweighed other emotions. While firefighters and officers outside Manhattan precinct breathed easier with everyone rescued, inside Osborne Manor, Batman held his breath. Norman had returned to the manor, approaching the study at an unhurried pace. Batman felt no panic. His mind remained absolutely calm. He first secured the damaged suit to his utility belt, then his gaze rapidly swept the secret chamber before pulling down the light switch. Thunk. The chamber plunged into pitch darkness, not a sliver of light remaining. Dum dum dum. Apparently in good spirits, Norman hummed a disconnected tune entering the study. The next second his pupils contracted to pinpoints, his humming mouth trembling slightly. Harry. Seeing the shifted bookshelf and the exposed pitch-black void, Norman called out softly. No response. The chamber was pitch black, you couldn't see your hand before your face. Norman swiftly drew a short blade from his suit, gripping it reverse style, hunching over and advancing cautiously. Tap, tap. Faint footsteps were the chamber's only sound. Norman further lightened his steps until silence reigned, a pin could be heard dropping. He knew this place intimately. Even in total darkness, he touched nothing, perfectly avoiding all obstacles. His reverse-gripped blade shifted slightly, ready to strike at any moment. The chamber wasn't large. Norman quickly searched every corner, his blade probing outward several times without touching anything. Click. A soft sound, Norman reached the light switch and turned it on. Eerie green illumination immediately filled the space. Almost simultaneously, his blade crossed before him, his gaze rapidly sweeping the chamber. Yet even with lights on, the place remained empty. Heh. Norman's mouth opened in laughter when he suddenly sensed something and looked up. An entirely black figure with two sharp pointed ears clung to the ceiling, silently watching him. Two eyes gleamed sinister in the eerie green light. The next second, crash. Countless bats shattered the study windows, passing through the dim corridor into the chamber. Simultaneously, Batman dropped from the ceiling. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Batman vs. Green Goblin. Norman Osborn had become the Green Goblin. He who should have instilled fear in others was now startled by Batman. Almost by instinct, the Goblin, injected with super soldier serum, maintained his startled appearance while subconsciously raising his arm defensively before his face. In the hand raising that arm, he quietly concealed the short blade he'd been gripping tightly. He was just waiting for Batman to reach him, then he'd plunge the knife into his body. Everything's as I predicted. Behind his mask, the Goblin's mouth stretched wide. He couldn't wait to see his blade injure his opponent, watch him lose combat capability, then be disemboweled. From excitement, the Goblin's breathing grew rapid, his grip on the blade tightening further. Whoosh! Just as Batman was airborne, about to make contact with the Goblin, the blade sliced through air, stabbing viciously toward Batman. Everything is within my plan. Batman remained expressionless. The moment he'd entered the chamber and seen the pumpkin bombs, blades, bullets, and micro-missiles, he'd already prepared to face the Goblin. Whether the Goblin entered the chamber or not, whatever weapon he chose, Batman had planned responses within seconds. This included pressing the bat beacon button on his boot sole the instant he heard footsteps, and the serrated blade pre-deployed on his gauntlet's exterior. The instant they made contact, a crisp ting rang out. Batman precisely blocked the Goblin's supposedly perfectly concealed blade with his gauntlet's pop-out blade, then applied slight pressure to send the knife flying. The Goblin froze. After his blade was knocked away, he instinctively threw a punch. Based on Norman's destructive force on Oscorp Sublevel 3, his physical strength exceeds what I learned about Captain America when hacking the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. But I still need to control my strength, test him, avoid killing him with one strike. Based on continuous testing of Peter's body strength plus the Batsuit's protective capability, Norman Osborn's strikes remain within tolerable damage range. This was likewise part of Batman's plan while clinging to the chamber ceiling. Now facing the Goblin's punch, Batman merely crossed his arms to block rather than directly grabbing and breaking the man's arm. Boom. Batman flew backward, heavily striking the chamber wall. The hard cement surface shattered in a large section, half his body embedded in the wall. Norman Osborn lacks professional training. From his attack and blade concealment technique, his close combat relies entirely on the super serum's enhanced reaction speed, strength, and instinctive behavior. Batman jumped down from the wall, having assessed Norman's capabilities. Heh. The Goblin laughed neurotically. His foot pressed hard, body suddenly charging Batman. Another blade appeared in his palm. Seeing Batman just extracting himself from the wall, the Goblin stabbed straight toward Batman's heart. But this time Batman didn't continue testing. He seized the Goblin's wrist and twisted hard. Able to shatter walls barehanded, able to send Batman flying into a wall, the Goblin's physical capabilities had been greatly enhanced by super soldier serum, allowing his body to withstand his own super strength. But the Goblin's formidable physique couldn't handle Peter Parker's 25 tons, which under Batman's professional technique could even reach 30 tons. Crack! The Goblin's arm broke with a snap. Batman didn't foolishly endure damage, leaving Peter's precisely mastered abilities in use to instead pit Bruce Wayne's strength against the Goblin. He pursued efficiency, not self-indulgent sentimentality. So the Goblin's upturned mouth now twisted downward in agony. He couldn't spare time to clutch his broken wrist, instead rapidly pressing a button on his intact hand. Whoosh! The green blade stored with the pumpkin bombs flew to the Goblin's hand in an instant. He gripped the hilt single-handed, then his green suit and blade seemed to conduct electricity, lighting up. The Goblin retreated while swinging the blade with tremendous force. Though completely lacking technique, the super soldier serum's speed enhancement made the green blade light seem like an impenetrable sphere. Batman raised his arm. With the extremely faint sound of a nitrogen spring, contained high-pressure nitrogen shot webbing fluid at extreme speed. It met air in an instant, solidifying into thread flying toward the Goblin. Sizzle, the black webbing met green blade light but failed to slow the swinging speed. Instead, the webbing seemed to evaporate and disappear. Plop, plop. In the chamber, the flying bats knew nothing of evasion. The instant green blade light touched them, they fell to the ground. Watching the Goblin who'd made himself like a porcupine with no opening, Batman couldn't help frowning slightly. If he had his cape, Batman could easily use it to break the Goblin's blade light and take him down effortlessly. But now his back had no cape, only the device salvaged from Spider Slayer's glider. The Goblin swung his green blade tirelessly while slowly retreating toward the glider in the chamber. He jumped backward. The glider steadily lifted the Goblin airborne. Just as Batman was about to fire webbing again to stick to the glider, a roaring sound came from behind him. Besides this chamber's glider, there was the one the Goblin used when going out. The latter now charged madly toward Batman. During flight, its front deployed two sharp spikes, undoubtedly creating two massive holes in anyone they struck. Boom. Batman dodged sideways. As it passed him, he grabbed it and slammed it heavily to the ground. In that same instant, the Goblin used his blade to cut through the chamber ceiling, ascending on the original glider and fleeing into the distance. Ha ha ha. Mad laughter echoed through the night sky. When Batman pursued outside, he could only see the glider's tail flame disappearing into the horizon. The guy had escaped. Batman remained calm, not continuing to watch, instead returning to the chamber. Turning off the bat beacon on his boot sole, Batman turned his gaze toward the bombs and weapons in the chamber. Just as he planned to clean out everything to prevent Norman from returning for them to continue his crimes, Harry Osborn's voice suddenly rang out. Father. Awakened by Batman and the Goblin's battle sounds, Harry stood before the study bookshelf uncertainly, staring at the eerie green chamber inside. Thunk. A smoke grenade flew from the chamber, bursting with a pop. Harry was immediately engulfed in white smoke. Before he could react, Batman's figure rushed from the chamber. A controlled chop knocked him unconscious. When Harry woke and rose from the floor, passing through the bookshelf, he saw only an empty room glowing with eerie green light, nothing inside. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, The Batcape. If you don't want your daughter Maddie to disappear again, calm down and listen to me. In Hell's Kitchen, Walker, one of Kingpin's few trusted subordinates, dressed in a black suit, wove through the dead of night to find Ivan, the father of the little girl Maddie who'd gotten separated from him on the street a few days ago when Kingpin intervened. Other matters could be delegated, but this needed minimum exposure. Walker had to handle it personally. Ivan woke from sleep with a start. His eyes widened in terror, instinctively wanting to cry for help, but the hand covering his mouth and the knife at his eye prevented any sound. His peripheral vision glanced sideways. His wife lay motionless on the bed. Relax. I didn't kill her, just knocked her out. The suited, short but muscular Walker pressed his knee into Ivan's chest, waving the knife. Tomorrow night, I want you to climb to the Statue of Liberty's torch and jump. But before jumping, when police attempt rescue, you need to demand, let Batman come personally and reveal his true face. After it's done, your family will find a bank card with enough money to live comfortably for 10 years without working. But if you don't do this, you might live, but you'll never see your daughter again. Walker used his gaze to indicate the foot of the bed, grabbing Ivan's hair to lift his head slightly so he could see clearly. Mem. Whimpering sounds came from the foot of the bed. Only then did Ivan see his daughter Maddie bound with hands behind her back, mouth sealed with tape, crying tearfully. His bound daughter, himself threatened by knife, and Walker's promised sum, Ivan had no choice but to agree. He could only nod slightly, expression caught between crying and laughing. Walker seemed quite satisfied with Ivan's cooperation. Oh, you need to write, let Batman come personally and reveal his true face, on something beforehand, so those cops can actually read what you want. After all, the Statue of Liberty stands 92.99 meters tall. He released Ivan's mouth, returning the knife to its sheath. Can you let my daughter go? I promise I'll do exactly what you said. As soon as he could speak, Ivan begged desperately. Walker ignored Ivan's pleading. He tucked Maddie under his arm and headed toward the window. But Ivan suddenly changed tactics, no longer begging, now asking for money. Can you leave me some money first? I can't afford the boat to the island. The Statue of Liberty stood on Liberty Island in the Hudson River. Reaching it from Manhattan required a boat. Walker turned back, bewildered, then reached into his pockets. After searching thoroughly, he discovered he had no money on him at all. Wait a few minutes. Walker vaulted over the windowsill and dropped out, taking Maddie with him. Only then did Ivan realize the window, closed from inside, had somehow been opened, allowing Walker to silently knock out his wife and threaten him. Thinking of his wife, Ivan quickly turned to check her. After careful examination revealed no injuries, he breathed easier. But his daughter being taken away tightened that breath right back into his throat. Staring at the pitch-black night sky through the opened window, Ivan felt his life was as hopeless as that darkness. Robbery. Walker left Ivan's home, turned left and right into an alley, addressing a homeless man slumped there. The homeless man stared dumbfounded at this short muscular man in a suit with a struggling little girl under his arm. About to speak, Walker already brandished his gleaming knife. Startled, he dared say nothing more, trembling as he pulled several coins from his coat. Snatching all the coins, Walker ignored the homeless man's desperate pleas behind him, turning to head straight back to Ivan's home. Don't forget what I said. Climbing back through the window, Walker dumped all the coins onto Ivan's bed. Your daughter's in my hands. Whether you want to call police or run away, I suggest you think carefully before acting. Walker climbed back out with little Maddie still under his arm. Ivan clutched the coins with a heart like a knife was twisting in it, just deciding he'd jump from the Statue of Liberty tomorrow when. Thud. A muffled sound outside the window, followed by Maddie's crying and the whooshing wind of fists and feet colliding. Ivan could no longer care about coins. He scrambled to the window to see two figures grappling outside. His daughter Maddie had been thrown onto the ground nearby, crying while twisting her body toward the window. By the time Ivan clumsily climbed out the window, the two figures had determined a victor. The suited, muscular Walker lay motionless on the ground. The other figure limped over to the crying Maddie and crouched down. Who are you? Ivan gathered courage to approach Maddie, looking at this guy with horns on his forehead wearing a dark red suit. Daredevil. Daredevil untied Maddie's bound hands and unsealed her mouth, standing. Ivan hugged his daughter, staring fixedly at Daredevil's leg where Walker's knife was clearly still embedded. Your leg. Daredevil pulled out the knife, seeming unconcerned about his injury. Instead he asked Ivan. Do you know this guy's background? Daredevil had been nearby planning to destroy a criminal den when his keen hearing detected Walker robbing the homeless men, following him here. Ivan instinctively shook his head. Repeat everything he told you word for word. Daredevil's voice was slightly hoarse. Ivan didn't dare refuse. The wound still bleeding on Daredevil's leg reminded him he faced someone no less dangerous than Walker. Ivan could only steel himself and begin repeating. He said, if you don't want your daughter Maddie to disappear again. Ivan's voice suddenly stopped. Just as Daredevil was about to prompt him, Ivan spoke. I know now. Because I feared my wife's scolding, I never told anyone about my daughter getting separated and lost. Only one person who helped me find Maddie knows. He told me his name. Wilson Fisk. He's Kingpin, Daredevil thought. Meanwhile, at the abandoned shipyard, Batman laid out Black Cat's recorder and camera along with various criminal evidence he'd collected himself. The evidence he currently possessed showed Kingpin's gang involved in kidnapping, arms dealing, and drug trafficking, enough to meet that lawyer willing to take Kingpin's case. But completely toppling Kingpin still risked failure. More direct evidence was necessary. Moreover, compared to Kingpin, the crime emperor controlling Hell's Kitchen, the escaped Green Goblin was actually more dangerous. Recent murders were all connected to Norman Osborn. Furthermore, tonight's late-night broadcast reported Manhattan Precinct being bombed, likely the Goblin's handiwork again. Facing the Goblin with his glider and sharp green blade, the Batcave's priority jumped to highest. Even without transportation or a Batcave, Batman with a cape could display far greater capability than his current state. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Parker Industries. 32 pumpkin bombs, 11 short blades, 7 serrated flying discs, over 100 rounds of various caliber ammunition, 4 micromissiles, 1 completely destroyed glider. Still some time until dawn. Even going out now, he couldn't acquire a factory to manufacture the cape. Batman laid out everything he'd packed and taken from Norman's secret chamber on the ground, then retrieved the various firearms originally buried and later excavated. He stared at these items for several minutes, then picked up the Goblin's destroyed glider. Using tools, he completely disassembled it into components, discarding the shell, spike deployment mechanisms, and everything else, retaining only the propulsion system. Not just the cape. The Batmobile too. Batman surveyed the various items nearly covering his entire temporary operations center. His next steps were crystal clear. Purchase a vehicle and modify it into the Batmobile to handle highly mobile opponents and cross-city combat requirements. Acquire a suitable factory to manufacture the Batcape while producing secondary-grade samples to send prospective corporate clients, harvesting orders. Buy the abandoned municipal subway station and convert it into the Batcave, providing support for all Batman's operations. The data I discovered hacking the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division at the precinct showed that after Captain America battled Hydra leader Red Skull, the Tesseract was recovered, but neither Captain America nor Red Skull's bodies were found. Can't rule out they triggered some switch, either the Tesseract vaporized them completely or transported them somewhere. Like the mother box's boom tubes. After establishing his short-term objectives, Batman removed his suit and began routine training with the abandoned shipyard's weights and industrial equipment, his mind never stopping. That document I saw in Captain Stacy's office clearly stated Dr. Octavius was exempt from punishment but would face 2 choices. I need to find Otto and see if he chose to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. If not, I can use the CAPE plan to provide Otto with funding and experimental facilities while improving his formula. This will accelerate my business empire plan considerably. The sky gradually brightened. Batman stopped training and returned to Peter's rented apartment. In the mirror, young Peter's face showed no change despite days and nights of relentless work, but considerable gray had appeared at his temples. Dense stubble covered his entire chin. This Saturday I need to tell Aunt May I'm terminating this apartment's lease. Otherwise I don't have time to keep showing up here specially. Peter Parker's identity can appropriately display some intelligence and talent. Otherwise there's no explaining how a college student could purchase a factory and produce CAPE materials exceeding current world technology. This time nothing impeded Batman's plan. He headed straight for a Manhattan car dealership. Compared to new cars, used vehicles with harder-to-trace funding sources and transaction records were Batman's preferred target. With money and clear objectives working together, Batman soon drove a second-generation Dodge Charger away from the used car lot. This vehicle's engine bay was massive. Batman could remove the original engine and replace it with something more powerful, plus install a series of weapons and intake systems. The retro exterior would allow full armor plating, run-flat tires, and front plow spoiler to integrate seamlessly with the vehicle rather than scattering parts everywhere after impacts. Having acquired the base vehicle, Batman didn't rush to modify it. Instead he drove toward Brooklyn's industrial district. Batman planned to modify nearly everything about the vehicle inside and out except the frame itself. The salvaged equipment at the abandoned shipyard couldn't possibly meet requirements. He needed to purchase large quantities of components, electronic parts, and supporting tools. Before buying these items, Batman had to acquire the target factory first, avoiding having nowhere to store purchases. Brooklyn's industrial district contained numerous factories established during World War II, including one that once provided technical support to the U.S. Air Force, later transitioning to aerospace development, but gradually falling behind the times due to funding shortages, teetering on bankruptcy. Established during World War II, this factory held permits for heavy industrial manufacturing and specialized chemical handling, perfectly matching Batman's requirements. This would serve as one of his bases besides the Batcave, a legitimate public enterprise. Batman needed everything inside the factory to appear reasonable and legal, avoiding trouble from various agencies like environmental protection bureaus. Again through monetary assault, Batman acquired this approximately 10,000 square foot factory for under $5 million, renaming it Parker Industries. Next, personnel changes, structural reorganization, and process modifications at Parker Industries couldn't be solved with money alone. These required time. Even materials one grade below the Batcape couldn't possibly be produced as samples within a day. It required purchasing materials and Batman personally modifying processes already existing in his mind. After spending half a day completing necessary legal procedures and paperwork, Batman again drove the vintage muscle car away. He needed to order a series of network equipment to establish comprehensive surveillance coverage throughout Parker Industries. The abandoned shipyard's industrial equipment was all unusable. To convert this newly purchased muscle car into the Batmobile, Batman could only accomplish it at Parker Industries. With surveillance networks, he could work with confidence. Additionally, the various automotive components needed for Batmobile conversion had to be purchased separately. Even if Batman could design them independently, the newly acquired Parker Industries couldn't produce them with its current technology. He could only buy what was already available on the market. When everything was ready and various materials prioritized for purchase in New York's market gradually arrived at Parker Industries thanks to money's influence, the factory-wide surveillance network was complete. Clearing everyone from the factory, Batman first went to the abandoned shipyard to retrieve those weapons and glider parts. He spent remaining time with fingers flying across keyboards. An artificial intelligence more complete and optimized than the half-finished AI model given to Tony Stark gradually took shape. Night fell. Deep within Parker Industries' most remote building, underground. This place had originally been a massive underground warehouse, now completely emptied. Besides necessary air vents and drains, only one exit remained. Everything else Batman had completely sealed. The space was now bright as day. Firearms, ammunition, micromissiles, pumpkin bombs, glider parts, the muscle car, and Batsuit made it resemble a terrorist's private armory. Oracle. Looking at this temporary Batcave established for Batmobile conversion, Batman suddenly spoke to the otherwise empty warehouse. "Bruce Wayne, what are your orders?" Between Alfred and Barbara, Batman had chosen Barbara Gordon as the prototype for his AI. Before establishing his business empire with more sophisticated equipment and technology, the Oracle AI, named after Barbara, was sufficient for Batman's work requirements. The future Alfred AI would need more powerful mainframe servers, cooling systems, and independent generators to display the old butler's full capabilities. Oracle's voice showed no trace of electronic synthesis in its tonal fluctuations, identical to Batman's memory. Batman's eyes flickered, but his voice remained emotionless. "Initiate Batmobile project. Begin modifications now." Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Fierce and Terrifying Batmobile. Hell's Kitchen was exceptionally lively tonight. One of Kingpin's most trusted core gang members, the short but muscular Walker, had disappeared. Last night, Kingpin sent Walker to find Ivan and make him jump from the Statue of Liberty to force Batman to reveal himself, but Walker still hadn't returned. Ivan, who was supposed to jump from Lady Liberty tonight, was also nowhere to be found. Felicia, Turk, Lester, Mac. Besides Walker, you four are the people I trust most right now. Even if you have to turn all of Manhattan upside down, find Walker for me. Kill him if necessary. Kingpin, dressed in a white suit with a stocky build like a short wall, leaned on his cane. Before him, besides Black Cat, 3 others wore black suits. The 4 showed varying expressions. Turk looked troubled, his gaze lingering on Kingpin's cane for 2 seconds. "Boss, Black Cat, and Bullseye should be enough for this job. I have no muscle and can't fight, all I know is making tools." The cane Kingpin frequently carried, almost never leaving his hand, was Turk's creation. Though he hadn't even finished high school, through self-taught knowledge from various books, Turk became an expert at lockpicking and cracking safe codes. His reputation in New York's underworld was second only to the master thief Black Fox. After Black Fox refused one of Kingpin's theft jobs, the Fox was killed. Turk, with his theft and lockpicking skills plus inventing various tools, became one of Kingpin's most trusted people. Kingpin wasn't surprised by Turk's refusal. "You don't need to act personally. After the others find Walker, you'll transfer him to a safe location. Mac, you were a private investigator. Following clues is your specialty. Finding Walker is mainly your responsibility." Mac, full name McDonald Mac Gargan, had a scorpion tattoo on his neck, earning him the nickname Scorpion. Unlike Turk's somewhat mild face, Mac's sparse eyebrows and hooked nose made him look exceptionally vicious. Hearing Kingpin's arrangement, Mac nodded without hesitation. "Felicia, Lester, you're responsible for clearing all obstacles. Whatever the cost to find Walker, I'll accept it." Kingpin assigned again. Black Cat, Felicia smiled sweetly, her gaze sweeping over these colleagues serving under Kingpin. Her father Black Fox's death connected to all of them. Turk convinced Kingpin with Black Fox's existence would hinder gang development. Scorpion, Mac used traces to find the Fox in an alley. Bullseye, Lester killed him. Don't worry, Kingpin. Black Cat's face showed no emotion beyond her smile. We'll find Walker and bring him to you. So as orders from Kingpin cascaded down, Hell's Kitchen roiled like boiling water. Sounds of doors being kicked in, glass shattering, and shrill screams from sleeping people erupted constantly. Living or dead, Kingpin's gang members frantically burst into every household searching for Walker's traces. Manhattan precinct officers had to drive out pursuing these manic gang members. Suddenly, police sirens wailed throughout Hell's Kitchen. Car engine roars, vehicle collisions, and tire screeching sounds erupted constantly. Besides members searching for Walker, dozens of vehicles patrolled every Hell's Kitchen street, ready to divert police elsewhere. Boom. A police car reached an intersection and was rammed by a suddenly accelerating truck, flying through the air and flipping several times before crashing down. Hear those sounds outside. How many families can't sleep tonight because of your vigilante justice? Go play your dress-up games with those homeless people. Hell's Kitchen won't have peace for even a moment as long as you hold me. In an underground parking garage on a street corner, the missing Walker sat on the ground with a black eye and swollen face, hands bound behind him. Hearing the police car heavily rammed outside, Walker's face showed a trace of smile. He looked at Daredevil in dark red before him, mouth stretching wide. Kingpin won't rest without finding me. I know too many of his secrets. His people will find this place sooner or later. His words fell, crash. The parking garage's rolling door Daredevil had lowered was smashed through. A pickup truck charged in. Daredevil ignored Walker, pulling out his billy clubs and snapping them together into a staff. It's useless, they've found this place. You can't hide. Walker shouted at the top of his lungs. You have nowhere to run, spandex wearer. Bang. Daredevil's staff struck Walker's head heavily, knocking him unconscious. Then Daredevil hid Walker under a nearby parked vehicle and concealed himself as well. Last night, hearing Ivan mention Wilson Fisk, Daredevil immediately understood Walker's background. Worried that taking Walker to the precinct would result in Kingpin bailing him out, Daredevil chose vigilante imprisonment, interrogating Walker about Kingpin's hideout. But Daredevil didn't expect Kingpin's reaction to be so extreme, making all of Hell's Kitchen suffer to find Walker. However, this also indicated Walker's position in Kingpin's organization was even higher than Daredevil imagined. Capturing him meant holding most of Kingpin's criminal evidence. V-Room. The pickup charged into the underground garage, headlights on, constantly circling inside, searching inch by inch for Walker's traces. Mac, you're sure Walker's hidden here? Don't waste my time. Inside the pickup, Bullseye impatiently addressed Scorpion. Please trust a former private investigator's instincts, Bullseye. Scorpion drove confidently. Every waking moment I collect intelligence. Otherwise, why do you think I'm Kingpin's intelligence specialist while you're just a pathetic enforcer? I'm Kingpin's chief assassin, Scorpion. Bullseye extended one hand out the window, a playing card emerging from his fingertips. The paper card spun through the air, smacking into a concrete support column. Found him. As the vehicle penetrated deeper into the garage, screech, Scorpion stopped the pickup, headlights illuminating Daredevil's hiding spot. You handle Daredevil. I'll take Walker. Bullseye chuckled. He'd been holding back, finally getting to fight someone. Jumping down, Bullseye thrust both hands in his pockets. When he withdrew them, his fingertips already held 7 or 8 playing cards, all flying simultaneously toward Daredevil's hiding spot. Discovered, Daredevil had nowhere to hide. Staff in hand, he engaged Bullseye. Scorpion seized the opportunity while Bullseye fought Daredevil, following traces to find the black and blue Walker under a vehicle, tossing him in the truck and gunning the engine toward the garage exit. I've found Walker. Everyone cover me. As the pickup burst from the underground garage, Scorpion grabbed his radio. But before finishing his words, he saw at the street's end a muscle car with an engine roaring like a beast charging madly. Every vehicle attempting to block it was rammed aside, yet its speed didn't decrease, it only accelerated further. Vaguely, Scorpion glimpsed the heavily modified vehicle's front, barely recognizable. A massive bat symbol combined with a sharp plow blade, fierce as a demon's face. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, The Batmobile's Small Shock. Stop him. Scorpion roared, slamming the gas pedal. The pickup rumbled out of the underground garage. This should have been an impressive moment, but compared to that vehicle at the street's end, its roar like muffled thunder reaching his ears, the Batmobile made Scorpion look like an infant at Boxer Tyson's feet. No comparison whatsoever. What the hell is that thing? Police's latest vehicle? Or that so-called vampire's ride? Scorpion Mac watched the Batmobile draw closer, his scalp tingling involuntarily. He thought of the recently widespread vampire legends. Fortunately, Hell's Kitchen streets were now crawling with Kingpin's members. They drove vehicles specifically to obstruct police pursuit and support Walker. Even though what pursued now wasn't a police car, these gang members still positioned themselves across the road, completely blocking the path between the Batmobile and Scorpion's pickup. Unless you can fly, I don't believe this many cars can't stop you. Scorpion breathed easier, jerking the steering wheel to send the pickup in the opposite direction from the Batmobile. He glanced at the rearview mirror. That Batmobile's figure grew more distant, seemingly truly blocked. He could only vaguely see crimson headlights, like a vampire's bloodthirsty eyes locked onto its target. Just as Scorpion thought he'd completely blocked the Batmobile, those crimson headlights in his mirror suddenly shot skyward. Am I hallucinating? Why do I see that thing flying? Scorpion frowned, sticking his head out the window to look back. Then he witnessed something incomprehensible. The Batmobile's front launched two steel cables, firmly embedding into buildings halfway up on both sides of the street. Then it leaped violently. With its own spring and the cable's pull, the multi-ton Batmobile soared high into the air. Then both cables rapidly retracted, and the Batmobile briefly charged forward through the air. Then another cable shot from the airborne Batmobile diagonally downward, firmly embedding in the street surface, contracting at extreme speed, tightening, pulling the airborne Batmobile into a rapid diving glide. In the blink of an eye, the Batmobile flew over the numerous vehicles blocking the street. With a thunderous engine roar, crimson headlights began madly closing on Scorpion's pickup. What the hell is that thing? Seeing the Batmobile that had nearly disappeared from his mirror reappear, Scorpion's mind completely short-circuited. He'd rather believe that thing was an aircraft than accept it was a car. No good, I need to figure something out. I can't outrun it. I need to find somewhere to lose it. Scorpion glanced at Walker thrown in the truck bed. For an instant, he even considered dumping Walker and escaping alone. But he ultimately didn't do it. Instead, he floored the accelerator completely, sending the pickup charging forward at maximum speed toward Hell's Kitchen's south side, toward West 40th Street. Hell's Kitchen's streets were perfectly grid-like, no space to shake pursuers. The pickup speed was far inferior to its opponent. From the Batmobile's earlier leap, simply blocking streets might stop police but couldn't hinder the Batmobile one bit. Only West 40th Street, closest from here, had relatively complex interchange lanes. Only there did Scorpion have any possibility of using his road knowledge to leave his pursuer far behind. Converge on West 40th Street. A vehicle with crimson headlights and a giant bat on its hood is chasing me. Shoot out its tires. Scorpion grabbed his radio, then recklessly rampaged through streets, smashing a string of parked cars' side mirrors, making these innocent vehicles wail warning sounds. Simultaneously inside the Batmobile, Scorpion Mac's radio voice rang clearly. Having activated the monitoring system, Batman expressionlessly pressed the accelerator. Vroom. Vroom. As Scorpion issued orders to Kingpin's subordinates, trucks, sedans, and vans converged toward West 40th Street. Simultaneously, clack. Ammunition chambering sounds rang inside vehicle after vehicle. Screech. Scorpion hit the brakes hard, jerking the steering wheel completely, sending the pickup from Hell's Kitchen onto West 40th Street's overpass. Behind him, a box truck first turned sideways, but seemingly due to the driver's poor technique, the entire vehicle simply toppled over at the overpass entrance. Behind this box truck, more and more vehicles scattered haphazardly blocking the road, a full 50+ meters. I fucking don't believe you can still fly. Scorpion exhaled heavily. Ignoring the black and blue bruises on Walker beside him, he slapped Walker's body hard. Hang on, I've already lost that guy. Humph. Walker slumped motionless in his seat. Daredevil had thrown countless punches to extract Kingpin's specific information from him. Almost no part of Walker's body didn't hurt. But Walker's mouth remained sealed. He hadn't leaked half a bit of information about Kingpin. Vroom. Scorpion laughed, about to drive the pickup down from the overpass toward West 39th Street's underground tunnel. Once through the tunnel, Scorpion would completely lose the Batmobile. Thinking this, Scorpion Mac checked his rearview mirror. Sure enough, no Batmobile shadow remained. Something's not quite right. Scorpion gripped the steering wheel with one hand, feeling he'd overlooked something. It seemed after he ordered his subordinates to converge on West 40th Street, the Batmobile hadn't appeared again. Given that vehicle's mad engine roar and momentum ramming through vehicles when he first saw it, Scorpion didn't believe it was all bark and no bite. He'd definitely overlooked something. Just as Scorpion Mac drove toward West 39th Street's underground tunnel while pondering what went wrong. Clang. Driving the pickup on an overpass nearly 10 meters above ground, Scorpion Mac watched a massive grappling hook emerge from below at the roadside ahead, a steel cable attached to its end. Screech, screech. Clearly audible cable contraction sounds rang out. Under Scorpion Mac's ghostly expression, the sharp plow blade and massive bat symbol composing the hood slowly rose from the overpass's edge. Though the crimson headlights didn't shine directly at Scorpion, he felt locked on completely. Go. Scorpion still stood dazed when Walker beside him punched the steering wheel, shouting. Beep. Walker's punch triggered the horn with a beep. Only then did Scorpion react, flooring the accelerator to frantically flee around the Batmobile. Inside the Batmobile behind him, Batman turned off the radio monitor, then pressed a button. Boom. At the Batmobile's rear, propulsion devices salvaged from the Green Goblin's and Spider Slayer's gliders erupted. The entire Batmobile roared forward, locked onto the pickup's tail. Oracle, take control. Batman said, releasing the steering wheel to press another button. The next moment, the Batmobile's roof slid open. The seat's electromagnetic ejection system activated. A black figure traced a parabola through the air. Batman crashed heavily onto the pickup's roof. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Clues Converge, Strategic Mastery. Kneeling on one knee atop the pickup's roof, Batman's black figure resembled a statue. No matter how Scorpion Mac inside swerved the vehicle, he remained immovable. Where are they? West 39th Street direction, shoot Dracula down for me. In Scorpion's eyes, the elusive Batman was practically equivalent to a vampire. He simply called him by Dracula's name outright. Tattattattat. Actually, Scorpion didn't need to say anything. Kingpin's men had already driven their vehicles closer, brandishing submachine guns or handguns, desperately firing at Batman. Oracle, activate anti-ballistic mode. Atop the pickup, Batman spoke in a low voice. As his words fell, the Batmobile locked onto the pickup's tail, 6 modified firearms rose from its hood, 3 left and 3 right, roaring into action. Under Oracle AI's aim, these non-lethal bullets precisely and frantically poured onto every vehicle except the pickup, shooting weapons from gang members' hands out car windows, tearing skin. Intense pain made gang members unable to suppress their screams as they clutched wounded areas. Batman ignored them, one hand using Peter's adhesion and his glove's dual absorption to firmly stick to the roof. His other hand formed a fist, smashing into the pickup's windshield. Just once, the windshield's surface filled with dense cracks and a deep crater caved inward. Where it connected to the roof, it rose high. Batman grabbed the windshield's raised section, tearing the entire glass panel from the vehicle body. Just as Batman leaned forward again, extending his hand to grab the pickup's steering wheel and pull out Scorpion Mac and Walker hiding inside. Bang. A bullet grazed past Batman's palm. With trained spider sense, Batman predicted its trajectory before the bullet left the barrel. He chose not to dodge. But he also didn't plan to continue forcibly extracting Walker and Scorpion. In less than a second, he changed tactics. Oracle, fire grappling hook. Force braking. Batman said. His words fell, the Batmobile-mounted Oracle AI immediately responded. Below the bat symbol at the front of the hood, a palm-sized grappling claw shot out with a bang, firmly embedding into the pickup's body. The next second, the Batmobile braked hard. Massive friction instantly transformed the vehicle from high-speed motion to stillness, simultaneously forcing the pickup to stop as well. The vehicle stopped, but inertia's existence made Scorpion and Mac unavoidably fly forward, tumbling through the windshieldless driver's seat toward the front. Before they even hit the ground, Batman had already fired his grappling hook to catch them both, knocking each unconscious with one punch. In Hell's Kitchen, that 16-story building with a dilapidated exterior and luxurious interior, atop the massive rooftop office, Kingpin's usually gentle, fatherly face now twisted. Around him crowded a full 10 muscular men. Some had thick calluses covering both hands, others had legs with muscles coiled like steel wire. Some even held knives. Though clearly superior in numbers and weapons, this group surrounding Kingpin had flickering eyes. Some even had trembling calves. Someone shouted, 10 fighters from around the world charged Kingpin from all directions. Kingpin's face contorted. He now resembled a brutal tyrant with a face full of savage flesh. Besides necessary turns, Kingpin didn't retreat a single step. His fists, comparable in size to ordinary people's heads, clenched with audible creaks. Bang bang bang. A series of booms like punching sandbags, these fighters' figures were sent flying backward one by Kingpin's fists. 10 people took only 10 punches. Kingpin's white suit wasn't damaged in the slightest, but those flying men each clutched chests or abdomens, coughing blood, unable to stand. Thud. Several couldn't withstand it, fainting on the spot. Black Cat, Bullseye, and Turk stood aside. Only after Kingpin wiped his hands with a handkerchief did they approach. Kingpin, according to subordinates' reports, it's confirmed Walker and Mac were arrested by Batman. We haven't yet determined their exact location. Turk spoke first. Kingpin looked at Turk without speaking, only staring fixedly at his eyes until Turk was drenched in sweat before shifting his gaze. With Walker and Mac both missing, my plan must advance. Kingpin seemed to be trying to level his voice, but tonight not only was Walker not recovered, another trusted aide Mac also disappeared. His words practically ground between clenched teeth. Tomorrow I will officially join Oscorp's board of directors, uniting other shareholders to vote Norman Osborn out, gaining absolute controlling interest at maximum speed. Then I will control all of New York's, even the entire world's, criminal forces. Simultaneously, in Manhattan subway tracks, the Batmobile silently traveled through tunnels, arriving at the abandoned City Hall station. Before converting this place into the Batcave, it remained a suitable area for parking the Batmobile. Though this Batmobile was hastily modified and somewhat crude, it still possessed stealth mode like his Gotham Batmobiles, lowering emitted noise to avoid detection. Avoiding everyone, Oracle AI connected to the city subway system, mastering optimal routes. Batman looked at the portable computer on his forearm. It currently displayed Hell's Kitchen's map. At the map center in a 16-story building, a red light blinked. From last night until now, Black Cat has stopped at this location 4 times, totaling 25 minutes. Excluding other locations, there's a 90% possibility this is Kingpin's whereabouts. The tracker hidden in Black Cat's white fur collar last night had continuously sent Batman her position. Batman also eliminated locations one by one based on Black Cat's movement trajectory, marking the position currently displayed on the map as where Kingpin most likely was. Returning the forearm-mounted portable computer into his gauntlet armor, Batman turned his gaze to the unconscious Mac and Walker. Monday night, the gang member Anthony who forced the Zagan gang to join Kingpin gave me one piece of information. People responsible for issuing Kingpin's orders, occupying territory, and illegal transactions have one commonality: they all wear suits. And right now, the unconscious Walker and Mac both wore nearly identical black suits. After Oscorp's Sublevel 3 murder case was exposed, Black Cat told me Kingpin was threatening other shareholders to forcibly acquire shares. From tonight's commotion searching for Walker, and Mac's disappearance will inevitably make Kingpin uneasy. He'll accelerate joining Oscorp's board, even voting Norman Osborn out to gain absolute control. As soon as tomorrow, possibly. Time to have Silver Sable contact that lawyer willing to take Kingpin's prosecution case. Thread after thread converged together. Batman had nearly grasped all of Kingpin's movements. Chapter 50, Chapter 50, All-Round Strike Against Kingpin. The icy air made Scorpion Mac shiver. He groggily opened his eyes to find himself bound tightly on the ground, the back of his head resting on something cold and hard. The nearest light source was an orange-yellow lamp dozens of meters away. Vaguely, he could see layered patterns beneath the light, like stripes on a zebra. No, those weren't zebra stripes. Those were fucking train tracks. His head was currently pillowed on subway rails. Swoosh. Scorpion Mac's hands and feet instantly turned ice cold. He frantically twisted his body trying to get up, but black threads extended from the darkness, firmly fixing him in place. Hey! Can you let me go? Scorpion Mac shouted. Anyone there? His voice echoed through the empty subway. At first, the final words were barely audible, but as the sound traveled farther, the echo gradually blurred, finally transforming into inhuman whispers. Hum. The echo finally disappeared, but a distant continuous humming began. Not coming through the air, but transmitted from the rail Mac's head rested on, directly into his brain. The low, continuous hum sounded like the earth growling softly. Then the rails began trembling slightly, conducting through Scorpion Mac's tightly bound body. An imperceptible yet omnipresent tingling sensation made every hair on his body stand on end. Hey! Scorpion Mac shouted again, this time with a trace of desperation in his voice. He knew what this sound was, a subway rapidly approaching his position. Whoosh! Though the subway hadn't arrived, air compressed by it began flowing rapidly. The unique atmosphere mixed with rust, motor oil, and damp earth from deep in the tunnel blew past Scorpion Mac. He struggled more desperately, forcefully twisting his body. His hands also burst with the greatest strength of his life trying to snap the black webbing, but this time he discovered despairingly that the webbing was far too tough. Not only could he not break it, but from excessive force it cut into his flesh, hurting so much his vision darkened. Just then, a point of light appeared at the rail's end. Then the light grew brighter and brighter, the subway was gradually closing in, approaching at extreme speed, as if it would crush Scorpion Mac's skull the next second. The rail's trembling also became violent. Mac's teeth chattered involuntarily. Just as he prepared to cry for help again, an entirely black figure with 2 sharp-pointed ears gradually appeared in the subway's light, nearly detonating Mac's already taut nerves. I need to know everything about Kingpin. You can choose to speak, or not speak. The low voice rang out amid the subway's roar. Then that demon-like figure gradually disappeared, as if abandoning Mac alone on the tracks. The subway drew closer and closer. The light stabbed Scorpion Mac's eyes painfully. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh. The massive subway car compressed air, blowing Mac's body slightly. In a few seconds it would reach him. Mac could no longer restrain himself. His legs trembled, a warm stream soaked his suit pants. I'll talk. Whatever you ask, I'll tell you. Pull me up. Please. I'll tell you everything. Whoosh. The subway swept past with wind pressure crushing over the rails. Scorpion Mac's entire body stiffened, watching helplessly as that pointed-eared figure yanked his body up, his nose nearly scraping past the car. Even 1 second later, Mac's entire face would have been scraped off by the subway car. Scorpion Mac didn't doubt for a moment. If he chose to be stubborn, not cooperate with this vampire demon, all that awaited him was being crushed alive by the subway. Now you can speak. As the subway departed, another cold wind blew across Scorpion Mac's face. Batman's voice rang out again. Scorpion Mac didn't dare delay. From how Kingpin trained daily with fighters from around the world, always 1 against 10, ending battles within 20 seconds. To his own role in Kingpin's gang, Kingpin's plan to infiltrate Oscorp. Scorpion Mac spoke without reservation, racking his brain to reveal everything he knew about Kingpin. He didn't even dare stop. He feared this mad vampire might be dissatisfied and throw him back onto the tracks to fend for himself. Batman expressionlessly memorized everything Scorpion Mac said, judging from Mac's micro-expressions, breathing frequency, and body movements whether his content was truthful. Until over 10 minutes later, Scorpion Mac spoke until his mouth was parched. Unable to produce more information about Kingpin, he could only bitterly plead with this vampire. Mr. Dracula, I haven't hidden anything. Let me go, I drink often, my blood is full of alcohol. He suddenly thought of Walker who'd been with him in the pickup. Now that he was captured by Batman, presumably Walker had also fallen into Batman's hands. Drink Walker's blood. As Kingpin's driver and bodyguard, his blood is better than mine. Bam. Batman's fist slammed into Scorpion Mac's abdomen, making him faint from pain on the spot. Binding Mac aside, Batman dragged the still unconscious Walker, Kingpin's driver and bodyguard, repeating the same trick to place him on the tracks. For Kingpin to make such a big move in Hell's Kitchen completely contradicts the low profile needed for going legitimate. But if Walker's identity is Kingpin's driver and bodyguard, then Kingpin's actions tonight are completely justified. The next subway hadn't arrived yet. Walker was thrown onto the scalding hot rails just passed by the subway and woke from the burn. Like Scorpion Mac, after shouting for help fruitlessly, Walker attempted self-rescue. But bound tightly by black webbing, he couldn't break free, the webbing only tightened further. Unlike Mac with no muscle training traces, Walker's skin below the hairline is thicker, rougher, and shinier than his face, even with thick calluses. His elbows and knees are extremely thick. All signs indicate Walker is a Muay Thai expert. From Walker's injuries, whoever attacked him used fists and clubs as weapons. This matches what Mac confessed. Daredevil captured Walker last night. As Batman continuously analyzed Mac's information, rumble, rumble. The next subway rapidly approached from the distance. Walker on the tracks let out a shriek. This Muay Thai expert no longer maintained composure. Batman still used intimidation tactics to break through Walker's psychological defenses, only pulling him back the instant before the subway struck him. Next, Batman would make full preparations targeting Kingpin based on information provided by these two most trusted subordinates. This included all-round strikes on business, gangs, psychology, and physiology. He would strangle this crime emperor in the cradle. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Shield's Request for Help. Long Island, New York, was the most renowned region among the world's 8 Great Bay Areas, a residence for local wealthy elites and Tony Stark's birthplace. Friday morning, in a Long Island mansion, Tony Stark sat groggily on an oversized sofa. Without even washing up, he first grabbed a drink, staring blearily at his unexpected visitor. Sorry, could you repeat what you just said? Tony yawned, then gulped down his drink. Agent Phil Coulson smiled at this seemingly unreliable guy before him, patiently repeating his earlier words. Mr. Stark, I'm... Quick interruption, can you just get to the point? Stark cut off Coulson's self-introduction. Coulson maintained his smile. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division your father founded needs a security firewall upgrade. We hope you can provide technical support. If the director hadn't ordered Coulson to personally visit this playboy, Coulson wouldn't want any association with this wastrel drowning in wine and women. But there was no choice. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division had suffered Batman's brazen network intrusion 2 nights ago, stealing massive amounts of Tesseract data. Though the organization was established by multiple nations jointly, that didn't mean everyone inside possessed world-class standards, like network technicians. They needed someone like Tony Stark at technology's cutting edge to upgrade the organization's network systems, avoiding another incident of Coulson waiting bitterly on a rooftop while Batman infiltrated systems inside the precinct. I never handle business matters. You should contact my secretary Pepper, not wake me from sleep. Tony said. This time Coulson said nothing, still maintaining his smile while silently watching Tony until the playboy grew uncomfortable. Give me 2 days. Tony finally said. He could tell if he didn't agree, this Agent Coulson would probably keep smiling and waiting him out indefinitely. This is a one-time security access token Shield asked me to give you. After connecting to the server, you can begin your work. Coulson handed over a small chip. Your organization finally decided to change its name? Tony asked without even glancing at the chip. The name was too long. I just put together the initials of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Coulson chuckled. Tell your boss when you get back, the name's not bad. Tony waved Coulson away, escorting him from this Long Island mansion. Casually holding the one-time token Coulson gave him, Tony had zero intention of personally upgrading their network firewall. He planned to dump this on Peter. With that guy's technical ability to produce a mature semi-finished AI model, the firewall upgrade should be child's play. Meanwhile, Peter, currently Batman, was busy at Parker Industries. Parker Industries equipment couldn't manufacture the cape material Batman needed, that required multiple materials mixed through special techniques, but making secondary-grade material worked perfectly. He was currently making samples. These things just needed to attract potential clients' interest. Future orders for Parker Industries would flow endlessly. Mr. Parker, the motorcycle you asked me to purchase has been delivered to the factory entrance. Emerging from the production workshop, Batman handed dozens of samples to his assistant, then heard this young woman, Alice, just her second day on the job, still somewhat unfamiliar and nervous, speak. Mail out these samples. I've already listed the client addresses on the desk in the CEO's office. Batman said. Every employee remaining at Parker Industries, Batman had verified their identities by hacking New York's police systems. Alice was among them, the one who most needed work with the cleanest background. Batman wouldn't remain at Parker Industries constantly. He needed personnel to execute business operations in his place. Currently, no one at Parker Industries was more suitable than Alice. Watching Alice jog toward Parker Industries' CEO office, Batman turned toward the entrance. A Harley-Davidson Virad he'd instructed Alice to buy was parked there. Just the Batmobile wasn't enough. Batman had quickly added the Batcycle to his schedule, planning to modify it when time allowed. He might not ride this motorcycle around New York revving the engine, but he absolutely wouldn't allow himself to lack a Batmobile alternative. However, before modifying it, this motorcycle would also serve as Batman's decent transportation. He mounted the vehicle, revving the engine as he headed straight for Oscorp. Oscorp Tower had been sealed by police following the Sublevel 3 murders and Sublevel 2 human experimentation. But such a massive multinational corporation's headquarters couldn't remain sealed indefinitely. Currently, besides Sublevels 1 through 3 plus the underground parking being sealed, the above-ground building sections maintained their former state. Oscorp Tower totaled 60 floors. From the 53rd floor up were the Osborn family's private areas. Actually, during Batman's several investigations, half these private area floors remained unfinished bare spaces. Norman only used the top floor as his office, other floors saw pitifully little use. The 50th floor consisted almost entirely of meeting rooms of various sizes. The largest conference room now sat full of Oscorp's directors. These included Oscorp executives, Wall Street elites, even a scientist director. Almost everyone except Norman Osborn had arrived. As a multinational biotech enterprise, Oscorp needed scientist directors with deep scientific and technical backgrounds. Even Norman himself filled that role. But sitting here now wasn't him, but another guy with graying hair and a somewhat stern expression. The nameplate before his seat read Kurt Connors. He wore a black suit, one sleeve hanging empty, clearly missing an arm. Beside Connors, Oscorp shareholder Valentine sat somewhat awkwardly in his seat, occasionally glancing toward the conference room entrance. Besides him, several others similarly kept looking around. We received notice that someone has acquired 30% controlling interest in Oscorp and issued us an offer to purchase all or part of our shares. Valentine, do you know who it is? Connors asked. Gulp. Valentine swallowed without speaking. He still couldn't forget that knife tip pressed against his ear hole, even waking from nightmares these past nights, fearing that blade would pierce through his ear into his brain. Hearing Connors' words, Valentine couldn't help shuddering. Creak. The conference room door opened. Wearing a white suit, leaning on a cane, built so wide he needed to turn sideways to enter, Kingpin slowly walked into the room. Valentine practically reflexively stood, facing confused looks from board members, steeling himself to approach Kingpin. According to company bylaws, we welcome the new major shareholder, Mr. Wilson Fisk, to join the board of directors. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Batman vs. Kingpin. Given Mr. Norman Osborn's reckless decisions regarding the so-called super soldier serum, causing sustained damage to stock prices, the exposure of Sublevel 2 human experimentation, and the appearance of the Sublevel 3 massacre, have caused continuous decline in company reputation. The board believes he is no longer suitable to serve as chairman and CEO of this company. Therefore resolved, immediate removal from all positions. From Valentine introducing Kingpin to Oscorp's board to Kingpin proposing this resolution, barely 5 minutes had passed. No one expected the seemingly obese, benevolent-looking Wilson Fisk would immediately propose voting Norman Osborn out. Who exactly are you? I've never heard of you. Scientist Director Professor Connors frowned. His relationship with Norman was decent, he had reason to ask. I'm merely a spice merchant. Kingpin told Connors gently. I simply believe that for Oscorp's better development, removing Norman Osborn is an essential step. Additionally, Kingpin stood at the conference table's head, addressing all board members. I hold 67% of Oscorp's shares, possessing absolute controlling interest. What I just said was merely notification. His words fell, uproar filled the conference room. Valentine quietly breathed easier. Apparently he wasn't the only one Kingpin had forcibly acquired shares from through various means, several other poor bastards existed. I don't agree. Professor Connors stood with one hand on the conference table to object. Just then, BAM. The conference room door was kicked open violently. Silver Sable with silver-gray short hair, wearing a light-colored suit, walked in. Behind her followed lawyer Matt Murdock wearing dark red sunglasses. Distinguished directors. I am Matt Murdock, representing my client. We possess conclusive evidence questioning the legality of Mr. Wilson Fisk's funding sources for this Oscorp share acquisition. According to conclusive evidence my client provided, Mr. Wilson Fisk is New York's infamous crime emperor Kingpin. And his share purchase funds came respectively from drug trafficking, arms smuggling, and extortion proceeds. Blind Matt faced Kingpin speaking. With each word from his mouth, Kingpin's expression darkened another shade. Silver Sable crossed her arms before her chest, watching Matt's performance with interest. She knew nothing about law, but that didn't prevent her from watching the show. Smack. Matt pulled a paper from his pocket, slamming it heavily on the conference table. I've already applied to the court for a preliminary injunction, freezing Mr. Wilson Fisk's currently controlled disputed shares. This meant all the money Kingpin spent acquiring shares had been completely wasted. The critical issue was that Kingpin, to demonstrate his merchant's magnanimity, had used premium prices to acquire shares while Oscorp's stock price was falling. His purpose had been to legitimize most of his assets in one move, but now everything was ruined by a lawyer, a woman, and a mysterious client who appeared from nowhere. Whoosh. Kingpin's face lost all gentleness. He once again showed the twisted expression from last night fighting world-class fighters 10-on-1. His hand suddenly grabbed the massive conference table and flipped it. Papers flew everywhere. The huge, elongated wooden conference table was heaved by Kingpin's brute force like a meteor, carrying howling wind sounds toward Matt and Silver Sable. Dodge. Silver Sable flashed aside. About to grab Matt, she discovered this blind man's agility exceeded her own. Kingpin's hurled massive table didn't harm him at all. Run. Let police handle him. Silver Sable shouted. The directors fled the conference room en masse the moment Kingpin erupted, leaving only Kingpin, Silver Sable, and Matt. Matt moved to leave, he needed to quickly find somewhere to shed the suit and change into Daredevil's costume to fight Kingpin. Before Matt, Kingpin's muscles bulged in blocks, nearly tearing his suit. Only one thought filled his mind. Kill him. Matt's injunction had ruined all of Kingpin's plans. Though he didn't know who orchestrated this, Kingpin now only wanted to kill this lawyer, then flee. Kingpin believed in his methods and abilities. Even without Oscorp as a springboard to instant success, even without funds accumulated in Hell's Kitchen over a year or two, he could start over. No one could stop him. So his foot stamped the floor. Boom. The floor seemed to shake under Kingpin's single step. Enraged, Kingpin strode directly toward Matt, swinging a fist larger than the lawyer's head downward. But just then, wind blew past. A figure entirely shrouded in black armor with two sharp-pointed ears atop his head, eyes cold to the point of containing almost no human emotion, blocked Kingpin. Kingpin's pupils contracted. He couldn't help breathing rapidly, fists clenched so tightly from excessive force his entire body trembled. Kingpin had heard about this figure too many times recently. Each time, it ignited bone-deep hatred. Batman. He'd ruined Kingpin's plan to have Black Cat sell defective guns to Joseph, achieving dominance over more territory during small gang conflicts. He'd captured Scorpion Mac and Kingpin's personal driver/bodyguard Walker, making Kingpin worry about information leaks, forcing him to accelerate joining Oscorp's board. And now, this guy jumped out again, wanting to ruin his plan to become Oscorp's absolute controlling shareholder, to become New York's, even the entire world's, underground emperor. Whether or not Batman participated in ruining Kingpin's plans, Kingpin now viewed Batman as his obstacle. Old grudges and new hatred settled together. Whoosh. Airflow from his fist howled. The conference room seemed to spontaneously whip up a whirlwind. Kingpin's furious punch held nothing back. This punch could take down any world-class martial arts master, shatter cement walls, bend steel construction pipes, punch through ordinary people's bodies. He could use this fist to conquer all the world's gangs, then become their emperor. His heartbeat hasn't accelerated at all. His breathing is abnormally steady. His posture is full of self-confidence. Matt hid aside, listening to the familiar heartbeat, silently thinking. His muscles are exerting force inch by inch. He seems completely unconcerned about losing to Kingpin. Silver Sable watched Kingpin's momentum-filled punch, instinctively wanting to draw a gun and shoot. But wearing a suit now, she had no gun. Crack! Silver Sable kicked up a scattered chair beside her, grabbing the chair back to charge help Batman. But Matt quickly extended a hand, pulling her back. Not necessary. His words fell, a sound like an artillery shell exploded inside Oscorp Tower. The instant Kingpin's furious punch contacted Batman, his massive white-suited body was blasted backward, heavily smashing through the conference room wall. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Let the Bat Guard Against the Bat. For soundproofing, Oscorp's conference rooms used walls with layered concrete, drywall, and acoustic insulation. Their durability might not match pure concrete walls, but still couldn't be easily destroyed by ordinary people or even ordinary artillery shells. Yet now, under Batman's single punch, Kingpin's massive body literally smashed through the wall, passed through another conference room, then crashed through a second concrete wall, collapsing most of it, before stopping. The massive impact shattered the conference room windows. Glass shards clattered everywhere across the floor. Silver Sable stood somewhat dumbstruck, dropping the chair she'd been holding. She remembered the first time seeing Batman in the Sublevel 2 human experimentation lab. Back then he wore ordinary black night clothes, not the armor-covered suit now. That Batman went 1v50, knocking down all her security personnel one by one. Yet Silver Sable still had confidence to spar with Batman then. But now, watching the sent-flying Kingpin, Silver Sable truly understood how vast the power gap between her and Batman was. She once again overturned her previous view. This guy is absolutely not human. The deliberately exposed chin is just to mislead people. What creature is hidden beneath that suit? Vampire? Werewolf? Or the legendary resurrected Egyptian pharaoh? Silver Sable watched Batman's stable body, besides floor tiles cracking inch by inch beneath his feet from recoil force, completely unaffected, her mind flashing through a string of legendary stories. According to Scorpion Max and Driver Walker's descriptions of Kingpin, his seemingly obese body is actually almost entirely muscle, with physical strength far exceeding normal human limits. Using half of Peter's strength is sufficient to handle Kingpin. Knowing Kingpin's peculiarities beforehand, Batman didn't test first. Instead, he controlled his strength to send Kingpin flying with one strike. He needed to subdue his opponent quickly, avoiding their battle destroying too much of Oscorp's walls, most importantly, avoiding breaking too many load-bearing columns. Batman's foot stamped the ground, chasing Kingpin's flying direction. From Silver Sable and Matt's angle, they couldn't see the following battle clearly. But they could hear repeated cracking sounds. That's. Silver Sable listened to sounds like firecrackers going off continuously, vaguely guessing. He's crushing Kingpin's bones, Matt said. Minutes later, Batman dragged Kingpin's heavy body back to the boardroom, looking at Matt. He's yours. Batman turned, jumping from the shattered glass window where he'd exchanged punches with Kingpin. When Silver Sable ran to the window, Batman's figure had already vanished outside. Having lost all resistance capability, Kingpin lay on the ground. Matt didn't directly dispose of him but called the police, having Manhattan Precinct take Kingpin away. This former controller of all Hell's Kitchen gang forces, who'd hoped to become Manhattan's, even New York's, underground emperor, fell just like that. Even after being held in the precinct's detention cell, Kingpin remained silent throughout, neither breaking down shouting nor begging pitifully. His face regained its former gentle appearance, as if the person with half his bones shattered wasn't him. Matt and Silver Sable followed Manhattan Precinct personnel to the station, watching Kingpin locked in the holding cell before preparing to leave. You seem to think of yourselves as heroes. Only when Matt was about to leave did Kingpin slowly speak. You think prison can hold me? Matt stopped his departing steps, his blind eyes looking toward Kingpin. The real cage is the chaos outside. Those cockroach-like small-timers tearing at each other over a bag of drugs, that's the disorder. At most 3 months and I'll be back under the sun. Only I can bring order to the chaotic underground forces. Kingpin lay slumped on the cell's cot, yet his tone sounded as if it weren't a cot but a throne. Because when you see a broken bridge, and you're the only one with the strength and blueprints to repair it, you bear responsibility to complete it. New York needs an underground emperor. Matt nodded, then walked to the holding cell opposite Kingpin's. With the officer's permission, he pulled open the door blocking the view, leaving only iron bars. Matt pointed at the 2 people held inside. You're not wrong. But they've already confessed all your crimes. Drugs, firearms, prostitution, robbery. As a lawyer, I cannot state what punishment you'll receive, but you should know what you're facing. Kingpin's gaze passed through the bars. Seeing the faces of those held in the opposite cell, his heart sank. Those two were Scorpion Mac and Driver Walker, who'd vanished last night, captured by Batman. Following normal legal procedures, what awaited Kingpin was probably life imprisonment. With Walker and Mac, Kingpin's two formerly most trusted subordinates, Matt chose to hide Ivan and his daughter Maddie, eliminating any need for them to testify in court. Don't know what methods Batman used to make Walker confess everything. His methods might be more terrifying than I imagined. Hope he didn't discover I'm Daredevil. Matt silently shook his head internally, ignoring Kingpin as he walked toward the station exit. Not until Silver Sable and Matt each departed, preparing for court to completely freeze Kingpin's controlled shares and prosecute his various gang activities, did Batman leap down from a distant high-rise. This lawyer Matt Murdock is the Daredevil I've encountered. He now wore a flannel shirt, having resumed Peter's identity, legitimately visiting to see Dr. Octavius. While fighting Kingpin at Oscorp, Matt had listened to Batman's heartbeat. Simultaneously, Batman had used Peter's senses to detect Matt's heartbeat and breathing. Walker's confession mentioned injuring Daredevil's thigh. This Matt had a faint medicinal smell on his leg. Same steady heartbeat. Same blindness. Same thigh injury. In Batman's eyes, Matt had practically written, "I'm Daredevil," on his face. Batman didn't need much effort to lock down his identity. However, current Daredevil wasn't an enemy. Batman wouldn't deliberately expose his identity. He had more important matters now. Norman Osborn's whereabouts were unknown. Dr. Octavius urgently needed surgery to remove his tentacles, restoring his scientist identity. Moreover, this morning when showing his face at Peter's apartment, landlord's daughter Ursula had conveyed a message to Batman. Tony Stark lacked Batman's contact information. He directly contacted Empire State University, who contacted Aunt May, who finally called Peter's apartment. The phone message conveyed, have Peter provide some technical services for that organization they'd mentioned before. Put bluntly, have Batman set up firewalls for S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent Batman from infiltrating them again. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Professor Connor's Limb Regeneration Research. Dr. Octavius. The Manhattan precinct, bombed by an unknown assailant, had relocated to another station, transferring case files and officers along with it. Now in the new station, Batman, as Peter Parker, arrived at Dr. Octavius's holding cell. Next door to Otto was Kingpin's cell, but Batman didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he watched Otto sitting with his head lowered, lost in thought. Peter. Hearing his name, Otto looked up with surprise. Seeing him, he smiled genuinely the next second. After Norman Osborn halted his fusion research, Peter had immediately visited his lab. Now imprisoned, besides the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the first visitor was still Peter. I heard Manhattan precinct was destroyed. Thanks to you, people trapped under the rubble were saved, Batman said. Today the station released the person you rescued, saying he was cleared of suspicion. Yes, I saved one person. But it wasn't enough. Otto was no longer fixated on sentencing himself to death. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's visit, he now understood his future goal. Peter, you probably don't know yet, in a few days, after removing these tentacles from my back, I'll regain some freedom. I'm planning to continue my fusion research. I've also figured out how to raise funds. Batman stood separated from Otto by the cell's iron bars. His current identities, Parker Industries chairman and Empire State University student, neither sufficient for police to open the bars for a face-to-face meeting. Batman showed appropriate curiosity, using Bruce Wayne's masterful acting to express surprise. Really? That's right. Otto pointed at the mechanical tentacles behind him. Before that precinct was destroyed, someone claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to recruit me. After I refused, they wanted to take my tentacles. I was so focused on creating fusion energy that I subconsciously overlooked the technological content of these tentacles I'd casually built. There's currently nothing in the world like this mechanical structure that connects to nerves and responds like natural limbs. I should develop this technology further, not as tentacles, but as prosthetic limbs. Batman nodded slightly. Without lowering his voice, using Peter Parker's youthful tone, he agreed. If you could create prosthetics giving disabled people the same limb function as normal people, this technology definitely deserves promotion. Discussing technology clearly animated Otto. Aside from giving police statements, he'd barely spoken this much. But first I need to solve preventing mechanical programs from controlling the brain. Perhaps using a method to read neural signals rather than directly interfacing like I did. I'll price the prosthetics only slightly above cost. With tens of millions of disabled people worldwide, there's still enormous market demand. I can use that money to research fusion energy, further changing the world. I'll contribute to this world in my own way. It'll ease my conscience somewhat, Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had used its authority to expedite Otto's legal proceedings, even granting him some freedom, Otto hadn't forgiven himself. He'd shouldered the blame for being controlled by mechanical tentacles, losing rationality, and killing 31 officers. He'd decided to change the world for it. Batman watched this genius without speaking. He came from Gotham, where that world's technological development had long surpassed this one. Both fusion energy and perfectly controlled prosthetics could be developed there. Yet even in this relatively backward era, Otto's fusion research was only one formula correction away from success. Now even his proposed prosthetic control method matched what Gotham's era had already proven effective. So Batman considered briefly before telling Otto. "Doctor, once while doing experiments at school, I accidentally invented a new material." Using Peter's engineering student identity, he fabricated a story, describing the Batcape's secondary material as a chance discovery. By providing network technical services to large companies, I raised funds recently and acquired a factory to manufacture this new material. Otto's eyes lit up. Looking at Peter, flannel shirt, chin covered in several days' stubble, his eyes filled with admiration. "Peter, you're much smarter than I was at your age. Owning a factory, I believe you'll eventually expand the business. I can provide you with facilities, funding, equipment you need. I want to partner with you, Dr. Octavius." Batman revealed his true purpose for visiting Otto. Prosthetics, new materials, fusion energy. Otto repeated these three phrases, eyes gleaming. If not for the bars separating them, he'd definitely embrace Peter properly. He could already envision the future world they'd change together, one where energy never depletes, new materials apply to every field, disabled people run freely. Another failure. Where exactly is the problem with limb regeneration experiments? Oscorp's 20th floor, inside a laboratory. Professor Kurt Connors looked at the dead white mouse in the glass container, sighing. His empty right sleeve hung at his side, swaying slightly with his exhale. He wasn't just Oscorp's scientist director holding certain shares, he was also a reptilian scientist. Years ago, as a military surgeon performing field surgery on the wounded, he'd unfortunately been injured by explosions, losing his right arm to amputation. Since then, Connors abandoned surgery to desperately research reptilian regeneration systems and various reptilian biology. But recent times brought nothing but misfortune. Oscorp's troubles halted numerous experiments. When research finally resumed, the cost was his friend Norman Osborn's disappearance. This morning's board meeting, some guy called Batman brawled with Hell's Kitchen's crime emperor Kingpin, throwing Oscorp into chaos again. Now experiments failed repeatedly. Successive ordeals nearly exhausted Connor's patience. After a long moment, he adjusted his glasses with his remaining left arm, rallying his spirits once more to study reptilian regeneration genes. Prosthetics only treat symptoms, not the root cause. Not just for myself, but for others like me. I must develop limb regeneration technology. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites are Batman's satellites. Jarvis, how long has it been? Tony Stark stood at the bar in his private area atop Stark Tower, mixing drinks while asking casually. Ever since Peter provided that semi-finished but technically mature, conceptually clear AI model, Tony used it as reference to transform Jarvis into true artificial intelligence. With Pepper handling daily life and Jarvis providing strategic counsel for work, Tony had never felt so comfortable. 3 hours and 14 minutes, sir, Jarvis said. Sir, your blood alcohol concentration has risen to 0.08%. Please be aware. Tony interrupted Jarvis's concern. Drinking makes me happy, Jarvis. So the AI stopped speaking, quietly adjusting the penthouse's ambient lighting to soothing blue tones that calmed emotions. Tony refilled his glass, eyes filled with anticipation as he looked toward the elevator. Peter had accepted his request to design a complete security protection system for S.H.I.E.L.D., borrowing an office here. Actually, Tony could easily complete S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tasks himself, but he'd still chosen to hand them to Peter. He wanted to see just how capable this guy really was. Based on this expert-to-expert anticipation, Tony glanced toward the elevator every few moments. Finally, after his freshly filled glass was drained again, the electronic display above the elevator suddenly flickered. Floor numbers climbed toward the penthouse level by level. Done. Batman tossed the one-time access token to Tony, who casually threw it backward into a trash can. Congratulations, Mr. Parker. Tony set down his glass and moved to his private workstation. You don't mind if I try hacking the security program you just wrote, do you? While speaking, Tony had already entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s URL, looking eager to try. Batman gestured. Be my guest. As always, Batman displayed confidence before Tony. This wasn't just confidence in his technical abilities, he was also playing the role of Peter. His Parker Industries, the future Parker Corporation, would unavoidably grow larger, eventually forming his business empire. Constantly hiding abilities would invite speculation. Appropriately displaying Peter's genius would make everything seem natural instead. Moreover, based on Batman's research into Peter Parker's past, Peter himself was a genius, his web shooters and web fluid formula were proof enough. The former even allowed Batman to upgrade his habitually used grappling gun, becoming today's more convenient, faster Batclaw. Batman's confidence further ignited Tony's desire to challenge him. Without hiding anything from Batman, he openly attempted to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. But as time passed, Tony's expression grew uglier. After over 10 minutes, he raised both hands. "I surrender." He looked at Batman, shaking his head repeatedly in admiration. "Peter, you're simply a genius. Your firewall, how do I put it, it's like a master chess player, having already predicted every opponent's thought and method. I now completely believe you personally wrote that AI model." Batman nodded slightly. He knew Tony's description wasn't wrong. Coming from Gotham, Batman, a world-class hacker, naturally mastered almost every method to infiltrate various systems. A firewall written by such a top hacker could naturally block everyone except himself. Relying on concepts ahead of this world, even a genius like Tony Stark couldn't hack in quickly. And even if he did infiltrate, the system would detect and alert faster. Batman didn't even need to specially program a backdoor for himself. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entire system had become his freely accessible backyard. Writing the system hadn't even taken 3 full hours. Batman spent half that time reading various doubly or triply encrypted files in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data. He'd even attempted to covertly deploy S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, locating the missing Norman Osborn. This businessman wearing the Green Goblin suit currently hid on Queen's streets, a cloak covering his armor, looking somewhat disheveled, even pitiable. But Batman wouldn't be deceived by his current appearance. The brutal deaths of 7 or 8 scientists on Sublevel 3 and the Smythe family's deaths were all orchestrated by Norman Osborn. Even the 50 homeless people's deaths on Sublevel 2 partially fell on his shoulders, the other portion belonged to General Ross, that Air Force Lieutenant General. Having personally witnessed Batman design from scratch a complete system even he found challenging to hack, Tony now placed Peter Parker completely on equal footing. "Peter, this morning Jarvis analyzed the market and discovered a Parker Industries developing a new material." Batman's current identity was Peter Parker. He wouldn't maintain an expressionless face constantly, instead smiling. "I just acquired a factory and renamed it Parker Industries. Stark Industries happens to be very interested in this new material. We could collaborate, I could even introduce you to several raw material suppliers," Tony said. Genius AI model, impeccable network technology, new material with extremely high market demand, combining these 3, Tony saw another young entrepreneur's rise. Earlier was equal status. Now Tony proactively recommending suppliers to Batman became goodwill. Not servile flattery, but recommendations as a friend. But Batman refused Tony's kindness. "Thanks, but I've already found suitable suppliers." He didn't want anyone interfering with his enterprise. His business empire's purpose was crafting a mother box or even higher-level tools to return to Gotham. Not making it big and strong in this world to become some top billionaire. However, while doing all this, Batman hadn't forgotten to continuously fight criminals, like the street-wandering Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Norman currently moved through Queens crowds. Batman didn't plan to confront him violently on bustling streets. Instead, he'd execute his plan B for the Green Goblin. The plan he'd prepared to activate in Osborn Manor when the Goblin swung his blade, but which was interrupted by micromissiles, pumpkin bombs, and the glider. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Ever-Present Batcape. Sunset descended, stretching all shadows into elongated shapes. Queens, on a pedestrian street less than 20 kilometers from Osborn Manor. Norman Osborn wore a stolen gray-black bedsheet like a cloak, hiding the Green Goblin suit beneath. As the sky darkened, the pedestrian street filled with after-work crowds. Norman walked aimlessly with lowered head, occasionally swiping fruit from passing vendors to satisfy his hunger. 2 nights ago, Batman had infiltrated his study's secret chamber at Osborn Manor. Since fleeing in panic, he'd been hiding in someone's attic. "How much longer will you keep living like a vagrant?" An abrupt voice rang beside Norman's ear. He looked around in terror, then slowly crouched before a puddle on the ground. The reflected figure wasn't Norman Osborn, but the Green Goblin mask with disgusting yellow eyes. Poor Norman. Can't go home, can't show your face at the company. Do you plan to keep hiding like this? The puddle's reflection, those yellow, sinister eyes, stared fixedly at Norman. Norman's teeth chattered. He didn't dare look directly at the reflected eyes, speaking in a lowered voice. "You ruined me. If you hadn't committed murder on Sublevel 3, if you hadn't killed the Smythe family, Batman wouldn't have come. I'm not going home to avoid involving Harry. Not going to the company to avoid hurting others." Norman's words fell, a piercing sound suddenly rang out nearby. His terrified gaze followed the sound source to see the goblin standing in a mirror erected by a street shop, one finger pointing at him while laughing madly. Don't want to hurt Harry. Don't want to hurt others at the company. The goblin laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Then tell me, that night in the secret chamber when I aimed missiles at the pumpkin bombs, why didn't you stop me? Norman's lips moved wordlessly. You don't want to hurt others at the company, but look at the evening paper. What does it say? This time the goblin appeared in the reflection of a passing woman's watch. Just as Norman started to follow, a Daily Bugle evening edition floated before him from nowhere. It featured this morning's events. Hell's Kitchen gang leader Kingpin had attempted to gain absolute controlling interest in Oscorp and vote Norman himself out of the board. Then Silver Sable Securities president hired lawyers to stop Kingpin. Batman brawled with Kingpin in the conference room. This. Norman knelt on the ground, spreading the entire paper flat, reading its contents word by word. Pedestrians came and went hastily. Whether intentionally or not, the paper was soon covered with various footprints. Norman's hand was stepped on several times. But he seemed oblivious, staring fixedly at the lines about Kingpin planning to vote him out. Look, you were gone barely a day and nearly lost the business empire you built with your own hands. Harry is a useless waste. You must accept me, Norman. You need me. The goblin's seductive words echoed in Norman's ears. Will you keep living like a vagrant? Let bats occupy Osborne Manor. Let outsiders take Oscorp. No. Anger flashed across Norman's face. I can't tolerate this happening. Kingpin's been sent to the precinct. My only remaining opponent is Batman. In the puddle, the goblin's face reappeared. The cold metal mask now seemed to wear a mocking smile. Yes. We need to track him. Target the people closest to him. End his life while he's drowning in pain and despair. Norman repeated the goblin's words in a low voice. Track him. Track who? The goblin's reflection in the puddle suddenly vanished. A voice completely different from the goblin's sinister tone rang out behind Norman. This voice had almost no emotional fluctuation, cold as a machine. Norman hastily turned around to discover the pedestrian street had somehow cleared. People stood dozens of meters away, pointing at him and discussing in low voices. Behind him, the familiar black figure stood less than 3 meters away. The sunset's afterglow bloomed its last light before nightfall behind Batman's head. Golden rays scattering from his sharp-pointed ears made Norman instinctively retreat half a step. Evening wind brushed past. Norman saw Batman now had a cape behind him, gently swaying in the breeze. Norman Osborn. You need to come with me. Batman said. Before coming to Queens to arrest the Green Goblin, Batman had first visited Parker Industries to craft a cape from the secondary material now producible, then approached Norman's vicinity. Heh. The Goblin's characteristic sinister tone emerged from Norman's mouth. He reached toward his lower back, pulling out his mask from beneath the gray-black bedsheet cloak, snapping it onto his head with a click. His greatest fear was being ambushed by Batman like in the secret chamber 2 nights ago. But now that Batman showed himself proactively, the Goblin wasn't worried instead. Though his glider wasn't his usual one, it still carried micromissiles and bullets. His suit also concealed that sharp green blade. With so many onlookers around, grabbing anyone as a hostage would suffice to threaten Batman. Just delay a few more seconds until his Green Goblin glider arrived. No use trying to stall. Batman stood like a statue, completely motionless. His low voice slowly rang out. I've hacked into your armor's onboard programs. Plan B, hack the Green Goblin suit, completely disable its programs, eliminate the Goblin's mobility. What? The Goblin's heart jumped. Only now did he discover his suit had been completely shut down. Forget summoning the glider, even his armor's own propulsion system had failed. Besides still providing protection, this suit had lost almost all other functions. WOOWAH. Just then, another sound made the Goblin's heart sink. Queen's precinct had received reports and arrived rapidly. While dispersing surrounding onlookers, police cars blocked the street. Over a dozen dark gun barrels simultaneously aimed at both the Goblin and Batman. Raise your hands and stay where you are. You're surrounded. Suit disabled, police encircling, the Goblin looked around before leaping. With a tremendous crash, relying on his super soldier serum-enhanced physique, the Goblin far exceeded ordinary people even without armor propulsion. He didn't choose to battle Batman here. Instead, he jumped onto a street-side building, hands forming claws to firmly grip every protrusion, sometimes forcefully digging fingers straight into walls. New York's towering buildings allowed the Goblin to maneuver and leap between high walls relying on strength. But his mouth could no longer stretch into a grin. His mood held no relief from escape. Batman remained constantly nearby, shrouding him like a shadow. When the wide cape spread in the air, it seemed like a vulture waiting for prey to die before eating its carrion. More importantly, though the escape route seemed the goblin's own choice with Batman merely following, when night fully descended the goblin discovered he'd unknowingly arrived near the East River. Almost no people here. Empty and quiet all around, like a grave the goblin had found for himself. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Completely Shattered Will. As the last trace of sunset disappeared below the horizon, the Green Goblin's heart sank with a thud, as if one second he was still in New York, this prosperous metropolis, and the next he'd fallen straight into hell. He'd been half-guided, half-herded by Batman to Queens' western riverbank. 10 meters ahead lay the East River, facing Roosevelt Island in the middle. Only Roosevelt Island was pitch black and lightless. From afar, it resembled a slumbering massive monster. The goblin withdrew his gaze, surveying his surroundings. He stood in an open area surrounded by bushes and trees. Batman had long since vanished, but the goblin's enhanced senses could clearly perceive a cold gaze locked onto him. Rustle, rustle. Evening wind blew through. Those low, tangled bushes produced continuous subtle sounds. Come out. The goblin shouted. He stared fixedly at the bushes. In a trance, he seemed to see a pair of sharply raised ears in the foliage. He reached back, pulling out the green blade concealed in his suit. The Green Goblin's suit had been hacked by Batman and couldn't be reactivated. This blade could no longer conduct electricity. But it remained an extremely sharp alloy blade. Gripping the handle with both hands, the goblin cautiously approached the bushes, then suddenly thrust the blade forward. One strike down, the blade encountered no resistance. Batman wasn't hiding here. The goblin looked carefully. What he'd mistakenly taken for pointed ears in his days was just 2 clusters of leaves. He breathed easier. But suddenly a splash came from the pitch-black East River. The sudden disturbance made the goblin unhesitatingly turn his blade toward the East River. Yet the water surface had already regained calm, as if it had merely been a fish or frog falling into water. Come out, Batman. The goblin held his blade upright before him, eyes constantly scanning around. Trees, bushes, weeds. Everything utterly ordinary under sunlight now seemed transformed into unspeakable monsters in the goblin's eyes. The goblin could clearly feel cold sweat slowly sliding down his spine. He couldn't help swallowing. Batman still didn't appear. But that gaze examining prey made the goblin's back crawl. He didn't dare relax for a moment. Stop hiding, I've found you. The goblin's voice was already trembling slightly. He'd rather Batman appear for a 300-round battle than continue enduring this tremendous pressure. His super soldier serum-enhanced keen senses could detect Batman nearby, but he couldn't lock onto his specific location. From the moment the goblin entered this area, an inaudible low-frequency sound wave had continuously rang out, disrupting the goblin's super senses while making him somewhat restless and anxious. The sky darkened another shade. Distant high-rises and bridges blazed with lights, but the goblin hazily felt all of that was abnormally far from himself. Norman Osborn. Just as the goblin stood with blade ready, Batman's low voice suddenly rang out. You collaborated with General Ross, secretly capturing 50 homeless people for human experimentation. Shut up. Come out. Fight me. The goblin's facial features twisted as he shouted. To develop super soldier serum, you halted almost all of Oscorp's experimental research, forcing Dr. Octavius to seek other methods. 31 officers he killed in Brooklyn's sewers. Dr. Octavius has spent these days in remorse. You, as the root cause, remain at large. Batman's voice seemed to come from all directions. The goblin spun in place but couldn't locate the source. You killed 8 research personnel on Oscorp's sublevel 3. The goblin began wildly slashing around. He vaguely sensed Batman drawing closer. This inhuman monster had bared its fangs, ready to tear out his throat at any moment. You killed the Smythe family. Batman's voice held no emotional fluctuation, as if the goblin's manic appearance hadn't swayed his emotions one bit. You could have become a respected entrepreneur, a father Harry Osborn took pride in. But you chose the wrong path. Became the target of police warrants. The murderer everyone despises in newspapers. Your son Harry Osborn will live forever in the shadow of father as villain, repenting for everything you did for the rest of his life. Batman's speech was slow. He deliberately used words to attack the goblin's taut nerves. Stop. Say no more. Don't tell Harry any of this. Clatter, the goblin dropped his blade, both hands removing his helmet, gripping his hair and screaming. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, countless bats descended from above, circling the goblin. Cold, damp air also drifted from the East River. The goblin's psyche completely collapsed. He fell to his knees with a thud, body constantly convulsing. After a long moment he raised his head. The goblin's characteristic madness and sinister expression vanished completely, replaced by Norman Osborn's face full of pain and regret. Take me away, Norman's face bore tracks of tears. Please, Batman. Among the sky full of flying bats, Batman's figure had appeared beside the goblin at some point. He looked down at Norman Osborn, prostrate on the ground, filled with remorse. Whoosh! The instant Batman appeared, Norman grabbed the fallen green blade and thrust forward. Pretend to beg for mercy and reform, then launch a sneak attack when Batman appears. The goblin's mouth curled up again, as if already seeing Batman's legs severed, rolling on the ground in agony. His blade struck home. Rip. The blade slashed Batman's cape. The inferior secondary Batcape couldn't block the sharp alloy blade's slash. But the next second, the wide, soft cape seemed to gain sentience on Batman's body. As Batman twisted, the cape covered the goblin's vision like a dark cloud. Just as the goblin was about to convert his slash into a thrust, Batman had already swiftly grasped his wrist. Then irresistible force transmitted from Batman's hand. The goblin's entire body was swung in a circle through the air before being heavily smashed to the ground. Your madness, your strength, your schemes, all are worthless in my eyes. Batman placed one foot on the goblin's chest, like an entire mountain pinning him immobile. Strength, methods, schemes, in every way, the goblin had been utterly defeated by Batman. The goblin wanted to struggle, but Batman's final words completely shattered his will. You're not even as good as the Joker. Not even as good as a circus clown. The Green Goblin completely disappeared. Norman Osborn only felt bitterness in his mouth. About to say something, his vision suddenly went black. Batman knocked him unconscious with one strike. Hours later, the unconscious Norman was imprisoned in the new precinct where George Stacy served as captain. The iron cage specially built to hold Squidman now found its use. Batman. Batman. George Stacy looked at a batarang embedded in Norman's suit, trying his best to imagine what kind of terrifying existence this was. Batman now wore a flannel shirt, holding a bouquet of flowers as he knocked on a row house door in Queens Forest Hills community. Creak. The person inside seemed to have been waiting a long time. After a few knocks, the door opened swiftly. Batman looked at the elderly woman who unconditionally doted on him, speaking in Peter's characteristic youthful tone. Aunt May. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Identity Exposed. Even though the person Aunt May truly loved was Peter Parker, that young man whose soul had vanished to who knows where, whose body he now occupied. But when Batman saw the concern, care, and worry for him in Aunt May's eyes, even his masterful decades of acting as Bruce Wayne nearly exposed him. Batman quickly raised the flowers in his hand, passing them to Aunt May while using them to hide his face. Sorry, Aunt May. These are for you. Oh, Peter. Aunt May accepted the bouquet, her face blooming with pure, unmixed joy. Then she firmly embraced Batman. Batman's body instinctively resisted this familial embrace. But he couldn't dodge, he needed to play Peter Parker's role properly. So Batman's arms raised somewhat helplessly in the air. Eventually, he gently embraced Aunt May back, patting her back with extremely light force. Well then, how long are we going to stand at the door? Aunt May was first to release her embrace of her nephew, leading Batman inside to sit at the dining table. Then Aunt May brought steaming dishes from the kitchen, passing him utensils, watching Batman expectantly. Peter, I just learned a pizza recipe from TV. Quick, taste how mine turned out. Batman held his knife and fork, looking at the steaming pizza and dishes. He didn't know how many times Aunt May had reheated this food waiting for his return, how long she'd sat alone at the table, also she could immediately open the door when his knock came. This unconditional love. I once possessed it, then lost it. In this strange universe, it appears again, like a warm but fragile bubble. Batman made his face display as much smile as possible. Hours ago, the fearsome embodiment that shattered the Green Goblin's will could only play the obedient college student before Aunt May now. I can't defile it, nor can I depend on it. I need to maintain this lie, then keep my distance. Last Saturday's return to Aunt May was to spend Peter's birthday. Batman had fled in panic without even finishing his meal. But he couldn't keep avoiding Aunt May. He had to face this elderly woman eventually. The hand-holding knife and fork trembled slightly. Even Batman's astonishing willpower couldn't resist Aunt May's unconditional love. He could only show her a smile, then cut a piece of pizza and eat it. Then Batman revealed a genuinely sincere smile from the heart, praising Aunt May's cooking. This taste reminds me of the best dessert I ate as a child. Thank you, Aunt May. A trace of surprise flashed through Aunt May's eyes, but she said nothing more. Instead, she pushed the plate further toward Batman. Starving, aren't you, child? Batman nodded. This moment, he no longer considered his customized meal plans. He ate dinner in large bites, sweeping the table's food clean. From start to finish, Aunt May watched Batman with a smile, as if she could never look enough at her nephew. Only Batman sat on pins and needles. He was accustomed to Alfred's restrained, deep, tacitly understanding care. But Aunt May's overwhelming, warm, direct love made him feel like being under a sunbath he both craved and found strange, somewhat at a loss. After dinner ended, Batman rose to help Aunt May clear the dishes before proposing to leave. He still had things to do tonight. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security firewall was built by his own hands. Tonight he'd thoroughly extract from this multinational secret organization every clue possibly containing leads to returning to his original world. He needed to visit Oscorp's sublevels 2 and 3 to find more super soldier serum data, understanding why Norman became so madly evil after accepting transformation. He needed to handle Hell's Kitchen's remaining forces after Kingpin was sent to the precinct, and fulfill his promise to Silver Sable. He needed to process that New York gang leader list compiled the second day after crossing over, solving them one by one. Batman never stopped. He always had his next plan. Aunt May, see you next Saturday. Batman opened the door. After embracing Aunt May again, he spoke. But Aunt May didn't release him. She looked up at Batman, considerably taller than herself, wearing a smile yet speaking words that plunged Batman into an ice pit. You're not my Peter, are you? Child. Boom. The gentle evening breeze blowing on Batman felt like a rainstorm suddenly fell, followed by lightning striking him. His memory contained no Peter content whatsoever. He knew Peter's habitual movements were completely absent from himself. He'd expose himself eventually. Therefore, Batman had feigned illness upon first meeting Harry, fled in panic upon first meeting Aunt May. But Batman hadn't expected to be exposed this quickly. His muscles rapidly tensed, his spirit swiftly focused, but he immediately abandoned this combat-ready posture. If anyone else had exposed him, Batman might have immediately executed plans long prepared in his mind. But the person before him was Aunt May. Aunt May, from whom Batman, occupying Peter's body, had felt maternal love he hadn't possessed in decades. My Peter is a chatty little tiger. Having exposed Batman's disguise, Aunt May showed no panic or fear. Instead, she pulled Batman's hand to sit on the doorstep, leaning against his shoulder as she slowly spoke. Every time I learn a new skill from TV, Peter and Ben would complain while eating everything clean. I know my cooking isn't good, but I enjoy making dinner for my loved one and child. But you're too calm, child. Even though you praise the pizza very sincerely, you're still too calm to be Peter. Batman's body stiffened again. He didn't dare look at Aunt May beside him, only gazing into the distance. When Peter helps me wash dishes, he always treats it like a game, cheerfully chattering about recent happenings. Aunt May continued. Last time you fled in panic, I thought Ben's passing hit him too hard, but you and Peter are completely different people. Aunt May's voice was soft, yet Batman grew increasingly tense. He didn't know how to face Aunt May. Aunt May finally stopped leaning against Batman's shoulder, instead looking at his profile. You don't need to be nervous. I know you're a good child. Perhaps you're also very confused, not knowing why this situation occurred. Batman opened his mouth, speaking somewhat hoarsely. You're right. I don't know how to explain why I'm here. Aunt May extended both hands to cup Batman's face, making him meet her eyes. Is my Peter still alive? Her eyes glimmered, tears vaguely flashing. Batman took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't say, I don't know, again. He's alive. His soul is safe and sound. I swear on my life I'll find a way to bring him back. Whether heaven or hell, no matter how many universe dimensions to cross, wherever the original Peter was, Batman silently decided to bring him back. This didn't conflict with his ultimate goal of returning to Gotham. Aunt May seemed relieved. She slowly caressed Batman's face with the back of her hand, smiling kindly. Child, whoever you are, you look utterly exhausted. You're carrying something very heavy alone, aren't you? Before Batman could say anything, Aunt May had already stood, speaking with forced cheerfulness. I need to learn more cooking from TV. Remember to come back next Saturday for a taste. Before you find your way home, this place remains your home. Batman said nothing more. After silently embracing Aunt May once again, he turned and disappeared into the pitch-black night. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Boiling Night Sky. Hello. Manhattan Precinct. Can you take me away? I robbed, I stole, I'm a criminal, come get me. Me too. I scammed a rich guy years ago. That's a crime, right? Take me too. Please let me go to jail. Captain George Stacy was overwhelmed tonight. Emergency calls came one after another, not a single second of peace. Augie, draft tomorrow's schedule. We need a psychiatrist to evaluate Norman Osborn. Standing in the chaotic precinct, Captain George told his assistant Augie. Also, tomorrow we need to process paperwork to release Dr. Octavius from custody. Free up a holding cell for us. Assistant Augie wiped cold sweat from his forehead. He knew tonight was destined to be sleepless, likely working through till dawn. Captain Stacy, even freeing one cell won't help. Augie pointed at the operators still continuously answering calls. These guys have gone crazy somehow, fighting to turn themselves in. We've cleared more cold cases tonight than in 6 months. And their locations are all different, from Manhattan's Upper East Side to downtown. Like they plan to enter the precinct together. Captain George Stacy scratched his head in frustration. I know. I even suspect these guys are Kingpin's men, trying mass imprisonment to spring him out. If that's true, Kingpin's being pretty stupid. Augie shook his head. Captain, we've got a lead. An operator stood up covering the phone receiver. The guy on this call mentioned Batman. Really? George rushed over in 2 strides. Ask what happened. The operator quickly continued communicating with the caller, then spoke with an ugly expression. He says he's surrounded by a bunch of Batmen. He'd rather go to prison than continue being tortured. Hearing the word Batman, George's already furrowed brows knitted even tighter. Have him provide locations. Send out all vehicles including major crimes. Bring in all these surrendering guys first. The operator acknowledged. Soon the entire precinct's squad cars departed with sirens wailing, heading in all Manhattan directions. Captain George sighed, returning to his office. He stared at the batarang removed from Norman Osborn's suit on his desk. Initially he'd thought Batman was just another spandex-wearing guy like Spiderman. But now he'd overturned that notion. Batman didn't necessarily refer to one person. Very likely an organization, a group, possibly not even human. Otherwise he couldn't explain why so many Manhattan suspects unanimously chose to surrender tonight. WOOWAH WOOWAH. Police sirens pierced Manhattan's night sky. Besides Hell's Kitchen 2 nights ago, all of Manhattan hadn't been this lively in ages. Behind apartment windows along streets, heads cautiously peeked out, wanting to see what was happening. Downtown Manhattan residents, where guns outnumbered parents, each tucked various firearms on their bodies, hid them under pillows. Washington Park in downtown Manhattan, a squad car approached from afar, rapidly heading here. Bats circled here. Startled by headlights and sirens, they fled in panic, looking like some vampire transforming into countless bats like in movies. Cornette lay in Washington Park, staring at the pitch-black sky with lifeless eyes. His rear was wet, hot, and slightly slippery. Nearly every bone below his abdomen had been shattered. But Cornette felt nothing until the siren sounded, only then did his eyes emit a trace of light. Cornette hastily propped both palms on the ground, crawling forward. Ignoring something foul dropping from his pant leg, he crawled while waving at the squad car. Great, wonderful. I'm here. I just tried assaulting a lady. I'm a rapist. Take me away. This park is haunted. There's a demon. Cornette would never forget what just happened. Jobless, parentless, without family or money, tonight Cornette had targeted a waitress, forcibly dragging her into Washington Park to do something. The waitress was much weaker, unable to resist. Just as Cornette was about to succeed, he discovered in terror that the waitress, neither pretty nor young, suddenly vanished in an evil wind. Replacing her was a black figure, cold to the point of despair. Without saying a word, he simply extended both hands, silently crushing every bone in Cornette's groin and legs. Cornette, who'd easily subdued the waitress, couldn't budge this black figure despite all his strength, until he was literally knocked unconscious by pain, then awakened by pain again. After repeating 3 times, Cornette completely collapsed. Similar scenes played out across Manhattan right now. As few as 1 or 2 people, as many as gangs of dozens. Either their bones were broken, or they were tied up like dumplings in black webbing, scattered like human art installations on the ground. Madman, demon, ghost, bat, vampire, werewolf, Jack the Ripper. Their descriptions of the perpetrator varied, but the bat symbol remained consistent. All this was Batman's work tonight. Atop the Empire State Building, over 400 meters high, wild wind made Batman's cape snap and flutter. The inferior cape damaged by the Green Goblin added a touch of loneliness to his figure in the night. He looked down at flashing squad cars shuttling between crime scenes. Manhattan's night sky seemed to boil with activity. After leaving Queens, Batman used the Batmobile's high mobility to traverse subway tunnels, using radio and Peter's frighteningly keen senses to monitor every crime scene he passed. I know you're a good child. Aunt May's words seemed to still linger in Batman's ears. He spread his cape, jumping from the Empire State Building's top. After catching himself with the grappling hook and cape, he landed safely, then drove the Batmobile straight to Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin had been imprisoned, but his remaining forces still occupied Hell's Kitchen. Turk and Mac had mentioned Kingpin's 2 other subordinates, Turk and Bullseye Lester, still posed a threat. Batman wouldn't let them become the next Kingpin. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Bullseye held a small tracking device, carefully examining it. He'd just obtained this from Black Cat's white fur collar when brushing past her. Black Cat, I think you need to explain what this is. Chapter 60, Chapter 60, The Brick Combining Intelligence and Strength. Hell's Kitchen, Batman was still 600 meters from the micro-tracker planted on Black Cat. But the Batmobile's Oracle AI issued an alert, the tracking device had been destroyed. This meant Black Cat might be in danger. No time to think. The Batmobile's roof opened at high speed. The seat's electromagnetic ejection system launched Batman's body diagonally upward with a boom. Using the grappling hook and Peter's strength, Batman rushed to a building's rooftop at extreme speed. The night he arrested Scorpion Mac and driver Walker, Batman had already memorized the map of Kingpin's highly suspected hideout. He knew which angles provided direct line of sight to that 16-story building, which paths offered the fastest approach. Kingpin's already been defeated by that bat. Most of his bones are shattered. If I were him, I'd rather commit suicide than live the rest of my life as a cripple. Bullseye Lester stood in what was once Kingpin's office, 5 meters from Black Cat. He no longer wore a black suit but a dark blue bodysuit with a black trench coat over it. The micro-tracker tossed up and down in his hand. Bullseye's face showed no trace of amusement. Turk's a great inventor. He can make canes for Kingpin, he can equally make me some handy weapons. He has no interest in continuing to lead Kingpin's remaining forces. But you're different, Black Cat. Black Cat slowly shook her head, looking at the micro-tracker in Bullseye's hand. I have no intention of fighting you for control of Hell's Kitchen's forces. Yes, you won't. Bullseye placed the micro-tracker on Kingpin's desk, then picked up a hood from the desk and pulled it over his face. Black Cat clenched her fingers nervously. The instant Bullseye's hood covered his eyes, she charged forward. Simultaneously, sharp claws extended from her fingertips beneath the black leather suit, cold light flashing. Bullseye was Kingpin's chief assassin, his killer. He possessed far more lethal techniques than Black Cat. Black Cat had only learned martial arts and combat from her father since childhood. Her combat experience fell far short of Bullseye's. But Bullseye was the murderer who directly killed her father, Black Fox. Now that Kingpin and Scorpion Mac were imprisoned, Black Cat's only remaining opponents were Turk and Bullseye. The mastermind Kingpin had already been toppled. Black Cat no longer expected that Batman to keep helping her. She decided to act personally. Yet even with his eyes covered, Bullseye seemed to have tracked Black Cat's every movement. Black Cat couldn't even see Bullseye's hand speed clearly. She only glimpsed a blurred arm shadow sweep past. That micro-tracker from the desk was already thrown at Black Cat like a bullet, precisely. Black Cat dodged, wanting to continue forward but stopped instead, not daring to act rashly. As Bullseye's hood settled completely, it revealed a new face, everything except the chin covered. The hood was dark blue with 3 concentric circles centered on the forehead. Looking exactly like a target. Simultaneously, Batman had reached a building's top 600 meters away. Peter's keen vision let him see Bullseye's figure through the glass window. Currently Bullseye held several playing cards between his fingertips. The seemingly soft paper made Black Cat afraid to move recklessly. Her father's cause of death was his throat sliced by a playing card. She knew Bullseye could turn flying cards into lethal weapons. Batarangs won't fly that far. Reaching there takes time. I need something with mass that can be thrown. Batman lacked attack methods at this range. He looked left and right, then heavily punched a nearby wall, breaking off half a brick from the shattered hole. I need to calculate movement trajectory, wind speed, gravity. Choose the optimal throwing angle and timing. Ensure perfect accuracy. My strength can't be too strong or too weak. The brick needs to shatter glass then continue forward, hitting Bullseye's forehead. No time for excessive thinking. After calculating everything, Batman gripped the brick, arm drawing back, then hurling it with force. Bang, a muffled sound. The brick shot out like a cannonball, vanishing from sight. Are you a police informant? Or another gang's mole? Bullseye wasn't in a hurry to throw his cards. Unhurried, he spoke. You. Crash. Before Bullseye finished speaking, a palm-sized brick fragment suddenly flew from outside Kingpin's office window, shattering glass and precisely striking the bullseye on Bullseye's forehead. One moment speaking leisurely as if he'd already held Black Cat in his palm, the next moment Bullseye was struck on his forehead's bullseye by the suddenly appearing brick, immediately collapsing to the floor. Black Cat instinctively crouched to hide herself, yet her eyes couldn't help looking toward the brick fragments that shattered into countless pieces after hitting Bullseye's forehead. Where'd that brick come from? That was her only thought right now. Whoosh. Batman's figure crashed through the window. He looked at Bullseye, forehead shattered by the brick, lying unconscious on the ground. Even calm as Batman was, seeing the bullseye on Bullseye's forehead, he fell silent for a moment. You must be wondering why he painted a target on his head. Black Cat stood from her hiding spot after seeing the newcomer was Batman. Batman gave an almost imperceptible nod. Honestly, I don't know either. Black Cat kicked Bullseye, then found rope to bind him tightly before speaking. Where's Turk? Batman stopped focusing on this guy knocked out with one hit, instead asking Black Cat about Turk's whereabouts. Don't know. Black Cat answered honestly. After you defeated Kingpin at Oscorp, Turk disappeared. By the way, was it also you who worked with that security company president and lawyer to prosecute Kingpin? Batman didn't deny it. He used black webbing to bind Bullseye again, preventing Black Cat's binding from being insufficiently secure, before speaking. I need your cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Batman's voice was unusually low, yet his words made Black Cat's eyes brighten. Announce you defeated Bullseye. Fully take over Kingpin's forces. Have those gang members assemble pretending to launch a territory expansion operation. Then let the precinct net them all. What about you? Black Cat quickly asked, fearing Batman would vanish again before finishing. I have other plans. Batman finished speaking. His wide cape rose, his figure also vanishing from the window. The long night stretched on. Batman was going after S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, Project Goliath. Late night, in unknown waters, a massive aircraft carrier floated quietly on the sea. The circular white-headed eagle emblem on its deck displayed its identity as belonging to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Clint Barton, there's something I need you to do for me. Inside the carrier's command room, Brain Temple Director Nick Fury addressed his veteran agent. Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye, wore a deep purple sleeveless tactical suit. Currently idle, he leaned against a wall with arms crossed. Hearing Director Fury's orders, Hawkeye looked up at him, speaking 3 words. Time, location, target. Tomorrow you're going to Dharavi in Mumbai, India. It's the world's second largest slum. The Hulk very likely appears there. I want you to arrest and bring him back. Try not to make too much commotion. We need to find the Hulk before General Ross. Natasha will execute this mission with you. Director Fury kept both hands behind his back. Hawkeye Clinton nodded, still not moving from the wall. What about today? Today you need to help me deeply inspect the network security system Tony Stark made for me, preventing any viruses from being planted inside. Director Fury said. I'm good at archery. This kind of thing can be assigned to others. Hawkeye still had no intention of moving. I was just asking casually, you actually arranged it. Hawkeye Clint Barton, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s veteran agent, excelled at shooting, swordsmanship, staff techniques, and hundreds of combat skills. Also a hacker, few security firewalls could stop him. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Motherfucking hell. Having to say such a long string every time, from now on, use Agent Coulson's abbreviation, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury cursed impatiently halfway through, then continued. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network security department has thoroughly inspected the firewall, found no problems. But I don't trust that Playboy Tony to be so obedient. So I need you to check again. Hearing Director Fury say this, Hawkeye Clinton nodded and headed toward the network security department. 10+ minutes later, he returned to the command room. Tony hid a small virus in the system. Though hidden deep, I still found it. What virus? Nick Fury asked, seemingly expecting this. A prank virus that installs a Pac-Man game on every computer. Hawkeye Clinton said. Director Nick Fury shook his head without further comment, sitting in the command room chair to contemplate why Spiderman had completely vanished since appearing once in Central Park. Unfortunately, Spencer, the last person to contact Spider-Man, had committed suicide at midnight the second day after arrest. No more leads could be investigated. If Spider-Man hadn't disappeared, Nick Fury had already arranged for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to contact him. Unfortunately, New York now only had the elusive Batman, suspected non-human. Agent Coulson's contact attempt had also ended in failure. Shaking his head again, Nick Fury stopped thinking, leaning back in his chair to rest briefly. Same time, at Parker Industries, emptied and officially claimed to contain only discarded items, Batman was hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D. without obstruction. The Batmobile, suit, and other items were all hidden in the abandoned City Hall subway station. The warehouse interior contained not a speck of Bat elements. Even if unrelated personnel rashly opened or entered this warehouse, no clues would point to Batman himself. People would only think this was engineering student Peter Parker's private base. Batman currently wore a flannel shirt, also Peter's getup. Oracle, maintain alert. Report any movement in the surveillance immediately. Batman told the Oracle AI. No problem, Bruce. Oracle answered, swiftly taking control of Batman's personally installed surveillance network covering every corner of Parker Industries. Ensuring no one besides necessary security personnel remained inside Parker Industries, Batman deployed his hacking skills to enter S.H.I.E.L.'s internal systems. He believed his technical abilities could evade everyone's eyes, infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. without trace or detection. And indeed it was so. No alarms, no countermeasures, no tracking, like a ghost quietly appearing within S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters is a sky carrier capable of flying. Half the members including the director are aboard. Predecessors traceable to ancient Egypt's Brotherhood of the Shield. Established during World War II to oppose Germany, originally named Strategic Scientific Reserve. Changed in 1991 to Strategic Hazard Intervention Espionage Logistics Directorate. Now the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Belonging to the International Security Council, meaning jointly established by multiple nations, as Tony Stark once revealed to me. These were semi-public information. Batman merely skimmed them before quickly moving on, searching through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dense classified materials for what he truly cared about. Soon, 3 plans most likely involving methods to return to Gotham were found and organized on paper and pen. Project Goliath, Project Pegasus, Project SWORD, Project Goliath, jointly led by Hank Pym and Howard Stark. Due to research direction disagreements, Howard withdrew from the plan, even fading from S.H.I.E.L.D. So despite his father being S.H.I.E.L.D's founder, Tony Stark knew little about this organization. Batman analyzed these 3 plans one by one. His astonishing memory let him clearly recall that first moment after crossing over, when Batman observed his environment in Dr. Octavius's lab, those scientist portraits hanging on walls. Among them was Dr. Hank Pym. He developed a substance called Pym particles, capable of enlarging or shrinking matter. Hank Pym possesses absolute technical mastery of manufacturing these particles. Once wore suits with his wife Janet, calling themselves Ant-Man and the Wasp. They shrunk their bodies to reach the quantum realm. Their bodies seemed to have accepted changes, maintaining youthful states from World War II until now. Batman had already closed the computer, sketching his plans on paper with pen. Similar abilities to Atom. Project named Goliath, can't rule out Ant-Man, Dr. Pym possessing growth abilities. The quantum realm might contain methods to return to Gotham. Google shows Pym owns Pym Technologies. I can attempt collaboration after Parker Industries develops. But just in case, I need methods to restrain Ant-Man after shrinking or growing, and need to prevent Ant-Man from appearing anywhere in the world riding electrons like Atom. Oracle, establish Project David. In the Bible, giant Goliath was once defeated by a shepherd boy named David. Batman didn't directly view Dr. Pym as a threat, but he'd seen too many superheroes willingly degrade themselves after suffering certain blows. Batman needed to have response plans in advance. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Harry Osborn's mental issues. Late night, Hell's Kitchen. Unlike the quiet serenity inside Parker Industries in Brooklyn's industrial district where Batman currently resided. Also unlike other Manhattan areas belonging to Hell's Kitchen where squad cars roared and sirens wailed continuously. Here in a football field, trash everywhere, vegetation overgrown, sewage and excrement visible throughout, a buzzing mass of over 300 gang members with various criminal records had gathered. Their crimes ranged from murder, arson, robbery, theft, fraud. They came from different places, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, even beyond New York, beyond America. Hell's Kitchen itself was Manhattan's slum. Immigration, ethnic conflicts, poverty made crime rates extraordinarily high here. Over 300 people with records weren't even all of Hell's Kitchen. They'd all once obeyed Kingpin. Besides original driver Walker, intelligence specialist Scorpion Mac, chief assassin Bullseye Lester, and engineer-inventor Turk, they formed the relatively core components of Kingpin's gang. But now Black Cat had assembled them here. This young woman who'd only recently gained Kingpin's trust stood with one foot on Bullseye Lester, watching people below discussing in low voices. With Kingpin sent to the precinct, his gang members had planned to return to their previous small groups and gangs. But Black Cat's summons left them scratching their heads. Black Cat looked at this group, chaotic without Kingpin. She knew she couldn't let them scatter throughout Hell's Kitchen. She had to organize them like Batman said, then have police net them all. But not tonight. Manhattan precinct holding cells were almost completely full. Criminals were queuing to surrender in batches. The precinct couldn't spare energy tonight to arrest these Hell's Kitchen folks. Black Cat had to stabilize them first. Look at your dejected appearances. Kingpin's in the precinct, but he already anticipated this situation. He'll be out eventually. Until then, I'm managing the gang in his place. Black Cat borrowed authority, doing her utmost to deceive this group with criminal records. Bullseye wanted to quit the gang, so he ended up like this. She lifted the foot on Bullseye, then heavily stomped down. Crack. One of Bullseye's ribs broke under Black Cat's foot. MMPH. Bullseye woke from pain. He instinctively wanted to scream, but the towel Black Cat had stuffed in his mouth blocked it completely. he could only emit weak muffled sounds. Anyone wanting to quit can speak up now. Crack. Another rib broke. The broken bone pierced internal organs. Bullseye's eyes turned completely red from blood congestion. But bound by both webbing and rope, he couldn't resist, could only watch helplessly as Black Cat's third stomp descended. This time she stomped his palm. Each time Black Cat stomped, these assembled gang members' hearts jumped involuntarily. Their eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at Black Cat. Black Cat showed no mercy. Bullseye Lester was the direct murderer of her father Black Fox. If she didn't need him to intimidate these gang members, Black Cat would have already killed him. But judging from her current stomping intensity, even if Bullseye survived he'd become a vegetable, spending the rest of his life bedridden. If no one speaks, I'll assume no one's quitting, yes. Black Cat kicked Bullseye aside with her final stomp. Don't cause me any trouble recently, or Kingpin won't spare you after prison release. Black Cat used Bullseye Lester to scare off those wanting to opportunistically leave the gang, as if that could erase their criminal pasts, while continuing to bluff using Kingpin's name. Under her two-pronged approach, Kingpin's gang members indeed didn't quit. Each obedient like little lambs. What a shame. After dispersing them, Black Cat sighed somewhat regretfully. She'd thought someone would jump out opposing her, then she could defeat them with her skills to further suppress this group. Black Cat felt somewhat powerless facing Chief Assassin Bullseye, but handling these ordinary people was more than sufficient. Unfortunately, they gave her no opportunity. Perhaps I should find methods to enhance my strength. At minimum, possess some medium to long-range attack capabilities. Otherwise facing enemies like Bullseye again will be quite passive. Batman can't save me every time. Returning to Kingpin's 16-story building, Black Cat sat in Kingpin's chair, palm against forehead, thinking. Bullseye Lester lay motionless on the floor nearby. Project Pegasus, a top-tier research project led by S.H.I.E.L.D. Participants include the U.S. Air Force and Aerospace Agency. Research theme, the Tesseract. The plan originated from Tony's father Howard Stark salvaging the Tesseract from the Arctic. This plan directly led to America's rapid technological development. S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Carrier could be built thanks to this plan. Inside Parker Industries in Brooklyn's Industrial District, Batman continued planning research using paper and pen. This was his most focused plan. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research direction for the cube was energy, but Batman's future research direction would be its possible teleportation capabilities. Red Skull and Captain America both vanished. Batman highly suspected the Tesseract might possess such abilities. Most critically, from materials investigated within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interior, Project Pegasus's research base was in New York's Adirondack Mountains. Before Parker Industries developed into Parker Corporation, Batman could even attempt infiltrating with a false identity for close contact with the Tesseract. The final Project SWORD was established based on Project Pegasus. According to data, aliens also exist in this world. Current director Nick Fury contacted them before becoming director. Last year, 2005, after Nick Fury became director, he established Project SWORD Research Direction, Interstellar Threat Monitoring and Response, monitoring extraterrestrial threats. But current research progress still remains at the spaceflight stage. Unlike Project Goliath, which couldn't be contacted temporarily, subsequent projects Pegasus and SWORD both clearly indicated aliens existed in this world. In a sense, Batman, whose soul didn't belong here, also counted as alien. I need to calculate this world's underlying physical rules and mathematical foundational structures to determine whether this world and my original world exist within the same physical framework. Thus judging whether I'm in the same universe on different planets, or parallel worlds in different universes. Again igniting flames to burn all these paper sheets covered in writing to ashes, Batman gathered the ashes together, left Parker Industries, and dumped them into sewers. Dawn had broken slightly. Batman purchased a Daily Bugle, sitting in a taxi reading while heading toward Osborn Manor. He needed to visit Harry Osborn as Peter Parker. Having experienced family corporation collapse plus Father Norman murdering and imprisoned, two events sufficient to devastate ordinary people, Batman had to visit him, preventing Harry from developing any psychological problems. Gotham had too many supervillains born from family upheavals. Batman didn't want New York gaining another one. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, New York Psychiatric Hospital. Captain Stacy, we've now confirmed the information Batman provided about Norman Osborn being the murderer of Sublevel 3 and the Smythe family is accurate. Currently all Manhattan Precinct holding cells are full. Should we transfer him directly to prison? In Manhattan Precinct's captain's office, Assistant Augie proposed. Captain George Stacy glared at his assistant. Are you joking? Did you forget what I said last night? Contact a psychiatrist to analyze his mental state. Augie took a deep breath. He'd worked all night with almost no sleep, still had to work this Saturday, plus there were the criminal evidence records from last night's string of arrests to organize. His temper was quite explosive right now, but he still controlled his attitude. But Captain, we really have no spare holding cells. Dr. Octavius will be sent to the hospital soon to remove his tentacles, that'll free one cell. But Norman himself still occupies one. If prison won't work, I suggest sending him to a psychiatric hospital. A perfectly fine scientist billionaire suddenly became a mass murderer. I strongly suspect he has mental problems. Confronted by Assistant Augie's slightly sharp tone, George Stacy instead slapped the desk. Good idea. I remember there's a psychiatric hospital in New York's northern suburbs managed by NYPD. Find their phone number somehow and send all those suspects with mental abnormalities there. The Northern Suburbs Psychiatric Hospital, you mean Ravencroft Institute? That's indeed quite suitable for those mentally abnormal criminals. Assistant Augie nodded. Then we'll have the criminals squeezed together first. I'll arrange for psychiatrists to evaluate them one by one. I suspect half of those arrested last night need to go there. Until now, some still insist they encountered ghosts calling themselves Batman. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary precinct might not hold even one criminal with mental problems in a year. So much so that Captain George Stacy and Assistant Augie hadn't thought in that direction initially. Ravencroft Institute, nominally a psychiatric hospital, but actually more like a prison. There were guards, psychiatrists, high walls, and armed sentries on patrol. It was a very suitable place to hold someone like Norman Osborn, who suddenly became a murderer, showed no discernible motive or psychology after being imprisoned, yet expressed immense regret. Even Dr. Octavius, if not for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s issued documents rapidly completing legal procedures, could have been sent there too. By the way, Captain, what about Kingpin? Theoretically, he could also be held in Ravencroft Institute. Assistant Augie was about to leave the captain's office when his steps suddenly halted and he turned to ask. Theoretically, no, his mental state is very stable, Captain George said. What about practically? Practically also no. I'm not making any bullshit subtext. Captain George Stacy cursed, then slapped his forehead remembering something, calling back the departing Augie again. Oh right, notify Norman and Kingpin's family or lawyers. The legal procedures that need progressing must progress. I don't want to be sued in turns by gang lords and business elites. Assistant Augie seemed to have expected this. I know, Captain. This matter's already being arranged. Kingpin has his own lawyer. Norman Osborn. You might not know, but yesterday Oscorp held another board meeting, successfully voting to kick Norman off the board. Those businessmen's brains are full of profits. After information about Norman being imprisoned spread, the board directly manufactured public opinion announcing Norman mentally disturbed and stripped all his powers, of course, including refusing to provide him a legal team. So I could only contact his only immediate family member, Harry Osborn. Captain George nodded. Only after Augie left did he mutter to himself. Squidman, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin Norman, Kingpin, Hammerhead, just these few days, Batman sent me so many talented individuals. New York really needs to build a prison specifically for holding this type of exceptionally skilled supercriminals. Peter, the precinct already contacted me. They're arranging psychiatrists to evaluate my father. They'll very likely transfer him to Ravencroft Institute. Inside Osborn Manor's reception hall, Harry Osborn spoke to Batman with a gloomy face. After Green Goblin Norman Osborn returned that night the precinct was bombed and was repelled by Batman, Batman had never come to remove the surveillance network installed at Osborn Manor. Partly to monitor whether Green Goblin Norman would secretly return home, partly also to monitor Harry Osborn. Currently Norman had been sent to the precinct. Batman's visit wasn't just as a friend seeing Harry, he also needed to remove the surveillance network. But seeing Harry's current appearance, Batman decided to keep the surveillance network for a while longer. Harry's physique had thinned considerably from days ago. His unexercised body plus sleepless nights made his face extremely pale. His hair was messier than a bird's nest. His clothes were still the same ones from their last meeting. Peter, can you understand how upset I was when I learned Oscorp had consecutive human experimentation and murder cases exposed, even the Smythe family brutally killed, this whole string of events? One morning I woke up and saw Father lying in the hallway. I thought these matters troubled him. I tried comforting him. But now the truth's out, he was the mastermind behind everything. Harry Osborn's fingers turned white from excessive force. His entire body trembled slightly. But he's also my only family. Peter, I really don't know what to do. Why does the person bearing all this have to be me? It's not fair. The person bearing everything isn't just you, Batman silently responded in his mind. That Christmas when he was 8, Bruce Wayne had also asked himself why he specifically had to bear the pain of losing both parents. Harry, listen. Do you remember Dr. Octavius? The one you introduced me to, the famous Dr. Octopus from recent news. Batman sat beside Harry Osborn, maintaining some distance rather than directly embracing him to ease his pain. That wasn't what he was good at. Dr. Octavius underwent psychiatric evaluation and legal procedures. He was determined to be controlled by tentacles, having lost subjective behavioral capacity. Your father Mr. Norman's situation is similar. What we need to do now isn't collapse. We need to figure out what changes happened to Mr. Norman. Batman's words seemed to give Harry some hope. He stared with bloodshot eyes, swollen from insomnia and secret crying, staggering over to Batman and gripping his shoulder. Peter, you must have a way, right? You're always so smart. Quick, tell me what to do. Wait for his psychiatric evaluation report, Harry. Batman used a relatively calm tone to guide Harry, while simultaneously holding his breath, releasing some sedative gas from a specially made batarang like last time he visited Harry. Simultaneously, inside Manhattan Precinct's holding cell. This holding cell had an electrified iron cage. Norman Osborn sat in the middle with a face full of regret, cooperating with the evaluating doctor asking questions through the bars. Not until the evaluation doctor left and the precinct notified Norman of his impending transfer to Ravencroft Institute did the regret on Norman's face vanish, his mouth beginning to slowly curl upward. Powerful strength, collapsed will, who am I? Oh, I'm the respected Lord Green Goblin. A voice not belonging to him rang again in Norman Osborn's ears. He didn't act rashly, only silently flexing his body's muscles. Those bones, muscle tissues, and internal organs shattered when Batman swung him around and smashed him to the ground were also rapidly recovering. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Gamma Radiation. Brooklyn's Industrial District, inside Parker Industries. Mr. Parker, after we sent out samples of your new material invention, the clients were extremely interested. We've received a total of 14 orders. After leaving the Osborn estate, Batman returned to Parker Industries. He now sat in his CEO office, listening to his assistant Alice's report. How long until the equipment I ordered arrives? Batman asked. 2 days at most, Mr. Parker, Alice said. Name this material, shape memory fabric. The commercial name will be the more accessible, memory fiber, Batman said. The factory equipment can begin production immediately. This afternoon I'll submit the patent for memory fiber through the school. School. Assistant Alice seemed momentarily stunned. She'd only worked with Batman for 2 or 3 days. Her impression of him remained limited to a few labels: young, efficiency-driven, business elite. Alice had assumed Batman was at least in his 30s, a polished professional shaped by years in the business world. Yet now she heard the word school come from his mouth. Alice couldn't help asking, Mr. Parker, you're still in school? Batman maintained his Peter persona. Rather than keeping a perpetually stern expression, he responded with slight humor, yes. You must find it strange that a student could invent new materials, even have the capital to purchase this factory. Alice nodded, looking curiously at this young man who appeared even younger than herself. Batman continued, but if you knew I was a science student who frequently exchanged ideas with physicist Dr. Otto Octavius and billionaire Tony Stark, you'd understand this small achievement barely registers. The new material invention derived from a simplified version of his Batcape's technology, but Batman used 2 globally recognized names as cover. Sure enough, Alice's mouth fell open. Her mind conjured images of young Peter conversing casually with the world's top nuclear physicist and the world's richest men, new materials emerging from their discussions. Most people worship strength, not necessarily physical power, but intelligence, wealth, and authority. Alice was no exception. She looked at Batman with admiration. That's truly remarkable, Mr. Parker. Batman didn't pursue this topic further. He deliberately left gaps in his story, allowing Alice's imagination to fill them in, and shifted to a question of greater concern: when will that batch of materials and equipment I ordered arrive? This time he wasn't asking about memory fiber, but the materials and equipment for creating his actual Batcape. Batman's current cape was made from inferior materials. Norman Osborn had already torn it with a blade. He had no intention of repairing it. Instead, he waited for the proper materials to create a true Batcape, one with bulletproof properties, heat signature masking, radar deflection, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, insulation, breathability, and capabilities far exceeding the so-called memory fiber. He'd ordered these materials and equipment openly, listing the purchase reason as technical research and development. Behind the scenes, Batman had purchased far more: high-performance textile fibers from around the world, specialty metals and alloys, electronic components, and various chemical materials. These orders for creating his actual Batsuit were buried among hundreds of ordinary industrial orders. No one could determine Batman's true purpose from the massive amount of scattered orders and materials. Even if a business competitor specifically intercepted and analyzed the orders, they'd only conclude that Parker Industries is attempting to develop newer materials but lacks clear direction, buying a little of everything like a headless fly. Since the sellers are from around the world, delivery times will vary. Everything should arrive within a week, Assistant Alice said. When they arrive, pile everything outside that warehouse I designated. I'll handle it myself, Batman continued his verbal misdirection. Like Dr. Octavius, I prefer to conduct research alone. Alice nodded in naive understanding. She'd heard vaguely that Dr. Octavius always conducted experimental research alone, never allowing others to interfere. Apparently this young Mr. Parker was the same. Batman didn't linger long at Parker Industries. This time he didn't ride his unmodified motorcycle. Instead, he took a taxi to the famous Wall Street in Lower Manhattan. Batman didn't deal directly with Wall Street's financial elites. Instead, he purchased a new vehicle for daily transportation nearby, parked it in a nearby garage, and sat in the back seat operating the miniature computer he deliberately brought. He would communicate through heavily encrypted channels with a Wall Street financial intermediary to establish several trusts and register dozens of shell companies in the British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, and Bermuda. Through layers of shell companies and trusts, Batman's ultimate goal was to purchase, in batches, the large and small parcels of land surrounding the abandoned City Hall subway station. With Parker Industries and Dr. Octavius's nuclear fusion energy as two pathways for rapidly building a business empire, Batman was preparing in advance to construct his Batcave. He wasn't just buying the City Hall subway station property. Batman also purchased land in Westchester County, a middle to upper-class community whose residents consisted mainly of retired professors, doctors, lawyers, and other middle-class professionals. Purchasing City Hall property was for building the Batcave. Purchasing the Westchester County community was to relocate Aunt May. He would thoroughly protect this elderly woman who, even after discovering that the soul inside Peter's body wasn't her nephew, still called him good boy. By the time Batman completed payment to the Wall Street financial intermediary through financial transactions that jumped through 16 different transfers, darkness had fallen again. Batman returned to the driver's seat. When passing City Hall station, he left the car on the roadside, then switched to the Batmobile parked in the abandoned subway station. Wearing his Batsuit, he headed straight for Oscorp. Unlike Dr. Octavius being controlled by his tentacles, Batman had determined before sending Norman Osborn to the police that his madness had no connection to his armor. The problem either stemmed from psychological issues after receiving the super soldier serum enhancement, possibly even a new personality, or from the serum itself. Night fell. Business genius Bruce Wayne disappeared, replaced by Detective Batman. This time Batman didn't rapidly sweep through Oscorp's 60 floors from top to bottom. Instead, he went directly to the 25th floor. Before Oscorp's underground disaster erupted, Batman had twice seen a group of researchers on the 25th floor during late nights, either discussing something intensely or conducting computer simulations. The floor was now empty. Batman temporarily didn't use his portable computer. Instead, he used the existing computers to search for serum-related information. All content related to the serum has been deleted. Minutes later, Batman frowned slightly at the laboratory computer now stripped of all useful information. This didn't stump him. Batman didn't even need to use his suit's portable computer. He directly wrote a data recovery program using the laboratory computer. Experiment log. General Ross contacted Oscorp. America needs a new generation of strategic assets. Captain America's legacy cannot remain merely a legend. We obtained partial fragmented data from Dr. Erskine's original formula, but we know nothing about the critical Vita rays. We need a type of radiation to replace it. This is the key for Oscorp to reach the pinnacle of the defense industry. We must succeed. Experiment failed. Experiment failed. Multiple entries. Information flashing on the computer screen didn't remain for more than a second. Peter's enhanced senses combined with Batman's analytical mind allowed him to rapidly review hundreds of pages of experimental data. Obtained new information. The Hulk, once captured by General Ross, mutated from gamma radiation. We can attempt to use gamma radiation to replace the Vita rays used 60 years ago. Experiment failed. Multiple entries. The page mentioning gamma radiation lingered before Batman's eyes for several seconds. He continued reviewing the content below. One successful case with laboratory mice. Experiment failed. Multiple entries. Attempting human experimentation with homeless subjects. Experiment failed. Test subjects experienced bodily mutations accompanied by personality fragmentation. 50 entries. The record stopped abruptly there. Norman Osborn's own human experimentation wasn't recorded at all. Personality fragmentation, gamma radiation, replicating Captain America's supersoldier serum. Batman committed these words to memory. An image naturally surfaced before his eyes, someone he'd seen on the wall of Otto's laboratory on his first day after crossing over, whose true identity he later learned. Nuclear physicist Dr. Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files contained information on the Hulk, explicitly mentioning he was an existence born from gamma radiation exposure. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Dr. Banner. Deep night in New York, afternoon on the other side of the world in Mumbai, India. Mumbai's Dharavi, the world's second-largest slum, resembled a maze of cramped shanties squeezed together. The gaps between structures barely allowed an underfed adult to squeeze through. The narrowest passages couldn't accommodate people at all, only mangy dogs with matted fur navigated those spaces. Dr. Banu, is my sister's injury serious? Inside a dark, damp structure built from sheet metal, canvas, and wooden poles, a small boy clutched 2 paper bills in his hand. He watched anxiously as the men he called Dr. Banu cleaned his sister's infected wound. Not serious. I'll leave some medicine. Remember to give it to your sister regularly. She should recover in a few days. Dr. Banu's voice remained steady as he spoke in the local language, comforting the small boy. Thank you, doctor. The boy opened his palm, offering the crumpled bills to Dr. Banu. Dr. Banu gathered his medical supplies, staring at the offered money for several seconds before reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. Use that money for your sister. She needs nutrition. He turned and pushed through the cloth curtain, leaving the shelter that barely qualified as a structure. Dr. Banu looked left and right, then navigated through narrow passages, taking several turns until he reached a garbage dump. The place reeked. Many people in tattered clothing buried their heads in trash heaps, searching for anything valuable or edible. Clap. 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 Dr. Banu clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the impoverished people. He shouted something in the local language. The people looked confused, but soon their faces filled with terror as they quickly fled, leaving the garbage dump completely empty. Come out. You've been following me long enough. Dr. Banu addressed the seemingly empty dump. Are you Ross's people, or some other military organization? As his words fell, a red-haired woman in a tight black tactical suit slowly emerged from her hiding place. Dr. Banner, nice choice of location. Millions of people crammed into Dharavi, it's a perfect place to hide things or people. Dr. Banu, the Hulk, Dr. Banner in her words, stood his ground, studying her. I'm glad you call me doctor instead of monster. Who are you? Who do you work for? Banner glanced around. How many divisions did you bring this time? I don't see any tanks or aircraft. A few soldiers won't be enough to stop me. Natasha. The red-haired woman was Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director alongside Hawkeye Barton to execute this mission. I work for S.H.I.E.L.D. We need you, Dr. Banner. Need me, or need the other guy? Banner's face twisted with sarcasm. You want to lock me in a more secure cage until the next time you need something smashed, right? Or strap me to a surgical table for some research for the good of the world? No, we want to help you, Natasha said. Banner laughed twice. You just said you need me. Now it's changed to wanting to help me. Which should I believe? Beep. 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 Electronic alerts sounded from Banner's wrist. He lifted his arm to check the watch he'd modified into a heart rate monitor, then stepped back slowly. The other guy doesn't like being caged. And I don't like being used. I suggest you leave before he comes out. Dr. Banner. Natasha stepped forward, trying to approach Banner, but he raised his hand to stop her. Don't come closer. Beep beep beep. The alerts from Banner's wrist accelerated. A flash of green appeared in his eyes. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Bruce Banner closed his eyes. After several deep breaths, his emotions settled. He stared at Natasha and slowly shook his head. Tell me why you're really here. Natasha remained where she stood, maintaining distance from Banner. She swallowed, struggling to stay calm. It's a long story, but do you know about the Tesseract? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest research shows it emits gamma radiation. No one in the world understands gamma radiation better than you. I don't know anything about a Tesseract. I don't plan to learn about it, and I won't help you research it. Banner retreated again. Leave. I'm saying this for the last time. We'll help you find a cure. Natasha didn't dare move, but her tone grew urgent. We won't let you lose control again. I can't trust you. Banner said. I've maintained this status quo for 3 years. If you hadn't found me, maybe I could have lived like this indefinitely. Lose control. Thwip. Before Banner finished speaking, an arrow shot from behind, embedding itself deep into Banner's muscle. Beep 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 beep. The accelerated heart rate alarm blared frantically. Anger flashed across Banner's face. His eyes turned completely green. But with a subtle clicking sound, the arrowhead injected its payload into Banner's system. Thud. Dr. Banner's body collapsed to the ground. Whoosh. Natasha finally released her breath. She dropped to one knee, cold sweat beading on her forehead. After a long moment, she spoke into her earpiece to Hawkeye Barton. Can we get someone else to play bait next time? Hawkeye Barton didn't answer. He approached from the distance, pulled the arrow from Banner's body, and returned it to the quiver on his back. Simple mission. Natasha rolled her eyes, looking at the expressionless Hawkeye who acted as though capturing the Hulk, the target General Ross had pursued for years, was nothing noteworthy. Barton, we've worked together for years. When will you break this habit? Hawkeye Barton gripped his bow and shook it forcefully. The longbow folded into a short baton that he tucked behind his back. His tone remained flat. If he'd transformed into the Hulk, it might have been challenging. But without transforming, he's just an ordinary person. Natasha shook her head. She had no idea what to say. Evening had fallen in Mumbai, India. In New York, dawn approached. Manhattan District, beneath the police-sealed Oscorp Tower. I don't know much about gamma radiation. These electromagnetic waves with extremely short wavelengths and high energy possess tremendous penetrating power, radiation released during atomic nuclear energy level transitions. Based on Oscorp's experiment logs, even if I destroy Norman Osborn's evil personality, he'll likely develop another evil personality under the gamma radiation-affected serum. I need to cure him completely, prevent him from massacring prisoners and escaping from jail. Given time, I could become an expert in gamma radiation. But time is critical. I need to find Dr. Banner, get him to help me research an antidote for Norman. Dr. Banner is also a nuclear physicist. He could partner with Dr. Octavius perfectly. His other identity as the Hulk also requires countermeasures. Close contact will give me sufficient understanding of him. From the 60th floor down to the 3rd basement level, Batman had spent the entire night searching for any formulas, data, or samples of the supersoldier serum. Dawn now approached. After Kingpin's stock purchase was frozen and Norman Osborn was kicked off the board of directors, Oscorp now faced a power vacuum. If I were General Ross, I'd seize this opportunity to move military forces into Oscorp, Batman thought. He needed to destroy everything related to the serum, prevent the situation where Harry Osborn hadn't even assumed control before General Ross took over Oscorp under various pretexts. Destroying all the data would buy Batman response time, even if General Ross did take over the company. Simultaneously, on Manhattan streets, dark green camouflage military vehicles surrounded Oscorp from all directions. Silent, disciplined soldiers wielding firearms swiftly sealed off Oscorp completely. A contingent stormed into the building, occupying Oscorp floor by floor. A helicopter descended through the darkness with the roar of rotors, landing slowly on the rooftop helipad of Oscorp Tower. General Ross opened the cabin door. The rotor wash whipped his hair into chaos, but his face wore a triumphant smile. He accepted a radio from someone nearby and began issuing orders. Complete lockdown of Oscorp. Tomorrow morning, announce to the media that the military will implement military supervision and technology lockdown of Oscorp. The reason? Preventing the spread of Oscorp's dangerous technology. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Military Occupation of Oscorp. The instant soldiers burst into Oscorp's lobby, Batman heard them from the 2nd basement level. Peter's spider sense detects the threat. These people come with hostile intent, armed with firearms. With spider sense and acute hearing, Batman analyzed the footsteps and subtle metallic sounds in his mind. He showed no panic. He knew exactly who sent these soldiers and their purpose. General Ross had chosen to occupy Oscorp by force, just as Batman predicted. Though General Ross acted quickly, not waiting until daylight but seizing the building during the empty night hours, Batman was faster. He'd already destroyed all supersoldier serum data and samples throughout the building except for the 3rd basement level. Even with soldiers now sealing the entire building, Batman methodically continued his work. After finishing the 2nd basement level, he headed directly to the 3rd. Click. Pressing a button on his batsuit, Batman processed the damaged equipment on the 3rd basement level, equipment now serving as part of Norman Osborn's murder evidence. 3 minutes later, all supersoldier serum data on the 3rd basement level was erased. Thud thud thud. Soldiers' footsteps approached the 3rd basement level. Batman pressed another button on his batsuit, then concealed himself in shadow. The instant soldiers entered the 3rd basement level, Batman brushed past them. The tattered cape Norman had slashed fluttered wildly behind him. Batman carefully controlled his strength, knocking the soldiers unconscious. Then he unleashed Peter's speed advantage, becoming a black blur racing toward the 2nd basement level. Soldiers were already stationed there. The moment they spotted Batman, they opened fire without hesitation, as though General Ross had already issued those orders. Using Peter's spider sense and Batman's years of experience dodging gunfire in Gotham, Batman anticipated bullet trajectories the instant soldiers pulled their triggers. He continued using Peter's speed to slip past the soldiers, rushing toward the 1st basement level. Simultaneously, the 2 buttons Batman pressed earlier took effect. First, a massive swarm of bats converged on Oscorp Tower from throughout the city, alarming the soldiers sealing the ground level. The brutal-looking Batmobile approached in stealth mode, then suddenly illuminated crimson lights, like demonic eyes fixed on the soldiers. The bat symbol integrated into the front scoop was unmistakably prominent. Riot suppression mode activated instantly. Armor panels on the Batmobile's surface shifted aside, revealing countless gun barrels extending from the hood, doors, wheels, and various locations. The entire vehicle transformed into a mechanical porcupine. These 42 guns, confiscated from the arms deal between Black Cat and Joseph, had been modified by Batman and installed throughout the vehicle. Rat-tat-tat. Riot mode unleashed rubber bullets in a torrent. Though non-lethal, they could still injure at close range. Soldiers could only take cover behind their armored vehicles while radioing General Ross. General. The main entrance of Oscorp Tower is under attack. Requesting support. Attack. General Ross currently sat on the 60th floor in Norman Osborn's private office, reviewing various contracts and documents. At the soldier's report, his brow furrowed. Didn't I order you to shoot anyone who interferes? Can you see who's attacking? The radio voice came through fragmented. It's a swarm of bats driving a car. General Ross's frown deepened. Before he could respond, another voice came through the radio. General, the second basement level is under ATT, bang. The reporting soldier seemed to take a hit, cutting off mid-sentence. Then the first basement level, same situation, attacked before finishing the report. Stay calm. Ground forces, listen up. Block all exits. Aim your weapons at the stairs and elevator from the first basement level. General Ross shouted. But. General, that car is charging at us with the bats. The soldier's terrified voice came through, followed by a tremendous crash. The communication system went completely silent. What the hell do you mean the car is being driven by bats? General Ross slammed the radio to the floor. He snatched binoculars from a subordinate's chest and strode to the window, looking down. Just as the soldiers reported, General Ross saw through the binoculars a massive swarm of bats surrounding a black armored muscle car charging into Oscorp Tower. As it charged, the roof opened rapidly, exposing an empty cockpit inside. From the soldier's perspective, it looked exactly like an unmanned vehicle surrounded by swarming bats rushing into the building. On Oscorp's ground floor, soldiers following General Ross's orders to block the first basement level exits were startled by the Batmobile smashing through glass and violently entering. The dense swarm of bats made them open fire instinctively. Batman's figure leaped from the first basement level, seizing the opportunity. Simultaneously, the Batmobile entering Oscorp executed a sideways drift toward Batman's position. The door on that side swung open. Barbara, switching to manual control. Batman spoke rapidly, one hand on the steering wheel, one hand shifting gears, while using Peter Parker's remarkable hand speed to press several buttons inside the vehicle. Boom. The two glider wing devices mounted on the rear activated. Batman gunned the Batmobile on Oscorp's ground floor, tires screaming as it accelerated toward the shattered glass entrance. After him. On the 60th floor, General Ross shouted through his binoculars. But the Batmobile moved so fast it reached the end of the street in a blink. He quickly changed his order. Don't pursue. General Ross hadn't forgotten his purpose for occupying Oscorp. He wasn't here to match wits with this bat, he was here to seize control during Oscorp's power vacuum. Though taking over such a multinational corporation wasn't simple, General Ross didn't care about complications. He only needed to occupy Oscorp's headquarters tower. A biotech company, General Ross muttered, watching the Batmobile disappear completely. I wonder what surprises you'll bring me. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Doctor Strange. Empire State University. The morning air on the pathways was exceptionally fresh, but Batman's mood wasn't improved by it. He'd abandoned the plaid shirt this time, wearing a plain black t-shirt instead, a stack of paper documents tucked under his arm. Yesterday's work registering shell companies and establishing trusts had taken longer than anticipated. Batman hadn't managed to file the memory fiber patent. These papers he now carried had taken over an hour to compile after leaving Oscorp Tower. Today marked only the second time since transferring into Peter's body that Batman had entered Empire State University's gates. The first time had been immediately after the transfer, when Batman used the university's laboratory equipment to conduct a comprehensive examination of Peter's body from inside out. Students passing by radiated the unique vitality of youth. Batman stood out in the crowd initially, but quickly employed Bruce's masterful acting skills to appear like a typical cheerful student. He didn't interact with anyone or linger anywhere. Having already memorized Empire State University's map and building layout, Batman headed directly for the Technology Transfer Office, commonly known as TTO. Extremely thorough documentation. You've clearly prepared extensively for this patent submission, Mr. Parker. Miles Warren, one of the professors evaluating the patent, smiled after carefully reading through all the materials Batman submitted. Miles Warren was a genius in genetics and cloning, also a biochemistry professor at Empire State University. Information about him flashed through Batman's mind. He returned the smile. Yes, Professor Warren. We'll spend a day evaluating your memory fiber's patentability and market potential, then decide whether to invest and handle the patent application, Professor Warren said. Professor, I want full ownership of this patent's rights, so I prefer the university not participate in the investment, Batman declined. Professor Warren seemed entirely unsurprised. Though accepting university patent investment was what most students who managed to invent something would do, some preferred to retain all rights and refuse investment. The latter group usually consisted of those who independently completed their inventions. Batman's memory fiber submission fell into this category. Professor Warren nodded. In that case, you'll need to bear all patent application and maintenance costs independently. The university can't provide you with resources or legal support. You've considered this, correct? Correct, Batman said. The other professors from various fields seemed slightly displeased by Batman's refusal of university investment, but Professor Warren signaled them not to insist. No need to force it. I'm sure Peter reached this decision after careful consideration. After a token discussion, the other professors fell silent. No one wanted to openly contradict this world-renowned legendary professor of biochemistry, genetics, and cloning. Thank you. Batman didn't forget his Peter identity, appropriately expressing gratitude to Professor Warren. No need. I was just as confident when publishing my first paper, and that confidence has sustained me ever since, Professor Warren smiled. Peter, leave the rest to our TTO, but could you stay for a moment? I'd like to speak with you. Could you wait in my office for 3 minutes? Batman didn't refuse. After leaving the technology transfer office, he headed directly to Miles Warren's office. Along the way, Batman still didn't communicate with anyone, but one female student caught his attention. Blonde hair, fair complexion. Batman had seen her before at the Manhattan Police Precinct entrance, the one that hadn't been bombed by the Green Goblin. That day, when the squid was being transferred to court, Captain George Stacy had briefly spoken with this student at the entrance. Thanks to Peter's remarkable hearing, Batman knew she was Captain Stacy's daughter, Gwen Stacy. But Batman's gaze merely swept past Gwen, as though he'd only accidentally glanced at her. After waiting 3 minutes in Miles Warren's office, Professor Warren arrived as promised. Only the two of them were present. Professor Warren showed no professorial airs, personally pouring water and handing it to Batman. Peter, I'd like you to help me with something. Batman's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Professor Warren seemed not to notice Batman's expression, settling into his desk chair. Oscorp has donated several grants to Empire State University. His son Harry Osborn is naturally known to the school's faculty. Peter, as Harry's only close friend at school, I'd like you to contact a biologist at Oscorp through him. Batman's brow furrowed again. He'd even thought Professor Warren had seen memory fiber's market potential and wanted private collaboration. Batman had already prepared his refusal. But he hadn't expected Professor Warren to discuss something entirely different. Even Batman couldn't perfectly predict everything. He looked at Professor Warren. Who? Professor Kurt Connors. He's currently conducting scientific research at Oscorp, and he's also one of Oscorp's scientist directors, Professor Warren said. Batman had already vaguely guessed what Professor Warren wanted. He and I are friends, but... Professor Warren picked up a newspaper and handed it to Batman. Look, this is this morning's Daily Bugle front page. Oscorp has been taken over by the military, led by the infamous General Ross. Ordinary people might not know General Ross, but in upper circles across various fields, almost everyone knows what kind of person he is. Batman accepted the newspaper. The content was already familiar to him. Professor Warren appeared quite contemptuous of General Ross, recounting what Batman had already investigated about Ross capturing the Hulk. So, I'd like you to use Harry as an intermediary to warn Professor Connors, help him find a way to leave Oscorp. As a friend, I'm concerned his research results will be twisted for various purposes by General Ross. Batman nodded, not refusing Dr. Warren's request. On Empire State University's tree-lined paths, small groups of students passed by Batman, laughing and talking. Clearly in the same world, yet not in the same world at all. He didn't linger at Empire State University, driving the new car he'd purchased yesterday to Metropolitan Hospital in New York. Today, Dr. Octavius would be transferred from the police detention cell to the hospital for surgery to remove his mechanical tentacles. Since the tentacles were connected to his spinal nerves, only the most elite neurosurgeon could perform the operation. Batman, as Peter Parker, chairman of Parker Industries, had taken responsibility for arranging everything. Fortunately, Metropolitan Hospital in New York had a world-renowned neurosurgeon, Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange's impossibly steady hands and superior medical skills had earned him the nickname, God's Hands, in the surgical world. Inside the hospital, Dr. Octavius lay face down on the operating table. From the corner of his eye, he watched the anesthesiologist inject anesthetic into his body. He didn't resist. Instead, he closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the surgery to begin. The 4 tentacles on his back lay quietly, held up by several supports. As Dr. Strange donned his sterile gown and gloves, the surgery officially began. Outside the operating room door, heavily armed police officers stood silent guard. On the hospital rooftop, Batman, already in his batsuit, waited silently as well, preventing any accidents during the procedure. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Explosive Material. On the rooftop of Metropolitan Hospital, Batman was doing more than just safeguarding Dr. Octavius's surgery. Armor plating on his forearm slid aside, revealing his miniature portable computer displaying personal information on various journalists under his manipulation. Batman needed to find a reporter willing to stand against pressure and reveal truth, to launch the first wave of offense against General Ross. I've accessed all meeting records from Congress, the White House, and the military over the past 3 days. Not a single authorization exists for General Ross to use force to seize Oscorp. This is an illegal act of military privatization. Within a day, Congress will demand General Ross appear at a hearing. I need to use the media to add fuel to the fire. Batman's gaze finally settled on information about a young reporter named Eddie Brock. From his complete profile, Batman could see this was an ambitious newsman hungry to break explosive stories. Batman needed precisely someone like him to transmit certain messages to the world. At Oscorp headquarters, the building was now surrounded not only by General Ross's stationed troops but also by reporters and photographers from various newspapers and media outlets. General Ross hadn't appeared. Those silently stationed soldiers remained tight-lipped. But the research staff and employees occasionally entering and exiting Oscorp Tower became targets these reporters desperately wanted to interview. General Ross had sealed the entire Oscorp headquarters, but he hadn't completely closed it off. When employees and scientists arrived for work in the morning as usual to conduct various research experiments, he hadn't stopped them. Among them was Professor Connors, one sleeve hanging empty. As he arrived at Oscorp's main entrance wearing glasses, documents tucked under his one arm, countless microphones immediately thrust toward him, accompanied by reporters shouting questions. Professor Connors, what's your view on General Ross's military supervision of Oscorp? Professor Connors, will your future research results be prioritized for military use? Professor Connors, as a scientist director of Oscorp, do you tacitly support General Ross's actions? The cacophony gave Professor Connors a headache. These reporters even blocked his path forward. But as soldiers formed a human barrier with their bodies, holding back the reporters, Professor Connors could finally proceed toward Oscorp's entrance. Connors sighed, standing before the shattered glass entrance and glancing back at the blocked reporters. While still at home, he'd received a call from General Ross demanding he come to Oscorp to continue his experimental research. Ross claimed he wouldn't interfere with the experiments. Choosing military supervision was merely to prevent Oscorp's biotechnology from falling into malicious hands, that was General Ross's exact words. Whether true or false, Professor Connors had to make this trip to Oscorp, even if he chose to abandon his experiments there. The reason was simple, all of Professor Connors's experimental data remained in the laboratory inside the tower. If he abandoned everything now, his limb regeneration experiments would have to start over from scratch, an enormous cost in time. Inside Oscorp, aside from being quieter than usual, research and work staff bustled about, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. Professor Connors figured these people, like himself, had received calls from General Ross claiming he wouldn't interfere with experiments, that's why they continued working here. Taking the elevator to the 20th floor laboratory, Professor Connors pushed aside distracting thoughts and returned to his limb regeneration research. His gaze swept across the glass cabinet storing test subjects, preparing to check and record data on each experimental mouse one by one. According to past patterns, these mice should be thoroughly dead by now. But soon Professor Connors's gaze stopped on one glass cabinet. He discovered with pleasant surprise that the mouse injected with regeneration serum yesterday wasn't dead, it was lively and energetic. Most critically, the mouse's artificially severed right forelimb had grown back. Its behavioral capabilities were identical to a healthy mouse. This. Professor Connors's heart pounded. His lips trembled. He couldn't form a complete sentence. His eyes couldn't help moistening. This was his first successful limb regeneration experiment on a mammal. New York Metropolitan Hospital. Heavily armed police officers stood guard here as well. The tense atmosphere was no less intense than at Oscorp Tower. If the surgery succeeded, fine. But if it failed, no one could be certain Dr. Octavius wouldn't go berserk again. Even with police stationed at the hospital, the doctors and nurses in the operating room would be hard-pressed to guarantee their safety. This was hardly different from performing field surgery on a battlefield. Inside the operating room, aside from necessary assistants, practically everyone was ready to bolt at any moment. Apart from the anesthetized Dr. Octavius, Dr. Strange was the only person showing not a trace of nervousness. His hands remained as steady as the rumors suggested, precisely using surgical tools to separate bit by bit the mechanical tentacle's connection to Octavius's spine. Time passed second by second. When the last section of mechanical tentacle completely separated from Dr. Octavius's body, Dr. Strange spoke a single word in a flat tone, "Done." He winked at the masked instrument nurse whose elegant bearing was still evident. "I heard there's a new 3-Michelin-star restaurant in Brooklyn. Dinner tonight." Everyone in the operating room relaxed. Dr. Strange was the authority in neurosurgery. Once he cracked jokes after surgery, it proved the operation was a complete success. This surgery would add another bold stroke to Dr. Strange's legendary career. The doctors and nurses, no longer tense, spoke quietly and laughed while finishing post-surgical work. The finishing work didn't require the famous Dr. Strange. He opened the operating room door and walked out. Before he could even remove his mask, a seemingly nervous young man stopped him. "Doctor, how did the surgery go?" Dr. Strange looked at this young man in a plaid shirt. Stubble on his chin added a weathered quality. He spoke without surprise. "You're Peter Parker, correct? Dr. Octavius mentioned you before surgery. I've never failed a surgery I've performed. This time is no different." Batman, appearing outside the operating room as Peter Parker, having removed his batsuit, extended his hand and shook Dr. Strange twice. "The world's praise for you isn't exaggerated at all, Dr. Strange." The armed police stationed here, listening to their conversation, finally let their constantly raised hearts settle. Dr. Octavius's surgery was a complete success. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s documentation in place, the tentacle-free Octavius had returned to being a world-class nuclear physicist. Though he'd face necessary supervision going forward, that no longer concerned the police much. Simultaneously, at Daily Bugle headquarters in an office building, Eddie Brock opened his email as usual, discovering among the spam an anonymous message. His mouse moved slowly. Eddie opened the email. The instant he saw its contents, he closed it, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then reopened it. Evidence proving General Ross conducted gamma experiments, personally creating the Hulk. Connection between General Ross and 50 homeless corpses from human experiments on Oscorp's second basement level. Classified reports on civilian casualties General Ross caused while pursuing the Hulk. General Ross. Dense files, all accompanied by photos or videos, pointed without exception to General Ross. Clearly, this anonymous source wanted Eddie Brock, this news reporter who'd always craved breaking explosive stories, to publish everything, using it to attack General Ross's military takeover of Oscorp. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Batman as Clark. Dr. Octavius needed to remain hospitalized for observation after his surgery. Batman hired the best caregivers for 24-hour care and, as Peter, sat by the hospital bed reassuring Octavius to rest easy. After confirming Octavius was no longer rushing impatiently and would wait calmly until discharge to begin the prosthetic limb project and nuclear fusion energy research, Batman finally left. He needed to visit Harry Osborn at Osborn Manor again, as his friend Peter. Having experienced the situation where Octavius's mindset changed the moment Batman left, leading him down a dark path, Batman was particularly concerned about Harry Osborn's mental state. Fortunately, yesterday's companionship and comfort seemed to have had some effect. Even after Harry learned from the news today that Oscorp had been placed under military supervision by General Ross, his mental state remained relatively stable. At least Batman detected nothing unusual through the surveillance network he deployed throughout Osborn Manor. Earlier on the Metropolitan Hospital rooftop, Batman had already sent reporter Eddie Brock an anonymous email containing data about the Hulk's creation that he'd obtained by hacking S.H.I.E.L.D., along with evidence of human experiments he'd collected himself. But this was only the first wave of offense. Batman would next unite with Harry Osborn, the person who should rightfully inherit Oscorp, to launch a second wave against General Ross. The Hulk was born from General Ross's experiments. Batman needed to quickly dismantle Ross's military supervision of Oscorp. He didn't want more monsters created. Combined with this morning's request from Professor Miles Warren at Empire State University to get Professor Connors to leave Oscorp promptly, Batman had to visit Harry regardless. Peter. Harry Osborn saw his friend arrive again. He forced a slight smile and welcomed Batman inside. "Harry, General Ross forcibly took over Oscorp." Meeting without excessive pleasantries, Batman, though knowing Harry already understood the situation from news reports, briefly explained anyway to avoid exposing his surveillance system's existence, then continued, "Harry, your father Norman's case has been determined by psychiatric evaluators as a mental issue. He'll be transferred to Ravencroft Institute in the northern suburbs, not to prison. That's good news. But with Norman absent now, Oscorp needs you to step forward." Batman first revealed that Norman Osborn would definitely be transferred to Ravencroft Institute to stabilize Harry's emotions, then laid out his plan to help Harry strike against General Ross. "Harry, we need to immediately file a lawsuit in federal court, accusing General Ross's actions of lacking proper legal procedure. We can also contact the Securities and Exchange Commission, reasoning that investigating whether the military's actions involve insider trading or market manipulation. Harry Osborn listened in stunned confusion. The Peter in his memory was devoted to studying, even less knowledgeable about business matters than Harry himself. But the friend before him now methodically laid out exactly what needed to be done, as though that honest, bookish Peter had suddenly transformed into a politician. Peter, when did you learn all this? Harry couldn't help asking. Yesterday, Batman said. He naturally couldn't say this was experience accumulated from decades in Gotham, but Harry Osborn heard something entirely different in those words. The young man, roughly Peter's age, his nostrils flaring as he struggled to control his emotions. Peter, I didn't know you'd done so much for me. Thank you, Peter. Harry instinctively assumed Batman had learned all this specifically to help him. But Batman hadn't finished speaking. I've already hired a private detective. He'll find ways to collect all of General Ross's dirt and expose it. Also, Harry, General Ross's actions will inevitably cause stock prices to plummet, triggering financial market earthquakes. We need to contact the corporation's directors, mobilize Wall Street's capital power to pressure the White House and Congress, demanding a swift end to military supervision and restoration of normal company operations to stabilize the market. The private detective he mentioned was naturally his other identity, Batman. Expose dirt, file charges in court, apply capital pressure. Batman formulated 3 strategies against General Ross in short order. 3 waves of offense would compress Ross's supervision time to the absolute minimum. Just one method had left Harry, a wealthy heir not particularly skilled in corporate control, dumbfounded. Now there were 3 complete strategies. Harry Osborn looked somewhat dazed, asking instinctively, Is there more? Batman's brow furrowed slightly. He looked up at Harry Osborn's expression, judging whether Harry genuinely felt these weren't enough or was asking reflexively. Harry's expression showed confusion mixed with shock, tinged with gratitude. Clearly the latter. So Batman didn't proceed to reveal his 4th, 5th, and 6th plans to strike against General Ross. After discovering Stark written on the weapons Black Cat sold to Hammerhead Joseph, Batman had investigated Stark Industries in his spare time. He knew very well Stark Industries was founded on military contracts, supplying various weapons and equipment to the military. If the first 3 offensive waves couldn't impact General Ross, Batman would consider approaching Tony as Peter Parker, CEO of Parker Industries. Having him contact the military to continue applying pressure on Ross from within the military structure. And so on. Batman's contingency plans were numerous, but he didn't need to present them all at once. Excessive pressure might produce negative effects, especially before Batman contacted Professor Kurt Connors. This related to Batman's second purpose for visiting Harry Osborn, contacting Oscorp's core scientists, led by Scientist Director Professor Connors. Under no circumstances could General Ross be allowed to access Oscorp's various technologies, preventing situations like those with the Squid, Green Goblin, and Banner. Batman could easily find Professor Connors' contact information himself, but his Peter Parker identity had no connection to Connors. Gaining trust over the phone would be difficult. The call won't go through, Peter. Facing his friend Peter, Harry now fully demonstrated his trust, simply conveying what Batman had heard from Professor Miles Warren at Empire State University. Harry immediately picked up the phone without hesitation. But Professor Connors' phone wouldn't connect. Harry tried several other research staff he knew. Not a single call went through. No need to keep trying, Harry. Batman stopped Harry's continued attempts. You go contact the Federal Court and Securities and Exchange Commission according to my plan. What about you, Peter? Harry asked. I need to find a way to infiltrate Oscorp and directly contact Professor Connors, Batman said. With Oscorp now sealed, entry and exit required soldiers to verify identity, but this didn't stump Batman. He had plenty of solutions. Just as the infiltration plan took shape in Batman's mind, Harry suddenly spoke, Peter, I can let you bypass General Ross's blockade. Batman looked at Harry. Harry, excited and somewhat stammering, explained his method. I have 2 identities at Oscorp. One is the obvious identity as Norman's son Harry, the other is a low-level research staff member named Clark. Father's intention was for me to start from the ground up, gradually learning corporate management, but I made a complete mess of it. That research staff identity was abandoned and became useless. The Harry identity is too conspicuous and might attract unnecessary attention from General Ross. But Peter, you can use that research staff identity as Clark to enter Oscorp openly and legitimately. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, The Cube Prison. Where is this? This is the Cube Prison, Bruce. I've never heard of it. But you're now one of this prison's inmates. Wyoming, America. Known to the world for the famous Yellowstone National Park. But in the northern desert, a prison existing only in code names, cut off from any network, power grid, or water supply connections to the outside world, composed of several cubic structures, was known only to a select few. This prison's existence was the world's highest secret. It used only an internal network, sent no signals to the outside world, and received none, physically eliminating any possibility of discovery by rampant hackers. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., no files existed about this prison. Even knowing the codename couldn't retrieve any information about it. Dr. Bruce Banner was now imprisoned in one of its cells, suspended in the air by 4 massive alloy shackles. Surrounded by impossibly hard alloy walls. Stripped down to only oversized purple shorts, Dr. Banner had no ability to resist as the men before him inserted a needle into his vein and drew a vial of blood. "We need Banner, but you could transform into the Hulk at any moment. We must have countermeasures first before we can establish cooperation with you, Dr. Banner." Blood slowly filled the syringe. The men drawing blood answered. Dr. Banner said nothing more, silently watching the men place the blood-filled syringe into a briefcase, turn, and leave the cell. A heavy alloy door slowly closed. "Actually, I could have transformed into the Hulk the moment that arrow hit me. Do you know why I didn't?" Dr. Banner addressed the sealed heavy door, as though speaking to himself. "Why?" Banner's low murmur fell. In the cell that should have been empty except for him, Hawkeye, wearing a sleeveless dark purple tactical suit, slowly emerged from concealment and asked, "Can you fully control the Hulk state now?" "I've been trying to accept the Hulk, no longer viewing him as a disease but as an ability fate has given me." Dr. Banner seemed entirely unsurprised by Hawkeye's appearance. "I heard Natasha mention the Tesseract releasing gamma radiation outward." Hawkeye crossed his arms over his chest, standing beside Dr. Banner without speaking. "The Hulk was born from gamma radiation. I didn't want to get involved, but my human conscience made me hope I could use my expertise in gamma radiation to solve the Tesseract problem." Dr. Banner's tone was extremely calm, as though the person bound by alloy chains nearly as thick as his body wasn't himself. "But I wasn't sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, I came to this prison. They drew my blood. Do you think they really want to cure me? No. They want to create several more of me." Hawkeye still stood beside Dr. Banner, staring at him. "Why didn't you just transform into the Hulk and smash everything here to pieces?" A smile appeared at the corner of Dr. Banner's mouth. In this moment, he seemed not the ordinary human-bodied Banner but the Hulk possessing infinite strength and confidence. "I want to expose the mastermind behind this. That vial of blood is bait." "The mastermind." Hawkeye repeated the word quietly, then said, "Natasha and I were indeed executing a mission to deliver you to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now Dr. Banner fell silent, looking at Hawkeye with some confusion. "But during our return flight, we received a codename. That codename's meaning was to deliver you to this cube prison instead," Hawkeye said. Dr. Banner couldn't help laughing, as though the person suspended in the air wasn't him. "You didn't even verify with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director?" Hawkeye shook his head. "No. The other party's clearance level is far above Director Fury. He can only follow orders too. You must know S.H.I.E.L.D. reports to the World Security Council. The codename directive came from there." "Umph." Dr. Banner snorted through his nose, smiling without mirth. Hawkeye said no more, turning toward the heavy alloy cell door. After identity verification, the cell opened. As Hawkeye exited, it slowly closed again. Now Dr. Banner was truly alone in the cell. S.H.I.E.L.D., General Ross, the mastermind. Dr. Banner repeated these 3 terms quietly, showing no concern about his blood being drawn. For 3 years, Dr. Banner had injected himself daily with special inhibitors, waiting for this day. Even if blood was drawn or body tissue removed, the gamma radiation properties would automatically degrade within hours, becoming ordinary samples with no research value. He'd planned everything long ago. If S.H.I.E.L.D.'s true purpose in finding him was researching the Tesseract, Dr. Banner didn't mind displaying the wisdom of his 7 doctoral degrees. If other situations occurred, like the current blood draw, Dr. Banner would play along, using his cell's automatic gamma radiation degradation after leaving his body to force them to transport Banner himself to the experimental site. Then it would be time for the Hulk to come out for some air. Meanwhile, Hawkeye's expression remained uncertain after leaving Dr. Banner's cell. He knew where the blood drawn from Dr. Banner was. He decided to guard the area until his departure. When they'd received the codename during their return flight in the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, Hawkeye had sensed something wrong. He had to ensure this blood vial would truly be used to treat the Hulk, not for other purposes. 1 hour, 2 hours. Hawkeye seemed tireless, crouching in concealment, his gaze fixed like a hawk's on the room storing Dr. Banner's blood from beginning to end. Tap tap tap. Faint footsteps approached from the distance. Hawkeye couldn't be more familiar with them. Those were the footsteps of his colleague of nearly 10 years at S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Black Widow Natasha. Natasha passed identity verification and entered the room. Less than a minute later, she quietly emerged, footsteps rapidly retreating. Hawkeye sighed in the shadows, following closely into the room, confirming that the vial of Dr. Banner's blood had been taken. "What are you doing, Natasha?" Hawkeye asked silently in his heart, then quickly grabbed his bow and arrows and pursued. "What are you doing here, Mr. Clark?" At Oscorp's shattered glass main entrance, having passed through layers of reporters and media, Batman was about to enter when a soldier stopped him. Batman produced the employee badge Harry Osborn had given him, clearly displaying this identity's information. Clark, a low-level Oscorp research staff member, employed for 5 years but never achieving any results. Oscorp badges contained chips. When the soldier swiped it at the terminal by the entrance and found the information correct, he returned the badge to Batman. "Work," Batman answered. "I need this job." The soldier nodded, not making things difficult for Batman, waving him through. When Batman had completely erased all super-soldier serum-related data from Oscorp last night, he'd been to Professor Connors' laboratory. He knew it was on the 20th floor. But Batman wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he remained inconspicuous, pretending to be busy as an ordinary Oscorp research staff member, using this to gather all intelligence here. Every floor had soldiers standing guard with strict supervision. This wasn't a company, it was a prison. The heavily armed soldiers created tremendous pressure for research staff. Almost no one spoke loudly. Everyone silently conducted their work. Using his own knowledge, Batman flawlessly played this research staff member named Clark, finding appropriate reasons to reach the 20th floor, Professor Kurt Connors' laboratory. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Ambition to Mass-Produce Hulks. Professor Connors' limb regeneration experiment had achieved its first success on a mammal. After a brief moment of joy, Professor Connors chose to conceal this good news, telling no one. He'd even mentally prepared himself to abandon this single successful case, pretending nothing had happened. Oscorp was now under General Ross's military supervision, but the man's reputation was too foul. Like his friend Professor Miles Warren, Professor Connors had heard about General Ross's misdeeds within academic circles. Professor Connors strongly suspected that once General Ross learned his experiments had made progress, he'd immediately demand human experimentation. Conducting human trials with immature technology was hardly different from deliberate murder. Norman Osborn had already set this precedent. He was now in a psychiatric facility. Connors wouldn't make the same mistake. Tap tap tap. Someone knocked with their knuckles on the glass door of Professor Connors' laboratory. Professor Connors tried to eliminate any expression of experimental success from his face, raising his only remaining left hand to rub his forehead as he looked toward the glass door. Standing outside was General Ross. The redneck was examining the laboratory's interior through the glass door, several soldiers beside him. "Come in." Professor Connors sighed inwardly. This was exactly what he'd feared. Professor Connors. General Ross left the soldiers outside the laboratory, entering alone with his hands clasped behind his back. After his eyes, beneath gray-white eyebrows, surveyed the laboratory, he greeted Professor Connors. "I'm conducting experiments, General." Professor Connors had no desire to deal with General Ross. This isn't suitable for visitors. General Ross's hair, eyebrows, and thick beard were all gray-white. The carved wrinkles on his face made him look aged, but his mental state seemed good, his eyes sharp. "I'm not here to tour your experiments, Professor Connors. I want to understand what stage your reptilian gene research has reached." As expected, he's after my experiments, this redneck. Professor Connors sneered inwardly, then used the discouraged tone he always employed after experimental failures. "To be honest, General Ross, my experiments remain in the theoretical stage." General Ross's eyes beneath gray eyebrows stared intently at Professor Connors, as though judging whether he was telling the truth. Professor Connors looked down at his empty right sleeve, his voice containing undisguised hope. "I want this research to succeed more than anyone. I can't wait for my arm to grow back now. But it's not possible." General Ross shifted his gaze from Professor Connors to the glass cabinets in the laboratory. The cabinets were divided into dozens of equally sized compartments, each containing a mouse. Since Professor Connors hadn't yet disposed of the dead mice corpses, that single living mouse was particularly conspicuous. Professor Connors' heart immediately jumped. "Professor, this..." General Ross stood before that sole living mouse, his voice questioning. Just as Professor Connors' heart pounded and he desperately searched for an excuse, the laboratory's glass door suddenly pushed open. Batman's enhanced hearing had let him clearly hear the conversation between Professor Connors and General Ross from a distance. He hurried over, pushing open the glass door with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Professor, I was careless yesterday. One mouse didn't receive the reagent injection." Batman's sudden intrusion made the already nervous Professor Connors jump again, but he wasn't stupid. He quickly followed along with what this intruder said. "I hope this only happens once. Next time, you can leave my laboratory." Professor Connors spoke sternly to Batman, whom he didn't recognize at all. Batman cooperatively stood by the laboratory door with a bitter expression, remaining silent, looking no different from someone who'd made a mistake. Though neither knew the other and this was their first contact, under the coordination of two intelligent people, General Ross didn't suspect any deception. At least on the surface. Phew. Nearly 5 minutes after General Ross left, Professor Connors exhaled in relief. He knew he'd successfully deceived Ross. His experimental results wouldn't become tools for the General's evil purposes. Professor Connors turned his gaze to Batman's badge, looking at the name Clark, and asking quietly, "You're not Harry. Who are you?" Ordinary people might not recognize Harry Osborn, but as a scientist director of Oscorp, Professor Connors not only knew what Harry looked like, he even knew about the low-level employee identity Clark that Harry had used. "I'm Peter Parker, Harry's friend." Batman also lowered his voice. "I came at Professor Miles Warren's request." "What are you doing here?" "To expose General Ross's ambitions to you," Batman said. Professor Connors shook his head, indicating he didn't understand what Batman meant. He'd already deceived General Ross about his experimental progress. In Connors's view, there was nothing more to worry about, at least his experiments wouldn't be interfered with. Batman didn't explain further. "There's an email in your inbox, compiled by the private detective I hired. I think you need to fully understand what General Ross has actually done." Professor Connors grew more confused, but his hands moved without hesitation, quickly using the laboratory computer to open his email. The email was indeed from Batman. Unlike what Daily Bugle reporter Eddie Brock had seen, the content Batman sent Professor Connors focused on the reasons behind the Hulk's creation. Batman had collected this information through various channels after first learning of the Hulk's existence when hacking the CIA. General Ross once commanded a missile base and nuclear research facility at a desert base in New Mexico, primarily working on the Gamma Bomb project. Dr. Bruce Banner was appointed director of this project. During a gamma-ray test, Banner became the Hulk after exposure to massive doses of radiation. Professor Connors rapidly read the information in the email, content even he, as a member of academic circles, hadn't known. Gamma radiation, the Hulk. Professor Connors repeated these two terms quietly, but before he could catch his breath, the email seemed to trigger some program and automatically deleted itself completely, leaving no trace. Immediately, a second email arrived. This time not data, but a series of experiment logs. Professor Connors glanced at the silent Batman and continued reviewing the experiment logs. Minutes later, Professor Connors's face darkened completely. These logs were Norman Osborn's experimental records researching the supersoldier serum after partnering with General Ross. They also contained a key term, gamma radiation. General Ross had occupied Oscorp under the pretext of military supervision. His purpose was clearly visible in the two emails Batman had sent. He wanted to use Oscorp's biotechnology and gamma radiation to create, even mass-produce, Hulks. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Hail Hydra. Perhaps only this kind of objective makes sense for why General Ross would endure pressure from all sides to militarily supervise Oscorp. Watching the second email also mysteriously self-destruct, Professor Connors couldn't spare curiosity about how that private detective had accomplished it. He looked at Batman with a grave expression. "We cannot let General Ross succeed." Batman nodded slightly. He and Oscorp's scientist director Professor Connors had now aligned their objectives. "Professor Connors, you're an expert in the biological field. I need you to quickly analyze which biotechnologies or experiments at Oscorp might be exploited by General Ross. I'll assist you in transferring the core data. Leave it to me." "But how do you plan to transfer it?" "General Ross won't just let this happen," Professor Connors said. "I'm going to bring someone capable of attracting General Ross's full attention," Batman said. Data transfer wasn't as simple as plugging in a flash drive and pulling it out minutes later. This required time. Peter Parker's identity could only go this far. Now it was time for Batman to take the stage. Without alerting anyone, Batman quietly left Oscorp. After repeatedly confirming no one was following him, he slipped into the abandoned City Hall subway station. As the Batmobile's crimson lights illuminated, Batman, having shed his lab coat and donned his batsuit, followed the subway lines straight toward Oscorp. Beep beep beep. On the Batmobile's display, a red dot flashed continuously. That was the miniature tracking device Batman had installed on General Ross in Professor Connors's laboratory without alerting anyone. The device, resembling a button fastened to Ross's sleeve, was accompanied by a listening device. The Batmobile accessed New York subway line information. With the Prophet AI's assistance, it rapidly approached Oscorp, emerging onto street level at a subway exit 1 kilometer away. Roar. The Batmobile's thunderous engine echoed at the far end of the road before Oscorp, accelerating madly toward the building. The massive sound made it impossible for soldiers stationed around Oscorp to ignore the brazenly charging Batmobile. Almost simultaneously, General Ross, having received reports on the top floor, pressed himself against the window, binoculars raised to his eyes. Batman didn't plan to directly arrest General Ross, even knowing he was on the 60th floor. Similar events involving external military occupation had occurred in Gotham. Batman knew very well that directly arresting General Ross would have minimal effect on stopping gamma radiation monsters from being created. The military's chain of command would remain intact. Ross's deputy would immediately assume command. Operations wouldn't stop. Moreover, once Batman succeeded, the military's primary mission would shift from nominally supervising Oscorp to capturing the terrorist who attacked the general. Batman would be unable to move freely, with endless consequences. Decapitation wasn't limited to physically capturing someone. What Batman had arranged for Harry Osborn to do beforehand was sufficient to neutralize General Ross's threat. What he needed to do now was create as much chaos as possible, buying time for Professor Connors to transfer various biological experiment data. Stop. Whoever's in that vehicle, stop immediately. When the Batmobile was 300 meters from Oscorp, a soldier had already climbed into a parked armored vehicle, shouting through the vehicle-mounted loudspeaker, "Stop the vehicle immediately. Open the door, hands on your head, crouch in place. You're suspected of launching a terrorist attack on military forces. Stop immediately." No matter how loudly the soldier shouted, Batman remained unmoved, even accelerating the Batmobile further. Unless General Ross was bold enough to deploy grenades or other high-powered weapons against merely an unidentified vehicle in the city, ordinary bullets posed little threat to the Batmobile. Even if Ross dared use such weapons, Spider-Man's spider sense would detect the danger and evade in advance. And if General Ross did that, Batman would gain another method to completely take him down. Don't use any weapons. Several of you, use your bodies to force him to stop. Whether he hits you or not, I'll award you medals and bonuses when you get back. On the 60th floor, General Ross listened to his subordinates' reports while observing through binoculars, issuing orders simultaneously. Soon the soldiers below executed General Ross's command. 10 soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the Batmobile's path. The Batmobile showed no signs of slowing, instead accelerating further. It charged up to the 10 soldiers before suddenly drifting to a stop, while Batman's figure ejected through the pre-opened roof. Roll, roll, roll. Batman threw several smoke grenades. White smoke immediately enveloped the area. On Oscorp's 20th floor laboratory, Professor Connors was startled by the massive engine roar. Though human curiosity drove him to look out the window at what was happening, his responsibility as a scientist made Professor Connors suppress that curiosity. He knew the person Peter Parker mentioned, capable of attracting General Ross's full attention, was already in action. He needed to act quickly too. Using the laboratory computer, the one-armed Professor Connors worked as fast as possible to screen experimental data at Oscorp that General Ross might exploit. His speed wasn't fast, especially in such time-critical circumstances. Professor Connors instinctively glanced at his empty right sleeve, sighed, and continued working. With fully functional hands, he could work faster. But as Oscorp's only remaining scientist director, Professor Connors possessed clearance higher than most research staff. Only he could complete this task. Bioelectricity, cross-species genetics, neurotechnology, and consciousness control, genetic engineering. Professor Connors' gaze swept across biological technology projects, transferring all technical data he believed might be exploited. Wyoming, about 100 kilometers from the Cube prison, in a desert area, Black Widow Natasha was driving an off-road vehicle at full speed. This was a vehicle the Cube prison occasionally used for patrols. Natasha had secretly driven it out. On her passenger seat sat a briefcase containing Dr. Banner's blood. The briefcase was specially manufactured to detect and shield internal gamma radiation, ensuring it wouldn't affect others during transport. Driving continuously, Natasha stopped beside a long-dead tree, taking the briefcase as she exited. The area had been empty, but with Natasha's appearance, 2 masked figures suddenly emerged. Natasha said nothing, handing over the briefcase. But the instant the case left Natasha's hand, whoosh! An arrow shot through, piercing the briefcase's handle before embedding deep in the ground, only the fletching trembling slightly. Swish! Natasha and the 2 masked figures almost instinctively drew pistols, aiming toward where the arrow came from. The case containing the blood sample dropped to the ground. 50 meters away, Hawkeye Barton, having pursued Natasha all this way, had his bow drawn, his face full of confusion. Why are you doing this? Where are you sending Banner's blood? Creak. The bowstring made subtle sounds as Hawkeye pulled it taut, aiming his arrow directly at Natasha. We've been partners for so many years. You need to give me an explanation, Natasha. Natasha sighed inwardly, turning the question back on Hawkeye Barton. I think you're the one who needs to explain, Barton. Why are you working for Hydra? For power, or for money? Hydra. Hawkeye's heart jumped. I don't know what you're talking about. Natasha kept her gun trained on Hawkeye. Dr. Banner's blood is worth millions if you find the right buyer. You know that. So why have you colluded with Hydra? Hawkeye's heartbeat accelerated. He understood now who those two masked figures were. But he still didn't understand what Natasha was doing. Betraying the organization. Or a double agent. He had to take down these three people and get answers. The Cube prison codename suddenly received during their SHIELD return flight, the blood drawn from Dr. Banner, Natasha's actions, the two Hydra operatives meeting her. The mysteries tangled tightly together. Hawkeye momentarily felt an invisible hand tightly gripping his throat. But just as he was about to release his arrow, Natasha suddenly moved. Bang bang. 2 gunshots. The bullets' targets weren't Hawkeye Barton but the two Hydra operatives beside Natasha. Bullets precisely opened holes in their foreheads. The two Hydra agents collapsed to the ground in unison. I'll miss working with you, Barton. Natasha said quietly, then another bullet hit the hesitant Hawkeye Barton's abdomen before he could shoot his arrow, making him lose combat capability. He could only clutch his abdomen weakly and collapse to the ground. The blood was just bait. You took it, Hawkeye. Walking to Hawkeye's side, Natasha looked at this partner of many years and spoke quietly. She used her communication device to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. I personally witnessed Agent Barton conducting transactions with Hydra. Hydra has been eliminated. Should Hawkeye be detained in the nearby Cube prison? 100 kilometers from the Cube prison, far beyond its signal blocking zone. After receiving Director Fury's confirmation, Natasha bound Hawkeye and threw him in the vehicle, returning to retrieve the briefcase containing Banner's blood sample. But this briefcase capable of detecting and shielding gamma radiation now displayed a gamma radiation index of 0, though the blood sample inside remained intact, the earlier drop hadn't broken it. Natasha frowned at the blood for several seconds, then contacted another signal. There's a problem with Dr. Banner's blood. She briefly explained what had just happened. On the other end, a male voice, deep and powerful, very good. Transport Dr. Banner directly to Manhattan, New York. You need not involve yourself in what follows. Hail Hydra. Natasha responded with an equally steady, powerful voice, Hail Hydra. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Refusing to Save Lives. Gentlemen. We're not taking over a company, we're controlling an out-of-control crisis source that threatens all of New York City. Before Oscorp's shattered glass entrance, General Ross, surrounded by a large group of soldiers, was holding a press conference, speaking loudly to the news reporters below the steps. Norman Osborn and his team conducted illegal human experiments. First the squid, then they created a monster we call the Green Goblin. We have substantial evidence that extremely dangerous unfinished projects remain inside the company. I must strangle this danger in its cradle before it's born. I will prevent disaster. Anyone obstructing this action is placing the public in danger. Just like the Batman who attempted to break into Oscorp earlier but was repelled by my brave soldiers. The reporters below erupted, competing to ask questions. But General Ross didn't answer any, instead, in his military uniform with a stern expression, announcing another bombshell. From this moment forward, until all hazards are completely eliminated from Oscorp, I declare the Oscorp Tower and surrounding area a military restricted zone. Anyone who approaches and refuses to retreat after soldier warnings will be considered a terrorist threatening public safety. Having pursued the Hulk for years, General Ross had perfected these public relations tactics, directly portraying himself as a hero preventing disaster. Of course, research staff holding Oscorp employee credentials, verified by my soldiers, can still enter freely. I won't interfere with their experiments. Just like this gentleman. Ross suddenly shifted, pointing to a somewhat familiar-looking research staff member passing beside him. He was about to continue dealing with reporters when something felt off. He immediately signaled soldiers to stop the familiar-looking staff member. Mr. Clark, I remember seeing you in Professor Connors's laboratory. When did you leave, and why have you returned? General Ross asked quietly, looking at the badge on the man's chest. The person entering Oscorp again as Clark, right under General Ross's nose, was Batman himself. Facing the General's question, Batman slightly raised one hand, holding several pizza boxes. General, this is our lunch. After soldiers opened the pizza boxes, flipping through each pizza slice to inspect them and confirming these were genuinely just pizzas, a smile appeared on General Ross's face. Let him through. Wearing glasses, his face radiating honest simplicity, Batman hurried into Oscorp with the pizzas after receiving Ross's approval. General Ross continued facing the reporters. Excuse me, General Ross, as I understand it, your actions caused Oscorp's stock price to plummet. Wall Street financial sharks are pressuring the White House and Congress. How should losses incurred by Oscorp during this period be handled? A reporter shouted from below the steps. Harry Osborn had perfectly executed the 2 steps Batman taught him, capital pressure and federal court lawsuit. Every move Oscorp made was now under public scrutiny. Harry's actions hadn't escaped interested parties. Someone asked during Ross's press conference. Oscorp's legal heir, Harry Osborn, is suing your actions in federal court. Does General Ross have any explanation? Another reporter asked. General Ross, you led military forces stationed in New York. Was this action approved by the president? General Ross, you just mentioned Oscorp employees can freely enter. Does that mean they can freely exit? Are you placing Oscorp scientists under house arrest? General. The reporter's questions grew increasingly sharp. Some even tried pinning various labels on General Ross. His blood pressure rose until his face and neck turned red. Simultaneously, on Oscorp's 20th floor, in Professor Connors's laboratory. Peter, I've transferred all core data to this hard drive. Take it and leave. Professor Connors handed over a hard drive with his only left hand, exhaustion showing on his face. Batman had just created chaos downstairs, attracting General Ross's attention, while Professor Connors worked at maximum speed in the laboratory to transfer Oscorp's biological technology core data. With only one hand, he could manage routine experiments without rushing, but in the time-critical situation earlier, Professor Connors felt the pain of missing his arm once again. What about you, Professor? Batman accepted the hard drive, wrapping it in laboratory plastic wrap before tucking it inside a pizza. I still have things to do, Peter, Professor Connors said. Professor Connors started to turn, but Batman reached out to stop him. Professor, we both know General Ross wants to create weapons. You must immediately stop all research. No, Peter. This time it's not research, Professor Connors said. It's something else. I'm listening, Batman said. Seeing that this friend of Harry Osborn wouldn't leave without knowing why he was staying at Oscorp, Professor Connors reluctantly pulled out a stack of documents. Peter, look. These were documents about reptilian gene research applied to human medicine. Unlike the limb regeneration technology Connors had been working toward, these materials related to organ failure. This is also an experimental project I'm responsible for, already applied in medicine, temporary regenerative stabilizer. Metropolitan Hospital has 7 critical patients with organ failure who need it to sustain life. Professor Connors didn't hide the worry written on his face. I need to produce half a month to a month's worth of doses to prevent them from losing their lives due to lack of supply. Batman fell silent. If Professor Connors left with him, he and the core data would be safe. But those patients who trusted him would die without the stabilizer. If he stayed, Professor Connors might secure the opportunity to continue producing the stabilizer, saving the patients. Peter, we cannot refuse to save lives, Professor Connors said. Thank you for braving danger, coming alone to Oscorp to tell me General Ross's true nature. But I cannot leave. New York has no better biotechnology company than Oscorp. Only here can I successfully produce qualified temporary regenerative stabilizer. Contrary to Professor Connors's expectations, Batman showed neither emotional behavior nor continued using other reasons to persuade him. Instead, he was unreasonably calm. Understood. I've already prepared a plan for situations like this. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Preparing for the Worst. The plan had changed, but Batman wasn't surprised. He'd already planned ahead for scenarios where Professor Connors wouldn't cooperate or refuse to leave Oscorp. Though Connors was staying to produce the stabilizer, Batman still needed to advance his plan to the next stage. While appearing idle as Clark throughout Oscorp's various floors, pretending to be busy, he'd already embedded specially modified batarangs into ventilation ducts. Unlike standard batarangs, these contained potent biological sedatives that would continuously disperse throughout Oscorp. Batman had only used these batarangs once before, to calm Harry Osborn's emotions, but that didn't mean their only use was emotional regulation. If a monster truly emerged within Oscorp, under the sedative's influence, the creature's aggressive urges would significantly diminish. Simultaneously, Batman had planted surveillance software into nearly every computer, security camera, and experimental equipment he could access. The Prophet AI aboard the Batmobile parked near Oscorp would analyze and monitor everything. The moment any abnormality or crisis appeared, Prophet AI would immediately relay information to the miniature earpiece Batman already wore. A two-pronged approach, but still not Batman's complete plan. After dropping the pizza box containing the hard drive into the garbage chute, Batman climbed the stairs all the way to the 58th floor. This was the highest level normal Oscorp employees could reach. Every floor above was occupied by heavily armed soldiers. Based on information gleaned from eavesdropping on General Ross's conversations with other officers, the 59th and 60th floors, plus the rooftop, likely held over 200 soldiers. This was why Batman hadn't chosen the ventilation ducts and needed a disguised identity to enter the tower. So many people concentrated here, beyond Ross's excessive caution, there might be reasons I don't know. Batman remained motionless in shadows on the 58th floor. He'd removed his lab coat, revealing the black tactical suit underneath. He'd installed the listening device on General Ross only an hour ago. In that time, aside from Congress, the White House, and the military separately calling Ross demanding he cease military supervision of Oscorp, Ross had only held one press conference to counter Batman's offensive. Beyond that, no valuable information had been intercepted. Facts proved Batman's deduction correct. 10 minutes later, General Ross, in Norman Osborn's office, received a call. The target will arrive at Oscorp Tower in approximately 1 hour. The voice on the phone was steady and powerful. General Ross, I've temporarily held off Congress and the White House for you. Don't disappoint me. General Ross's voice contained a trace of excitement. Don't worry, sir. My scientific advisory team has provided analysis of all Oscorp biotechnologies. Banner's mutation is essentially gamma energy triggered, uncontrolled and unlimited cellular regeneration and mutation. Professor Connors's limb regeneration research is essentially controlled, targeted cellular regeneration. Combining the two, I might achieve mass production of Hulks, building an unprecedented superarmy. Don't make any mistakes, the voice on the phone said. Understood, sir, General Ross said. On the 58th floor, Batman's brow furrowed. General Ross was after Professor Connors's limb regeneration experiments. Fortunately, he'd already arranged for Connors to transfer all core experimental data. But now Connors needed to stay to produce stabilizer for Metropolitan Hospital patients. Peter Parker was clearly no longer suitable as the identity to extract the professor. He needed to don the batsuit again, waiting for Connors to finish producing the stabilizer before taking him away. Who is the target Ross mentioned on the phone? Batman left Oscorp Tower with this question, retrieving the hard drive containing core data from the garbage chute. Gamma radiation, limb regeneration, Hulk. General Ross mentioned on the phone that the target arrives at Oscorp Tower in 1 hour. Beyond that, no information about this target existed. Neither who the target was nor how they'd arrive was known. Barbara, query shield files, keyword Hulk, report the latest information to me. Sitting in the Batmobile, activating stealth mode that currently only had silent operation, Batman headed toward City Hall subway station. Keyword queried. Latest information, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Hawkeye Clint Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff to Dharavi in Mumbai, India to locate the Hulk. The Prophet AI aboard the Batmobile rapidly accessed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal files, extracting the most critical content. Query their method of travel to Dharavi. Prophet AI searched S.H.I.E.L.D. files again, quickly relaying the information to Batman. This included the aircraft model Hawkeye and Black Widow piloted, takeoff time, landing time, and return flight time. Hack into that aircraft. Retrieve all communications records. Everything from the abandoned shipyard had been transferred to City Hall subway station. Batman was now rapidly preparing web fluid formula. Plus dozens of batarangs, gel explosives, electrical devices, sedatives, anesthetics. Nearly all tools and equipment were inspected one by one and loaded into Batman's utility belt. He was preparing for a battle that might be imminent. Aircraft hacked. Communications records as follows. Play audio. Prophet AI asked. Convert to text, Batman said. Search for keyword Hulk. Converted. Confirmed mention of Hulk, Prophet AI said. S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to arrest the Hulk, bringing him to the aerial carrier at sea, but midway received a codename directive transferring the Hulk to the location indicated by the codename. Bruce, should I attempt to decode the designation and locate the Hulk? Click. Batman embedded 3 sharp blades into his forearm armor plating. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the powerful physical strength belonging to Peter's body, strength he'd never slackened in training since crossing over. Not necessary, Barbara. The target Ross mentioned is the Hulk. He's about to arrive at Oscorp, Batman said. Still uncertain what state the Hulk will be brought in. But I need to prepare for the worst. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Severed Arm Regeneration. Ribs, leg bones, humerus, blindness, deafness, internal bleeding. Batman designed a plan 100 times more complex than normal for potential combat with the Hulk. This included procedures for fractures of any one or several of the body's 206 bones, as well as handling potential damage to various organs. Barbara, retrieve Oscorp Tower's construction blueprints. Mark all load-bearing columns and shear walls. Calculate their maximum load limits individually. Hack into Oscorp's laboratory equipment database. Catalog all liquid nitrogen quantities. Mark their storage locations as well. Chart the distribution of fire suppression pipes within the walls. Retrieve information on all blood relatives, friends, and romantic partners of Bruce Banner. Modify the sonic frequency of the bat signal transmitter. Activate Batmobile climbing mode. One command after another was methodically executed by Prophet AI. Inside City Hall subway station, images flashed rapidly across multiple computer screens Batman had set up. Batman memorized every detail displayed on the screens, retrieving the pumpkin bombs he'd confiscated from Norman Osborn's manor vault and used until now. Batman had already modified these pumpkin bombs. Not pursuing lethal purposes, he'd transformed them into flashbangs that, when detonated, produced not only intense blinding light but also high-frequency noise and massive concussive force. All preparations proceeded. Time slowly passed. Less than 10 minutes remained until the 1 hour General Ross mentioned on the phone. The sun hadn't yet set, but the moon had already risen. Under simultaneous military and police control, the streets near Oscorp had long been empty. Partly because General Ross's wording at the afternoon press conference was too frightening, he'd even declared Oscorp Tower a military-restricted zone, strictly forbidding anyone from entering. Additionally, New York police, helpless against General Ross, could only block roads, making all vehicles and pedestrians passing through detour around the area. This didn't affect Batman. Still following subway lines, he emerged at a subway entrance not far from Oscorp Tower, parking beside a tall building next to Oscorp. "Barbara, take over driving." As Batman spoke, he pressed a button inside the Batmobile. Whoosh! The roof opened. The electromagnetic catapult activated. Batman's black figure became a shadow ascending into the dusk sky. This time, the Batmobile ascended with him. Activating climbing mode, the Batmobile, now controlled by Prophet AI, slowly lowered its massive bat symbol from the front to the bottom. 3 grappling hooks at the front fired in rotation, retracted, then fired again. The Batmobile slowly rose at a relatively gradual pace. Its movement wasn't quiet. Someone noticed the vertically climbing Batmobile and called the police. But by the time police arrived, they saw only walls damaged by embedded grappling hooks. The Batmobile had vanished. Oscorp Tower, 20th floor, in the laboratory. "Connors, I've produced enough stabilizer for 7 patients for half a month." Professor Connors was communicating with doctors at Metropolitan Hospital via computer. "Thank you, Professor." "That's sufficient, even with surplus," the doctor replied. Professor Connors looked at the text on the computer screen with confusion, slowly typing 3 keys with his left hand. Why? He knew each patient's condition intimately. He prepared medication portions based on recent circumstances. Logically, there shouldn't be surplus. Leo isn't going to make it. His condition deteriorated rapidly. He might not last 24 hours. Reading the computer screen's response, Professor Connors stared in shock for a long moment. He knew who Leo was. He knew every critical patient receiving his temporary regenerative stabilizer. Leo had just turned 8 but inexplicably suffered from fatal organ failure, the most severe among all of Connors's patients. Current medical methods couldn't completely cure this condition. Only the regenerative stabilizer Connors developed while researching limb regeneration technology could barely sustain life. "Just give me more time, and I can develop complete regenerative serum." Connors instinctively looked toward the glass cabinet container, at that sole living mouse. It lay quietly in the container, silent, showing no side effects from the injected reagent. Click. While Professor Connors was thinking, his computer suddenly went black. Then only an extremely simple dialog box appeared on screen. "Peter, Professor, I've arranged your extraction method." Unlike before when Batman transmitted evidence of General Ross's crimes to Professor Connors via email, this time Batman directly hacked into Connors's computer. Information displayed from a pop-up dialog box. "Connors, wait, Peter. I have an emergency situation here." Connors hurriedly typed with one hand. "The Hulk is being transported here. Less than 10 minutes remain." Batman's message appeared rapidly. "No, wait," Professor Connors repeatedly pressed no. "I'll arrive in 5 minutes. Whatever you're planning to do, I can help you do it better. Don't." Click. Before Batman's message finished appearing, Professor Connors unplugged the computer's power. Currently, only one method existed to save the child Leo, using the regenerative serum that was theoretically nearly complete but hadn't undergone human trials. No one understood regenerative serum better than him. This was his research project. The regenerative serum had already succeeded on the mouse. Until now, no adverse reactions had appeared. "Peter, you're right. Ross is a threat." Professor Connors murmured quietly, setting aside the completed stabilizer and instead retrieving the regenerative serum he'd planned to destroy when leaving Oscorp. "But before me is a dying child, and I have the chance to save him. A theoretical threat and a life fading before my eyes, I cannot ignore the latter. Compassion for patients, desire for his own severed arm's regeneration, hunger for experimental success." Under 3 overlapping mindsets, Professor Connors didn't hesitate to load the serum into a syringe, then jab it firmly into his severed right arm. He would use himself for human experimentation, ensuring the regenerative serum's reliability before providing it to the child named Leo. Professor Connors believed he would succeed. Then he lost consciousness. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Plan B, Anti-Hulk Protocol. Even with General Ross's blockade of Oscorp, dozens of research staff and their respective teams, totaling over 300 people, had chosen to come to the tower today. But now they were sealed inside. Batman needed to evacuate them, turning Oscorp into an empty building containing only General Ross, his military forces, and no one else. He was currently on Oscorp's 10th floor, body pressed against the tower's exterior wall. Dense webbing shot from his left arm, forming a massive web 50 meters wide at its broadest point. This web firmly adhered to various reinforced points on Oscorp Tower's exterior wall. The distributed load area was large enough to prevent wall collapse from Batman's exertion. "I will arrive in 5 minutes." Before Batman finished sending the message, the portable computer on his forearm showed disconnection from Professor Connors' computer. The professor has a problem. "I need to accelerate too." Batman sighed, looking toward his right hand's direction, at the rooftop of the building closest to Oscorp, where Prophet AI was taking over the driving system. "Barbara, increase the Batmobile's speed to maximum. Activate jump function simultaneously." Batman spoke quietly to Prophet AI while his right arm began exerting force. His right arm wasn't connected to webbing but gripped tightly a steel cable over 100 meters long, formed by 3 grappling hooks connected end to end. With General Ross's soldiers inside Oscorp Tower, the best method to evacuate research staff remained creating chaos. This time Batman needed a more violent approach. Roar. 100 meters away on the building rooftop, the Batmobile, having used climbing mode to ascend, unleashed an undisguised engine roar. Then, under Prophet AI's control, it suddenly burst forward. As it reached the rooftop's edge, the Batmobile's speed didn't decrease. Instead, all 4 wheels violently launched, the entire vehicle body catapulting into the air, clearing the rooftop's protective railing. From the Batmobile's rear, 2 power jet devices dismantled from the glider activated at maximum output. 2 fireballs erupted from the Batmobile's tail. Simultaneously at the Batmobile's front, 3 connected grappling hooks synchronized in frantic coiling and retraction. On Oscorp Tower's 10th floor, Batman, one hand using the massive web firmly adhered to the wall, the other gripping the Batmobile's grappling cable, suddenly exerted force. The Batmobile's surging horsepower, the edge launch, power device activation, grappling cable retraction. Combined with Peter Parker's unceasing training during this period, coordinated with Batman's elite combat master's force application techniques. The 4-ton Batmobile was forcibly hauled at extreme speed from 100 meters away toward Oscorp Tower. This was something normal Batman could never accomplish with just physical strength. But his current body was Spiderman's. "Seymour, look, what is that?" On Oscorp's 10th floor, a soldier General Ross had assigned to guard asked his companion while looking puzzledly at the black shadow outside the window. "A bird, probably. Can't possibly be Batman." The general confirmed this morning that guy's just an ordinary person in a ridiculous costume. The soldier named Seymour hadn't finished speaking when the black shadow outside grew closer and larger. The massive engine roar was clearly audible even through the window. Crack. Airborne, the Batmobile's crimson headlights illuminated like a beast descending from above, crashing into Oscorp's 10th floor. The vehicle slid sideways across the floor for over 20 meters, toppling countless tables and experimental equipment before stopping. Before soldiers and research staff could react, the Batmobile's riot suppression mode instantly activated. The grappling cable was directly severed. The entire winch assembly automatically detached from the hood, crashing onto the floor with a clang. 3 guns on the left and right of the hood, plus guns on doors and tires, 42 firearms total, transformed the vehicle into a porcupine. Rubber riot bullets poured out frantically. Fuck. What's happening? Where the hell did this car come from? Under Prophet AI's powerful calculation and analytical capabilities, all gun barrels targeted General Ross's soldiers without injuring a single research staff member. Momentarily, soldiers' wails, screams, and curses formed a cacophony before quickly falling silent. One by one, they were knocked unconscious by close-range rubber bullets causing muscle damage. Casually discarding the grappling cable, Batman flipped through the window the Batmobile had smashed, entering the tower. Looking at research staff cowering in corners and under experimental equipment out of fear, his deep voice uttered a single word. Run. Run. Anyone capable of being research staff, working at Oscorp, wasn't stupid. After discovering the Batmobile's bullets only targeted soldiers while others remained virtually unharmed, the research staff understood. Then someone shouted, and a crowd rushed madly toward stairs or elevators. Stop. General Ross orders, holy shit, what is that? Soldiers from the 9th and 11th floors, attracted by the 10th floor's commotion, rushed over. Just as they were about to stop fleeing research staff, the Batmobile's engine sound caught their attention. General Ross. Batman drove the Batmobile up to the damn 10th floor. The 10th floor squad is completely down. Requesting support. Though Batman hadn't used lethal weapons, soldiers who'd originally been on the 10th floor now lay unconscious. Other floors arriving soldiers naturally assumed they'd been killed. So according to Batman's plan, they rapidly contacted General Ross seeking support while no longer bothering with fleeing research staff. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets swept toward the Batmobile and Batman. Batman rolled sideways, pulling open the Batmobile's door before forcefully slamming it shut, creating the illusion for soldiers that he'd hidden inside. Then the Batmobile charged toward soldiers while Batman himself jumped out the window again amid the chaos, rapidly climbing upward along Oscorp Tower's exterior wall. 1, 2, 3. While climbing, Batman silently counted seconds. When he reached the 45th floor, one hand reached toward his utility belt, extracting 2 blackened pumpkin bombs. Calling them pumpkin bombs was no longer quite accurate. They'd completely lost pumpkin bomb characteristics, replaced by pure blackness and a prominent bat symbol. Batman didn't throw the modified bat bombs inside Oscorp Tower but instead released his grip, tossing them toward 3 directions outside Oscorp. Under precise second counting calculation, almost the instant research staff on Oscorp's first floor tried to rush out but were stopped by soldiers stationed outside. Boom. Intense white light, piercing high-frequency noise, and powerful concussive force knocked soldiers to the ground. During the day, research staff naively thought General Ross wouldn't use weapons inside the tower. But now, with the Batmobile's thunderous entry and rat-tat-tat gunfire, these naive research staff finally understood they couldn't continue staying here. Crowd evacuation plan, Step 1 successful. Now executing Plan B, Anti-Hulk Protocol. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Ross's True Purpose, Birth of the Lizard Professor. The lid of the cryogenic sleep chamber filled with frigid air slowly opened. General Ross looked at the unconscious Dr. Banner lying inside and couldn't help but feel excited. Since that gamma bomb explosion accident, he'd made this his lifelong pursuit. Now it was less than 5 meters away. General Ross only needed to take a few steps forward and reach out to touch it. General Ross, manpower insufficient on the 10th floor. Need support. General Ross, please issue orders. In the earpiece General Ross wore, reports from soldiers downstairs came one after another. Damn it. Send reinforcements. Absolutely cannot let Batman reach the 11th floor. Protect the gamma radiation equipment there. General Ross cursed, that's the key to our experiment. Stop him at all costs. Oscorp's 10th through 20th floors housed various laboratories. Most of Oscorp's experimental equipment was concentrated there, including the gamma radiation device. It was stored on the 11th floor, one of the pieces of equipment General Ross valued most in the entire building. Simultaneously, Batman was on the exterior wall of the 49th floor, listening to Prophet AI's report, overwrite progress 70%. Estimated time, 4 minutes. Batman had chosen to throw the Batmobile onto the 10th floor specifically so the Prophet AI aboard could completely overwrite the internal programs of the gamma device, preventing General Ross from utilizing it. 4 minutes remaining. Time is sufficient. Batman silently calculated. The listening device installed on General Ross had already picked up information about Dr. Banner arriving at Oscorp Tower's rooftop, but hadn't captured Dr. Banner's own voice. The suit currently lacks infrared and X-ray functionality. Cannot penetrate walls to see Dr. Banner's condition. 80% probability he's being transported in cryogenic sleep. 20% probability he's conscious but immobilized after anesthetic injection. The sky grew darker. Batman extracted black web fluid formula from his utility belt, replacing the white webbing currently in use. Either situation is advantageous to me, but simultaneously advantageous to General Ross. With an extremely faint nitrogen spring sound, the replaced pitch-black webbing shot rapidly upward, firmly adhering to Oscorp Tower's exterior wall. As Batman's arm exerted force, his entire body carried by whooshing wind speed rapidly upward, but the speed slowed as he approached the rooftop. Without alerting anyone, the suited Batman seemed to completely merge into the night, arriving at the rooftop. Most rooftop soldiers had congregated around General Ross. Soldiers on other floors had been dispatched to intercept the Batmobile. This provided Batman, not abundant but sufficient, concealed observation points for infiltration. Professor Connor's unconscious, no restraints on his body. Dr. Banner inside the sleep chamber, not yet conscious. General Ross less than 5 meters from them, surrounded by over 50 soldiers forming a defensive array. Personnel in lab coats not belonging to Oscorp present. They're likely the scientific advisory team Ross mentioned. The entire rooftop was divided into 3 areas. One part contained General Ross and his soldiers. Another was a crudely cordoned off area with caution tape where only the unconscious Professor Connors lay on the cold ground. The third section held a specially made metal chair, including fixed straps, chains, and massive quantities of sensors and tubes. Additionally, General Ross's scientific advisory team was here. They'd temporarily set up an experimental platform, currently conducting tense, busy work. I've been deceived. Batman thought, then soundlessly leaped down from the rooftop, body pressed against Oscorp Tower's exterior wall, using Peter Parker's adhesion ability to stabilize himself with his back against the wall. From beginning to end, he'd been misled by General Ross into believing the gamma radiation device was paramount, even having Prophet AI override its program system for this. But now it appeared General Ross's objective wasn't utilizing Oscorp's gamma device at all. He'd hosted the Gamma Bomb project in a New Mexico desert 3 years ago, in 2003. How could he possibly resort to military supervision of Oscorp for merely a gamma device? Everything he'd heard through the listening device was performed for Batman. In other words, General Ross had already discovered the listening device and attempted to mislead Batman. General Ross's true purpose was occupying Oscorp, then utilizing the massive biotechnology here to combine an experiment with Dr. Banner's blood, thus creating his ideal supersoldier serum. Even what he'd said during the call with the unknown person before Banner's arrival, combining unstable gamma radiation with stable regenerative serum, was reserved, not revealing his entire plan. Batman showed no panicked emotions about actions exceeding his plan. Though this might not be in his plan had already encompassed it. When Batman contacted Professor Connors at noon, he'd already had the professor use his authority as Oscorp's only remaining scientist director to transfer various experiments' core data to a hard drive. That hard drive currently lay hidden in City Hall subway station, in a hole Batman had punched with his fist. Even if General Ross's true plan had deceived Batman earlier, he still couldn't successfully conduct experiments. Understanding General Ross's plan would make things much simpler going forward. At least dealing with this ordinary human general no longer required Batman to specially design dozens of plans for him. Back pressed tight against Oscorp Tower's exterior wall, Batman's hands completely left the wall surface. Forearm armor plating shifted aside. The miniature portable computer popped out. One key after another was pressed by Batman. Commands and code like rainwater frantically attacked Dr. Banner's cryogenic sleep chamber. Dr. Banner still lay in the sleep chamber, not yet moved by General Ross and his scientific advisory team to be fixed on the metal chair. Through commands, Batman attempted to seize control authority over Dr. Banner's cryo chamber, ensuring only he could unlock or strengthen the freezing. Over 10 seconds later. Beep. The cryogenic sleep chamber emitted an barely audible soft sound. Batman had successfully seized its control authority. The sleep chamber's various data also synced to Batman's miniature computer. What sustained the cryogenic sleep chamber's operation was liquid nitrogen stored in a Dewar flask, but the liquid nitrogen capacity inside was nearly exhausted, at most maintaining Dr. Banner's cryogenic sleep state for less than 2 minutes. I need to take down General Ross and his soldiers within 2 minutes, then take Professor Connors and Dr. Banner away from here. Batman rapidly formulated a combat plan based on actual circumstances. Simultaneously on the rooftop, General Ross, concentrating fully while waiting for the scientific advisory team to get in position, preparing to bind Dr. Banner to the metal chair to begin blood extraction and combination experiments with Oscorp's biotechnology, suddenly heard a soft sound. His nerves were already highly concentrated. This soft sound escaped others but not General Ross. He immediately stepped forward. The cryogenic sleep chamber containing Dr. Banner showed red lights illuminating. The opened lid was sliding bit by bit, about to close. General Ross, Oscorp's core data seems to have a problem. Just as General Ross prepared to order soldiers to forcibly open the cryogenic chamber lid, someone from the scientific advisory team suddenly spoke. What? General Ross's face and neck suddenly flushed completely red. Even his eyes were suffused with bloodshot redness. He raised his foot to step forward, wanting to personally examine those data on the experimental equipment he fundamentally couldn't understand, when another soft sound came. This time from Professor Connors, separately isolated to one side in unconsciousness. Under the gaze of the furious General Ross, puzzled scientific advisory team, and nervous soldiers, Professor Connors's long amputated right arm continuously emitted crackling sounds. A complete arm grew out, tender as a baby's. Upon meeting air, it rapidly aged and shed. Layer after layer of skin repeated this behavior, causing Connors's newly grown right hand to rapidly become wrapped in layers of aged skin. Limb regeneration required energy. Professor Connors, who should have remained unconscious, woke in hunger. But the world before his eyes had become vastly different from before. His eyes had transformed into reptilian vertical pupils. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Dr. Banner's Fury. I succeeded. This was Professor Connors's first thought after regaining consciousness, looking at his right arm. Before he could feel joy at recovering his lost arm, Connors quickly recalled the motivation for using himself as a human test subject. The regenerative serum is confirmed viable. I need to rush it to Leo. I can save him. At New York Metropolitan Hospital, that little boy named Leo was still waiting for his perfected regenerative serum to extend his life. Unable to spare attention for the hunger caused by his body consuming too much energy, Professor Connors, whose eyes blinked and returned to normal human pupils, had only one thought: bringing the regenerative serum to Metropolitan Hospital. But with a series of clicking sounds, over 50 soldiers beside General Ross chambered rounds, gun muzzles aimed at the not yet fully conscious Professor Connors. Stomp! Professor Connors jumped in fright, hastily retreating several steps, raising both hands to indicate he posed no threat. General Ross, the core data for all of Oscorp's biotechnologies has been erased. At that moment, someone from the scientific advisory team, who'd been setting up workbenches and fiddling with experimental equipment, spoke up. 1 minute ago, when General Ross received this information, his face had been furious. But now he wasn't angry. General Ross looked at Professor Connors raising his hands in surrender. His face, flushed with blood flow until anyone watching would curse him as a redneck, now wore a broad smile. Professor Connors, you've awakened at exactly the right time. General Ross couldn't understand experimental data, but that didn't mean he understood nothing. Professor Connors and Norman Osborn were Oscorp's only two scientist directors. Only they two had the vision, authority, and capability to screen out those important biotechnologies and transfer data. Now Norman Osborn had been sent to the police station by Batman, currently transferred to Ravencroft Institute in New York's northern suburbs. The only person capable of this, Professor Connors, stood before him. As long as he found a way to make Connors transfer the data back, all subsequent research could continue perfectly. For General Ross, this was like finding a pillow when feeling sleepy. So he instructed soldiers. 5 of you take our esteemed Professor Connors to the computer and have him restore the data. Then he pointed at the sleep chamber where liquid nitrogen was nearly exhausted, soon unable to maintain cryogenic sleep effects. I don't care why Banner's sleep chamber is closing. I only need you to open it and bind Banner to the metal chair. General, let me leave. Someone needs my regenerative serum to save their life, Professor Connors shouted somewhat anxiously. General Ross turned his back, ignoring Professor Connors. You, and you 3 go to the 20th floor. Go to the 20th floor laboratory and bring up all of Connors's research results. I want to conduct experiments combining them with Banner's blood. 5 soldiers closed in, roughly pressing Professor Connors's hands behind him, half dragging, half carrying him toward the experimental platform. No, General. Professor Connors struggled desperately, but his strength was far inferior to 5 strong soldiers. He could only shout futilely, General, I was once a soldier too. You and I both know life is precious. You must let me leave first. General Ross opened his mouth, finally sighing impatiently and approaching Professor Connors, extending one hand to roughly grab his collar. Since you were once a military man, you should know there are things more important than life. As long as you cooperate with my experiments today, I'll vigorously promote your regenerative serum within the military, making it the military's #1 medical project. You can help thousands upon thousands of disabled soldiers, instead of shouting here for one child. General Ross released his grip on Connors's collar. Watching the professor sit on the ground, Ross's tone was quite impatient. Cooperate with me and you'll become a hero. If you don't cooperate. His next word was still stuck in his throat, sentence incomplete, when 7 or 8 smoke grenades were thrown from the exterior wall, spinning on the rooftop floor. Whoosh! White smoke rose. Then a black figure suddenly burst from Oscorp Tower's exterior wall. Black webbing spread like a massive fishing net. Smoke grenades could block the line of sight of rooftop soldiers, the scientific advisory team, and General Ross, but couldn't stop Batman with spider sense. Now they'd all become small fish trapped in the net. Batman's figure was the fisherman freely catching fish within the net. The cape Norman Osborn had slashed, still not replaced until now, swirled through the air as Batman's speed reached its limit, snapping loudly, simultaneously rolling the smoke into vortices. 5 seconds ago, in General Ross's view, his situation was excellent. Banner was in the cryogenic sleep chamber. Even if he awakened, a specially made metal chair with layers of restraints awaited him. Batman had been misled by intercepted information, entangled with soldiers on Oscorp Tower's 10th floor. Professor Connors had awakened with regenerated limbs, able to add another measure of success to Ross's experimental plans. The reason General Ross left only 50 soldiers on the rooftop was based on his assessment of various situations, believing no one could threaten him. But now Batman suddenly appeared. General Ross realized he'd been played. He'd released false information, making soldiers gather toward the 10th floor, making Batman think the 11th floor's gamma device was paramount. But Batman also hadn't truly tangled with soldiers there. From beginning to end, only the Prophet AI-controlled Batmobile had been frantically creating commotion on the 10th floor. General Ross thought leaving 50 soldiers here was quite cautious, but now he knew he was ridiculously wrong. 5 seconds later, Under the combination of smoke grenades, webbing, and batarangs, General Ross's soldiers fell one after another. During this period, some with extremely fast reactions tried to pull triggers, but Batman's deliberately trained spider sense was far faster. Almost the instant a soldier placed his hand on the trigger to exert force, spider sense had already detected him. Then came a strand of webbing or a lightning-fast batarang. A few lucky ones received neither webbing nor batarangs, but Batman's heavy, forceful fists. Professor Connors sat on the ground, staring blankly at the whiteness surrounding him. The whooshing sounds by his ears were continuous. He had no idea what was happening. He tried choosing a direction to advance, but a pitch-black webbing strand suddenly shot from the side, blocking him. Professor Connors changed direction. Still blocked by webbing. A flash of anger crossed his face. His pupils again became elongated, vertical, golden. Professor, I came at Peter's request. I need to take you and Dr. Banner away from this tower. Don't worry. I won't harm you. Batman's voice came from within the smoke, his deep tone making the direction impossible to discern. The regenerative serum, I need to deliver it to the hospital. Leo is still waiting for it to save his life. Professor Connors's voice was intermittent. He felt alternately hot and cold throughout his body, unbearably itchy inside and out, like the itch brought by healing scars and growing muscle tissue. Within the smoke, Batman said no more. He watched Connors's transformation clearly. His skull expanded. His mouth protruded forward. Sharp fangs like steel spikes. His skin transformed from normal human coloration to grayish-green. Overlapping scales grew layer by layer, covering his entire body. His body swelled, enlarged. Bones deformed. Claws extended. As smoke completely dispersed, Professor Connors had become the lizard. If the regenerative serum underwent rigorous testing, confirming no side effects or adverse impacts, Batman wouldn't mind, would even exert himself to deliver the serum to Metropolitan Hospital. But Professor Connors's current condition already proved the regenerative serum's imperfection. It cured the professor's severed limb but also transformed him into a monster. Worse things were far from over. With a soft beep, the cryogenic sleep chamber holding Dr. Banner finally announced the liquid nitrogen was completely exhausted. Dr. Banner opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a massive lizard over 4 meters tall, body huge as a dinosaur. And soldiers collapsed all around, plus General Ross, whom Banner recognized at a glance even prone on the ground. General Ross. Banner's fury suddenly flared. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Batman vs. Hulk/Lizard Professor. Since battling General Ross in 2003, Dr. Banner had been hiding and fleeing across the world. He knew very clearly that those pursuing him weren't just General Ross, but also an organization once called Homeland Security, now renamed S.H.I.E.L.D. Even occasionally, local military forces would attempt to capture the Hulk. Throughout 3 years of wandering, Dr. Banner had never stopped injecting himself with special inhibitors. The purpose was that once he fell into enemy hands, the inhibitor's effects could prevent his blood from being drawn for experiments after imprisonment. Even if truly arrested, Dr. Banner would play along, letting the Hulk emerge for some air in any situation where he might encounter the mastermind behind it all, defeating them in one strike. All of this was within Dr. Banner's considerations, but he hadn't expected that everything would go smoothly, that he'd finally arrived before the mastermind General Ross, only to see first a massive lizard monster. Confusion, bewilderment, blankness, mixed with Banner's self-blame for what he believed were flaws in his plan. These emotions converged into fury, Dr. Banner's fury, the Hulk's fury. Roar. A sound comparable to thunder. The cryogenic sleep chamber was shattered by massive green fists. The lid that should have slid open was instead punched by the Hulk into a less-than-sign shape, flying away carried by massive airflow. Muscles so robust they were even more exaggerated than Solomon Grundy, whom Batman had personally dealt with, bulged high, occasionally presenting a stringy state when exerted, like steel cables tangled together. With each breath, they rolled and expanded beneath the skin, stretched so tight it seemed ready to split at any moment. Thud. The Hulk jumped from the cryogenic sleep chamber. Looking at General Ross prone on the ground, fury nearly erupted from his eyes, but ultimately he turned his gaze to the lizard professor. This was a reptile that, judging by appearance alone, looked even more terrifying than the Hulk himself. His body was slightly hunched, yet even so still exceeded 4 meters. The lizard professor had completed his transformation. His entire body was covered with yellow-green interlocking keratinous scales. Unlike the Hulk's muscle structure, which barely retained a trace of aesthetic beauty, his body structure had completely departed from human parameters. Both hands and feet had mutated into reptilian claws. Head flattened. Below the neck, raised armor plates along the midline. A disproportionately thick tail dragged behind, currently swaying impatiently. A muscularly developed green giant beyond imagination. A massive lizard over 4 meters tall when upright. They both sensed the threat from each other. For a moment, neither made any rash moves. Simultaneously, from a direction the Hulk hadn't noticed, the alloy chamber door that flew away rang with another tremendous clang. The door that should have flown far away under the Hulk's punch was caught by Batman and set down with a clang. Swish. Swish. The Hulk's gaze suddenly turned toward Batman. The lizard professor also whipped his tail suddenly, looking at Batman. The Hulk momentarily couldn't determine whether this figure wearing a black suit, possessing two sharp-pointed ears, capable of catching barehanded the chamber door whose impact force exceeded 2 tons, whether this was human or monster. Dr. Banner. Batman once again reviewed in his mind the over 40 strategies he'd designed specifically for the Hulk, while rapidly mobilizing all his muscles to optimal condition. Among these 40-plus plans, attempting verbal communication and pacification was also part of the strategy. But before Batman finished speaking, the Hulk suddenly thrust both fists backward forcefully, his entire body exerting force to roar at Batman. Hulk. As my prior analysis indicated, the Hulk is like another personality born from within Dr. Banner, possessing independent designation and thinking, emotions more unstable. Batman stood in place. The Hulk's roar was like a bomb exploding by his ear. Transparent ripples almost visible to the naked eye surged toward him through the air. The lizard beside them squinted, his massive body bending down, hands forcefully grasping the floor before jumping in. He had no intention of fighting the Hulk or Batman. His mind only thought of reaching the 20th floor, taking the perfected regenerative serum to Metropolitan Hospital. Meanwhile, facing the Hulk's sound waves and airflow, Batman didn't hesitate. Whoosh! Hands forcefully gripping the cryogenic chamber door he'd just caught, Batman suddenly thrust it downward into the rooftop floor beneath his feet, as though erecting a shield on the spot. But the next second, the Hulk suddenly stomped his foot. The entire Oscorp tower seemed to earthquake. He rapidly approached Batman, then extended a punch. The lizard professor was digging through the floor downward. The Hulk didn't plan to continue entangling on the rooftop. He wanted to quickly resolve this black bat, then use his fists to pound the lizard professor down. The shield had just been erected when the Hulk's punch already arrived. Batman felt tremendous force transmitted through the chamber door to his body. Even separated by a chamber door, the Hulk's strength didn't weaken by half. Instead, it sent him, person and door together, flying into midair. One rib broken. Within acceptable range. Need to slightly adjust force application posture. The instant bodily pain appeared, Batman suppressed it. His face showed not a trace of expression. Airborne, Batman extended both hands forward simultaneously, firing webbing. To respond to possible combat, Batman had preemptively changed the web formula to a new formula that was tougher, comparable to steel cable strength. This webbing was thicker, but adhesion and toughness far exceeded Batman's daily use varieties. Thwop. The webbing passed through air, adhering to the Hulk's shoulders, while asking Prophet AI at extremely rapid speech. Barbara, is the gamma radiation device in position? Batman's arms suddenly exerted force pulling, making his entire body seem to transform into a heavy artillery shell crashing toward the Hulk. Countdown 1 minute, Bruce, Prophet AI said. Activate, anti-Hulk protocol, immediately upon readiness. Boom. Adjusting his body's posture, knees bent to his chest, Batman, curled into a ball, thunderously crashed into the Hulk. Peter's normal state 25-ton strength exploded, making the rooftop floor beneath the Hulk's feet instantly collapse. Batman and the Hulk fell together. The lizard professor has reached the 58th floor. Acute hearing allowed Batman to ignore the Hulk's sounds beside him, hearing the commotion of the lizard professor digging through floors. The Batmobile on the 10th floor had attracted soldiers from almost all other floors. Another portion had been knocked unconscious on the rooftop. Another portion was outside Oscorp. The battlefield needs to be controlled between the 11th and 60th floors. For smooth execution of the anti-Hulk protocol, optimal floors are 12th and above. Barbara, activate Plan W. Batman spoke quietly, then several strands of webbing passed through the floor the lizard professor had dug through, suddenly pulling upward forcibly hauling the lizard professor, who was approaching the 20th floor, back up again. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Plan W, Self-Destruct Mode. Hulk. The instant Batman hauled up the lizard professor who'd been digging downward through floors, the Hulk, who'd fallen from the rooftop alongside him, roared furiously. His foot suddenly stomped the ground, making the 58th floor's floor collapse while causing the area where Batman stood to tilt upward. Batman's body immediately lost balance, then was sent flying by the Hulk's immediately following palm strike. Crack. Batman's suit emitted a soft sound. The armor assembled from dismantled Spider Slayer parts fractured in several places. Batman's body flew backward again, heavily crashing into the 58th floor's wall. The Hulk maintains a trace of rationality amid fury. He's not treating me as the opponent but making the mutated Professor Connors the primary target. Under one palm strike, Batman rapidly made his assessment. Simultaneously, the lizard professor, hauled up by Batman, had already steadied himself. His nearly 4-meter-tall frame almost touched the ceiling. His tail covered with green scales swept across office desks and chairs. These mostly wooden items immediately shattered into pieces everywhere. Hulk! Hiss! The Hulk roared again, but this time his voice caught in his throat. Arms forcefully prying himself from the wall, Batman fired a strand of pitch-black webbing, sealing the Hulk's roaring mouth. The Hulk held a breath in his belly. Furious, he reached to tear off the webbing stuck to his face. But by now the lizard professor, body hunched slightly against the ceiling, suddenly turned. His thick tail lashed against the Hulk. Boom. The Hulk's body also flew backward like Batman moments ago, only with greater force, penetrating 4 or 5 walls before stopping. Thanks, little bat. The lizard professor's golden vertical pupils looked toward Batman nearby. His protruding mouth slowly opened, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs as he spoke. His tail swayed slowly. A pair of front claws extended, inserting into the floor to pry up a large section, head downward as he crawled below. But once again he didn't succeed. Thud. 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 The Hulk's feet stomped the ground fiercely. 3 steps crossed the dozen-plus meters he'd been sent flying, charging back. He grabbed the lizard professor's tail and slowly pulled backward. But as the lizard professor's body was slowly hauled up, he merely twisted his head to glance at Banner, then clawed backward. The massive lizard tail was personally severed by the lizard professor. Afterward, he twisted his body, which looked extremely uncoordinated without the tail, drilling downward again. The Hulk held the severed but still forcefully writhing lizard tail, suddenly retreating several steps. Just as he prepared to pursue the lizard professor. Bruce, anti-Hulk protocol, ready. At that moment, Prophet AI's voice suddenly sounded from within Batman's suit. The gamma radiation device on Oscorp's 11th floor, previously misleadingly presented by General Ross as core experimental equipment, Batman had chosen to hack using the Prophet AI aboard the Batmobile, overriding its program. The program's content was the anti-Hulk protocol. On the empty 11th floor of Oscorp, the gamma radiation equipment automatically activated. Under the overwritten program's control, the device no longer output pure gamma radiation but was adjusted to a composite spectrum. The anti-Hulk protocol can buy me less than 10 seconds. I need to use 10 seconds to handle the giant lizard, Professor Connors mutated into. Under the composite spectrum's effect, the Hulk's movements grew slower and slower, finally stopping. A trace of confusion appeared on his furious face. This composite spectrum was adjusted by Batman based on his understanding of gamma radiation, capable of producing a sedative effect on the Hulk at specific frequencies for a short time. Neural sedation alone wasn't enough. Batman raised his hand, a strand of webbing tearing down the ventilation duct overhead. At various positions in Oscorp Tower's ventilation ducts, batarangs Batman had embedded in advance still-emitted sedative gas, slowly flowing along the ventilation system. Now as Batman tore down the ventilation duct, the combination made the fury on the Hulk's face gradually disappear. But if dealing with the Hulk were this simple, General Ross wouldn't have made capturing the Hulk his lifelong objective. This effect could only last 10 seconds. Though somewhat urgent, for Batman it was sufficient. Previously blocking the lizard professor from drilling to lower floors was to prevent him from interfering with the gamma radiation device's activation. But now, with the anti-Hulk protocol formally implemented, Batman no longer blocked the lizard professor. He even hoped the lizard professor would get as close to downward as possible, ideally drilling to the 11th floor's location. Time was tight. Batman couldn't spare attention for the temporarily sedated Hulk. Webbing pulled, sending his body charging toward Oscorp Tower's exterior wall face, using brute force to shatter the wall. Then webbing pulled, making Batman's body plummet downward at the tower's edge faster than the lizard professor. Barbara, execute Plan W3. In rapidly falling air, Batman spoke to Prophet AI. Plan W executing immediately. Bruce, catch it, Prophet AI immediately replied. At this time, soldiers inside Oscorp Tower were almost all blocked on the 10th floor, unable to ascend. The Batmobile rampaged here, crashing various experimental equipment and cabinets and tables into chaos. Combined with occasional tremendous sounds from Oscorp Tower's upper floors and the unconscious General Ross still not issuing orders, these soldiers somewhat harbored thoughts of simply wearing down Batman, vehicle, on the 10th floor. But as Batman executed Plan W, the Batmobile no longer continued entangling with soldiers. Instead, 4 micromissiles rose from the hood. These missiles were likewise confiscated from the Green Goblin's equipment in Osborn Manor's vault, transformed by Batman into demolition bombs. 4 missiles flew out successively, blasting a hole in Oscorp Tower's wall face. The Batmobile opened full throttle, roaring through. At this instant, on Oscorp Tower's exterior wall, the 10th floor had the Batmobile, while Batman's figure was still falling from 30-floor height. The Batmobile couldn't catch Batman. His plan fundamentally wasn't having the vehicle catch him. The Batmobile's roof rapidly opened. On the empty seat lay several Dewar flasks, containers for storing liquid nitrogen. The seat's electromagnetic catapult function instantly activated. With a faint hum, the electromagnetic catapult function, originally for combining with the suit, hurled those Dewar flasks high. Simultaneously, Batman, body still rapidly plummeting under webbing's pull, raised his hand, a strand of webbing steadily catching the Dewar flasks. Plan W, using massive quantities of liquid nitrogen analyzed and prepared in advance to deal with the lizard professor. Whoosh. Airborne, Batman, relying on prior understanding of Oscorp Tower's structure, precisely found a window in his descent path, then webbing pulled him crashing through. Self-destruct device activated. Simultaneously, Prophet AI aboard the Batmobile said. The Batmobile accelerating outward couldn't return inside the building. The Batmobile, having used grappling cables upon entering Oscorp, began free fall, crashing to the ground with a crash. Boom. Flames shot skyward. Batman's first Batmobile after arriving in this world completely exploded, shattered to pieces. Chapter 81, Chapter 81 Two Beasts Trapped, the Alpha Plan that always has a backup. Peter. Outside Oscorp Tower, Harry Osborn shouted hoarsely into the building. Inside the tower, lights flickered on and off. Explosive sounds occasionally erupted, making it impossible to determine what was happening. Harry Osborn was blocked by soldiers below, unable to enter. His face was filled with worry, but he couldn't force his way past soldiers whose individual physical capabilities far exceeded his own. After I gave Peter that Clark identity documentation, he entered Oscorp Tower, but until now I haven't received any news from him. Hearing the massive sounds from inside the tower, Harry Osborn grew increasingly worried. But just then, boom. On Oscorp Tower's 10th floor, the Batmobile, after launching micro-missiles to blast through the wall, leaped out, catapulted several Dewar flasks toward the sky, then crashed thunderously to the ground. The Batmobile executed self-destruct mode, but the hard armor on the vehicle body and the massive bat symbol remained unharmed amid the explosion. Harry Osborn looked up toward the sky. He could only see a pitch-black figure catch those Dewar flasks, then charge back into Oscorp Tower. That figure seems familiar. Soldiers below held their guns uncertainly, slowly approaching the Batmobile. Harry also moved forward, staring at the bat symbol on the hood for a long time. Batman. That vampire from recent rumors. Confusion flashed through Harry Osborn's mind, but he quickly dismissed thoughts about Batman from his head, instead attempting to secretly infiltrate Oscorp Tower while soldiers' attention was on the Batmobile. Thud. A tremendous sound. Dust in the stairwell fell with this impact. Harry, who'd secretly snuck into the tower's stairwell alone, shrank his head, covered his mouth and nose, and advanced bit by bit supporting himself against the wall. Peter. Harry shouted once. The sound echoed in the stairwell, but no one answered. A beast's roar suddenly exploded, clearly audible even through many floors. Peter. Harry jumped in fright, waiting in place for several minutes. Only after the commotion inside the building weakened did he climb upward again. Professor Connors, calm down. Clang. Batman spoke while pulling webbing with one hand. The webbing's end adhered to a Dewar flask filled with liquid nitrogen, which he swung forcefully, smashing it solidly onto the lizard professor's head. Hiss. The bottle instantly shattered. Massive amounts of liquid nitrogen poured out, flowing down from the lizard professor's head along his keratinous layers. Thin white smoke also rose. Roar. The lizard professor roared, forcefully twisting his massive body. His body rapidly froze after being covered by liquid nitrogen. Scales fell off as the lizard professor twisted his body. Blood immediately seeped through wounds but quickly healed. Pain and fury made the lizard professor's golden vertical pupils nearly turn blood red. He stared fixedly at Batman but still didn't launch an attack. Instead, he desperately dug toward the 20th floor. Even transformed into a monster, the lizard professor wanted to obtain the perfect, regenerative serum and deliver it to Metropolitan Hospital. Professor, even though you've become a lizard, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say. Batman spoke in a deep voice while bending down to remove the modified bat signal transmitter. Activating it, he flung his hand. The transmitter and a batarang flew out successively, the latter firmly pinning the former at the ceiling's breakthrough. Then modified pumpkin bombs rolled onto the ground one after another, as though abandoned. Your regenerative serum still isn't perfect. Insisting on using it to save a child will only make that child live in pain thereafter. Since the rooftop, the lizard professor had never shown vigorous aggressive desires. Instead, he was only obsessed with returning to the 20th floor to obtain the regenerative serum. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 probability, Batman had to attempt verbal communication with him. While speaking in a deep voice, he again fired webbing to adhere to another Dewar flask, harshly smashing it toward the lizard professor. Then the third, fourth. Until all Dewar flasks had been solidly smashed onto the lizard professor, the liquid nitrogen inside almost enveloping most of the lizard professor. The liquid nitrogen's extremely low temperature instantly carried away massive heat, freezing the scales and muscles on the lizard professor's body surface, making them lose elasticity. This was merely one of Batman's pre-prepared plans for dealing with monsters General Ross might create. Though the lizard professor's mutation had little connection to General Ross, having transformed into a cold-blooded animal like a lizard, he was precisely countered by liquid nitrogen. With liquid nitrogen covering most of his body surface, the lizard professor's metabolism drastically declined, instinctively falling into a stiff and sluggish state. Batman didn't stop his actions but continued attacking. Professor Connors, I believe no matter what you've become, you're still that scientist with firm will and kind heart. I need you to calm down. While speaking, Batman used his own body to break load-bearing column after load-bearing column, shear wall after shear wall. With each collision, Batman's body emitted faint sounds of breaking bones. Armor on his body shattered piece by piece. Inside the suit had long become warm and sticky. Blood almost covered Batman's entire body. But Batman didn't pause. He needed to seize this opportunity. The entire Oscorp Tower's architectural structure had been deeply memorized in Batman's mind back at City Hall subway station. He knew exactly that these sheer walls he was breaking would cause collapse. Partial collapse. Floor slabs and walls would crash down according to the breaking sequence, forming an artificial gravity cage. Similar cages were distributed across every floor of Oscorp Tower, ensuring Batman had response plans no matter how the battle developed. Who are you? A beast-like voice sounded from the lizard professor's mouth. The blood color in his golden vertical pupils receded slightly. His scale-covered face looked somewhat pained. Why would you know these things? The lizard professor's voice was intermittent. Batman fell silent for less than half a second, then removed his bat helmet, revealing that face with untrimmed beard, forehead now slowly bleeding. Between concealing his identity at all costs and revealing his identity to redeem a pitiable scientist, preventing him from making mistake after mistake, Batman chose the latter. Peter. The lizard professor's voice contained undisguised surprise. It's me, Professor. Batman looked at the lizard professor, voice no longer deep. Before you commit irreparable mistakes, trust me. I'll fund your continued research on limb experiments. The life you couldn't save, I'll work hard with you too. Roar. Another roar sounded again. This time not from the lizard professor, pressed below by floor slabs and walls Batman had utilized, body covered with liquid nitrogen, but from the Hulk, separated by several floors, whom Batman had stabilized for less than 10 seconds using the Gamma device's neural sedation and bat signal sedative gas. Rumble. Starting from the 58th floor where the Hulk was, this newly furious green giant raised both fists, smashing the floor beneath his feet again and again. His body also fell downward at extreme speed. Crash. This time the Hulk seemed to hold back no strength. Furious, the force of his descending fists shook the entire Oscorp Tower slightly with each blow. Wherever he passed, dust flew, circuits exploded, water pipes burst. Even some glass material windows and instruments shattered. Yet Batman showed no concern for the spectacular Hulk. Instead, he looked at the lizard professor, hoping to see a trace of human emotion on his lizard face rather than cold-blooded animal cruelty. Smash. The Hulk finally penetrated the last floor slab, landing beside Batman. Just as he was about to attack both the lizard professor and Batman simultaneously. Beep. The bat signal transmitter Batman had modified in advance and pinned to the wall suddenly emitted a nauseating low-frequency noise. Simultaneously, those pumpkin bombs thrown on the ground exploded one after another. Intense flash and impact, plus the pumpkin bomb's high-frequency noise, filled the entire floor. Exploding along with them was solidifying gel, also filled into another batch of modified pumpkin bombs, rapidly spraying toward the Hulk with the explosions. Solidifying gel rapidly expanded and solidified upon meeting air, almost enveloping the Hulk's entire person. Calm down, both of you. After the flash, noise, and solidifying gel, Batman redonned his removed helmet. His deep voice sounded by both monsters' ears. Otherwise I'll activate the Alpha Plan. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, because I'm Batman. Umph. The Hulk grunted, speaking in a muffled voice. You better have a solution. Trust me, Hulk. Batman's mind remained tightly focused, not relaxing for even a moment despite trapping both the lizard professor and the Hulk. He'd initially wanted to address him as Dr. Banner, but remembering the Hulk's extreme fury when Banner was mentioned on the rooftop, Batman chose to call him Hulk. Nearby, the lizard professor, pressed beneath layers of collapsed concrete floor slabs and walls, let out a muffled groan. The gray-green scales on his body lost their luster. Then, like an ordinary person with dry, flaking skin, the scales on the lizard's body lifted piece by piece, weathering. With the slightest movement they naturally fell off, completely merging with the dust inside the tower. His muscles throughout his body contracted as though deflating. Bones made teeth-aching crunching sounds. His height continuously decreased. Then his head and hands separately transformed back toward human appearance. Only when he completely reverted to human form did his long amputated right arm become empty again. His arm hadn't grown back. The regenerative serum had completely and thoroughly failed. Sigh. Professor Connors let out a heavy sigh. Just then, creak. A faint sound. Then the sound of snapping rebar suddenly rang out. Originally when he maintained the lizard professor's form, the rubble pressing solidly on his body now lacked support underneath. Several tons of concrete were rapidly triggering secondary collapse, pressing toward Professor Connors who'd completely lost resistance capability. Roar. The Hulk, temporarily trapped in place by Batman's solidifying gel, anxiously roared once, all four limbs simultaneously exerting force outward. The incredibly solid solidifying gel that could firmly trap the power-suited Spider Slayer didn't last even 2 seconds under the Hulk's conscious breaking free. It shattered across the ground with a crash. The Hulk gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rush forward to block the secondary collapsing concrete with his body, a figure far less robust than him stepped in front first. Batman raised both hands upward, supporting the several-ton concrete. Only after Professor Connors crawled out from underneath did he release it. Another boom as the concrete crashed onto the floor, the stirred-up dust making all three instinctively cough several times. The Hulk breathed a sigh of relief. His body also rapidly shriveled like a deflating balloon, transforming from a state where one arm was several sizes thicker than an adult's thigh back into the frail Dr. Banner. Unlike the lizard professor, who was completely naked after reverting from his nearly 4-meter form back to Professor Connors, Dr. Banner at least still had tattered pants. But even so, both of them looked disheveled and extremely bedraggled. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Batman looked at these two scientists who together could only muster one pair of pants. Dr. Banner shook his head. Professor Connors instinctively started to nod, but ultimately sighed, "I also don't know when I'll transform into that appearance again. I can't go home." "If you go home, I'll activate another plan." Batman didn't speak his thoughts aloud. Instead, he proposed, "I do have a place to stay." "No, I need to go upstairs. General Ross is still there." Dr. Banner shook his head, looking up at the tattered ceiling. General Ross had been knocked unconscious by Batman and was currently still on the rooftop. Dr. Banner had continuously injected himself with inhibitors for 3 years specifically to get close to General Ross. He had no intention of following Batman's arrangement. "Leave it to me, Dr. Banner." Batman's voice was extremely deep. "He'll pay the price for all the evil he's done. I swear it." Dr. Banner looked at Batman suspiciously. "This is only our first meeting, right? How can I trust you?" Batman didn't explain. He manually dismantled the armor on his forearm's exterior, ejecting the miniature portable computer inside, only to discover it was broken. Under Dr. Banner's increasingly suspicious gaze and Professor Connors's worried expression, Batman remained expressionless, raising his hand to pull off one of his sharply upright ears. After some tinkering, the wireless receiver integrated into the helmet finally restored function and was adjusted by Batman to the news channel. According to authoritative internal documentation, General Ross caused at least 238 civilian deaths and over 600 injuries during his pursuit of the Hulk. The recently controversial, second basement-level human experimentation that caused Oscorp stock prices to plummet dramatically has been proven by insider evidence to have direct connection to General Ross. Third basement-level massacre, personally created the Hulk, now occupying Oscorp under the pretext of military supervision, attempting to mass-produce monsters, warmonger. The exposé information Batman had sent to Daily Bugle reporter Eddie Brock before entering Oscorp earlier in the day was being broadcast one by one over the radio. Though this was midnight news that might not attract attention, tomorrow morning's Daily Bugle and television news would completely expose all of General Ross's evil deeds. "Where did you get this information?" Dr. Banner looked at Batman somewhat dazedly. He was just a scientist, didn't possess Batman's powerful hacking capabilities. Though he knew this intelligence intimately, he'd suffered from being unable to find evidence to prove it to the media. Yet Batman, who'd only met him once, and from that first meeting had fought until now, seemed to possess prophetic knowledge, placing these things before him. Dr. Banner couldn't quite understand. "Because I'm Batman," Batman said. The full moon hung high. Batman used his hacking skills to fabricate identity information for both Professor Connors and Dr. Banner, even directly hacking into a hotel to input the information. After settling them both, Batman, wearing shattered armor, walked with steady steps to a deserted corner and entered the sewers. Whoosh! Letting out a long breath, Batman's previously steady steps became limping, yet still maintained relatively quick speed heading toward City Hall subway station. He'd just heard Harry Osborn's voice downstairs at Oscorp. Batman needed to change clothes before seeing him. Fortunately, City Hall subway station, as Batman's confirmed Batcave site, had backup clothes stored. Left side 4th and 5th ribs fractured, sharp stabbing pain when breathing. Right side 6th to 8th ribs severely contused. Right shoulder joint anterior dislocation, possible glenoid labrum tear, unable to raise arm. Bilateral trapezius, biceps, quadriceps multiple microscopic tears. Multiple leg muscle strains. Body feels deep fatigue and soreness. Force output unstable. Spleen and liver regions have dull pain, possible delayed internal bleeding. Though the combat process was relatively brief, Batman still sustained considerable injuries due to Peter Parker's body, though trained, still having insufficient resistance to blows. Fortunately, injuries covered his whole body but none were fatal. Condition extremely poor, but still mobile. Looking down at this scarred body, Batman silently apologized to Peter in his heart. This body's healing ability had been tested by Batman. These injuries wouldn't pose too great a threat to him. 1 or 2 days would allow complete recovery. Batman endured severe pain, using his left hand, which wasn't seriously injured, to skillfully perform emergency reduction and bandaging for himself. Throughout the entire process he uttered not a sound, only a few drops of cold sweat slightly seeping from his forehead. Though Dr. Banner and Professor Connors were temporarily stabilized, Batman still had much to do. Harry at Oscorp Tower, patients waiting for stabilizer at Metropolitan Hospital, General Ross on the rooftop needed handling. The completely shattered armor and utterly destroyed Batmobile needed redesign and reconstruction. Arrangements for Professor Connors, Dr. Banner, and Dr. Octavius, currently in post-surgical recovery at Metropolitan Hospital. Batman never stops. Chapter 83, Chapter 83 Batsuit Codename, Arkham. City Hall subway station had various medications Batman had prepared in advance, but he used none of them now. Even bandaging was only quite rough, tearing several strips of cloth from his clothes for casual wrapping. Batman still needed to return to Oscorp. He couldn't let Harry Osborn discover medicinal smells on his body or traces of professional bandaging techniques. Otherwise he couldn't explain the series of problems that would arise. Batman and Peter Parker's two identities contacted two different worlds. Batman didn't plan to involve Harry Osborn. The Batmobile had already crashed and self-destructed. Fortunately, Batman still had another new car purchased the day before yesterday when registering shell companies on Wall Street and establishing trusts. Limping out of the subway station, Batman rapidly adjusted his walking posture, making himself appear only disheveled with minor external injuries. Driving straight toward Oscorp, after abandoning the car on the roadside over 200 meters from the tower, Batman used the Batclaw to leap upward. When the Hulk charged downward from the 58th floor, he'd held back almost no strength. The tower's glass windows had almost all been shattered. This now conveniently provided Batman with access. However, he temporarily didn't enter the tower. Instead, he rapidly climbed along Oscorp Tower's exterior wall, dismantled the helicopter propeller parked there, bent it, and tossed it aside, preventing those soldiers and General Ross from escaping by helicopter after awakening. The helicopter's propeller blades were exceptionally hard, but before Peter's 25-ton monstrous strength, they still couldn't remain firm. After completing this, Batman employed the same trick again, directly jumping from the rooftop, using free fall speed and Batclaw acceleration to rapidly plummet, entering the 20th floor where window glass had been shattered. Professor Connors's laboratory was located on the 20th floor. Batman navigated familiarly into the laboratory, taking the temporary regenerative stabilizers Professor Connors had prepared. These things essentially delayed organ failure processes rather than regenerating organs, fundamentally different from the regenerative serum Connors had used on himself. Moreover, the stabilizers had been in therapeutic use for some time. Batman had just hacked the hospital system on his way here, confirming these things had no adverse effects. Additionally, the stabilizers had been placed by Professor Connors in a small refrigerated case, undamaged by the earlier battle. This reassured Batman. Taking the stabilizers, he advanced at normal human speed bit by bit toward lower floors. Peter. On Oscorp Tower's 9th floor, Harry Osborn bypassed heaps of concrete rubble piled together, shouting while groping forward. He carefully searched every corner of each floor he reached. Physical exhaustion combined with his already weak body meant he'd only managed to search up to the 9th floor. But Harry didn't stop searching for Peter's traces. Even stumbling repeatedly, tripped countless times by various fallen experimental equipment and wires, knees scraped bloody and raw, he still persisted through gritted teeth. The reason driving Harry to do this was simple. In his eyes, Peter had strategized for him, filing lawsuits in federal court, having Wall Street pressure the White House and Congress. Moreover, Peter had personally taken that Clark identity documentation, personally infiltrating Oscorp Tower. He couldn't lie comfortably on Osborn Manor's sofa waiting for good news to arrive. Peter had risked himself for Harry, whereabouts still unknown. Harry had to find this friend, or he couldn't pass his own conscience. Clatter clatter. A series of soldiers passed beside him, footsteps of soldiers originally outside Oscorp Tower now rushing upstairs as the commotion above finally ceased. Harry Osborn paid no attention, as though Oscorp Tower, first subjected to military supervision, then erupting with tremendous sounds, suspected of birthing monsters, had nothing to do with him. Peter. Harry's voice echoed in the empty stairwell, filled with fear and worry. Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to leave the already searched 9th floor and continue toward the 10th, a weak voice suddenly sounded nearby. Harry. Peter. Harry Osborn suddenly looked toward the sound source, stumbling over. He finally saw his friend Peter, body bloodied, face exhausted, supporting himself against the wall standing there, still holding a briefcase. Harry, why did you come? Batman, half acting, half genuinely, spoke in a slightly weary voice. Hey, seeing his friend hadn't lost limbs and didn't have too many wounds, Harry's heart relaxed halfway. When you were bullied at school, which time wasn't it me sticking up for you? He patted Batman's right shoulder while speaking, then draped Batman's arm over himself, supporting Batman toward the descending stairs. I told you, no matter what happens, I'll always and unwaveringly stand with you. Batman's right shoulder was injured. The dislocated joint problem had been reset by himself, but the glenoid labrum damage hadn't yet self-healed. Now patted by Harry, intense pain immediately transmitted throughout his body. Powerful willpower kept Batman's facial expression unchanged. He could even spare energy to answer Harry Osborn's various questions. Batman didn't mention his battle with the Hulk and Lizard Professor. He only said he'd come to Oscorp Tower entrusted by Professor Miles Warren and Harry, found ways to transfer scientists inside the building, then was trapped by floor collapses and other circumstances until now. This briefcase contains the stabilizers Professor Connors made, right? After hearing Batman's fabricated lies, Harry looked at the briefcase in his hand. Correct. Batman nodded. From the 1st to 9th floor, Harry Osborn had used nearly 2 hours. But now descending took only minutes. Leave it to me, Peter. Harry took the briefcase from Batman's hand. You need to go to the hospital for examination too. Most of the blood covering Batman's suited body had been wiped away. His injured leg maintained normal walking. But Harry Osborn still felt his friend was too seriously injured. Harry almost forcibly stuffed Batman into his car, all the way to Metropolitan Hospital. Only after personally watching Batman lie on a hospital bed, guarding until dawn to buy breakfast, did he leave. Over the next 3 days, Harry Osborn barely left Batman's bedside. Batman could only obediently lie for 3 days until the hospital repeatedly examined and confirmed Batman had completely recovered before leaving. During these 3 days, Daily Bugle reporter Eddie Brock's one-time exposure of all evidence Batman had anonymously given him completely stripped General Ross of all resistance capability. What awaited General Ross next was military tribunal, unavoidable imprisonment, and even sky-high compensation to Oscorp. All of this was within Batman's expectations. Batman even used this opportunity to guide Harry in doing another thing. Using the opportunity when General Ross's supervision of Oscorp caused stock prices to plummet drastically, forcefully acquiring over 80% of Oscorp shares, regaining absolute control of Oscorp. Harry's repayment to Batman was an entire industrial park several times larger than Parker Industries, merging it into Parker Industries, causing memory fiber production and orders to explosively grow. This made Batman's assets increase crazily almost daily, simply because the memory fiber demand market was too large. Even expanded Parker Industries could barely meet demand. 3 days later at night, in old Parker Industries warehouse. Here was filled with various equipment Batman had ordered according to his needs, lathes, various components, armor. He would immediately begin creating a new suit, codename Arkham. Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Martin Lee's Shelter. Unlike when he first crossed over as the destitute Peter Parker, when Batman needed to strip armor from the Spider Slayer to create his suit, the Batman now crafting his armor was creating the complete suit he'd worn that night in Gotham when Scarecrow united with other villains attempting to destroy the city, and Batman completely suppressed them in one night. 3 layers of synthetic titanium woven surface, inner layer filled with magnetorheological fluid material, plus installed circuits, insulation layers, and thermal/cold protection layers isolating extreme temperatures. These functions would allow Batman to focus more energy on offense rather than defense. Moreover, unlike the previous Spider Slayer suit, the new suit completely conformed to Batman's body structure, capable of supporting Batman through various complex tactical maneuvers. The redesigned Batclaw, combining the web shooter with grappling gun, had faster initial launch speed, even adding self-cutting webbing and rapid coiling retraction functions. Since Peter Parker's physical capabilities far exceeded Bruce Wayne's human limits, Batman designed the retraction kinetic energy more aggressively. The helmet was completely equipped with perspective modules. The eye sections could freely cover or open a protective layer, displaying information received from perspective sonar and infrared comprehensively. One could say that aside from lacking Alfred's remote tactical support, the Batcave's supercomputer providing computational support, and Lucius's technical support, this suit differed little from what he wore that night. These were still secondary. Most importantly, Batman's complete cape was finally manufactured. The wide, soft cape could wrap around the body, could harden when electrified for gliding, and could even become Batman's weapon for attacking enemies. Midnight, atop the Empire State Building. Clear night sky, moonlight illuminating the earth. In the cold night wind, Batman's cape danced. Having completely upgraded his armor, he didn't rush to find those two, Dr. Banner and Professor Connors, who'd been staying idle at the hotel for 3 days. He had other matters to handle first. During 3 days, Batman had never abandoned information gathering on New York's underground forces. After Kingpin and his other subordinates were imprisoned, that weapons maker Shulman had yet to be found. Batman had to remain secretly vigilant. According to Driver Walker and Scorpion Mac's previous statements, whenever Kingpin's gang needed to use weapons as leverage, like Black Cat previously selling tampered firearms, Shulman was responsible. His disappearance meant New York's underground forces would sooner or later develop and expand again. According to clues Batman investigated, Shulman was likely hiding in Queens. The incident at Oscorp 3 days ago caused countless ordinary employees and Wall Street financial industry members to lose jobs. Though Harry actively absorbed these people back into Oscorp, I still noticed some unemployed personnel recently appearing in Queens. Batman thought silently. According to collected clues, those unemployed personnel had merely joined a welfare institution named Food, Emergency Aid, Shelter, and Training, abbreviated FEAST. But Batman didn't believe things would be this simple, especially when those unemployed personnel should have had better options. Even if not returning to Oscorp, they could still choose other companies. Something must be attracting them there. Whoosh! Batman jumped from atop the Empire State Building. The cape behind him electrified and spread, making him seem to completely transform into a massive bat soaring through the sky. He would go to Queens to find Shulman and investigate what this FEAST welfare institution truly was. Queens, inside the FEAST shelter. This was a secluded 2-story townhouse. Even at night, it remained brightly lit. Batman's figure soundlessly landed on the rooftop, listening to voices coming from inside. Don't feel guilty about accepting help. We all experience storms. This world is indeed sometimes cruel. But remember, your value never depends on what you've lost, but on what kind of person you choose to become. We are a whole. Every individual we help reinforces the foundation of society. Batman hung upside down, slowly descending from the rooftop, gradually approaching the window. He saw the speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a gray suit. Before him sat cross-legged over 100 people, some also wearing suits but looking dejected unemployed personnel, some originally ragged homeless people, some women looking somewhat constrained. Batman remained motionless, listening to this gray-suited man speak for over 10 minutes, meanwhile using his newly configured Batcomputer to identify him. Martin Lee, successful representative of the American Dream, received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, owns a Wall Street financial company, additionally owns multiple office buildings in Queens. 10+ days ago purchased this 2-story building, originally a clothing store, now converted to a homeless shelter, named Feast. No longer needing to return home to manually sketch target appearances for computer identification to query their complete information. The new Batsuit's equipped computer already integrated recording, photography, video functions. Batman casually queried all of Martin Lee's information. Only whether Martin Lee's personal information, his company's, or this welfare institution, Batman found no abnormalities. Too clean. Clean to the point of increased edibility. One must know even groups like Stark had dirt about weapons illegally appearing in New York gang hands. Oscorp had human experimentation collusion. But Martin Lee, whether from personal or company angles, showed no problems. Even his current speech at the shelter to those 100+ unemployed personnel and homeless people only contained encouragement, not using them for anything. Not wasting too much time here, Batman left several listening devices before leaving, wandering Queens' narrow alleys searching for Shulman's clues, incidentally fighting criminals, tossing them before Queens police station. Shulman seems to have evaporated. I need to visit Hell's Kitchen tonight. Batman thought, using the cape's high mobility to fly from Queens toward Manhattan. Dr. Banner and Professor Connors were still waiting for him at the hotel. In a military prison, General Ross wore prison clothes, 2 legs powerlessly dragging on a stool, twisted by Batman when he bent the helicopter propeller. General Ross currently looked lifeless. He'd been hammered dead by that reporter Eddie Brock's explosive materials released through the Daily Bugle. Awaiting him would be life imprisonment and political rights deprivation. But as footsteps sounded, several prison guards strode over. Under Ross's gaze they opened the cage, even removing Ross's handcuffs. What? Before Ross finished his question, a document was handed to him by one guard. As his gaze slowly swept the document from top to bottom, a smile appeared on Ross's face. Then with one guard's help he sat in a wheelchair, and half an hour later boarded a helicopter to New Mexico. Relay my orders. Bring Norman Osborn from Ravencroft Institute. Repair the New Mexico gamma radiation device. Fully investigate Batman's true identity. Find traces of Professor Connors and Dr. Banner. Have the Daily Bugle fire that damned little reporter Eddie Brock. Send an agent to kill him. As General Ross issued orders, commands transmitted from the helicopter. Invisible power once again enveloped New York. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Towering Hatred. Eddie, free tonight. I just bought a new painting and want to invite a successful gentleman to appreciate it together. Inside the Daily Bugle's office, a buxom woman with golden blonde hair perched half her bottom on a desk, addressing the desk's owner, Eddie Brock. While speaking, the woman licked her lower lip with her tongue tip, not concealing her sexually suggestive behavior in the slightest. Eddie's nostrils flared, taking 2 deep breaths of the blonde woman's perfume scent, then leaning back enjoyably against his chair. 3 days ago, he'd used explosive material provided by that anonymous source to transform General Ross from a so-called hero protecting public safety into a criminal attempting to create monsters, treating human life as worthless. Under tremendous public and political pressure, military tribunal rapidly filed the case and publicly announced results. Due to irrefutable evidence, General Ross was relieved of all duties and sentenced to life imprisonment. Correspondingly, Eddie Brock became a journalism hero. Even the Pulitzer Prize he dreamed of had rumors circulating that this year's award belonged to none other than him. These 3 days, champagne, flowers, ladies, applause, and flattery surrounded Eddie Brock. He'd already reached the pinnacle of his life, high-spirited. Editor-in-Chief J. Jonah Jameson had also light-speed promoted Eddie from intern reporter to ace reporter. One more step would make him the Daily Bugle's unique chief reporter. Newspapers carrying Eddie's personally exposed content had skyrocketing sales. Nearly everyone in New York had a copy, yet production still increased. All this was everything Eddie dreamed of obtaining. Now everything had been so easily acquired. The blonde woman currently perching half her bottom on his desk was named Betty, the woman all male colleagues at the Daily Bugle except JJJ desired. Eddie Brock was no exception. In the past, Eddie couldn't even find opportunities to chat up Betty. But times had changed. Eddie lazily appraised Betty. Sorry, Betty. I already have plans tonight. Stark Industries is hosting a charity gala requiring my personal attendance. This was a gala he previously couldn't even enter, but Stark Industries had personally sent an invitation requiring Eddie's attendance. Well then. Before Betty finished speaking, a roar suddenly erupted from Editor-in-Chief JJJ's office. What? Impossible. Okay, I'll do it immediately. For the first 2 sentences, Editor-in-Chief JJJ still looked furious, roaring loudly, even his thick mustache trembling slightly. But when the 3rd sentence was spoken, JJJ's face had become extremely ugly, gaze evasive, occasionally glancing toward Eddie Brock through the transparent office glass. The Daily Bugle was currently completely silent. No one knew what had happened to cause JJJ such fury, or what content he'd heard to become so cautious. I've never seen JJJ this angry yet this careful. Eddie looked over at the voice. The speaker was a veteran employee who'd worked at the Daily Bugle for years. His heart jumped. An ominous premonition surged. Coincidentally, JJJ had already hung up the phone, his gaze sweeping across numerous reporters and editors' faces, finally settling on Eddie. Eddie, call just came from above. You're fired. What? Eddie's roar was more exaggerated than JJJ's earlier roar. Just because of one phone call. JJJ's face remained ugly, hands hanging at his sides trembling slightly. Not only are you fired, newspapers in increased production at the press also need destroying. This also meant those increased production newspapers were completely scrapped, no small loss for the Daily Bugle. Whose call? I'll call them back. Eddie Brock suddenly stood up. Voicing truth is a reporter's duty. Who exactly? Eddie. JJJ interrupted Eddie Brock's words. It was the World Security Council. They'd planned to arrest you for creating terrorist propaganda but didn't. The newsroom fell silent. At this moment even Eddie Brock understood why the usually harsh JJJ's face had been so ugly. World Security Council, a massive organization most nations participated in. Provoking it was almost no different from becoming a world enemy. Ring ring ring. The Daily Bugle's public phone suddenly rang. The operator picked up the phone, then set it down a dozen seconds later, saying to Eddie. Eddie, Stark Industries called. They found another suitable reporter to attend tonight's charity gala. Pack up your things and leave, Mr. Eddie Brock. After Editor-in-Chief JJJ finished speaking, he slammed the door shut and returned to his office. Eddie slumped in his seat, gaze traveling up the bottom perched on his desk. He saw blonde bombshell Betty purse her lips, turn her head, and also leave. 10+ minutes later, amid colleagues' sympathetic, pitying, or schadenfreude gazes, Eddie Brock alone packed his belongings and numbly walked out of the Daily Bugle building. His honor, his career, his faith, completely destroyed within a mere 10 minutes. He looked up at the sky. Rain began falling, drenching Eddie thoroughly and chillingly. Eddie Brock stood dumbly in place like this. Until after the heavy rain had fallen for over half an hour, an umbrella suddenly shielded Eddie's head. Eddie numbly turned his head bit by bit. What he saw was a kind face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Wearing a gray suit, he looked at Eddie with a smile, introducing himself. "Mr. Brock, I'm Martin Lee." Martin Lee extended a hand, wanting to shake hands with Eddie Brock. Eddie didn't grasp Martin Lee's extended hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "How do you know my name?" Martin Lee smiled, pointing at Eddie Brock's press credentials still hanging on his chest. "I can sense your heart is filled with hatred. Whoever this hatred targets, I can help you." "Just come with me," Martin Lee said. Eddie Brock's heart was indeed filled with hatred. Hatred for General Ross, Betty, JJJ, Stark Industries, that anonymous evidence provider. He equally hated everyone who'd made him lose everything. "Fine. I'll go with you," Eddie Brock said. "Good. We'll go with you." In a Manhattan hotel, Professor Connors and Dr. Banner exchanged glances, simultaneously addressing Batman. "Actually, only staying with you gives me peace of mind. Otherwise, once I transform into a lizard monster elsewhere, I can hardly imagine who could quickly subdue me without harming others," Professor Connors said. Dr. Banner smiled wryly, as though the green monster who could furiously tear down dozens of floor slabs in minutes had nothing to do with him. He added, "But once I discover you're like General Ross, trying to trick me into certain experiments, the big guy inside me might not be too pleased." Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Trinity Scientific Team. $20. Bought this entire island. On an island called North Brother Island, in the East River between the Bronx and Queens in New York, Professor Connors widened his eyes in disbelief that in 2006, Batman could purchase an entire New York island for $20. Batman nodded. Currently wearing the Arkham suit, he'd been completely upgraded from head to toe compared to before. Facing Professor Connors' astonishment, Batman remained expressionless. "Actually, this is already double the price. In 1975, New York sold North Brother Island to a Long Island investment company for $10. Now I've bought it for $20. As an investment, that investment company already achieved double returns. This is already quite remarkable." This cold joke didn't make Professor Connors laugh. He looked at Batman with confusion. "I assume you called me out here alone not merely to show off about this, right? Though this is indeed worth showing off." Batman's face beneath the mask showed no trace of expression. "No, Professor. Only you know I'm Batman. I hope you'll keep this secret. In return, I'll provide all the help you need." Professor Connors shook his head, a trace of smile on his face. "Peter, you've already helped me too much. Even without saying so, I'd keep your secret." Without Batman having Professor Connors transfer Oscorp's core data in advance, without Batman creating chaos, General Ross very likely would have already used various biotechnologies to experiment with Dr. Banner's blood. Without Batman's obstruction, Professor Connors transformed into a lizard would have headed straight to Metropolitan Hospital with regenerative serum, inevitably causing panic and chaos, even unintentionally killing innocent lives. Even without the Batmobile attracting too many soldiers on Oscorp's 10th floor, evacuating research staff inside the building, many people would certainly have perished in the Lizard vs. Hulk battle. Compared to everything Batman had done, keeping a secret was an insignificant request. Receiving Professor Connors' assurance, Batman said no more, entering the building on North Brother Island together with Professor Connors. During the 3 days Batman was forced by Harry to lie in a hospital bed, he purchased North Brother Island through a trust and reinforced and expanded the original buildings. Originally a summer manor, Batman's expansion maintained the summer manor style. The ground portion was a living area, the first basement level was an experimental area. When Batman and Professor Connors walked inside the manor, Dr. Octavius was excitedly crouching on the ground with Dr. Banner, using sticks and ground instead of paper and pen to discuss something. After Dr. Octavius's tentacle removal surgery, his physical recovery showed no abnormalities. Now he'd also been brought to this island by Batman. Seeing Batman and Professor Connors enter, both doctors looked somewhat reserved and stopped their discussion. Dr. Banner proactively greeted them. Dr. Octavius only nodded his head slightly in acknowledgement. Batman looked at these three scientists, taking the initiative to break the silence. "Gentlemen, introductions are redundant. Your names shine brilliantly in your respective fields, albeit for different reasons. But in the coming days, you'll conduct your respective scientific research together here. Peter and I will provide all necessary support. Besides Peter and me, no one will know you're here. No one will discover you." Dr. Octavius nodded slightly. He only knew Peter. His impression of Batman still remained at being beaten up once. He'd come to this island entirely out of trust in Peter, with little connection to Batman. Dr. Banner was simply confused. He had no idea who this so-called Peter was, but trusted Batman extraordinarily. Nothing else aside, just 3 days ago confronting General Ross, exposing explosive material to bring him down, that alone sufficiently proved Batman and Ross weren't the same type of person. Only Professor Connors was the sole person present who knew Batman's two identities. He glanced left and right, then nodded along with Dr. Octavius. Should we openly state our respective research projects? I need to ensure this doesn't involve those things I'm imagining. Dr. Banner said. Those things naturally referred to what was previously mentioned, experiments like General Ross's creating various monsters. Trust aside, Dr. Banner decided to make things clear in advance. Dr. Octavius looked mentally far better than the other two. After lying in Metropolitan Hospital for 5 or 6 days, he was eager to begin his work. I'll restart nuclear fusion clean energy research. But before that, I'll conduct prosthetic research to raise funds. Nuclear fusion. Prosthetics. Dr. Banner and Professor Connors reacted differently. Both heard things from their fields in Dr. Octavius's single sentence. My coming here to conduct limb regeneration research is secondary. Mainly to find methods to treat my mutation, Professor Connors said. Dr. Octavius didn't understand what Professor Connors was saying, but Dr. Banner beside him understood. Perhaps treatment isn't the only solution. I used 3 years to learn how to communicate with my other self. Perhaps I can pass on the experience to you. I'm not here for any research, but if Dr. Octavius needs it, I can jointly develop nuclear fusion clean energy with you. Dr. Octavius had an intolerance for stupidity, but facing Dr. Banner with 7 doctoral degrees, one of the smartest people in the world today, his intolerance disappeared completely. Perhaps not just nuclear fusion energy research. I can also attempt whether prosthetic technology can combine with Professor Connors's limb regeneration technology. Professor Connors's gaze moved. He just wanted to ask this question. Dr. Octavius, what thoughts do you have on limb regeneration? Once the 3 scientists, each top tier in their respective fields, began discussing, they never stopped. Batman stood beside them from beginning to end without speaking, silently watching. Dr. Octavius's nuclear fusion had Dr. Banner's help. Prosthetic technology coincided with Professor Connors. Dr. Banner had rich experience controlling his other self while being a top nuclear physicist. Though the 3 scientists came together through various coincidences, now the 3 mutually supporting each other instead formed a stable Trinity scientific group. Though experimental equipment on North Brother Island hadn't completely arrived, the living area was already constructed. Batman didn't excessively interfere with the 3 scientists' affairs. Walking out of the summer manor to North Brother Island's east shore, Batman's knees bent slightly, then suddenly leaped into the air. Reaching the highest point, he spread the cape behind him, gliding toward Rikers Island nearest here. Batman hadn't forgotten he'd once wanted to find Dr. Banner. He needed Dr. Banner's gamma radiation research to treat the evil personality inside Norman Osborn. Unlike Professor Connors, who transformed into a lizard without harming lives, obsessed with delivering medicine and treating illness, Norman Osborn was purely destructive. Ravencroft Institute in the northern suburbs. Changing out of the suit, Batman wearing a plaid shirt drove straight toward the northern suburbs. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Following the Thread. Ravencroft Institute sat in a forgotten corner far from downtown New York, its access roads long since swallowed by overgrown weeds. Unless someone knew exactly where to look, they'd never find this Victorian Gothic structure that resembled an abandoned haunted mansion, though it now served as a psychiatric facility. After a 3-hour drive, ignoring the cacophony of crows cawing and circling overhead, Batman stood before the asylum's front gates wearing a thin trench coat. Like Arkham Asylum back in Gotham, Ravencroft maintained minimal internet connectivity with the outside world. His usual hacking methods would be practically useless here. He'd have to handle this investigation in person. Stop right there. No unauthorized entry. Before Batman could linger too long at the entrance, a squad of armed guards hustled over, their boots crunching on gravel. Through the iron gate, they issued their warning without courtesy. I'm here to visit Mr. Norman Osborn, Batman said smoothly. My name is Valentine. I'm a board member of Oscorp. As he spoke, Batman discreetly extended one hand, passing a small stack of bills through the bars. The guard swallowed hard, clearly moved by Benjamin Franklin's unique charm printed on those $100 bills. He accepted the money with practiced efficiency, dividing it among his companions with remarkable speed before turning back to Batman. Wait here. I'll check. Batman gave a slight nod, watching one guard step aside with a radio. A minute later, the men returned. Sorry, Mr. Valentine. The Norman Osborn you're looking for was secretly transferred yesterday. The guard touched his pocket nervously, as if afraid Batman might demand his generous donation back. But Batman did no such thing. Instead, with a flick of his wrist like a magician's flourish, he produced another stack of bills. Could I speak with the security supervisor responsible for his ward? Or perhaps his attending physician? Absolutely, the guard answered without hesitation. Money and the Oscorp name proved to be highly efficient credentials. Within minutes, Batman met the somewhat nervous psychiatrist who'd been treating Norman Osborn, Dr. Tanis Nevis. Mr. Valentine, please, this way. Dr. Nevis was a plain-looking woman in a white coat, glasses perched on her nose, dark hair pulled back in a high ponytail. New York probably had hundreds of female doctors with identical appearances. Batman paid her little particular attention, instead cutting straight to business once they'd entered Ravencroft's interior. Dr. Nevis, I need to see Norman Osborn's transfer documentation. Batman's voice carried a magnetic quality. Peter's youthful face, matured somewhat by several days of stubble, combined with Batman's warm but penetrating gaze, made the female doctor even more nervous. No problem, but may I ask what this is about? Oscorp needs to provide necessary legal support for Mr. Osborn, but he was transferred without our knowledge. I need to understand what happened. Batman kept his tone reasonable, concerned rather than threatening. I see. Just a moment. Dr. Nevis nodded quickly, leading Batman to her office where she retrieved a thick folder from a desk drawer. Batman accepted the documents, his frown deepening with each page. The paperwork appeared flawless, which was precisely the problem. From receiving orders through approval, execution, and finally Norman Osborn's transfer, every procedure was meticulously documented. Complete court transfer orders, signed receipts from federal marshals, everything seemed airtight. But in any bureaucratic system, this kind of speed was itself the biggest red flag. Some organization with unimaginable authority had orchestrated this operation. Batman didn't pressure the doctor. None of this was her fault. Miss Nevis, could you take me to Norman Osborn's isolation ward? I can, but I can't guarantee you'll find anything useful. Dr. Nevis sounded apologetic. Batman said nothing, waiting as she secured the documents before leading him directly to the ward. The room stood empty and spotless, as if every clue had been erased. But Batman showed no disappointment. Instead, his nostrils flared slightly as he sorted through dozens of overlapping scents, isolating what he needed. Gun oil in the air. Different from what the guards use on their weapons. Peter Parker's enhanced senses joined Batman's investigation. After carefully analyzing the room's odors, he made his assessment, then began circling Dr. Nevis. The doctor apparently hadn't encountered many normal people from outside the asylum lately. Faced with Batman's exceptional appearance and presence as he moved around her, her unremarkable face flushed crimson. But Batman's eyes weren't watching the doctor. He shifted his position, examining the floor from different angles. Though the surface had been cleaned, from certain perspectives he could see faint, distinctive boot tread impressions pressed into the tile. Ordinary eyes would miss them completely, but Peter's vision captured every detail. The depth and spacing of the treads indicated someone of considerable weight, moving with steady, disciplined steps, the result of extensive military training. Definitely not regular federal marshals, and nothing like Ravencroft's easily bribed guards. Only 4 people. Doesn't look like forced extraction. Norman and whoever came for him likely negotiated something. He went willingly. Norman's footprints show no signs of struggle whatsoever. Batman compiled all the collected information, committing every clue to memory before turning to the doctor. One last thing. Could you take me to the security office? Of course. Dr. Nevis seemed completely under Batman's influence. She avoided his gaze, head down as she agreed. Batman hadn't requested the security footage first because he suspected it had already been tampered with. When they reached the security office minutes later, his suspicions proved correct. The recordings hadn't been deleted, the cameras had simply been obscured, and even the audio was nearly inaudible. Miss Nevis, if you don't mind my asking, are you married? Batman looked at the doctor, posing a question that made her blush and avoid his eyes entirely. Not yet, she answered softly, head bowed. The instant she looked down, a flash drive slid from Batman's trench coat sleeve and into the computer's USB port. The preloaded program activated silently the moment it connected, rapidly copying all surveillance recordings. 2 minutes later, as the screen flashed a completion message, Batman discreetly removed the drive and informed Dr. Nevis he needed to leave. Mr. Valentine, this is my number. As Batman prepared to exit the Gothic asylum, the doctor quickly pulled paper and pen from her pocket, scribbling down her phone number and pressing it into his hand. Batman accepted the note with a smile, tucked it into his pocket, and drove away. He needed to get to the City Hall subway station. There, using the equipment he'd stashed, he could analyze the surveillance footage's extremely faint audio and identify that gun oil brand he'd detected in Norman's ward. Those details would reveal exactly who had transferred Norman Osborn, and why. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Lines That Must Never Be Crossed. City Hall Station. Every day, Batman used layers of trusts, different identities, different lawyers, nested shell operations, to purchase parcels of land surrounding the subway station piece by piece. He'd even acquired City Hall Station itself, legally and properly sealing every surface entrance. Aside from needing expansion, deeper excavation, and various essential facilities, this location had already become Batman's true bargain basement Batcave. Even the lathes and machine tools originally stored in Parker Industries' old warehouse had been transferred here this morning. Click. The flash drive slid into the computer equipped with the Oracle AI. "Barbara, analyze the audio files for me," Batman said. "No problem, Bruce." This kind of routine technical work the Oracle AI could handle independently, without Batman wasting time on it himself. He needed to visit military surplus stores and black market dealers, finding the specific gun oil he detected at Ravencroft Institute. If he couldn't locate it through normal channels, he'd need to meet with Silver Sable or Tony Stark, accessing the specialized products that didn't circulate on the open market through their connections. "When I get back, I need to order automotive components. Time to recreate that Batmobile capable of switching between standard driving and combat configurations." Batman emerged from a nearby subway entrance, blending seamlessly with the crowd, and climbed into his car. Happy Hogan sat on a bench in Stark Tower's lobby, head tilted back, snoring softly. A book titled, Facial Expression Management for Success, covered his face. Tap. 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 Steady footsteps gradually approached. Happy jolted upright, simultaneously looking toward the sound source while fumbling to retrieve the book that had fallen to the floor. "Mr. Parker." Recognizing his visitor, Happy tossed the book carelessly onto the bench and hurried forward in 2 quick strides. "Mr. Stark said the number you left at Parker Industries doesn't work. He told me to wait downstairs these past few days." "Wait, was I just snoring?" Batman glanced at Facial Expression Management for Success, then at Happy, saying nothing. Last time he'd visited, Happy had just been appointed as Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard. Back then, Happy couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching upward. Happy had told Batman in the elevator he needed to master expression management. Apparently he'd actually bought a book about it, though how much he'd absorbed remained questionable. Looking at Happy, Batman found himself unexpectedly reminded of Harvey Bullock, Commissioner Gordon's colleague back in Gotham. Harvey shared a similar build, somewhat overweight, perpetually disheveled, occasionally cracking blue-collar jokes, never appearing particularly reliable. But in Gotham's corrupt depths, Harvey had always held the line, embodying a weary but unbroken ordinary person's sense of justice. Batman kept these fleeting thoughts to himself, merely nodding slightly at Happy before stepping into the elevator alone. At Stark Tower's penthouse, Tony Stark lounged on his sofa, swirling a drink, apparently doing nothing in particular. Hearing the elevator arrive, Tony glanced over reflexively, too lazy to stand. Only when he recognized Peter, whom he hadn't seen in several days, did Tony offer a greeting that was half genuine, half performative. "Peter. I planned to introduce you to New York's high society at last night's charity gala, but you were conspicuously absent." Tony approached the bar, pouring a drink and extending it toward Batman. "You need to have one. Make up for all the preparation I did on your behalf." Batman accepted the glass but set it aside immediately. "I'm allergic to alcohol." Last night while perched atop the Empire State Building, the radio receiver built into his Arkham suit had picked up news about the charity gala, but he'd had zero interest in attending. He'd been busy investigating Shulman's whereabouts in that suspiciously spotless feast center, both matters 100 times more important than rubbing elbows with New York's elite. Now Norman Osborn's mysterious transfer by some unknown organization added yet another item to Batman's growing list of concerns. "That's a shame. No wonder you didn't drink last time either." Tony regretfully downed both glasses himself. "You're missing out on so much fun." Batman remained unmoved. He wasn't actually allergic to alcohol, drinking simply impaired his thinking. By the same logic, Batman avoided anything that might affect his brain function, including certain medications. Peter, as the owner of a factory with constant incoming orders, as a future multimillionaire, having an unreachable phone number won't do. Tony's tone shifted. "To save you embarrassment, I didn't contact Empire State University this time." He poured himself another drink. "Sorry, Tony. What did you need?" Batman deflected the question. The number he'd left at Parker Industries was completely fake. Until he designed and built a phone that belonged exclusively to Batman, he had no intention of acquiring such a communication device. "My military division developed a cluster bomb capable of releasing multiple small explosives mid-air, delivering saturation strikes across wide areas." Tony looked somewhat smug. "No military force in the world currently possesses this cutting-edge weapon. I wanted to bring you in as an investment partner for production." "No. I will never involve myself in the arms trade," Batman replied without hesitation. "Never." He could accept Stark Industries dealing in weapons without self-righteously demanding they shut down. After all, on the surface, Tony's weapons were sold to military forces for peacekeeping operations, not to terrorist organizations. Batman wouldn't actively interfere, but that didn't mean he'd participate or invest. This was a line he would absolutely never cross. Tony hadn't expected such complete refusal. His earlier pride and eagerness to show off evaporated instantly. Then why did you come see me today? What do you want? I need gun oils unavailable on the commercial market, Batman said. Parker Industries' production line uses high-precision robotic arms, hydraulic systems, and precision bearings. These components require high-performance synthetic lubricants and rust inhibitors. I'm planning to test gun oils as alternatives to conventional lubricants. I need samples. I was hoping you could provide some through your military channels. Different people required different explanations. At least for Tony Stark, Batman's reasoning was completely bulletproof. Tony considered this thoughtfully. Extreme pressure resistance, anti-corrosion properties, low temperature stability, ensuring precision instruments operate reliably long-term in New York's variable climate. High-quality gun oil would work reasonably well, though it's still a step below the best dedicated lubricants. Batman presented his prepared justification. But it's cheaper. Besides, I only need samples for testing. I'm not committed to implementing it. Tony nodded. Batman's reasoning held up. After all, businessmen always sought to minimize costs while maximizing profits. Using gun oil stretched conventional thinking, but wasn't outrageous. Don't worry. Before 9 tonight, I'll have someone deliver samples of every gun oil variety I can source to Parker Industries, Tony promised. Thanks, Batman said. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Batman and Peter Parker. An unremarkable office building. Its entire 21st floor belonged to Silver Sable Security. The moment Batman's wide cape blocked the outside light as he materialized in Silver Sable's office, the security company's CEO reflexively launched herself from her chair, driving a kick toward him. Batman deflected Silver Sable's strike effortlessly with one hand. The force that could easily floor an ordinary man didn't budge him an inch. Silver Sable. Batman's voice remained low. I'm here to fulfill my promise. I've been waiting days for this. Silver Sable lowered her extended leg. You promised technical and financial support. What kind of high-tech weapons are you offering? Batman stood motionless by the window like a statue, blocking most of the light streaming in. His voice dropped even lower. Not weapons. Relying on weapons won't transform your company into Silver Sable International. You'd simply become an armed force that every nation's military views with suspicion and targets for elimination. Silver Sable still wore her signature white tactical suit. She couldn't understand what else her former private mercenaries, now security personnel, could possibly do besides their current work. Batman didn't need lengthy explanations, and he didn't waste time with circumlocution. I can provide the funding and technical blueprints to make you Silver Sable International. $50 million has already been transferred to your company account. How do you know my company account? Silver Sable stopped mid-question, realizing how pointless it sounded. Batman naturally ignored the question and continued. Regarding technology, I don't manufacture anything myself, but I have a trusted, independent third-party supplier. I provide the designs, they've already begun production. The development isn't complete yet, the technology still has enormous upgrade potential. More importantly, they're the only team capable of understanding and implementing my technical blueprints. My technology will be supplied to you through them. This technology will allow Silver Sable Security to transform into Silver Sable International, with rescue operations as your primary focus. Silver Sable International, focused primarily on rescue operations. Silver Sable's interest sparked immediately. She pressed for details. Anyone receiving technology from you can't be ordinary. Who are they? Where? How do I contact them? Nobody wanted to live constantly on a knife's edge, bathed in blood. Silver Sable was no exception. She'd simply struggled with the reality that her people were former mercenaries, transformation seemed impossibly difficult. But rescue work was different. Regardless of the mission type, rescue operations had always been part of their mercenary repertoire. With Batman's financial and technical support, Silver Sable could rapidly complete the company's transition. Batman's exposed jaw showed no trace of the manipulation about to unfold. Brooklyn Industrial District. Find a startup called Parker Industries. Parker Industries. Silver Sable frowned. She'd never heard of this enterprise. Returning to her computer, Silver Sable's fingers flew across the keyboard. Within moments she pulled up information on Parker Industries CEO, Peter Parker. A brilliant student, top of his class, poor kid from Queens. No offense, but this is your partner. Batman nodded slightly, his voice so deep it seemed impossible to connect with the young face beneath his mask. His identity is impeccable. A clean college student with no complex power networks behind him. Nobody will connect him to me. His technical talent is genuine. I can fully utilize it. He's sufficiently naive. He genuinely believes I'm simply funding Parker Industries. He sees me as a mysterious mentor, a silent partner. He doesn't know my complete agenda, and doesn't need to. Silver Sable drew a sharp breath. She'd been attempting to joke with Batman moments ago, but now he seemed entirely cold, utterly inhuman. That poor kid probably has no idea what he's dealing with. Silver Sable silently prayed for Peter. You can do business with Parker Industries. You can commission the boy to manufacture whatever equipment you need. But you must maintain distance. Don't try recruiting him. Don't intrude into his life. And absolutely don't ask him anything about me. Batman's voice grew even colder, his eyes locking onto Silver Sable like a predatory beast. If you disturb my tool, if you compromise this perfect cover, you'll lose far more than just technology and funding. You'll discover that Silver Sable International can go bankrupt faster and more completely than Parker Industries ever could. For the first time, Silver Sable felt Batman's threat viscerally, even more terrifying than when he dangled Osborn from a skyscraper days ago. Suspicious, controlling the entire board, treating others as chess pieces. Powerful, cold-blooded, willing to use any means necessary. This was Silver Sable's complete impression of Batman now. Silver Sable still didn't notice when Batman departed. She simply felt the office suddenly brighten. Looking up, she found the window empty, Batman's silhouette gone. And completely without manners. Silver Sable mentally added another label to Batman's profile, teeth gritted. In Silver Sable's eyes now, I'm completely separated from Peter. One is the cold-blooded Batman. The other is the talented but exploited Peter. The information Silver Sable can find online about Peter Parker is exactly what I've deliberately left accessible. She'll naturally assume Peter obtained his initial capital by selling technology to Stark Industries, then got targeted and manipulated by Batman. For a very long time, my identity won't raise any suspicions with her. These thoughts flashed through his mind instantly as Batman's body plummeted from high altitude, heading directly toward a manhole cover. Still dozens of meters from impact, Batman fired a white web, designed specifically for daytime use. It caught the manhole cover, yanking it open. The cover flipped midair, then settled back into place perfectly after Batman dropped through. Due to Batman's speed, surrounding pedestrians only heard the cover clanging shut. None noticed Batman's presence. Changing into his thin trench coat, assuming his identity as young entrepreneur Peter Parker, he drove straight to Parker Industries to collect the dozens of military-grade gun oil samples Tony Stark had promised. Dusk fell. The subway stopped running. Nobody knew that the abandoned City Hall station now blazed with light. Nearly 100 gun oil samples, from black markets, ordinary military surplus stores, and Stark's armory, were arranged on the workbench. Displayed alongside them, a gas chromatography mass spectrometry system Batman had purchased and modified, plus a small air sampling vial from his utility belt beneath the trench coat. Air samplers were standard equipment in any Bat utility belt. The instrument began its work, decomposing each gun oil's chemical composition into unique electronic spectra, comparing them against the air sample Batman had collected outside Norman's isolation ward. Barbara, is the audio file analysis complete? Batman set the chromatography system aside to run autonomously while addressing the Oracle AI. Analysis complete, Bruce. Play it. After brief static, a deliberately lowered voice, amplified and clarified by the Oracle AI, emerged from the speakers. Norman Osborn. General Ross is willing to give you one more chance. This time without constraints. You'll have a stage where you can unleash your full capabilities. Brief failures aren't unforgivable. Cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. Hail Hydra. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Mr. Negative. Hail Hydra. Batman rewound the audio and listened again. Though the voice was extremely low, whoever spoke had clearly whispered directly into Norman Osborn's ear. The Oracle AI had successfully analyzed and clarified every word. This made twice Batman had definitively heard the word Hydra. The first time was when Tony Stark paid $100 million for Batman's semi-complete AI model. Batman had steered their conversation toward the Tesseract, and Tony had mentioned it. The second time was when S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Phil used a bat signal to lure him to a rooftop, while Batman simultaneously hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal systems from several floors away. Coincidentally, both instances of learning about Hydra connected to the Tesseract. And whether Batman hacked S.H.I.E.L.D. or gathered information through other channels, everything indicated that Hydra, that massive World War II organization, had been completely destroyed. Batman took paper and pen, writing a series of words. Hydra. Tesseract. Gamma radiation. S.H.I.E.L.D. Super Soldier Serum. Norman Osborn. General Ross. and an X symbol representing the codename Hawkeye and Black Widow had received while returning with Dr. Banner in custody. He stared at these words for several minutes, then added two more, Shulman. Feast Center. According to Norman Osborn's attending physician, Dr. Tanis Neves, 4 men in black tactical gear carrying weapons took Norman away. But the surveillance was blocked, and Tanis couldn't describe their appearances or identify their weapon models precisely. I can't determine from external characteristics which Hydra faction retrieved Norman Osborn. They mentioned General Ross, and giving him another chance. Batman drew lines connecting Hydra to the other words, then specifically linked Norman Osborn, General Ross, gamma radiation, and super soldier serum together. General Ross may have been secretly released by Hydra, or possibly another organization. Status uncertain. Norman Osborn's body was enhanced by a failed super soldier serum. That serum itself was created at Ross's suggestion, substituting gamma radiation for Vita rays. I broke General Ross's legs. His purpose in recruiting Norman Osborn has at least a 50% probability of continuing serum research and healing his own legs. Batman added another location to this chain of words, New Mexico. That's where General Ross tested his gamma bomb. Where Dr. Banner was struck directly by the radiation, gaining the ability to transform into the Hulk. Beep. Just as Batman prepared his next deduction, the modified gas chromatography mass spectrometry system emitted a soft completion tone. According to the instrument's electronic spectrum analysis, the gun oil scent Batman had detected outside Norman Osborn's isolation ward was indeed one manufactured by Stark Industries. The model number, SI-03. SI being the initials of Tony Stark's company, Stark Industries. Barbara, trace all Stark Industries orders from the past 6 months involving this gun oil and weapons compatible with it, Batman said. No problem, Bruce. The Oracle AI immediately shifted from audio analysis to hacking Stark Industries systems. Batman returned his attention to the paper covered with connected words, adding 2 more, modified weapons. Stark. Batman hadn't forgotten that when he'd first arrived in this world, the first gang transaction he'd encountered involved Black Cat selling Hammerhead Joseph weapons that had been tampered with. Batman had already confirmed the modifications were Kingpin's subordinate Shulman's work, but he'd never traced the weapon's origin. Now he needed to investigate thoroughly. The weapons he'd confiscated had been completely destroyed in the muscle car's self-destruct, but that didn't mean only those 42 guns had reached the market. Kingpin's remaining forces undoubtedly still possessed additional inventory. Time to pay Black Cat a visit. Late night, in the 16-story Hell's Kitchen building Kingpin had once used as his office. The spacious, brightly lit, luxuriously decorated office contrasted sharply with the building's dilapidated exterior. Black Cat wasn't wearing her white fur-collared black deep V leather jacket. Instead, she'd changed into a black combat suit with silver trim, featuring obvious armor plating and complete coverage from neck down. Her previously loose white hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and she now wore goggles over her eyes. Kingpin's office now contained 4 suspended punching bags arranged in a square pattern. Black Cat positioned herself at the center, constantly dodging and weaving, finding opportunities to strike. Thwack. One bag flew upward from Black Cat's punch before swinging back down. She followed with a roundhouse kick, but this time the bag didn't budge. Black Cat stared suspiciously at the bag that seemed rooted in midair. Her combat suit-covered hands produced a sharp snick as razor-sharp claws extended from all 10 fingertips. Just as Black Cat cautiously prepared for a threat, she saw Batman's figure emerge from behind the stationary bag. Why? Batman's silhouette appeared ghost-like, arriving without even a whisper of wind. Everyone except Shulman was sent to prison. Why do you keep training? Oh, Batman. Black Cat exhaled in relief. Her hands moved slightly, retracting the claws that had emerged from her suit's fingertips. While simultaneously facing 4 punching bags had required intense focus but hadn't felt exhausting, the moment her concentration relaxed, sweat immediately poured down her forehead. During my time infiltrating Kingpin's organization, I witnessed the city's bottomless darkness firsthand. Black Cat took several deep breaths, gradually steadying her breathing. Kingpin's gone, but new Kingpins will emerge. I don't want to end up like last time in this room, facing a powerful opponent like Bullseye with 0 chance of victory, just waiting for you to swoop down and rescue me. I want to possess greater power. Batman studied Black Cat, observing her micro-expressions as she spoke, confirming she was telling the truth rather than attempting deception. The choice is yours. But you shouldn't want to become my enemy someday. Black Cat grinned, pulling off her goggles and tossing them aside. Hopefully not. It's rare for you to visit. Need my help with something? Kingpin once had you sell a batch of Stark Industries military hardware to Joseph, Batman said. Are any of those weapons still around? Black Cat nodded. Some, but not many. After I worked with the police to sweep up Kingpin's remaining subordinates, someone secretly contacted me wanting to purchase those weapons. After I refused, they never tried contacting me again. Who was it? Batman sensed he'd grasped a key thread. He called himself Mr. Negative. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Horror. Queens, as New York's second most populous district after Brooklyn, had a crime rate no lower than Hell's Kitchen due to its racial diversity. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, Batman headed straight to Queens. His wide cape swept through narrow alleys from above, searching for possible criminals. All traceable serial numbers on the Stark Industries weapons left behind by Black Cat had been ground off using extremely professional techniques, confirmed to be the work of Shulman, the self-taught engineer and inventor. An inventor's sudden disappearance, either kidnapping or voluntary disappearance. Either way wouldn't leave no trace. Barbara, retrieve all recent surveillance footage from Queens and Manhattan. Search for Shulman. Batman spoke quietly to the Prophet AI equipped in his Arkham suit. He now stood atop the Ionosphere in Flushing Meadows Corona Park in Queens, fully deploying Peter Parker's superhuman hearing to capture sounds carried on the wind. Bang. An extremely faint sound rang out in the distance, nearly inaudible to ordinary people. But to Peter's ears, this was as obvious as a light in pitch darkness. Batman immediately turned toward the sound source. Using his intimate knowledge of New York's entire map and understanding of architecture to calculate echoes, he constructed a preliminary model of sound propagation in his brain, pinpointing the source to an industrial area bordering an old residential district several blocks away. Not a standard gunpowder weapon. Energy release unstable, accompanied by obvious medium tearing sound. Batman thought. An energy weapon, and a crude version. Whoosh. Batman jumped from the Ionosphere. Airborne, he spread his cape, approaching the sound source rapidly like a phantom. Batman had heard similar sounds countless times when battling Apocalypse forces and Brainiac's minions, but compared to energy weapons wielded by parademons, that sound definitely qualified as a crude version. Bang. Bang. 2 more gunshots. Batman drew closer, hearing more clearly. Using webbing replaced with black for nighttime use, Batman's figure didn't gradually descend under gravity's influence but instead rose higher, finally landing atop the tallest building near the sound source. Soundlessly, a thin visor covered Batman's eye sockets. Faint white light replaced his originally pitch-black eyes. Now Batman bore no resemblance to the vampire widely rumored throughout New York, but those white glowing eyes made him even more unnerving, like a ghost in the night sky. Night vision, thermal imaging, and sonar activated simultaneously. The Arkham suit rapidly displayed scanned images on the visor. According to the Arkham suit's scanning and perspective, 3 shadows in a back alley were test-firing a peculiarly shaped gun at an abandoned transformer. Each shot erupted unstable light from the barrel, accompanied by obvious arc jumping. Shulman's handiwork. His gaze turned elsewhere. Within 200 meters of those 3, no other people existed. The abandoned transformer was already enclosed by municipal fencing with danger signs posted. This wasn't a residential area. Batman silently leaped from above, using darkness as cover, descending with barely noticeable wind sound behind the 3, then tapping one person's shoulder. The person Batman tapped violently shuddered. From the corner of his eye, seeing the pitch-black palm on his shoulder, he let out a scream. Oh God! This scream startled his 2 companions, who instinctively looked behind. Under cover of pitch-black night, Batman's faintly white glowing eyes, sharply upright ears, and the eerie combination of exposed chin made one person scream again. Not God, a ghost. Among the 3, only the one who didn't scream, remaining relatively calm, raised his weapon. A black and white bullet shot almost point-blank at Batman's face. But the bullet hit nothing. Batman, who'd been standing behind them, vanished without trace, as though he'd never been there. Did you see that? A ghost stood behind me. The person whose shoulder was grabbed said tremulously. Saw it, but I think I shot him dead. The one who'd fired back looked uncertain, glancing around. Where was any trace of that black shadow? Let's go back quickly. Just tell Horror we tested the weapons, no problems. I don't want to stay here any longer, the third person said. The 3 reached agreement, fleeing in a scramble. None discovered Batman's figure constantly circling around them, and listening devices and tracking equipment had been planted on them in that earlier instant. Horror. That's an adjective, but just now they used it as a title. They went out to test weapons, deliberately choosing an abandoned transformer far from residential areas. Is Horror the person who made this weapon? Is it Shulman? Or some other existence I don't know about? Batman's brain raced. Then he spoke quietly to Prophet AI. Also that peculiar black and white energy just now. Barbara, analyze that energy's fluctuations, energy structure, and spectral characteristics under infrared ultraviolet. The 3 got in a car, driving for over half an hour before stopping below a residential building. Batman also soundlessly landed atop a building opposite. Bruce, after analysis, this energy shows cold absorption properties in infrared wavelengths, while being abnormally active in ultraviolet wavelengths. During the half-hour Batman followed the three, Prophet AI had already conducted preliminary analysis on the energy fired. Continue analysis, Barbara. No more reports. I'll review later myself. Batman spoke quietly, then opened the computer on his Arkham suit's arm, hacking into New York's police system to query this residential building's recent rental and sale information. Information about this residential building in the police system looked completely normal. According to police system displays, this building housed 47 households. The most recent rental information was 3 months ago, a young mother and child moved in. But this completely contradicted what Batman saw. The Arkham suit's infrared and X-ray clearly showed inside this building, counting the 3 who just entered, only 4 people existed total. Other residents weren't in the building at all. Looking at the pitch-black residential building, even after the 3 entered, no lights turned on, Batman didn't hesitate. With an extremely faint backclaw launch sound, he flew inside. Chapter 92, Chapter. How did the weapon tests go? Nobody spotted you, right? Inside a residential building that appeared pitch black from outside but blazed with light within, a man wearing a yellow quilted jacket with red trim, Shulman, addressed 3 men returning from outside. He stood before a semicircular workbench cluttered with various tools, alongside a pair of metal gauntlets designed to cover fists and entire forearms. The weapons tested fine, but we think we saw a ghost. One of them spoke up. Are you 3 from the Middle Ages? Shulman frowned at them. Or are you religious? Neither. The man Batman had gripped by the shoulder, the one who'd screamed, "Oh God," replied. We definitely saw something. I don't know if it was even human. I can't describe it. It appeared suddenly and vanished just as fast. Like the Egyptian ghost from Gods and Ghosts. Another added. Don't know if it's human. Appears and disappears suddenly. Shulman felt he'd heard similar descriptions before. His expression shifted. Did it have any distinctive features? Like 2 pointed ears. All 3 nodded frantically. Batman's sharply pointed ear cowl had left an indelible impression. Yes. Yes. And an exposed chin. Fuck. Shulman bit out the curse through clenched teeth. Such obvious characteristics left no doubt, this was the same individual who'd captured Walker and Scorpion, then taken down Kingpin. Batman. Without wasting another word on these 3, Shulman quickly reached back, pulling the hood of his yellow quilted jacket over his entire face. Shocker, what are you? The 3 stared uncertainly at Shocker Shulman, confused by his sudden sensitivity. Get back. Shulman shoved the 3 obstructing men aside, thrusting both hands into the metal gauntlets resting on the semicircular workbench. The metal gauntlets slid onto Shulman's hands, encasing his forearms completely. He casually swung his fists experimentally. The air immediately erupted with a buzzing hum. Looking closely, one could see the air itself distorting at the gauntlet's tips, with a flash of interwoven black and white light flickering past. Clearly these gauntlets weren't designed for weapons research, they were weapons Shulman had created for himself. Named Shocker, the gauntlets also served as his public moniker. When Shocker's fists clenched, the tips generated ultra-high frequencies that violently vibrated the air, creating shockwaves. The vibration intensity had 5 power levels. Level 1 could send multiple grown men flying nearly 30 feet. Level 3 at close range could pulverize bones inside a human body. As for the maximum level 5, Shulman had never tested it since creating these gauntlets. The yellow quilted jacket Shulman wore was also specially designed, capable of absorbing significant impact, preventing the reciprocal force from turning him into pulp before the gauntlets could harm his enemies. Ha! Batman. I figured you'd come eventually. Didn't expect it this soon. Hope this works. Shulman exhaled deeply, shifting his gaze from the Shocker gauntlets to the bewildered trio as he donned his combat gear. You 3 grab weapons. Shoot anything that moves. Shocker, you said before not to test guns inside the building. The trio responded hesitantly. Before they could finish, Shocker cut them off through gritted teeth. That was before. Now you've led Batman right here. Think this building can stay hidden. Arm yourselves. Don't point those guns at me. Shocker Shulman's words died mid-sentence. Click. A distant light suddenly extinguished. Shulman immediately raised his fist to his lips in a silencing gesture. Quiet. Shocker, maybe it's just a circuit breaker. One of the trio whispered. Shocker Shulman wanted to pulverize these 3 idiots, but he forcibly suppressed his rage. These 3 wouldn't even qualify as muscle in Kingpin's former organization, just bottom-tier small fry. But they were disposable assets provided by Mr. Negative. According to the original plan, Shulman should have killed them immediately after they tested the weapons. Getting angry at them was pointless. Besides, Shulman currently needed backup. Most importantly, his ears detected a faint rustling sound, as if someone was walking across the ceiling above. Shulman didn't give himself time to think. He raised his fist and punched directly upward. Bzzzzzt. An air vibration hum erupted. Black and white light rippled from the shocker gauntlet's tips, flashing briefly as the shockwave rapidly expanded upward. Crash. Despite the air and distance, Shulman's level 1 shockwave punch didn't penetrate the floor above, instead it brought down chunks of plaster and paint. Debris and dust rained down. Shulman instinctively squinted to protect his eyes. But then. Thud. Thud. This time both Shulman and the trio heard it clearly, definitely footsteps from some living creature. The sound was heavy, not remotely human-like. More like some massive monster. Who's there? Shocker, Shulman shouted, black and white light glowing faintly from his fists. He shot a glance at the trio, hissing, prepare to evacuate. I'm bringing this building down. Oh. Oh. Right. The trio hastily moved to leave, still clutching the energy weapons Shulman had manufactured. Fwhip. A faint whistle cut through the air. The trio's wrists suddenly erupted in pain as 3 batarangs flew from nowhere, embedding in their wrists. Their weapons clattered to the floor. As Shulman's nerves tensed, 3 strands of pitch-black webbing shot from the distance, precisely adhering to the fallen weapons before retracting. This time Shulman finally glimpsed the webbing's origin point, precisely where that first light had been extinguished. As he focused to look closer, the building's interior lights began dying one by one. Not tripping breakers, systematically, starting from the corridor's end. Click. 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 Darkness surged toward Shulman like a tide. The footsteps had vanished at some unknown moment. Shulman's hands and feet went ice cold. In this moment he completely forgot the disarmed trio beside him, instead choosing a random direction and bolting. The shocker gauntlets on his hands provided minimal reassurance. This invisible, intangible yet omnipresent pressure and terror made him desperate to escape. This building had been his chosen sanctuary, his hideout. Now it felt like a tomb about to swallow him whole. While running, Shulman alternately used his shocker gauntlets to blast massive holes through walls blocking his path. He had no intention of fighting Batman inside, instead he wanted to escape, then collapse the entire building and bury Batman beneath the rubble. But Shulman hadn't gotten far when he punched through another wall and stepped through, only to see in the pitch-black room the same black and white energy glow emanating from his shocker gauntlets. Shulman instinctively raised both fists defensively before his body. The light in the room also raised up to match his position. Just a mirror. Shulman exhaled in relief. As he prepared to circle past the mirror and continue fleeing, by the faint glow from his gauntlets, he saw something move in the reflection. His body went rigid. Shulman held his breath, eyes straining toward the mirror's corner while his neck felt like a rusted bearing. He didn't dare turn it even slightly. He stared fixedly at that shadowy area, praying it was a hallucination born from excessive stress. But Shulman quickly realized it was no illusion. In the mirror, Shulman saw a black silhouette with pointed ears hanging inverted in the ceiling corner behind him, white eyes staring at him without emotion. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, A Fate Worse Than Death. Icy terror gripped Shulman's heart like a crushing hand. He instinctively clenched his fists, seeking reassurance from the shocker gauntlets while forcing his engineer's mind, his inventor's brain, to calm down. Batman keeps avoiding direct confrontation, he's studying my gauntlets. Shulman's heart skipped. He immediately used the internal regulator to adjust the shockwave's output power. He didn't dare underestimate his opponent. From the first strike, he went straight to maximum power, level 5. The strongest attack mode that even Shulman himself had never tested since creating the shocker gauntlets. The gauntlets charged continuously. Shulman kept his peripheral vision locked on Batman's inverted reflection in the mirror, then suddenly spun and punched. Boom. The massive impact triggered what felt like an earthquake in the air itself. But simultaneously, Shulman's body lost balance. Tremendous force yanked his legs, pulling hard. Maintaining his punching posture, Shulman lost equilibrium and crashed backward onto the floor. The level 5 charged shocker gauntlets thrust upward, black and white light flashing as the shockwave surged through the air toward the ceiling. It punched completely through the residential building's floor, even allowing a direct view of the pitch-black night sky above. Shulman felt no excitement about the gauntlet's devastating power. He knew his situation was dire. One missed punch. Batman wouldn't give him a second chance. Batman dropped silently from the ceiling, landing with apparent lightness. But immediately webbing shot out, hoisting the grounded Shulman upward. A punch, having nothing whatsoever to do with the word light, slammed heavily into Shulman's abdomen. Overwhelming pain instantly seized Shulman's entire consciousness. His body curled like a shrimp, both shocker gauntlet hands instinctively clutching his stomach. Click. Click. Two sharp sounds. Batman twisted both Shulman's arms behind his back. Shoulder joints immediately dislocated. Batman effortlessly removed the shocker gauntlets from Shulman's hands. Then several strands of black webbing shot out, pinning Shulman against the wall with both feet off the ground in a crucifixion pose. Ha, gah. Shulman gasped, biting down hard to suppress agonized screams. But the shocker gauntlets had been confiscated. He was stuck to the wall like Christ on the cross. He couldn't escape. Couldn't resist. Couldn't even speak properly. The dislocated shoulders and abdominal pain made opening his mouth nearly impossible. Shulman waited in despair for Batman to judge his crimes. But Batman ignored him, standing aside in the darkness, examining the shocker gauntlets he'd removed. Even for Batman, weapons capable of energy-based attacks must be a first, right? Hope flickered in Shulman's heart. He thought he'd found an opening. If I promised to build him energy weapons. He wasn't genius enough to handcraft energy weapons in a small workshop. Neither the trio's firearms nor the shocker gauntlets in Batman's hands had originated from Shulman's own research and development. The black and white energy wasn't his creation. He simply hoped to find a lifeline. Crash, clatter. Before Shulman could finish his wishful thinking, Batman, as if completely familiar with the gauntlet's construction, dismantled them in 2 or 3 moves, reducing them to scattered fragments on the floor. Shulman's thoughts ground to a halt. But precisely then, Batman's deep voice resonated in the ceiling-pierced room. Who funded you? I don't understand what you're saying. Shulman replied. He'd witnessed that gentleman's terrifying appearance. Batman had apparently never killed anyone since appearing in New York, but that gentleman had murdered people right in front of Shulman. Shulman would rather face prison than offend that gentleman. Batman remained silent for 2 seconds, then raised his hand. A batarang flew out with a ting, embedding vertically in the wall between Shulman's legs. It appeared to have missed, but ominous premonition filled Shulman's heart. What are you doing? Hey! If I talk, can you protect me? This time Batman didn't speak. Instead he walked slowly to Shulman and began peeling away the webbing holding him, bit by bit. Now Shulman understood exactly what this demon intended, without Batman needing to explain. As the webbing was gradually removed, Shulman's feet left the ground. His suspended body would drop from gravity, and that vertical batarang embedded in the wall would split his body in 2. A quick bisection wouldn't cause excessive suffering. But the problem, Shulman wasn't high enough off the ground. The wall-embedded batarang couldn't completely split him from bottom to top. Instead, half his torso would be sliced while half remained connected. Living like that would be worse than simply being killed by that gentleman. A fate worse than death, this phrase was invented specifically for this demon's methods. Shulman's eyes widened in terror. His body tensed from stress, straining his neck as he shouted. I'll talk. I'll talk. Batman stopped his motion. It's Mr. Negative. Once deciding to confess, Shulman adopted a desperate, all-or-nothing attitude. After Kingpin fell, I went to Queens trying to lay low. But someone calling himself Mr. Negative found me. Ordered me to modify weapons for him. To make me obey his commands, he killed 2 people right in front of me. I didn't dare resist him. Batman's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Negative attempted purchasing firearms from Kingpin's organization. Were you involved? Yes. Exactly. That was me. Shulman answered hastily, then realized his tone carried hints of pride and satisfaction. He quickly added, but I wasn't buying for myself. Mr. Negative needed firearms, and Kingpin's remaining guns happened to suit my needs. Why? Shulman answered every question with remarkable speed. Because Mr. Negative wanted me to convert ordinary firearms into energy weapons. Buying new guns would require time grinding off serial numbers. The guns remaining from Kingpin's stock had already been processed by me, ready for immediate use. But Black Cat refused to sell. She'd already teamed up with the police to sweep Kingpin's entire organization. I can't understand why she wouldn't sell those guns. Shulman even found time to complain about Black Cat. Batman stood in the darkness, white-lensed eyes locked onto Shulman behind his cowl. He wouldn't blindly trust that intimidation alone guaranteed truthfulness. Batman judged based on tone, expression, speech rate, even breathing, and heartbeat. But so far, everything Shulman said was true. Even that complaint, Shulman had spoken completely from the heart. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Vibranium, Project Siegebreaker, and Project Ouroboros. Barbara, is the energy structure analysis complete? In the abandoned City Hall station, Batman's voice remained low. Analysis complete, Bruce, the Prophet AI responded. This energy exhibits extremely high entropy rates and a peculiar negative energy signature. It appears to strip away the target's energy and structural stability rather than simply heating or impacting. Its external manifestation resembles a photographic negative, primarily black and white in coloration. Batman stroked his stubbled chin. Even during those 3 days when Harry Osborn had forcibly kept him bedridden, Batman had found time for necessary training, muscle memory exercises, conditioned reflex drills, comprehensive physical conditioning. As his body grew increasingly powerful, the muscle development had transformed Peter's formerly lean, agile frame. Even his jawline had begun developing a cleft. According to Shulman, the energy weapons he developed and those shocker gauntlets, the energy coating them all came from Mr. Negative. So this Mr. Negative may be the first individual with extraordinary abilities I'll encounter since arriving in this world. Batman stood in the station center, silent and contemplative, his mind rapidly processing every piece of intelligence gathered tonight. Shulman wasn't lying. He's never seen Mr. Negative's true appearance. But from his description, the man is around 30 years old with meticulously groomed hair and distinctly East Asian facial features. When he appeared before Shulman in his black and white negative form, he wore a suit and tie. Perhaps that remains his typical appearance in normal form as well. While Batman contemplated in the station, Shulman huddled in the corner where Batman had left him, eyes and mouth covered with webbing, body wrapped like a dumpling. He too was thinking. Bruce? Batman's human disguise name is Bruce. He converses with someone named Barbara under this identity, having her provide technical support. The Prophet AI's voice, completely free of electronic synthesis, naturally led the blindfolded Shulman to assume Barbara was a normal woman. As for Batman, Shulman now completely believed this creature wasn't human but some unknown monster wearing human skin. An hour had passed since his battle, or rather, one-sided beating, with Batman in that Queens residential building. The trio wasn't captured by Batman. They must have escaped. If they're smart, they'll seek help from Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative needs my technical expertise. He'll definitely find me and rescue me. No, wait. I already told Batman everything about Mr. Negative. When he finds me, he'll kill me. But staying here with Batman doesn't seem ideal either. If he's a man-eating monster, I hope he eats my legs first. No, wait. He hasn't taken me to the police or done anything to me. Batman values my energy weapons development skills. But the energy comes from Mr. Negative. I'll be exposed eventually. Batman glanced back at Shulman. The man's breathing had become briefly agitated moments ago. But Batman ignored him, instead opening the computer. The screen displayed a Queens map with 3 blinking red dots. The trio who tested weapons and led Batman to Shulman's building, Batman had planted listening devices and micro-trackers on all 3 during their first contact. Whether frightened by the shocker gauntlets punching through the building's ceiling or simply behaving like scared snails, the trio had remained inside that residential building for over an hour since Batman departed with Shulman. They occasionally moved, but never more than a few feet. Audio from the listening devices confirmed all 3 were alive, showing no signs of distress. From Shulman's confession, Batman knew the trio were disposable assets Mr. Negative had provided, meant to be killed after weapon testing. Batman was using them as bait, hoping to lure the ever-hidden Mr. Negative into the open. The name Batman had spread throughout New York, but few had actually encountered him. Mr. Negative surely wouldn't kill them immediately, he'd keep them alive to interrogate for Batman intelligence. However, judging from the faint snoring now emanating from the listening devices, Batman's plan had likely failed. Batman shook his head slightly. 2 weblins shot left and right, sealing Shulman's ears. The sudden deafness startled Shulman. Batman realized I accidentally heard his name and quickly blocked my ears. I guessed right. Shulman's heart raced with a strange satisfaction, feeling he'd finally discovered something about his captor. Shulman's breathing just spiked for 6 seconds. Batman noted mentally. Bringing Shulman blindfolded and gagged to the Batcave had been deliberate. Even letting Shulman overhear Bruce and Barbara was intentional. Nobody knew that in this world, Peter was his true name. Bruce was merely an alias. Batman hadn't placed all his bait hopes on the trio. Shulman served as bait too, just not to be released today. With Shulman's ears sealed, Batman sat before the workbench examining another computer screen's information. Before heading to Hell's Kitchen to meet Black Cat tonight, he tasked the Prophet AI with tracing Stark Industries' arms orders based on the confirmed SI-03 gun oil model and compatible weapon types. After nearly an entire night, the Prophet AI hadn't disappointed, it had compiled every order involving that gun oil and those weapons. His white lenses retracted, revealing Batman's dark eyes as he began meticulously reviewing the orders without pause. The deeper Batman looked, the deeper his frown grew. As a military contractor, Stark Industries operated in a way Batman didn't interfere with, precisely because they only sold weapons to military forces, never private organizations. The Prophet AI's traced orders matched this pattern. Every single order appeared flawless, buyers were either various branches of the armed forces or S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., as an international organization established by multiple nations, naturally conducted business with Stark Industries. But therein lay the problem: the seemingly perfect orders meant Batman's leads had hit a dead end. At Ravencroft Institute, the 4 men who'd taken Norman Osborn likely used Stark Industries weapons. The gun oil sent came directly from SI-03. Batman didn't stubbornly fixate on this problem. Instead, he shifted to parallel thinking while remotely operating Parker Industries computers to place industrial orders. Unlike his previous memory fiber equipment and materials purchase, which concealed the Arkham suit and cape orders within, this time Batman primarily ordered production equipment for the rescue gear he'd eventually manufacture under Peter's identity in partnership with Silver Sable. Scattered throughout were automotive components, plus something Batman had noticed during his last procurement in the rare precious metals category but couldn't afford then: vibranium. Batman needed it for creating a Batmobile capable of switching to combat mode, transforming into a tank, plus the anti-Ant-Man, Project David, and preparations based on analyzing Mr. Negative's negative energy abilities. After establishing any plan, Batman continually enriched it until the plan became a reliable method rather than a forgotten file folder. Also, Barbara, establish Project Siegebreaker, targeting the Hulk, and Project Ouroboros targeting Professor Lizard. Batman said. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Emperor in a Cage. Peter, I really must treat you properly for finding Professor Miles Warren to serve as Oscorp's chief scientist. Below Oscorp Tower, Harry Osborn addressed Batman with a smile. As the sun rose, following his routine complex training regimen for Peter's body, Batman had arrived at the rebuilding Oscorp headquarters. New York's September temperatures had dropped to the teens. Though currently daytime, pedestrians on the streets had already donned light jackets or coats. Batman wore a seasonal trench coat, hair swept back to ensure nobody could detect it had been flattened overnight by his Batman cowl. Compared to days ago, when his father Norman Osborn's imprisonment, Oscorp's involvement in multiple homicides, and General Ross's military oversight had left him exhausted and desperate, Harry Osborn now appeared somewhat improved. Though still physically diminished, his mental state seemed reasonably sound. Batman mentally deliberated for 2 seconds before ultimately deciding not to inform Harry that Norman Osborn had been taken by General Ross to an unknown location. This wasn't information Peter's identity should possess. But Batman wouldn't keep it hidden forever. After Oscorp returned to normal operations, he'd guide Harry to discover the truth himself. Combined with Batman's investigation and Harry Osborn leveraging capital pressure to manufacture public opinion, they had strong chances of freeing Norman from General Ross's control. But not now. Oscorp had just returned to Harry's control. Even if Batman guided him to discover Norman's transfer now, Harry remained powerless to act. Besides, Batman's investigation had stalled, even he didn't currently know Norman Osborn's location. Mr. Parker. Professor Miles Warren held a folder, extending one hand to shake Batman's. Good to see you again. Batman's current identity was Peter, Harry Osborn's friend, Empire State University student, Parker Industries CEO. He didn't maintain a stern expression, instead offering Professor Warren a warm smile as they shook hands. Professor Warren passed the folder to Batman. This contains documentation for your memory fiber patent application. Congratulations, Mr. Parker. And thank you for the introduction that secured my position as Oscorp's chief scientist. Batman had helped Professor Warren fulfill his request, delivered through Harry to warn Professor Connors about General Ross, even personally infiltrating Oscorp at significant risk. In return, Professor Warren had personally overseen the memory fiber patent process, securing approval in just 3 days. One good turn deserves another. With Professor Connors explicitly declining to return to Oscorp due to his risk of transforming into the Lizard, Batman had recommended the impressive Professor Warren to Harry Osborn. The result, Professor Warren accepted enthusiastically. Becoming Oscorp's chief scientist would provide resources incomparable to his university professorship. Harry Osborn was equally delighted. Professor Connors' departure brought a scientist with completely different research focus but equally exceptional caliber. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be mutually beneficial, Oscorp and Professor Warren achieving success together. You two are simply the most talented students I've encountered in all my years at Empire State University, Professor Warren told Batman and Harry admiringly. One controlling a multinational biotech corporation, the other dominating the new materials industry. You're too kind, Professor, Batman replied with a modest smile. He didn't intend to linger in conversation with Harry and Professor Warren. This visit to Oscorp was merely incidental. Batman's actual destination, Rikers Island in Queens, specifically Rikers Prison, to meet Kingpin. This man who'd risen from Hell's Kitchen a year ago, gradually dominating the neighborhood's underworld before planning further territorial expansion, this criminal emperor now resided in Rikers Prison. Evidence of Kingpin's crimes was ironclad. His hired attorneys had proven useless. The criminal emperor faced life imprisonment. During last night's interrogation, Batman had repeatedly confirmed Shulman didn't know where Kingpin had obtained Stark Industries weapons. Schulman only handled firearm modifications, not procurement channels. Batman needed to personally meet this caged emperor, see if he could extract useful intelligence. Stark Industries weapons reaching the black market, the mysterious force that took Norman Osborn, Mr. Negative who wields negative energy. Batman sensed some connection linking these three parties. Peter, 7 o'clock tonight, Professor Warren and I will wait for you at the Plaza Hotel across from Central Park. Harry said as Batman prepared to leave. Sorry, Harry, but tonight I'm helping Aunt May move, Batman replied apologetically. You wouldn't want an elderly woman with a nephew to handle moving alone, would you? Through trusts and foundations, Batman had purchased a house in Westchester County's middle-class neighborhood. He planned to relocate Aunt May there. The location was already under Batman's comprehensive surveillance, any threat to Aunt May's safety would trigger immediate alerts. Well, all right. Give Aunt May my regards. Harry didn't press, simply patting Batman's shoulder. Need me to hire movers? Oh, I forgot you have Parker Industries now. You're not that bookworm Peter anymore. Rikers Island lay southeast of the $20 island Batman had purchased. Before acquiring underwater transport, Batman traveled to North Brother Island by leaping skyward and gliding on his cape. Inside Rikers prison, the former Kingpin, who'd always worn white suits and carried a cane like a godfather, now sat in a wheelchair wearing orange prison scrubs. Batman had broken 45 of his bones. He'd spend the rest of his life wheelchair-bound. Even so, Kingpin's face showed no prisoner's desperation. His expression remained gentle. Ignoring his significantly diminished but still abnormally large frame, he resembled a kindly middle-aged man more than a criminal emperor. Clang. Clang. Guards struck cell bars with batons. Animals. Stand straight. Press your pig heads against the wall, hands behind your backs. You have no names here, only numbers. When I hit your window, shout your number loud so I know your worthless ass is still breathing. Guards hurled crude insults at inmates. The clanging batons soon reached Kingpin's cell. Unlike other prisoners' numbness or rage at guard abuse, Kingpin's expression never changed. He simply maneuvered his wheelchair against the wall, obediently pressing his forehead to the surface. The next second, the prison's bright fluorescent lights suddenly buzzed. Illumination flickered erratically. Clink, clink. After faint metallic collision sounds, a pitch-black figure stood behind Kingpin as the white lights abruptly died. Kingpin's expression remained unchanged. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair around as the prison lights shifted to dim warning red. The cell had been opened, but Kingpin showed no joy. His perpetually calm face shifted slightly. In the dim red glow stood someone whose features remained hidden in shadow, details invisible except for two sharply pointed ears silhouetted against the crimson light, blocking the exit. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Throne, Scepter, Crown. Tell me. Where did you get Stark Industries weapons? In the dim red warning lights, Batman's deep voice resonated. His face remained completely hidden in shadow, only a black silhouette blocking Kingpin's cell exit. Recognizing Batman by his pointed ears, Kingpin's expression immediately soured. But hearing Batman's question, his mouth curved slightly into a smile. He spoke in his characteristically gentle, magnanimous voice without urgency. You want answers? I thought you were omniscient, omnipotent, but apparently there's much you don't know. Beg me. Or do what you did at Oscorp, punch me through the wall. Using brief but potent sleeping gas to incapacitate guards and other inmates while simultaneously covering surveillance cameras, Batman had ensured his infiltration wouldn't cause complications. Time was limited. Batman had zero intention of wasting words on Kingpin. Since Kingpin refused to talk, Batman didn't mind employing certain methods to loosen his tongue. He walked slowly toward Kingpin, eyes hidden in shadow, constantly watching. Come on, Batman. Use your fists. As Batman's footsteps approached, this wheelchair-bound man, having regained his composure as a criminal emperor, smiled gently. My wounds will heal. My bones will mend. But the answers you seek will rot in my heart forever. Batman didn't resort to violence. Before deciding to visit Rikers prison, he'd already prepared for Kingpin's likely refusal to cooperate. Standing before Kingpin, Batman looked down at this defeated opponent and extended two photographs. Kingpin accepted them quizzically. Then his expression transformed violently. This time his facial muscles twisted completely, eyes glaring venomously at Batman. As if the figure before him wasn't merely the men who'd imprisoned him, but someone who'd slaughtered his entire family, a mortal enemy. Vanessa Fisk. Richard Fisk. Batman's voice remained low. Your methods of protecting family are useless against me. What are you doing? Damn Bat. What have you done to them? Kingpin clutched the photographs desperately, struggling to throw a punch at Batman. The two photos showed a woman and a boy. Kingpin knew them intimately, his wife and son, whom he'd protect at any cost. From his wheelchair, Kingpin's punch posed no threat to Batman, who caught it effortlessly. Crash. From the reciprocal force, the wheelchair beneath Kingpin immediately collapsed, metal supports bending. He sat directly on the floor. "I've done nothing," Batman's voice remained low. "I'm warning you, your methods of protecting family are too simple. I easily traced your family's information from your past records. Others can do the same. Especially those you've victimized who bear grudges. Tell me how you obtained Stark Industries weapons. In exchange, I'll completely hide your wife and son's information. Nobody will trace them through any clues again." Threatening an opponent's family had never been Batman's method. As Batman stated, he hadn't touched Kingpin's wife or son. After reviewing their files and confirming they weren't involved in Kingpin's crimes, he'd chosen not to contact them. Batman wouldn't punish innocent people for another's crimes. "You expect me to trust you?" Kingpin sat on the floor, looking up at Batman's shadow-concealed face. "You have no choice. You must trust me," Batman said. Kingpin fell silent, breathing slightly labored, obviously struggling internally. Moments later, having apparently reached a decision, Kingpin spoke 3 company names. Throne. Scepter. Crown. 3 shell companies I once registered. I used them to pay for those Stark Industries weapons. The funds ultimately transferred to a trust fund in the Cayman Islands. That's everything I know about the channel. Batman observed Kingpin's facial expressions while the Arkham suit simultaneously analyzed vocal fluctuations, confirming this criminal emperor wasn't lying. "How were weapons delivered to you? If I said airdrop, would you believe me?" Kingpin smiled self-deprecatingly. "All parachutes and packaging related to airdrops had no identifying marks. And I destroyed them all." Kingpin waited long after speaking but heard no response from Batman. Looking up, he found the dim red warning lights had returned to normal. Outside, inmates occasionally shouted their identification numbers. Everything seemed unchanged from before Batman's visit, as if recent events were hallucinations. Clang. Clang. Guards had reached Kingpin's cell, batons rudely striking the closed door. "Get against the wall. Press your head to the surface. Damn it, you filthy pig. Broke your wheelchair. Hands behind your head. Wait for me to cuff you." Kingpin glanced peripherally at the flattened wheelchair, confirming recent events weren't illusions. Batman had definitely visited. He didn't resist. He showed no reaction to guard insults. He simply raised his hands slowly, clasping them behind his head. Rikers Island's western shore. Standing here provided clear views of North Brother Island's lush forests. Deep within those woods, hidden among the trees, lay the laboratory and living quarters converted from the old estate. Batman's leg muscles tensed. He leaped skyward, reaching maximum height before spreading his cape and gliding toward North Brother Island. Whoosh! Batman landed smoothly on North Brother Island. This would become Batman's most important scientific research base besides City Hall Station, where 3 top scientists from different fields converged. But before conducting any other experiments or research, Professor Connors' situation required resolution. Unlike Dr. Banner, who could freely control his Hulk transformation, Professor Connors neither understood how to control becoming a giant lizard nor knew whether the lizard transformation affected him. When Batman arrived in his Arkham suit, Doctors Banner and Octavius were binding Professor Connors to a massive metal frame, preparing various tests. "Professor Connors, don't be nervous," Dr. Banner reassured him. Completely restrained, Professor Connors nodded, tongue depressor in his mouth. He gave Dr. Banner a thumbs up, indicating he was fine. Chapter 97, Chapter. Sup guys? I would appreciate it if you could leave a review. I mean, we're almost a 100 in. REVIEWWWWWWWWWW. Also go to my profile and leave a heart, you'll get notifications the moment I update. Chapter 97, Primal Fear. Fearing that needles, electrode patches, and other equipment contacting his body might stimulate Professor Connors into transforming into a massive lizard, the professor had voluntarily allowed them to restrain him to cooperate with examinations. Perhaps because both were scientists who'd accidentally gained abilities to transform into monsters, Dr. Banner showed exceptional concern for Professor Connors' condition. Even worrying that if Professor Connors became the lizard and lost rationality, he might damage the North Brother Island hideout Batman had helped them secure with such difficulty. Dr. Banner wasn't even wearing a white lab coat like Dr. Octavius, instead he stood shirtless and barefoot, wearing only oversized purple pants as he worked. He remained prepared to transform into the Hulk to subdue Professor Connors if necessary. Since arriving, Batman hadn't spoken, silently observing the 3 scientists while also prepared to join Hulk in subduing the giant lizard if Professor Connors transformed. Time passed gradually. When the sun reached its zenith at noon. Strange, Professor. Dr. Banner examined data from comprehensive tests on Professor Connors, puzzled. Everything indicates your body has no problems, just somewhat stronger than normal humans, with body temperature 2 degrees lower. Besides that, your blood, organs, including all muscles and bones show nothing beyond normal parameters. Professor Connors's tongue depressor was removed. After being bound to the metal frame all morning, he looked somewhat fatigued. But you and Batman both witnessed the massive destruction I caused after becoming the lizard. I may need to try transforming into the lizard for testing. Theoretically feasible, Dr. Banner said. But I'd need to transform into Hulk first as precaution. Dr. Octavius quietly retreated a step without speaking. Dr. Banner came to the laboratory center, clearing surrounding space before stretching his limbs. But I must warn you, after becoming Hulk, though I retain rationality, I can't conduct tests. My brain grows larger, but intelligence actually decreases, driven more by instinct. Never try angering me, or I can't guarantee Hulk won't harm you. Only then did Dr. Banner notice Batman standing in the laboratory. He asked somewhat puzzled, "Batman, when did you arrive? I never saw you." Batman had been here an entire morning, but the exceptionally focused Dr. Banner simply hadn't noticed the additional person. "Dr. Banner, do you need provocation to rapidly transform into Hulk?" Batman's voice remained low. "Unnecessary. I'll tell you a secret." Dr. Banner looked at Batman with a slight smile. "I'm always angry." Batman stood motionless while Dr. Octavius quietly retreated another step. Crack, pop, snap. Like firecrackers exploding, bones cracked and stretched. Dr. Banner's skeleton extended with explosive sounds, muscles rising like mountain ranges, skin tightening as if perpetually prepared for maximum force output. The shortest, thinnest scientist in human form among the three, Dr. Banner, became a green giant with a deliberately suppressed roar. From an adversarial perspective, the Hulk's physique, though not as towering as Professor Connors's 4-meter transformed height, possessed overwhelmingly oppressive muscle definition like ancient tree roots. If Batman embodied terror, then the Hulk was pure physical power incarnate. But currently, the other two scientists and Batman weren't hostile toward Hulk. Except for Dr. Octavius repeatedly retreating, neither Professor Connors nor Batman showed any surprise. The Hulk took heavy steps toward Professor Connors, looking down at the one-armed professor, muscles on both arms twitching several times. Professor Connors chose to ignore Hulk's small gestures. He remembered Dr. Banner just saying that after transformation, Hulk's head grew larger but intelligence relatively decreased. Besides, now wasn't the time to quibble. Batman arranged the laboratory surroundings before positioning himself on the metal frame's opposite side from the Hulk, facing him. "Begin, Connors." Batman's voice echoed low in the emptied laboratory. Professor Connors closed his eyes tightly. Sweat from exertion gradually dampened his forehead hair. His entire body tensed, attempting to summon that massive creature that had dug through multiple floors in mere seconds at Oscorp Tower, treating solid concrete as nothing. But several minutes passed. Except for his rapid breathing, nothing happened. Professor Connors opened his eyes, expression appearing exhausted, gaunt, even carrying a hint of relief. I can't do it. It won't respond. Maybe it's finally gone." Batman had activated the Arkham suit's data analysis mode, white lenses covering his eyes. As he prepared to speak, the Hulk spoke first to Batman. "You talk too much." His voice was rough and suppressed, seemingly deliberately lowering his naturally loud volume. Batman looked up slightly at the Hulk. He hadn't said a single word yet. Roar. Hulk. The Hulk didn't continue addressing Batman. Instead, he clenched both fists, face fierce as he suddenly roared at the bound Professor Connors. "Hulk interrupted me not from hostility but believing that compared to scientific analysis, applying primal fear and provocation is the optimal method for stimulating Professor Connors's transformation." Batman didn't try to speak, instead analyzing the Hulk's recent behavior. Dr. Banner was correct. Hulk displays obviously reduced intelligence behaviors, like deliberately flexing arm muscles to taunt the one-armed Professor Connors. After becoming the Hulk, Dr. Banner's suppressed emotions seem amplified, becoming a complex individual dominated by anger but containing other emotions. Hulk's easy provocation has a 50% probability based on this reason. The purple pants Dr. Banner wore don't fit perfectly after transforming into Hulk, yet Hulk didn't tear them off. This indicates Hulk possesses instinctive modesty. Intelligence decreases but doesn't reach childish levels. Batman silently contemplated while never weakening attention. He consistently focused most attention on Hulk, minor attention on Professor Connors. Roar. Having Hulk's furious face approach closely, with thunder-like roaring stimulation in his ears, Professor Connors instinctively dilated his pupils, then these pupils rapidly elongated vertically as golden color quietly bloomed from his eyes' depths. Agonized roars squeezed from Professor Connors's throat, rapidly distorting into inhuman screams.